department. It shouldn't be impossible. But he couldn't let Singgu completely break away from his control. This is possible, but I have a condition. Singgu knew that this old man wouldn't agree so easily, and the condition Liao Ximin proposed was quite special. His daughter, Liao Kai, must also join his department. Liao Kai had an undergraduate degree, specializing in computer and network technology, and from a certain perspective, she could be considered a skilled network engineer. Thus, Singgu accepted Liao Ximin's condition, but he had further requests. Mr. Liao, I also need an independent office area, and all the equipment must be added according to my requirements. Do you want to go to space? I can get you a spaceship to find Chang'e and play with rabbits. If you don't agree, I won't play with you. Sung Ji's attitude was resolute. The project had received billions in national investment. Asking for an office area wasn't difficult at all. Is this your final request? If you think my demands are too few, can you get me a gun? Something like the sniper rifles used by assassins in movies, that makes a loud bang when fired. Go see a doctor. I suspect there's something wrong with your outlook on life. Liao Ximin left alone, but left Liao Kui behind. However, the others didn't know this calm woman, so no one wanted to talk to her, especially Siyu, Qin Nan, Yu Jia, Acite, and Meng Ro, who all noticed that Liao Kai looked at Singgu in a strange way. Liao Kai then said to Singgu, can we talk privately for a moment? Of course, let's go to the study. After closing the door, Qi sat properly on the sofa, and Singgu sat behind the desk, smiling as he asked, what do you want to say? About Acite, I think you should know she is a hacker from CSD. From a certain perspective, she is our opposite. My father means that everyone can join, but Acite cannot. Singgu listened calmly, and then said, from a woman's perspective, she has done everything for me and has completely gained my trust. Why can't we let go of that suspicion? This is not something we can decide. The overall commander of the project is my father, but the real authority lies with a higher-up, and this is an order that cannot be disobeyed. We can only execute it. Seng sighed. Under tangible authority, even he knew that this helplessness was something that could not be eliminated. However, this was truly unfair to AC. If she knew that she would never be able to join his department, what would she think? Liao Kai could see Seng's dilemma completely and smiled as she said, I think this is indeed a bit unfair to AC, but the higher-ups and my father have really done a lot for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here now. So, don't be too hard on yourself. At least in terms of her safety, you've done a lot, right? Liao Kai's understanding warmed Seng's heart. No wonder Liao Ximin insisted on keeping her around. It was because Liao Ximin understood his temperament so well. With Kai mediating, there wouldn't be any problems. It seemed that this was the only way, even though there were many regrets, but everyone was in a difficult position, weren't they? He casually played with her hair. A simple action, yet filled with infinite tenderness. Whether it was awkwardness or helplessness, this was something we should do, wasn't it? The two chatted for a few more moments before heading downstairs. Siyu immediately pulled Seng to her side, looking at Kai with a guarded expression. As if this woman were trying to take away her toy. The others were not in such a mood. They were all asking Seng what his plans were. Seng said, actually, it's quite simple. This is my plan. Siyu, Yu Jia, you are responsible for collecting and organizing the information. Mengru, if you don't want to, I will. Before Seng could finish, Mengru eagerly expressed her thoughts. What Seng said last night had been echoing in her mind. It was time to change her life instead of being around those weapons all day in the martial arts hall. All right. Then you and Xiao Jia will be in charge of everything in the department. As he spoke, Seng gave Xiao Jia a meaningful glance. That look seemed to say, I can only help you this much. The rest depends on you. Xiao Jia, excited, looked around and said, I'll go buy some chicken. Let us make chicken stew today. Karen, given your skills, I would naturally welcome you to join my department. But the premise is that Tianyue agrees to your joining us. Karen smiled and said, saying, even if Tianyue doesn't agree to my leaving, I will follow you. This is what Mom said. Seng nodded and then said to Qin Nan, Nan, you should continue with the library. You don't understand the internet stuff. Qin Nan pouted, why should I? You're all together. Why did you leave me out? No way. I want to join you, even if it's just to cook for you. I can do it part-time. This way, I can also have an extra income. Since that was the case, Seng had nothing more to say. Finally, it was AC's turn. Singe really didn't know how to start talking to her. Although Esther couldn't understand what they were saying, she could tell from their expressions that they were discussing something exciting. However, when Singe spoke to her, his expression was particularly unnatural. Esther, you know that if it were up to me, I would definitely let you join my department. Esther replied nonchalantly, I thought it was a serious problem. I can help you anywhere, can I? Singe thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. How did he not think of that? Chapter 264. Privacy. The independent office area that Singe wanted was quickly arranged by Liao Ximin, located just downstairs from the main department, and the entire floor was now his. Liao Ximin was showing off, saying, did you see that, Singe? This will be your place for work, study, flirting, and everything else. Look at the restroom. It uses brand new soundproofing equipment. You could make all the noise you want in there, and no one outside would hear it. You could even lie down and relax. It's absolute enjoyment. Singe knew that the main department above was so famous that he could not help but access them online. He understood the various departments better than Liao Ximin did. Of course, this wasn't a secret. Liao Ximin had known for a while and just told Singe to be careful and not to act inappropriately. Singe was very satisfied with the office area. And next came the equipment he wanted. These devices were among the most advanced computer equipment in the world, with many items needing to be imported. However, to accommodate Singe, Liao Ximin bit the bullet and made it happen. As for the library, Singe still wouldn't leave, but he had to say a word to the old librarian. The work at the library held special significance for him. Without the library, he wouldn't be where he was today. The girls, including Shiyu, thought about how to make their new work environment more feminine. However, Singe said, "Can we not make it so quirky? Look at that office area for network engineering. It looks like a KTV. This place should be a bit messy. That's what gives it character, right?" Shiyu replied, "If we go by your logic, should we just throw in old clothes and broken sofas to make it better? Of course, lingerie could work too. Forget it." While they were discussing their next plans, Esther received an email from CSD. It contained only a few images and no text. After looking at the images, Esther immediately stood up, turned on the firewall, and connected with Alan from CSD in the chat window. "What do you want from me?" Esther's message was simple, but Alan could feel her anger. Every girl would be furious to see their privacy exposed, especially someone like Esther who had such disdain for CSD. "How do you think Singe would view you if he saw these images?" Alan's tone was reckless, as if he knew that Esther would never let Sung see these things. During her downfall, she had done some things, like drinking, smoking, using marijuana, and even various activities with a certain hacker from CSD. Speak your mind. Kill Sung. Or you and Seng go back to CSD together. Otherwise, these pictures will end up on his computer. You are a bastard. I may be a bastard, but I'm also a bastard who can make your life worse than death. Don't think that CSD doesn't have ways to control you. It's just a matter of whether it's worth doing. Esther didn't respond, and Alan continued, "You have a week." After that, the call was abruptly cut off. Esther leaned against the wall and slowly sat down on the floor. She had no faith because she believed her faith had long abandoned her. She only believed in herself. For only she knew what she wanted. She tried to do so, but found herself still helpless, as if life was no longer her own. The fourth domain of the Dragon Country encompasses multiple aspects, with each network's composition serving its unique purpose, all of which are indispensable. Every day, the number of hacker attacks from around the world is countless. Targeting individual users is even more headache-inducing. Some antivirus or anti-Trojan software talks a good game, but they are some of the biggest rogues in the cyber world, not only controlling your computer, but also your privacy. Their icons resemble a pair of eyes peering at you. No matter what you do on your computer, they see everything clearly. Yet they always find various excuses to make people accept their rogue behavior. For instance, privacy cleaning and trace cleaning. If they didn't know, how could they clean it? It's like saying, "I visited your house yesterday, had a drink, ate something, and then left when you weren't around. Is your door broken? You should change the lock." The reasoning is the same. Thus, the first defensive system Sang needed to establish was a completely free online antivirus system, which would be linked to every government department's homepage and the network nodes and data exchange locations of their servers. Every piece of data entering the website must be scanned for viruses before continuing access. This concept is not a firewall. Firewalls are for malicious attacks. However, this system can alert you when you visit these websites that your access data is not secure, prompting you to enter the homepage for a safe virus scan. This is the first step toward system upgrades. Of course, as a testing system, once the software is produced, it will only be accessible to a limited number of internal IDs. This upgrade is for civilian networks, while for military networks, since Singh has never interacted with their systems, he suggested that Liao Ximin find a network unit to conduct an exercise with his department, so Sung could identify issues within those systems. However, Singh also reminded Liao Ximin that the results of this exercise are uncertain. If problems arise, they can be resolved through upgrades, but if there are serious issues, the system will need to be redesigned. This project is quite large, as different departments of the military use different systems, and many departments need to develop independently. However, Singh looked around and realized that besides Xiao Jia and Siyu, there was no one else available. After Liao Ximin assessed Singh's project report and received approval from superiors, she decided to expand the department, which was externally referred to as Sungwon Company. At this point, Liao Ximin assigned Singh another task, preparing for an overseas trip. Since many devices could not be confirmed to meet Singh's standards, he needed to inspect some of the equipment himself. Like many other company presidents, he would often have to travel abroad, wouldn't he? The destination for Singh was Mist Country, departing in a week, and Liao Ximin took care of the other arrangements for him. Excited about his first trip abroad, Singh looked forward not only to a vacation, but mainly to see what level their network technology had developed to. Chapter 265. Mysterious Object. Singh returned home, nearly dragging his exhausted body. Qi Nin was not there. According to Yuqing, Qi Nin had taken Shui to the hospital in the afternoon and would be back shortly. He slapped his forehead, recalling that Qi Nin had mentioned going to the hospital today, but he had completely forgotten. He turned to head to the hospital, but Yuqing stopped him, saying, she'll be back soon. You can visit her another day? That's fine too. I've been too busy lately and have forgotten many things. Men are often busy with work and can't remember a lot. Gung Yu rubbed his eyes and asked, is Ace here? You mean that foreign girl? She left in the afternoon. She didn't seem to be in a good mood. Saying, I think it's best if you don't provoke that foreign woman too much. They don't appreciate our women in Long Country, who are virtuous and good at managing life. Seng smiled and replied, you're right. I'll go upstairs to rest. Just call me when Qi Nin is back. Just as he lay on the bed, with his eyes still open, Seng suddenly heard what seemed to be a noise from the ceiling. He jolted up, straining his ears to listen, but there was no sound. Seng would never doubt his hearing. There was definitely something up there. So he quietly opened his door, walked to another room with a skylight, pulled over a ladder, and slowly climbed up. Before opening the skylight, Seng looked around. It was nearly 9 o'clock at night, and the moonlight was dim, making it almost pitch black. Due to the limited angle and the darkness, he could see almost nothing. Could he have really misheard? Just then, a soft sound came from the ceiling. Seng's hair stood on end. This time he was sure he hadn't misheard. There was definitely something up there. The sound coming from the attic was mysterious. And it could be anything. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed, but the stranger it was. The more curious he felt to find out what it was. Isn't that just human nature? When something suddenly makes a noise in a room, one must know what it is. Otherwise, thoughts of ghosts or other frightening things creep in, leading to increasing fear. He decided to grab a spade and a flashlight. Both items that were highly sought after by certain agencies, but now he intended to use them for something else. Gently pushing open the skylight, he stepped outside. The villa had a pointed roof, and logically, no one should be up there, but who could say for sure? Recently, everyone he had come into contact with were experts in their own right. After climbing a few steps and turning around the chimney, he reached the roof of his bedroom. Raising the spade, he suddenly turned on the flashlight. A shadow darted away, and as he followed it with the light, he let out a long breath. It was just a mouse. He looked around, preparing to head back, but suddenly felt something was off. Turning around, he pointed the flashlight into a corner and discovered something resembling a wireless network card. What was this? He cautiously approached it, examining it closely. There were no markings, no wires for power, yet it seemed to be emitting some kind of signal, with an indicator light flashing every 10 seconds. He took it back to his room to investigate. Initially, he suspected it might be a listening device, but upon disassembling it, he found only a circuit board, a transmitter, and a battery. What on earth was this? He couldn't make sense of it, but based on the attributes of the circuit board, he was certain it wasn't a listening device. In the past, to study wireless networks, he had read many books on circuit boards at the library, including methods for making listening devices, but this was definitely not one of them. Suddenly, he noticed the battery was labeled in a foreign language, clearly indicating it wasn't a domestic product. He took it into his secret room and entered the battery model into his computer. The results quickly revealed that it was produced by a company in a certain country and was sold only domestically, with no exports. It was now nearly confirmed that this device was also from that country, but what exactly was it? With this thought, he activated a code to see if he could search for the device's transmission signal, but found nothing. He then took a picture of it and uploaded it online to search, but all results pointed to wireless network cards. He realized that if he only searched by appearance, he might never find the answer, as the circuit board had been modified to fit this casing. He certainly wouldn't think to search for the circuit board itself, as that might lead to even more sensitive information. Once it lost power, it ceased to function. To truly understand what this device was, he would need someone with specialized knowledge to investigate it. He tossed it aside and started browsing the web again. As usual, he logged into a hacker forum. Upon entering, he saw a thread with over 1 million clicks titled Rebirth of Nirvana. Clicking into the thread, the content discussed how some engineers from Nirvana had recently begun appearing around the world. No one knew exactly what they wanted to do, but according to the hacker's speculation, Nirvana must have something big planned this time. The replies varied widely, with one even saying, "Hey, the OPS mom let Nirvana sleep with her." Singe knew that the person who started this thread wasn't just speculating. They must have some data, otherwise, they wouldn't be so detailed. That was the problem. Why were they doing this? Didn't they fear that Nirvana's people would come after them? Trying to check the IP address, it was hidden. In forums like this, as the founder said, everyone would come here to vent, but would leave without revealing their identity. However, Singe never had to worry about that. Within 5 seconds, he found the person who posted the thread. But when he looked at the address, he was puzzled. How could it be the IP address of the FBA Anti-Hacker Alliance? What were they trying to accomplish? Guessing was not as good as just asking directly. That was the simplest approach. So, Singe redirected the address and connected to the NGA network in mere seconds. Before entering the other party's host, Singe's eyes slightly moved. Had the firewall been upgraded? Chapter 266. Nicole Singe discovered that NGA's firewall had indeed been upgraded, enhancing not only its data analysis capabilities, but also the core module of the firewall. He quickly typed a piece of code on the keyboard and clicked the mouse. The code immediately infiltrated the core module of the opponent's firewall, which employed multi-layer encrypted files, particularly for the core program. After decrypting it, Singe looked at the code structure in the program's list and shook his head in frustration. The code was written in C language, the most common and ordinary programming language. The reason it was considered common and ordinary was that the operating systems we are familiar with are also built on this language framework. Moreover, it serves as the sole foundational software platform protocol for many program operations. His momentary excitement faded. Singe didn't even feel like sabotaging it and directly accessed their server to search for information on Nirvana, but found nothing. It seemed necessary to communicate with them. Speaking of NGA, they hadn't been attacked recently and thought that Ghost Butterfly had lost interest in them. They spent their days toiling away against some small hackers. The less progress they made, the less funding FBA provided them. Where would they get that much spare money to upgrade the firewall? The cookie man still eats cookies every day, while Tsuowen is busy collecting documents everywhere. And Iman Shah occasionally listens to music, but spends most of her time waiting for the Ghost Butterfly to appear. She knows that if the Ghost Butterfly doesn't torment NGA, it won't be able to sleep. Just as she was thinking about this, all the monitors in the NGA headquarters suddenly emitted a ghostly blue light. Those mesmerizing wings danced gracefully between fire and blue, creating an enchanting scene. The cookie man threw away his cookie and exclaimed, "Iman Shah, the Ghost Butterfly has appeared." At that moment, Iman Shah had already stood up. "I see it, that damn thing. How is it still alive?" Her voice was transmitted through his device to Seng's ears. Seng smiled and typed a message into the window, saying, "Hey, everyone, did you miss me?" The cookie man spread his hands and asked, "Where should I respond? Our system is completely locked. You don't need to use your hands. I can hear all of you, even your heartbeats." Iman Shah replied, "What do you want this time? A flashlight, a spatula, or some spit? I want to know who posted the Nirvana data on the forum. What are you talking about?" "What Nirvana data?" As soon as Iman Shah's words fell, another voice chimed in that everyone turned to see a beautiful woman in black stockings, strutting toward Iman Shah in 13-centimeter heels like a model. Even without looking at her, Iman Shah could tell by the fragrance that she was Nicole, the head of FBA and the leader of the Defender project. Nicole glanced around, believing that Seng could see everything at the NGA headquarters. In fact, she was right. Seng could see it all, including her beautiful legs and stockings. Why do women look so good and sexy in stockings? Especially Nicole's perfect figure and charm made Seng rub his nose. At this moment, Nicole said, "Ghost Butterfly, I think you want to know what this document says, right? I can give it to you, but I have a condition. Let us hear it. Cooperate with us, because Nirvana is not only your enemy, but also ours. We can provide you with enough intelligence, and you provide us with technical support. Together, we can deal with Nirvana. What do you think? I don't need your intelligence, and I certainly want to cooperate with you." Nicole was thinking too highly of herself if she thought she could use this tactic to make him cooperate with FBA. On another monitor of Seng, everything about Nicole was already listed in detail, including why she liked wearing stockings so much. Seng knew it all too well. Many might think that such publicly available data cannot truly help someone understand another person. This notion is actually incorrect. Once you have the basic information, if you possess a sufficient amount of powerful analytical skills, you can uncover all personality traits of that individual. For example, Nicole appears to be a mysterious and seductive female agent at first glance. However, in the information that Seng reviewed, there was a tweet she posted anonymously stating, "I just want to see a real sunset once." Seng's analysis concluded that she is exhausted, and with no fixed working hours and no holidays, she would never have time to watch a sunset. Why not a sunrise? Because she enjoys the glow of the sunset but dislikes the busyness of sunrise. When the sun rises, she is either in a conference room, in various departments, or battling with a hacker. She wants to put an end to all of this and simply enjoy a sunset quietly, knowing that after the sunset, she can return home to enjoy a better night. Yet, she has forgotten too much of what belongs to her, even her dreams or a beautiful evening. Nicole smiled and said, "If you don't want to know this information, then why hack our server? Is it just for fun? You absolutely need our help to deal with the situation, as our intelligence is the most detailed in the world. If my cooperation with you enables you to see a sunset, I can agree." When she read this part, Nicole took a step back, almost breaking her heel. "How did you know?" Nicole looked flustered, her heartbeat quickening, and her breathing becoming rapid. After asking this question, she seemed to feel it was a bit unnecessary. "Ghost Butterfly is a hacker, right? We all want to remember too many things, but forgetting makes us lose a lot. Nicole, go enjoy a sunset. After saying this, Singh cut off all connections with NGA, and Nicole's information was also closed. He and Nicole were the same kind of person, always forgetting their pursuits while struggling every day. Amansa noticed that Nicole seemed a bit agitated and wanted to comfort her, but Nicole quickly walked away. After her silhouette disappeared, Amansa flipped through the document and found nothing inside. Chapter 267. Campy Nicole just wanted to return to her office, just like usual, tightly closing the door behind her, creating her own world. In her own world, she could freely express joy or sadness and reflect on life in a quiet space. However, there was a figure in black waiting for her in the office today. It seemed that the more one tried to create an air of mystery, the more they liked black, including their clothing, shirts, sunglasses, and even their skin. The room was dimly lit, but even with ample light, it wouldn't matter. When a person doesn't want anyone to see their appearance, even a spotlight wouldn't help. You can see their face, but you can never see their heart. Just like those who brush past us every day. Everyone wears a smile, yet each person's heart can be incredibly wicked. They were strangers, just like the man in black in Nicole's office. She had never seen this person before, and wondered how he got in and sat in her chair. "Who are you?" Nicole asked, her body starting to back away. She was close to the door, just outside were her colleagues, and she could rush out at any moment to call for help. But the man in black seemed to know her plan and spoke up. "If I were you, I wouldn't do that, and I mean no harm because I'm here to help you." Nicole stopped retreating and replied, "I don't think I need anyone's help." "Then why did you use the news about Nirvana to lure Ghost Butterfly out? You want to collaborate to deal with Nirvana. I think that's a key part of your defender plan. But unfortunately, Ghost Butterfly doesn't seem to like working with others." "Who are you?" The man in black was speaking about the highest secrets of the organization. How did he know? What did he want? "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is who Ghost Butterfly is. I think that's the question the organization wants to know the most. Isn't it? But the most important thing right now is who you are. I want to ask that again. If you don't answer, then please leave. Or I'll call someone to make you leave. You can call me Johnson, a typical name. Isn't it? I don't know when it started. But now there are distinctive names for people like me. I quite like being called Johnson." Johnson seemed to be quite absorbed in his views on names. But Nicole had no interest. In her eyes, people like him all looked the same. However, she didn't reach her position as a supervisor in the organization just because of her looks or figure. The fact that this man had appeared in her office out of nowhere and claimed he wanted to help her seemed too good to be true. "Listen, you better tell me what you want to do. Don't forget, this is the organization, not some club where you can casually smoke weed and rap." Johnson smiled and slowly stood up from the chair, towering at least 6'3". "Don't you want to know who Ghost Butterfly is? I'm more interested in knowing who you are." As she spoke, Nicole took another step back. "You must have heard of CSD, right? Are you with CSD? To be precise, I am their enemy. I've lost count of how many times I've fought against them, for how many years. Ever since they took my wife's life, I've been battling them." Nicole averted his gaze and moved behind her desk, sitting in her chair. There was no place safer than here because in one of the desk drawers was a weapon that could take down 10 men. "I have no interest in your story." Johnson sat back down on the sofa, still smiling. "Then, have you heard of the Demon Slaughter Plan?" Nicole immediately thought of a concept. In the 1990s, an agreement was reached between a certain country and another nation regarding comprehensive cooperation on bilateral cybersecurity issues. Based on this agreement, the latter opened up the core code of its networks to the former's intelligence agencies, which in turn shared its own intelligence. Later, the confidential details of the plan were leaked, including a backdoor program from the intelligence agencies, which was originally intended for testing server security and was highly classified. However, once this program was cracked and leaked, it led to a massive attack on all defenses in the fourth domain of the former country by at least hundreds of hackers, resulting in the exposure of a large amount of top-secret information and a serious crisis for the regime. After the incident, the president proposed a crackdown on these hackers, which was unanimously approved by Congress. Considering the concealment and danger posed by the hackers, a secret cybersecurity department was established, referred to as the KMP, meaning Demon Slayer Plan. This department operated covertly, and very few high-ranking officials were aware of its existence. However, CSD knew, and so did Nirvana. As a result, many assassins began targeting KMP members and their families, leading to the complete disappearance of KMP. Although those in the know understood that the actions of KMP members became even more secretive. Thinking of this, Nicole slowly stood up and asked, "Are you a member of KMP? Or you could say KMP is my department, and all members are under my command. How can you prove that?" In that country, there were many mysterious departments, and he could just be making it up. There was no way Nicole could believe him. Johnson, however, laughed nonchalantly and said, "Why should I prove anything? This department doesn't even exist, and we are all shadows. But if you really want to know something, you can ask your superior. He is the one who brought me to your office. Nicole was merely asking out of curiosity, knowing that there weren't many who were aware of Campy. And considering Johnson's ability to freely enter and exit the FBA and his knowledge of her plans, it seemed unlikely that he was lying. Moreover, the main point was that KMP members reported directly to the president, wielding significant power. While the president of that country often changed, their power remained eternal. So, Nicole sat back down and said, "How can I help you?" Johnson replied, "What you can do for me is to refrain from provoking Nirvana casually. The things you posted online this time have only put us in a passive position without any benefit. Although you successfully attracted the ghost butterfly, it took away all your information and left you with nothing." Chapter 268. The drill. After a pause, Johnson continued, "According to the intelligence we gathered from the CSD, it is highly likely that Ghost Butterfly is from a certain country. We have also done some research on this individual. He is originally a librarian, but his other identity is a network engineer for a government department, responsible for all network technologies and defenses. Previously, the CSD had an encounter with him and suffered a crushing defeat, resulting in several casualties and a collapse on their side. Although there is no concrete evidence to prove that this person is indeed Ghost Butterfly, we have reason to believe he is." Nicole listened in a daze. As an intelligence officer, the most painful thing is to be completely in the dark. The CSD also tried to recruit Ghost Butterfly into their organization, but was rejected. Now, they are devising a plan to eliminate this individual named Sung, using despicable tactics akin to those of a rogue. Moreover, a certain organization has also intervened in CSD's actions. They seem to want to obtain something important from this young man. What is it? That is your mission, to secretly go to that country, get close to Sung. And regardless of the methods you use, find out what this organization wants from him." Nicole nodded and said, "All right, I will set off for that country." While others have plans, Singh also has his own strategy. Although a bit chaotic, his plans are quite practical. For instance, every morning he goes to work at the library, and at noon he visits the network company. The mysterious chip has already been given to Long Tianwu for analysis back in the divine realm, and results are expected soon. Everything is normal at the library, but everyone knows Sung has started a company and is trying to curry favor with this future tycoon. Whether it's inviting him to lunch or giving gifts, it has left Singh feeling overwhelmed. When noon arrived at the network company, Liao Simin pulled him aside and said, "Gezi, there's a drill tomorrow, and the opponent is the network department of the 1st Military District. They are not to be underestimated. Do you have any confidence?" "Why do I feel like you're treating this drill as if it's a war?" "It's just a test." Sung replied, "You think it's just a test, but they see it as being looked down upon and want to play with them. Have you seen those guys in the network technology department? I can barely hold myself back from wanting to confront them." Singh shook his head with a smile and said, "It's just a test. It's not a life and death situation." "Is it really that serious?" "Is it not serious? You're not from the military. They think you don't understand their systems and will talk nonsense in front of them. How can they not be angry?" Singh thought about it and realized it was a valid point. He was the one who proposed the drill. Perhaps others thought it was a declaration of war? In any case, how they think is their business. He just needs to focus on what he has to do. Before the drill, Liao Simin handed Sung a document regarding the drill's contents. After reading it, Sung smiled and said, "Liao, what is this?" "It's the content of the drill." "What did you think it was, a love letter?" Sung helplessly replied, "I prefer a love letter. Just look at what this is. The test warriors are assessing their response capabilities in cyber warfare." "What is this?" "I'm here to evaluate cybersecurity, okay? Look, are you getting upset? It's a good thing I didn't have you test their meal standards. There's no need for so much nonsense. Anyway, I don't care. I'm only testing what I want. And I'm not concerned about anything else." Liao Simin said, "Gezi, just listen to me this once, all right?" Singgu, feeling helpless, could only nod and say, "Just this once." "Yes, just once. We'll talk about next time later." The next day, under Liao Simin's guidance, Singgu arrived at the network technology department of the military region. Inside were a group of young men and women in military uniforms, and upon seeing Singgu, most of them had expressions of disbelief. The head of the technology department was a man in his 40s, looking somewhat worn. Singgu thought he didn't resemble a network engineer, but rather a professor. Liao Simin introduced, "Singgu, this is the chief engineer of the technology department, Yujing Tu. You, this is." Before Liao Simin could finish, Yujing Tu stepped forward, shook Sung Ji's hand, and said, "No need for introductions, Mr. Liao. This young man must be Singgu. I've heard a lot about you. It's rare to see someone so accomplished at such a young age." Singgu hurriedly replied, "You're too kind. I only have a basic understanding of networks." After a few more polite exchanges, Yujing Tu called over a young man who looked in his 20s, with a dark complexion and several frown lines. Though he wasn't short, he was actually taller than Singgu. Before you could introduce him, the young man spoke up. "I'm Tang Tian. Nice to meet you, though I'm a bit helpless to meet you. I thought you would have 3 heads and 6 arms. But you look like a kid. Do you have confidence?" Although the comment was harsh, Sung-gu felt that this person was quite straightforward, at least. So he smiled and said, I have confidence, but it depends on whether you can inspire it. Oh, quite arrogant, I like it. Liao Ximin quickly interjected. If you like it, that's fine, but why stick out your tongue? Let me tell you, in this exercise, no verbal attacks, no physical attacks, and absolutely no messing around. Understood? Seeing that this was an exercise and still required combat, Sung-gu realized it was serious. Yu Jingtu continued, Alright, the exercise is about to begin. Tang Tian, take Sung-gu to his room. Follow me. When they got to another room, Tang Tian opened the door. The room was well decorated, with a computer and 4 monitors arranged according to Sung Ji's specifications, which pleased him greatly. At this moment, Tang Tian chuckled and said, Sung-gu, if you lose. No crying, okay? You're just a kid, haha. Seems like you're older than me, but fine, the exercise is about to start, so you should head back. Sung-gu replied and closed the door, thinking about who would be crying later. Liao Ximin no longer stayed by Sung Ji's side, but went to the viewing area of the exercise, where many officers were already seated and stood up to greet her upon seeing her. The debugging of the large screen has finished. An officer consulted with Liao Ximin and a few other officers, then ordered the exercise to begin. Seng opened his computer and thought, what are you all trying to do? In Chapter 269, the shield system, Seng just wanted to complete his task, but what on earth were these people thinking? The exercise hadn't even started, and it already felt like they were ready to fight. If they really lost later, wouldn't they come in and bite back? Especially with the computer's operating system, which operated entirely on commands, this Seng could accept. However, what he couldn't accept was that he had no idea what these commands were about. How could he conduct the exercise without knowing anything? It was clearly an attempt to make things difficult for him, but if that was all they had to trouble Seng, it seemed a bit insufficient. Just as Seng said, is that all you can do? Inserting the USB drive into the computer, Seng began to analyze the programming language of the operating system, which would take some time because the core of this operating system was quite large. In the observation room, Deputy Commander Tang of the military district said to Liao Ximin, Old Liao, I think you're definitely going to lose this time. I thought you could bring more people, but you only brought one. Do you really underestimate our technical department? I felt like I had sand in my eyes when I first saw you. Turns out you old fellow were waiting here. Just one person? Together with me, we could wipe out your technical department. Do you believe it? Deputy Commander Tang knew Liao Ximin was someone who liked to curse, and since they had been colleagues for many years, he wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, You should look at your own age. You still think you're a young man? In my mind, I'm always 18. I love being 18 because I remember when I was that age, I even peeked at your sister taking a shower. Get lost. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone in the observation room burst into laughter. They all knew each other well, so there was nothing that couldn't be said. At this moment, Seng's analysis results finally came out. What troubled Seng was that this operating system was not written in any known language. It was a brand new development based on a specialized programming language. However, once you understand one, you can understand many. In basic operations, Seng was able to quickly handle this language module in just a few minutes. This module was something Seng had developed, specifically targeting this programming language, which could convert it into a programming language he was familiar with. In the exercise room, Tang Tian from the technical department stared at the system for a long time, then turned to Yu Jingtu and said, Minister, it seems like there's no movement. It's only been less than 10 minutes since it started. Don't rush, just wait patiently. Saying this, Yu Jingtu continued to sit in his chair and read. Tang Tian was truly impressed by their minister. This was an exercise, and there were so many high-ranking officials watching in the observation room. Yet he still had the composure to read. Such a mindset was something most people couldn't match. Yu Jingtong indeed feels very relaxed, and this ease comes from his confidence. The operating system used by the military district is entirely designed by him. It is a perfect system, even after countless drills. No one has been able to successfully crack it. This time, when the higher-ups wanted to comprehensively upgrade the system, you felt there was no need for it at all. The upgrades to this system have always been handled by his department. So it seemed absurd to bring in an outsider to upgrade a system that could only be operated internally. Moreover, seeing Seng's age today made him even less concerned. The operating system is currently the most advanced quasi-military system, including several major modules for communication, guidance, positioning, jamming, intrusion, counter-intrusion, data display, radar control, and so on. You spent at least 5 years designing and coding this system, often describing it using his son as a metaphor, which shows how much he cherishes it. Because of this, he believes that only he truly understands this system. Outsiders could never grasp it. Anyway, this is the task assigned by the higher-ups, and all he has to do is act, and then win the drill. It's that simple. As for Seng, he has now converted all the programming languages into an environment he is familiar with. This programming environment can be said to be unique in the world, integrating dozens of mainstream programming software. Once the language conversion is complete, All internal commands also follow suit. This is the first problem Tseng discovered. The core of the operating system can easily be converted. To put it simply, the core program is not protected. After noting this issue, Tseng began to use his commands to infiltrate the technical department's network. For this drill, the military district specifically set up an internal network, which is the network Tseng is currently transmitting data through. Since it is a simulated network, the data transmission mode is indistinguishable from a real network. First, he still needs to get through the firewall. The commonly used penetration programs are not applicable to this firewall because the firewall codes are written in the system language. Under normal transcoding conditions, the core module of the firewall cannot recognize it by default. Therefore, what Tseng needs to do first is to create a normal access module. Since the operating system is written in a unique language, the firewall only recognizes instructions in the same language. Tseng's task is to convert the instructions for uninstalling the firewall into default code. This sounds simple, but in practice, it is anything but easy. However, this is also one of the reasons Tseng loves being a hacker, because in the world of the internet, nothing is impossible. So, whenever Tseng encounters a problem, his first thought is to look for a cracking program, rather than wondering if he can crack it himself. It seems that the program currently in use has once again demonstrated its powerful capabilities by seamlessly integrating the SHIELD language code without any flaws. Utilizing this language, a fake command for automatic upgrades was created, and the firewall immediately opened its doors for Sun. It was awaiting an upgrade, but Tseng's real command was to uninstall. Moreover, it was a background uninstallation, so by the time Tang Tian discovered the issue with the firewall, it would be too late to stop it. Minister, our firewall has been uninstalled. Upon hearing this, Yujing frowned slightly but then calmly said, it's fine. Activate the server's antivirus program and block all access to unfamiliar data. Chapter 270. Antivirus Tseng successfully uninstalled the SHIELD firewall, which surprised Yujing too. He knew the SHIELD all too well. In previous drills, no one had ever successfully breached its firewall. Tseng was the first. He now wanted to know how Tseng managed to accomplish this. However, even with the firewall uninstalled, it wouldn't matter. Once the server's antivirus program was activated, all command codes would be protected. Only authorized data could be recognized by the system, while other data would be eliminated. In the observation room, the data showed that the technical department's firewall had been uninstalled. Liao Ximin chuckled. Old Tang, did you see that? You lost the first move. How will you continue? Deputy Commander Tang responded nonchalantly. This drill has just begun. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm anxious to have some chicken. Hurry up and get the kitchen to stew it. And throw in some mushrooms or something. Tseng had just finished uninstalling the firewall. But when he tried to check the system structure, the data transmission suddenly interrupted. What trick is this? Tseng checked the network transmission signal. Everything seemed normal. It appeared that the data had been expelled by the system. Not to worry. The key was to analyze the problem thoroughly to find a solution. His data was expelled for only one reason. The other party had activated the host's antivirus software, causing the system to kick out all unauthorized data. Resolving this issue wasn't simple. If the data couldn't connect to the server system, even the most powerful program would be of no use. If broken down into steps, Tseng's first task was to make the system recognize his data as authorized. Traditional coding methods were no longer suitable here because the system doesn't evaluate your data. It only looks at authorization. It's like going to an institution where they don't care about your face, but check your credentials. Otherwise, no matter what you say, it would be of no use. To gain authorization, one must crack the core module of the system. This is the only method. However, before that, he needed to find a way to deal with the antivirus program first. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Tseng immediately opened the analysis software and began analyzing the system's antivirus program. If Yujing were to upgrade and reinstall the firewall at this moment, Tseng's next plan could fall apart. However, Yujing chose not to do so. Instead, he turned back to his book, believing that winning was only a matter of time. The antivirus software protected the host system, preventing any data from entering. Moreover, the key to access, the authorization code, was in his hands. Unless he input this code into the system himself, no one could gain entry. At this point, Tseng had completely analyzed the operation mode of the antivirus program. It primarily protected all system files and key directories, and without the authorization code, no data could pass through. Therefore, rather than being just a program, it was more like a domain of rules. Within the realm of the system, it was under its control, capable of determining whether it was clear or cloudy at will. Even in a perfect system, flaws existed. Even if these flaws were nearly invisible, they could not escape Tseng's keen observation. Many hackers, when faced with this issue, might think, damn it, I want to believe I can't take down this antivirus software. Consequently, they would pour all their energy into figuring out how to brute force the antivirus. Some programs could be brute forced, but others could not. One shouldn't underestimate computers. When they get serious, resistance is futile. Tseng was too wise to brute force the software. Instead, He aimed to assist the antivirus in protecting the system. The antivirus could identify all unauthorized data, but it was incapable of recognizing data that, while not intending to enter the system, helped it in its antivirus efforts. This was a result Tseng derived from analyzing the software. Data that was kicked out still existed in the network and had not been destroyed, thus exposing the greatest flaw and issue of the opposing system and antivirus software. They were purely defensive and did not engage in any offense. If this system belonged to Tseng, he would certainly find a way to launch an attack while defending against an assault. That would be the best way to resolve a conflict. However, the technical department not only refrained from attacking but also relied on the antivirus for defense. They trusted the antivirus too much, failing to realize that without cleaning the data thoroughly, there was no difference between killing and not killing. At this moment, Tseng casually wrote a simulated antivirus program using Fusion code, easily merging it with the antivirus software. If the antivirus software had consciousness, it would surely ask Tseng's program, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm killing viruses. I'm killing viruses too. Let us kill together." Great. Thus, when the antivirus was distracted, Tseng suddenly made a move. And the antivirus software, caught off guard, fainted. Tang Tian glanced at the time. There was still an hour left until the exercise was over. In fact, it should have ended earlier. Tseng had attacked only once and then fell silent, likely relying on time now. However, just at that moment, Tang Tian suddenly discovered that all the operating systems in the technical department were displaying garbled characters. "Director, there's a problem." Yujing to slowly put down his book, rubbed his eyes, and walked over to Tang Tian's computer. His expression could no longer remain calm. Was the antivirus software cracked? The system had been rewritten and was now basically completely inoperable. Immediately shut down the system, enter safe mode, and overwrite with backups. Yes. As he spoke, all systems restarted. But just as the monitor turned off, it suddenly turned back on, still showing garbled characters. Damn it. Has he taken control of the hardware? Yujing too was sweating and immediately ordered to cut off the power supply to all computers to prevent any operation. Tang Tian and the other members quickly cut off the power supply to all computers. Sun Gu, seeing this, chuckled and said, "I don't believe you want T-power on." Liao Simin, noticing Tang Tian's bitter expression, patted him on the back and said, "That bottle of Mao Tai at noon is mine now." Yujing Tu wiped his sweat and said, "Power on, enter the backup data network, and download the backup files." Chapter 271. Launch code. Sun Gu did not continue to launch any attacks because he was waiting for the technical department to open the door for him. Disrupting the system was meant to force them to download the server's backup files, as that backup was the most comprehensive system. The operating system of the military department is very complex because it contains various modules that are highly destructive. For example, the missile launch and interception systems, if hacked, would have unimaginable consequences. Although certain technologies can provide defense against traditional network attacks, there are significant drawbacks in scanning wireless networks. Therefore, the only defense method is to shut down all module functions when facing a hacker attack and then decide whether to delete these modules based on the level of damage. When the shield system was destroyed, that category of modules was immediately deleted, leaving Sun Gu with just a shell. To find these modules, the other party's system must be restored, which would then reveal them for hacking. As the server was being re-downloaded before installation, Yujing Tu ordered the formatting of all system directories, leaving no part of the memory untouched. Once everything was completed, they would use a password USB drive to start the installation program. Meanwhile, Sun Gu simply pressed a key on the keyboard and entered a few characters, causing the integration files hidden within the processor to silently activate. This was a technique Sun Gu had mastered long ago. Many believed that computer data only existed in hard drives and memory, but true experts can find hidden data points anywhere. For instance, in the processor, before installing the system. The system's program files must first recognize various parameters of the processor, primarily to determine if it is suitable for system installation. These parameters are entered into the system in the form of data files, and the integration program is hidden within these parameters. After the system downloads the parameters and obtains authorization for the digital certificate, it begins installing the operating system, simultaneously installing the integration program as well. 10 minutes later, the installation of the shield system is complete. A few test commands were entered, and everything is functioning normally. The content of the exercise remains unchanged, which is to win this exercise by preventing a hacker from invading the system. If the opponent gains control of the missile launch system and successfully launches a missile, it would mean a loss. Several simulated locations on the map are still secure, which puts Yujing Tu's mind at ease. He is still relieved that the hacker caused disruptions to his system without directly invading the missile launch system. In his view, the hacker is still a child and lacks long-term vision. The hacker is currently focused on cracking the missile launch system, with the dynamic password being the most challenging barrier. The launch password changes every 10 seconds, and a special startup key is required to activate the password. This is a USB drive specifically for inputting the password, along with the key for starting the launch platform. Both are indispensable. If the password is entered incorrectly once, the entire launch platform will automatically shut down and will remain off until a designated command is given. This is a rigid setting with no shortcuts. Although the missile launch platform requires support from the launch system to operate, it does not possess any computational capabilities. It merely controls the missile launch. Once the system is cut off from power, it cannot be restarted unless manually activated. Not even the most skilled individuals could turn it back on. Cracking the password is not very difficult. It just requires locating the core components of the password. Although a USB drive is needed for a hacker, cracking passwords is basic skill. For a super hacker like the individual in question, the USB drive becomes irrelevant, as they can directly resort to brute force cracking. Brute force cracking involves connecting password calculation software directly to the core components of the password and performing calculations based on the module's characteristics. For ordinary hackers, it might take several minutes to crack a set of mixed passwords using their calculation software. However, the hacker has developed their own software that optimizes the core algorithms to a certain extent, especially with the unique matrix module calculation method, which significantly shortens the time required for password cracking. This matrix module calculation method can simultaneously compute passwords of up to 100 characters, calculating from both the starting and ending characters at the same time. Although conceptually similar to the exhaustive search method, this simultaneous calculation of 100-character passwords operates at speeds more than 100 times faster than traditional exhaustive methods. For a normal password, cracking it using the exhaustive method might take a minute, but with the matrix module algorithm, it can be accomplished in just 6 seconds. Moreover, the matrix calculation method also includes integrated floating point calculations specifically designed for programs that can change password structures autonomously. As for the key, the hacker had already removed this requirement in the core command settings of the system. Otherwise, why would Singh hide data files within the processor? It was to change the system's fundamental settings, making the entire defense system work for him. In just 5 seconds, the password was cracked, and he accessed the missile launch system's interface. Although it was merely a simulation exercise with no actual missiles to launch, Singh felt particularly excited at that moment. If this were a real cyber attack, he would only need to input a few coordinates and select launch, and those coordinates would vanish from the world entirely. What weapon could be more powerful than a missile strike? As for what missiles were controlled by the military district, that involves military secrets, which we won't discuss. And no one cares what kind of missile it is, as long as its explosion range is sufficient to devastate a large area. Launching a missile is not an easy task. The launch system can be controlled, but when the launch command reaches the launch platform, it requires a manual launch. This necessitates disguising the launch code, as only the soldiers on the launch platform can believe that this is the launch code issued by the missile launch system, allowing them to press the launch switch. Since this is an exercise, the missile launch platform is also a data simulation, but this department operates independently. They need to verify the launch code and recognize verbal commands to launch. Singh didn't understand this launch process because he was just a hacker, not an engineer from the technical department, let alone a soldier. How could he know the details? Regarding the launch codes, Singh had gathered information from the internet. So after completing the launch code, he sent it to the launch platform. Chapter 272. Missile launch. Singh thought that simply sending the launch code would enable the missile to be launched, thus concluding the exercise. However, as the defender, Yujingta broke into a cold sweat upon receiving the confirmation command from the launch platform. Fortunately, Singh was unaware of the launch process. Otherwise, the missile would have been launched. He immediately instructed Tang Tian to deny the launch command, stating it was a false one. If it had launched, they would have lost the exercise. Aside from denying the launch command, Yujingta found that he was now powerless to do anything. The firewall, antivirus software, and all defense modules were functioning normally. How did Singh crack the launch system? Now was not the time to ponder this. If Singh wanted to crack the system, he would shut down the entire system, seeing how he would upload the launch code then. In the observation room, Liao Simin, after listening to the previous exercise report, chuckled and said, "Old Tang, just a few minutes ago, the military district's missile was almost launched, targeting our military district headquarters. If that missile had come down, it might have directly landed on your desk, before being blown to bits. You could have taken a selfie and posted a caption saying, 'When my own missile lands in front of me.'" Haha. Deputy Commander Tang shot a glare at Liao Simin, who was rambling nonsensically, wishing he could just punch him. However, what he really wanted to criticize was that individual, who had the audacity to read a book during the drill. Such arrogance deserved to have missiles dropped on their heads. But the rules of the exercise dictated that they could only observe and not speak. Moreover, the situation was becoming somewhat chaotic. First, it was discovered that his launch codes were ineffective, and the launch platform needed to confirm the instructions, which he had not anticipated. This made the subsequent exercise particularly passive, as they had already raised alarms, making it difficult to convince others of their intentions. The technical department was in disarray because they found that all their permissions to set up the core of the defense system had been revoked. In other words, this system was no longer under their control. All permissions were in the hands of that individual. How could this happen? How could this happen? The individual was on the brink of collapse, truly at a breaking point. Every attack from the other side since the start of the exercise had been so terrifying. Was fear truly their weapon? Otherwise, why such panic? All the warriors in the technical department, along with their leader, turned their eyes toward him, waiting for orders. Any command that would allow them to take some action, something to make them feel relevant. Yet, he could provide them with nothing. He had never anticipated such a situation and had no countermeasures. In the end, he could only order the shutdown of all systems, format them, download backups anew, and reinstall the system. Seeing this, someone called out in frustration, "Is that all you can do?" Of course, no one could hear him, and even if he did, what could it change? Before that individual, he had no capability left to exert. Why is the battlefield commander's role so crucial? Because one decision can either win a comprehensive war or lose everything. Therefore, when a commander issues orders, they must think carefully. There is no room for hindsight or second chances. Even if this was just an exercise, failure would not result in death or any tangible loss. But the implications behind it were undeniably significant. It was clear that he was not a competent commander. Knowing that the other side had already uploaded a launch code and might do so again, he should have monitored the missile launch system, even without control permissions. As long as he opposed the missile launch, no amount of skill from the other side would matter. Even if he could not oversee the system, he should have immediately ordered the launch platform to shut down the missile launch capabilities, which would have effectively thwarted the attack. Instead, he chose the most inappropriate and unbelievable option, to reinstall the system in a bid to regain control. Even the other side found it amusing. Was this individual acting deliberately? Such pursuit was truly inscrutable. The technical department's defense system was shut down, but Sing's system was still operational. Thus, Sing modified the command module and uploaded a missile launch code again, this time changing the strike coordinates. After receiving the launch code, the soldiers on the launch platform were still required to confirm the instructions as per protocol. At this moment, Sing had already activated all communication system settings. Upon receiving the confirmation, Sing decisively clicked confirm. After the launch platform received the confirmation, two soldiers holding the keys simultaneously turned the keys inserted into the platform after a 5-second countdown, activating the launch system. After confirming the target coordinates, another soldier pressed the missile launch switch following another 5-second countdown. In the observation room in the technical department, someone shouted almost simultaneously, "Look!" On the large screen simulation map, the missile had been launched and accurately hit the target point 1 minute later, resulting in an explosion. When the explosion animation appeared, Yu Zhengtong sat pale in his chair. The exercise ended in failure for the technical department. Everyone in the technical department lowered their heads, and Deputy Commander Tang shook his head helplessly. Seng saved all the exercise data. Although he won, there were no cheers or applause. Everything was so quiet, even somewhat lonely. This was his world, wasn't it? A stage destined to be occupied by only him. No matter how splendid the lights were, there was still no sense of existence. Thus, Seng had grown accustomed to this loneliness and silence. After arriving at the technical department, Yu Zhengtong didn't even have the courage to glance at Seng, while Tang Tian looked dejectedly at the computer screen. No one spoke because no one knew what they should say, just like when they saw the missile launch. They didn't know what to do. Liao Ximin and Deputy Commander Tang entered the technical department as well. Liao Ximin had a strange expression, making Seng wonder if he was in pain. Deputy Commander Tang commented on the exercise, praising Seng greatly. When it came to Liao Ximin's turn to comment, he immediately exclaimed, "Seng is one of us." Chapter 273. Deep feelings. Seng handed the test report to Liao Ximin, knowing this was not a place where he could speak freely. His report was very detailed, especially regarding Liao Ximin's assessment of the technical department personnel, for which Seng could only give them a barely passing grade. There was a standard for evaluation. Seng measured the defense capability of the system from a hacker's perspective, and throughout the exercise, he did not use any mysterious codes. Although his skills were unmatched in certain aspects, from the national defense perspective, these individuals did not meet the mark. Particularly, Yu Jingtong's several erroneous commands allowed Seng to launch the missile with almost no effort. Seng elaborated on this in his report, and Liao Ximin did not hold back in criticizing the technical department, nearly scolding them to the point where they wanted to hide under the table. Of course, Sing Gu took note of these issues himself, so that when he upgrades the shield system in the future, this information will come in handy. When he returned to the network, Long Tianwu was already waiting for him. He had already asked someone to analyze the chip. which turned out to be a signal transmission device capable of capturing all network signals within a small range and transmitting the contents to a designated computer host. Long Tianwu also provided Xinggu with an IP address, which is the receiving computer for the transmitter. They had searched for this address online, but found nothing. It was a blank IP with no registered network information. Naturally, Xinggu also looked up this IP address, initially thinking it might be a masked IP, but after analysis, it indeed turned out to be a blank address that had never been activated. There's no point in overthinking it. His enemies are limited in number. And no matter how he counts, it's just a few of them. Almost every day, he drags his exhausted body home, feeling overwhelmed by the recent workload, to the point that he lacks the motivation even for basic needs. Moreover, there always seemed to be someone intruding into his life, as if they didn't want him to get a good night's sleep. However, this time, he was surprised to see none other than Nicole from the FBA, whom he had encountered just yesterday. Xinggu is quite the actor, isn't he? He knew full well that Nicole was there to see him. But for the sake of his identity, he pretended not to recognize her and continued to take out his keys to open the door. Excuse me. May I ask if you are Mr. Sung? Nicole decided to take the initiative to speak to him. If it were any other man, they would be lining up to talk to her just because of her beautiful legs. I am. May I ask who you are? Xinggu wanted to keep up the act, but Nicole smiled and said, "What's wrong? Has your vision deteriorated so much when you're away from the network? I really don't know you. If you have nothing else, I need to go home. I am Nicole, the supervisor from the FBA. If it's convenient, could we sit down and have a drink?" Xinggu blinked. The aroma of stewed fish wafted through the room, but after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Half an hour later, in a more artistic bar in the capital, a group of male and female college students were celebrating someone's birthday, and the atmosphere was quite lively. Watching them, Xinggu was reminded of his own campus life and realized that throughout all those years in school, he had never received a single gift. Or rather, since his parents left, he hadn't received a birthday gift at all. In college, others called him a weirdo and avoided him, simply because he didn't like to talk and was even less interested in flirting. The only time he felt a bit of accomplishment was during a cultural performance at graduation, when he sang a song, the title of which he still remembered, "Come Back." Only this one song seemed to change everyone's impression of Sung, because they never knew that he was such a talented person. His singing moved countless people, but once the song ended, they all went their separate ways. After the waiter brought their drinks and glanced at Nicole, he left. There's no denying that Nicole is indeed a very attention-grabbing woman, especially with her subtle fragrance, which captivated Sung. "Mr. Sung, you can just call me Sung. I'm not old enough to be called Mr. yet." The music gradually started playing, and even the lights became hazy. The rhythm of the music felt very familiar, and Sung slowly turned to look at the singer on stage. This song was the one he had sung at the cultural gala years ago, wasn't he it? Nicole also looked at the singer. Having grown up surrounded by jazz and various musical elements, she had never heard music from the Dragon Country before. Sung swayed to the rhythm, softly humming along to the lyrics, as if everything had returned to those years. It wasn't until the music ended that Sung slowly opened his eyes. But everything still seemed so enchanting. A beautiful piece of music always has an ending, yet it leaves a lifelong echo in people's hearts. Sung's murmurs sounded like self-talk, filled with a lonely sadness that even moved Nicole. The moments when a man inadvertently reveals his true self are the most touching for a woman. Many might say that Sung is just a fictional character, and it doesn't matter how many women he has. You can ask many questions, but have you ever thought that there's always a moment when you attract the attention of many women? And there will always be a moment when you feel lonely, isolated, or have forgotten the taste of love. Yet there will be a woman silently comforting and protecting you. It's not because you're pitiful, but because of the genuine emotions you inadvertently show that make it irresistible for them. At that moment, they want to embrace you and comfort you. Some might say, "I'm single, don't tell me this, just get on with it. I want to see if Sung ends up with Nicole." To that, I just want to say, you've been lonely for so long, so don't pretend in front of women. Be brave and confess your loneliness and solitude to your goddess. At least you can experience a moment of genuine indulgence and be your true self. As for Sung, apart from his identity, he never actively hides anything because this is all that remains in his world, right? Nicole couldn't understand Chinese, but from Sung's expression, she seemed to sense the emotions that this music brought him. There aren't many men with such deep feelings left. Chapter 274, Assassination. Sung's mood, like a piece of music that has finished playing, quickly came to an end. Now he needed to know why Nicole had come all the way from her country to his doorstep. "Ms. Nicole, you can just call me Nicole. I'm only a year older than you. I'm sorry, the lighting in the room is a bit dim, which can visually misrepresent one's actual age." Nicole made a nonchalant expression and continued, "You must be curious about how I ended up in front of you, right? Let me tell you. I have enough information to indicate that you are the ghost butterfly." "What ghost butterfly? I haven't sprouted any wings." Sung, of course, couldn't deny it. After all, The other party was the head of the world's largest anti-hacking alliance, and he was a hacker. What was there to talk about? If it weren't for her beautiful legs, Sung would absolutely not be sitting here. Even Sung himself didn't realize that he had developed a dual personality. In the online world, he was evil. His mischief exceeded the number of stars in the sky, and he was also lecherous. Most importantly, he identified himself as a hacker, which was his own definition. Because being a hacker opened up another life for him. He wanted to experience a different personality and a different life, didn't he? In the library, however, he was dull, composed, and didn't like to talk. When it came to moving books, he was definitely a warm-hearted guy who wouldn't sweep the floor. Sometimes, he wished he could blend these two personalities, but the outcome was always a failure. Online, he could use various means to act like a hacker. But in his own world, he couldn't just take out his frustration on anyone, could he? Eventually, Sung established a rule. When dealing with enemies from the online world, he would adopt his hacker persona. Otherwise, he remained a warm-hearted guy. Nicole was the head of the FBA, and there was no one with a more genuine lineage than her. So at this moment, Sung's mind had already activated its firewall, and any attack would not succeed. Nicole continued, Sung, we mean no harm. On the contrary, we can help you. I don't need anyone else's help, and even if I did, I wouldn't ask others for it. You came all the way here to help me, but I think you folks are not that friendly. Of course, we also need your help. This truly confused me. I don't need your help, and I have no idea what I could help you with either. Because we have a common enemy, Nirvana, and as far as I know, Nirvana wants to get something from you. They started secretly investigating you a long time ago, including your home, the library where you work, and even the loose thread on your underwear. They know everything. When Nirvana was mentioned, Sung was interested to hear more. So he urged Nicole to continue. However, the information Nicole had gathered from Johnson was limited. Sung, I don't know if you've heard of the Campy organization. With so many organizations in the world, not every one of them is something I need to know about. Besides, why should I care about these things? There are so many organizations and departments in your country, even one that dresses up naked mannequins in malls, called the Grandma Assault Team. Nicole continued. This organization is the world's first anti-hacker department. They have spent their lives fighting against hacker organizations like Nirvana. Although I am the head of the FBA, I am also a member of KMP, and I want you to join this organization as well, so we can tackle Nirvana together. Sung shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Nicole, but I think I still don't understand what you're saying. I know a bit about network technology, but I'm far from what you call anti-hacking. From my personal perspective, I have no interest in Campy at all. It's getting late. I think we should end this for today. Anyway, welcome to the Dragon Country. After saying this, Sung left. Nicole watched his back, feeling happy to be in the Dragon Country, and she was determined not to leave without getting through to Sung. Once home, Sung immediately started eating. It had been a long time since he had fish, and Qin Nan's cooking was quite good. Hey, slow down. You need to spit out the bones too. Seeing Sung devour his meal, Qin Nan felt a rush of excitement. What woman wouldn't like a man who appreciated her cooking? Just then, the doorbell rang. Qin Nan sighed. Every time we are alone for a bit, she comes to ring the doorbell. At the door, a drunken Esther stumbled in, reeking of alcohol, which made Qin Nan cover her nose. Sung, I want to see Sung. I'm right here. Why have you been drinking so much again? Don't you know it's dangerous to go out alone? But Esther suddenly burst into tears, clinging to Sung and sobbing. Sung, I miss you so much. Please don't leave me, okay? You've had too much to drink. Let me help you get some rest. With Qin Nan's help, they finally managed to get Esther back to her room. She was covered in alcohol, so Qin Nan asked Sung to step out while she changed Esther's clothes. Sung didn't think much of it, and turned to go downstairs to continue eating fish. Qin Nan closed the door and turned to Esther with a blank expression, saying, Stop pretending. What do you really want? Esther was taken aback, but then cried out, Sung, I want Sung. Get out of my way. You really want to die, don't you? Qin Nan gritted her teeth and grabbed Esther by the neck, tightening her grip. Esther felt like her neck might snap. What do you want? Or I'll kill you. Esther gasped for breath, trying to push Qin Nan's hand away. After a fit of coughing, she finally managed to ask, Who are you? Qin Nan snorted coldly and said, I'm the one asking questions here. You have a dagger on you and approached Sung on purpose. What is your intention? After thinking for a moment, Esther replied, I went out alone with a dagger for self-defense. What's wrong with that? Besides, the alcohol on you is not what you threw up, but what you poured on yourself. You intend to get close to Sung and then stab him with that dagger, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Nan raised her hand and once again grabbed her by the neck, saying, Listen, Sung is my husband. I don't care who you are. If anyone tries to harm him, I will kill you. Chapter 275. Cooperation. Esther didn't want to deny it any longer. She was already at her breaking point. With tears streaming down her face, she recounted to Qin Nan why she wanted to assassinate Sung. She didn't know who Qin Nan was, but they were both women, and no one understands women better than women themselves. The so-called understanding from men is merely limited to numerical concepts regarding a woman's body. For instance, if you ask a man how deep a woman's cleavage is, he would surely respond, wow, at least 27 centimeters, as if he had measured it precisely. After listening, Nan sighed and said, Aster, I don't know what your views on love are, but I can tell you for sure that you don't truly love Sung. No, I love him. You love him. Yet you want to kill him? If it were me, I would rather die than harm the man I love, and your reasons are just absurd. Since we are both women, I won't make it difficult for you this time. But starting tomorrow, you better disappear from Sing's life, or else you will vanish. After saying that, Nan pushed the door and left. Aster hugged her trembling shoulders, feeling that the world was far too vast for her, with no embrace and no corner where she could survive. Meanwhile, Sung in the secret room was completely unaware of what was happening and was busy researching information about Campy. Even the intelligence agency had very little detailed information. Sing only knew that this organization was founded in the 1980s and had been battling high-level hackers ever since. Later, the Nirvana organization began to carry out various assassinations on Campy members, leading Campy to enter a state of secrecy and fade from public view until today, when people had hardly even heard of it. However, one thing was certain. If anyone in this world could fight against Nirvana, it was Campy. Singh strongly agreed with this. An organization that had persistently battled the largest hacker group in the world for decades. What reason could there be to doubt them? At that moment, in the Capitol Hotel, Nicole was also communicating with Johnson. Johnson was not surprised by Singh's refusal, but stated, even with this refusal, it doesn't change the fact that we need this person to join Campy. Right now, Campy has nothing but power, but in the eyes of these anarchist organizations, that power means nothing. As far as I know, Singh has always wanted to learn about Jack. Yes, this was also the main reason why Ghost Butterfly appeared in the online world. One could say that without Jack, there would be no Ghost Butterfly. In the library, Singh was moving books when the old curator walked up behind him, shaking his head and saying, Gezi, how do you think your uncle treats you? It was great when you didn't let me move books. Books definitely need to be moved. Otherwise, this library could disappear. Some things need to be stirred regularly to have a spirit, right? Singh neatly placed the books on the shelves one by one. Compared to his work at Sungwon, this task was much simpler. At least he didn't have to deal with so many complex procedures. He just needed to arrange the books one by one. Librarian, is your office haunted again? Should I go and do something about it? I've already taken care of it myself. Honestly, there are no ghosts in this world. We just scare ourselves. Singh chuckled, you did it yourself? Well, if there were ghosts, I doubt anyone could stay here. Stop joking around, Gezi. We've been at this library for so many years. I think it's time for a change. Isn't every day a change? Look, we have to move these books. I mean a fundamental change, not just these books. Singh asked, you don't mean you want us to move the shelves too, do you? That would be a huge project. I can't manage that. Before he could finish his sentence, Nicole appeared in front of Singh. The old librarian saw her beautiful legs and curvy figure and suddenly turned to run away. Librarian, what is going on? Gezi, let's talk later. I need to go, no? I need to use the restroom. Singh sighed, feeling sorry for the old librarian at his age. He turned to Nicole and asked, so what do you want? Nicole didn't respond immediately. She looked around at the bookshelves before speaking, saying, do you want to know about Jack? Singh's hand trembled, and a book fell to the floor with a loud thud. Nicole glanced at the book and then at Singh, smiling. I know you've always wanted to know about Jack. I can give you everything about Jack, including her. Singh remained silent, focusing on arranging the books on the shelf, but he was anything but calm inside. Jack was someone he had always been concerned about, and Nicole had referred to Jack as her. Could it be that Jack was a woman? I know you're conflicted, Singh. I don't want to treat this as a transaction. Don't think this is a condition for you to join Campy. I just want you to know that I'm on your side and can give you everything you want. Or rather, I just want you to help us, help Campy. At least let me know how beautiful the sunset is. Singh sighed and looked into Nicole's eyes, saying, I don't want anything, and I can't help you. You should just leave. Otherwise, the old librarian might not be able to get up today. Saying this, Singh walked toward another shelf, taking the books down one by one. He was indeed conflicted and increasingly unsure whether to trust Nicole. After all, Jack had opened the door to the world of hacking for him. But once he stepped into that other world, could he ever turn back? What if the matter with the ghost butterfly was discovered by the organization? Sinch had to consider that he was not a match for Nirvana, nor were the people around him, who were even more vulnerable. Therefore, Sinch felt that he could not give up everyone around him for Jack. However, Nicole said, Sinch, only you can save Jack. In the whole world, only you. The most important thing is that even if you don't want to provoke Nirvana, they are already preparing to go to war with you. Instead of fighting alone, why not fight with us? We have intelligence, funding, power, and everything you want. The only thing we lack is technology. Campy needs you. The entire fourth domain of the world needs you. I need you too. Singe slowly raised his head and turned to say, I want the information on Jack. Chapter 276. Fury Singe finally showed some willingness to cooperate. Nicole was obviously very excited, not merely because Singe had agreed to her request for cooperation, but because Ghost Butterfly had agreed to her request. Hackers worldwide wanted to know who Ghost Butterfly was in the cyber world. There were almost no hackers whose information could not be found. Singe had created a miracle, hadn't he? Those who create miracles feel nothing, while those who possess the miracle are the ones truly excited. I can arrange for you to see Jack immediately. Singe thought for a moment. There was no reason to refuse. Since he had already asked for Jack's information, cooperation was inevitable. Before I see Jack, you have never been here, Singe said as he stepped close to Nicole, looking directly into her eyes. If what you say is false, I will make you pay the highest price. Do you understand what I mean? If his identity were exposed, and he did not obtain Jack's information, Singe would definitely not let the agency off the hook. Nicole nodded and turned to leave. She needed to tell Johnson this good news immediately and have him approach the relevant agency to retrieve Jack. When Johnson met with the head of the agency, he received nothing but a rude gesture in response to his request. Who the hell are you? This is the agency, not your local association. You won't get anything here. Johnson sneered and said, perhaps it's been a long time since I've had any dealings with your department. I didn't even realize your power exceeded that of the President and Congress. The head slammed a stack of documents onto the table and said, the agency is an independent department. We report directly to the President. I don't know which department you're from, and I don't care. But if you want to take Jack, just talking won't cut it. Without direct authorization from the President, you won't get a hair from me. Fortunately, you still have the President above you. Johnson then tried to contact the President, but the President's opinion nearly made him jump. The President seemed uninterested in what Singe could help them with. He only remembered that Ghost Butterfly had nearly destroyed their network defenses. The President's intention is for Johnson to find a way to eliminate the Phantom Butterfly, rather than giving him the impression that the nation would provide everything for a certain organization. After hearing the President's words, Johnson broke out in a cold sweat. Was the President confused? Did he even know what he was doing? This was essentially betraying the nation's cybersecurity. Nicole had already made arrangements with the Phantom Butterfly, and now the President was pulling this stunt. Was he trying to provoke Singh on purpose? Mr. President, I think you should seriously reconsider your orders. The Phantom Butterfly has agreed to cooperate with us to deal with that organization, which aligns perfectly with our interests. If we let the Phantom Butterfly think we only want to kill him, have you considered what he might do in return? The President replied, that's exactly why I want him gone. We can't rely on a hacker to help us maintain our interests. One day, if he becomes unhappy, the nation will also suffer. I won't gamble with the security of our country. Just follow my orders. It's easy to say such things now, but how much have they done behind the scenes? Nevertheless, the President had made up his mind, and Johnson's attempts to dissuade him were futile. Reluctantly, he had to convey the President's message to Nicole. When she heard the news, it felt like a thunderclap. The outcome shouldn't have been like this. But why were they doing this? Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed, followed by a torrential downpour that could wash away the world's filth. But it could never cleanse the sorrow and fear in Nicole's heart. The only fortunate thing was that the President didn't specifically know who the Phantom Butterfly was, and Johnson had assured Nicole that he wouldn't disclose this information to the relevant agency. However, Nicole needed to return home immediately, as it was very likely she was being followed by agents. She had initially wanted to see Singh one last time before leaving, but ultimately decided against it and left the country, returning home. Singh was completely unaware of these developments, and it felt as if Nicole had vanished from the face of the earth. His first thought was that Nicole, who knew his identity, might have leaked his information to the intelligence department. Not only had Nicole disappeared, but even Esther had mysteriously vanished. Singh thought she would be with Mingru, but Mingru said she hadn't seen her for days. Looking out at the world beyond the window, everything appeared unchanged, yet everything had transformed. Every question has its answer, and Singh was now determined to find out what trick Nicole was playing. When a person's anger erupts, it can bring about destructive force akin to the end of the world. Nicole arrived at the FBA as usual, greeting everyone she passed, but unlike before, these people didn't engage with her. Their eyes reflected confusion and disbelief. Upon opening the office door, she found several agents seated inside, led by the head of the agency. The man wore a peculiar smile, as if he were telling Nicole that seeing him was akin to facing death. Nicole calmly walked into the office, wearing her usual smile. Although the domestic agency was directly under the control of the main agency, it was still considered an independent department. Mr. Turner, I believe you've entered the wrong office. The main agency should be upstairs. Turner sneered and replied, Nicole, is this still your office? I wouldn't say so. Or rather, you're nothing now, and everything you see no longer belongs to you. However, I can offer you a choice. Just tell me who the Ghost Butterfly is, and perhaps everything will return to you. Nicole smiled indifferently and said, Mr. Turner, I'm afraid you won't get anything from me. If you like what's in this office, feel free to take it. The agency means nothing to me anymore. Suddenly, Turner stood up and grabbed Nicole by the neck. She looked at him in terror as a suffocating feeling surged in her mind. Did he want to kill her? He didn't want to kill her. At least not now. He simply slammed her down onto the desk to make her understand that if she didn't reveal who the ghost butterfly was, all she could expect was pain. Chapter 277. Invasion. Nicole struggled fiercely against Turner's arm, tears of humiliation streaming down her face as she shouted, "Let go of me. You bastard. This is the domestic agency. This is the security department of the nation, and I am the head of this department. My duty is to eliminate every one of you bastards who seek to undermine national security. Now tell me, who is the ghost butterfly? I won't tell you anything. If you have the guts, go ahead and try." Turner waved his hand, and Nicole was thrown heavily to the ground, coughing repeatedly. "I have more tricks up my sleeve than you can count, and I can guarantee you'll experience each one. It's just a pity about your figure. You should be in a beauty pageant, not working for the agency." Wiping her tears, Nicole coldly replied, "If this is the homeland I'm supposed to protect, I would gladly see it destroyed immediately. Looks like your wish won't come true." As Turner was about to make another move, the office door was kicked open. As they looked up, they saw Johnson. He first helped Nicole to her feet, then turned to Turner and said, "You're right. Nicole is indeed no longer with the agency. She is now with the Campy department. If you want to showcase your power, you've come to the right place." Facing Johnson, Turner had to be a bit more restrained, as the Campy department had been around just as long as the main agency. And as agents of the fourth domain, they wielded power that, in some respects, surpassed that of the main agency. He could persuade the president to deal with the ghost butterfly, but he could not persuade the president to disband the Campy department, as its existence was deemed even more vital than that of the main agency. "Johnson, we both work for the same boss. When it comes to issues of territorial security, I believe you should be more aware of the limits of your authority. It's impossible to cover all departments." "Who said I wanted to cover other departments? And don't compare Campy to your agency, because we are not beasts. You were so furious that you nearly spat blood, your teeth were grinding." Johnson didn't take him seriously and continued, "You better remember that your authority does not extend over my department. The president has already approved my request. From now on, FBA will be independent from your agency and will fall under Campy. So I hope your agency will not interfere with our work. Otherwise, I will present all your internal documents to the president." The last statement was a warning to Turn not to oppose Campy, as they could freely access all internal documents to show to the president. Of course, these documents must not be shown to the president. Otherwise, there would be significant repercussions for the agency. Johnson's remarks were also meant to give Turn some face, as they were both government departments working for the country's interests, and there was no need for such hostility. Turn understood Johnson's good intentions, nodded, and was about to leave. But at that moment, all the lights in FBA went out, and all the computers powered on automatically. Nicole looked at Johnson in terror. She knew the ghost butterfly had appeared. Turn looked around and asked, "What's going on?" Johnson calmly replied, "Someone is furious, and the one who ignited that fury is you." A few people entered the FBA conference hall, where the large screen displayed a ghostly blue hue, with a fire-wrapped ghost butterfly flapping its wings, as if the entire world was engulfed in chaos. All the anti-hacking departments were similarly affected. Compared to the panic in other departments, NGA remained calm, with Ivansa casually saying, "This guy is up to tricks again." The main reason for the chaos in other departments was that they had completely lost control over the FBA network. In front of the ghost butterfly, they were like powerless slaves. Their lives could be harvested and torn apart by that ghostly blue shadow at any moment. Fear enveloped everyone like darkness. And even Johnson looked incredulous. He had dealt with world-renowned hackers for decades, and even the most shocking appearances couldn't compare to this. Could the ghost butterfly truly be the master of the network? Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Capitol, Sung had completely taken control of all FBA network permissions, utilizing all the functions of the ghost trick. This was indeed his fury, wasn't it? He wanted them to know that he could be a savior, but also a devil. The head of the FBA Network Defense Department immediately ordered all network cables to be unplugged, activated the wireless network, and redirected all IP addresses. Several employees rushed into the server room and recklessly pulled out all the network cables. At the same time, the data from the ghost entity also changed. Once they unplugged the cables, Singh merely sneered and activated the Infinite code. The Infinite module immediately appeared, and with the integration of the ghost entity, all the Infinite channel coordinates used by the employees were scanned. Singh shut down all channels except for the main channel and, using the signal emitted by the mainframe, directly controlled all wireless networks under the data connection of the Infinite code. This included every individual's portable network device, all wireless data, channels, and signal patterns, which were all displayed on Singh's monitor. To heighten their fear, Singh uploaded the basic information from everyone's portable devices to the mainframe converter and displayed it on the big screen. This information contained everything, including their privacy, secrets, and even pictures taken in the women's restroom. One employee quickly took out his device and shouted, "SHIT." At this point, No one cared about their mainframe anymore. Only Johnson remained fixated on the big screen, looking calm on the outside, but internally, he was in turmoil. He never expected Singh to have mastered the technology to control wireless networks. KMP and even Nirvana had not fully grasped this technology, which explained why Nirvana was so eager to obtain this person. It was time to speak. Singh activated the voice disguise program and directly addressed the audio device. You have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, all wireless device data in your region will appear on every big screen, just like what you see now. Turn stepped forward and said, Ghost Butterfly. Is that all you've got? Singh already knew who he was from the data on his wireless device, so he sneered and replied, Turn. If you don't want your privacy exposed to everyone, then pull out your weapon and shoot Nicole. Chapter 278. Global Strategy. Singh ordered Turn to kill Nicole. He was not joking and felt no remorse for the cruelty of the command. When a person's soul is completely consumed by anger, they lose the ability for rational thought. The anger stemmed from Nicole, who had exploited Singh's sympathy for Jack to expose his identity. It was like someone stripping you bare and then publicly discussing your attributes. Any man would find it intolerable. Nicole wanted to explain, but Johnson spoke up, Ghost Butterfly. We don't need to harm each other. Nicole and I are on your side. Doing this will only complicate matters further. Shut up, you blackmouth. No matter how this world changes, you people will always be the same. Turn, my patience is limited. Shoot Nicole now. Turn shook his head and said, That's impossible. Ghost Butterfly, you are currently invading a certain nation's network, recklessly undermining its security and interests. The CIA director, Singh, interrupted with a cold laugh. As you can see, I can instantly control all the networks of this nation's institutions, including your portable devices. If I wanted to, I could immediately locate all missile launch bases and make your missiles fire indiscriminately. I could make your Air Force One fall from the sky, and I could even flatten your capital city with your fighter jets. Turn sighed and said, Let me think about it. I'll give you 1 minute. The agents from the CIA's Network Technology Department were trying to track Singh's IP address, but the FBA's entire network was like a house without doors, even with authorization. They couldn't get in. In this world, only Singh could breach the defenses of the ghost domain. No one else could even think about it. In a room in a residential area of a certain city, the curtains were tightly drawn, blocking out any sunlight. The room was so dark that even the lights were off, with only the glow of the monitor piercing through the gloom. Perhaps the person sitting in front of the screen was afraid of that blinding light. Everyone was wearing black sunglasses. Their true faces were hidden in the darkness, appearing even darker. One person whispered, Yes, right there. Another replied, I can't see anything. I can't connect to his network. Is there any data on the wireless channels of the FBA? One person rapidly typed characters on the keyboard, as if digging for treasure, knowing that each character could bring them immense wealth. However, wealth has a soul. When it doesn't belong to you, even if you dig through the whole world, you won't find it. I see no data. Could it be that Ghost Butterfly is truly a network phantom? I don't believe in ghosts. I only believe that the piece of cake I had yesterday made me lose half of my stomach contents. At that moment, a man in sunglasses, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Ghost Butterfly is not as simple as you think. If we want to know his information, we need to show our real skills. If we can't find him, let us play along and try to break through the FBA's defenses to see what they are really discussing. At the FBA headquarters, Turn's assistant whispered in his ear, Director, we can't find anything. The entire FBA network seems to have disappeared. Ghost Butterfly's voice then echoed, Turn, I think your technology department won't be able to provide you with any useful intelligence, and your time is up. Now, I want you to shoot Nicole immediately. Turn replied, That's impossible. Nicole is an official from the intelligence agency of this nation. Do you really think I would do that? As Singh spoke, he double-clicked on a sequence of numbers displayed in an infinite code. This is a wireless device from Turn, which surprisingly includes anti-eavesdropping software and encryption components. However, how could these possibly stop Singh? Turn's information immediately appeared in the infinite module, including a document titled Global Strategic Security. Singh glanced through it and found that the main content of the plan was to eavesdrop on the private data and privacy of all officials, including the president. It contained personal information and digital privacy details of all the monitored officials. Singh casually selected a few individuals' data and displayed it on the FBA's large screen. When Turn saw this scene, he was stunned. He was all too familiar with the flashing data. This information was collected using the intelligence network, purportedly for national strategic security. But in reality, it was to secure his own position for a longer time or to gain control over more people. If this information were to be made public, everything he had would be ruined. He threw his wireless device to the ground, shattering it, and stomped on it a few times, thinking that this would make everything disappear. However, Gue Dai said, This is useless. All the data is in my hands. But I will give you a choice. Either shoot Nicole or give me Jack. Turn suddenly drew his pistol, pointing it at Nicole. Johnson immediately said, Hey, Turn, what are you doing? Do you really want to shoot a national agent? Look around at all the eyes watching you. If you kill Nicole, do you think you can live? Several other agents also nervously placed their hands on their weapons, saying, Turn, don't act rashly. If you shoot, we will also shoot you. This is Gue Dai's scheme. Don't pull the trigger. Turn was even more anxious, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Killing Nicole would prevent the information from being made public, but he knew that if he killed her, he wouldn't survive either. In the end, he lowered the gun, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Gue Dai said, Turn, so you choose to hand over Jack? Turn replied, I can give you Jack, but how can you guarantee that this information won't be made public? Give me Jack, and you can continue being your CIA director. I have no interest in you people. I have neither the time, nor the energy, nor the mood to interfere in your domestic affairs. Now will you give me Jack? Chapter 279, Joining Campy. The most helpless situation for a person is to have to make a choice. The most painful is having no choice at all. At this moment, Turn had no choice. He could only trust Sung, or, rather, compromise with Sung and hand over Jack. I will personally bring Jack to you. This time you win. Hand Jack over to Johnson. Then go back to continue being your CIA director. And one more thing, it's best not to provoke me again. I have no interest in your networks. But that doesn't mean I won't destroy them. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I understand. Turn and his team left. Singh opened the ghost domain, and the FBA network instantly returned to normal. Johnson glanced around, and then returned to Nicole's office with her. Her computer still displayed a deep blue, and the ghost butterfly was still there. However, their conversation this time was conducted through data encryption. In the chat window, Sung sent a smiling emoji, followed by a thank you. Singh in the secret room was also very happy, seeing a message appear in the window. You bastard, you actually let Turn shoot at me. What if he really pulls the trigger? Sung replied, that was Johnson's idea, why don't you ask him? Rewind to a few days ago. The evening after Nicole left the capital, Sung received an encrypted data packet. Upon opening it, he found Johnson's plan, but first, Johnson made Sung believe that Campy had always been protecting his data, and so far, no one knew he was the ghost butterfly. Due to the CIA's interference in their cooperation, the president did not support the collaboration plan, and they could not provide Jack. Campy needed the ghost butterfly's involvement, and it was essential to make them believe that the CIA's intervention would only lead to greater losses or increased insecurity. So, Johnson, Nicole, and Sung staged a play for Turn and the president. Johnson and Nicole were responsible for provoking Turn, while Sing's task was to use technology to crack Turn's portable device, leaving him with no choice but to hand over Jack. Of course, Jack would either stay with the FBA or join the Campy organization. They aimed to prove to the world that they were fighting for the safety of the global network, with no borders or racial concepts. Only a determination to combat hackers attempting to disrupt the global network. At that moment, Singh noticed a sudden chaotic data fluctuation on the monitor displaying Nicole's network data. Upon closer inspection, Singh immediately confirmed that someone was attempting to breach Nicole's firewall. Johnson quickly said, Ghost Butterfly, find that data. I need to know if they are from Nirvana. Singh immediately opened the ghost domain, and all incoming data on Nicole's computer was displayed. In addition to the normal internal data access protocols, Sung discovered an external access protocol. This protocol was a jumping IP address, clearly using a wireless network. After opening the Infinite code and merging it with the ghost domain, the Infinite module quickly analyzed all jumping IP addresses, and within 5 seconds, a real wireless network address appeared. Clicking on that address revealed a civilian data network in a residential area of a city, with the signal already encrypted. The channel was a wide-range data channel capable of simultaneously covering and providing network data exchange services for dozens of computers through a Wi-Fi transmitter. Inputting this IP address into the key code directly accessed all connected computers under that IP address. Singh's eyes turned to another monitor, where all the data was laid out in front of him. A total of 7 computers were attempting to connect Nicole's computer through this wireless network. In the documents of one mainframe, Singh discovered something quite interesting, written like news. It was marked with the name of an organization, Hacker Domain. What the hell was this organization? So, Singh immediately searched for all information regarding this organization. Upon looking, he found that there were many hacker forums with information about this organization, or rather the news they released. They even had their own forum website. Clicking in, Singh realized that Hacker Domain was a grassroots organization that sought out hacker news everywhere. They had many members who used hacking techniques to gather various hacker news, attracting the attention of hackers to make money through the news. The news they were most focused on was an enticing headline. Super hacker, Ghost Butterfly, is actually a woman. This topic had gained millions of clicks within just a few days. The content analyzed past shocking events caused by Ghost Butterfly that had stunned the global hacking community and included commentary from a group of so-called authoritative hacker experts. Their conclusion was that Ghost Butterfly was a woman. They also continuously tracked news about Ghost Butterfly's appearances, which is why she connected with the agency today. They wanted to obtain first-hand information. After Johnson and Nicole learned about this, they were quite helpless. This was the situation in a certain country, wasn't it? Anyway, they wouldn't get any news, so Singe simply let them go. Moreover, Singe was very interested in this organization. Perhaps one day, having them as his spokesperson would be a great choice. At a military base in the desert region, an armed soldier opened a large door, and inside, Jack was enjoying the few minutes of sunlight available each day. Upon seeing Turn, her face still bore a fearless and extremely disdainful smile. Take all your things and come with me. Jack just chuckled coldly. What else did she have besides the clothes on her back? Although she didn't know where she was being taken, Jack felt no fear and resolutely stepped forward, following Turn out of the base. The sunlight bathed her, making her feel incredibly warm, as if all her pain would melt away in this sunlight. A helicopter had already started, and several agents helped her into it, with Turn following suit. The desert gradually disappeared from Jack's view, replaced by a bustling city. Jack seemed to have almost forgotten what a city looked like, greedily taking in everything. On the helipad, Johnson, Nicole, and Iman saw Jack. Nicole gently embraced the weathered Jack, softly saying, "Jack, welcome to Campy. Do you remember Ghost Butterfly?" Chapter 280. Love. Jack heard the mention of Ghost Butterfly and pushed Nicole away, saying warily, "You won't get anything." Nicole glanced at Johnson, who spoke up. "Don't rush to a decision. Let me take you to meet someone." Turn wanted to follow but was stopped by Johnson, who said, "Your job is done. From now on, just focus on your own work." Watching them leave, Turn felt like he could bite his teeth in frustration. As Esther walked, she said, "So you're a woman. No wonder Ghost Butterfly has been thinking about you." Jack turned to look at Esther, feeling distrustful until he figured things out. "Don't look at me like that. That bastard Ghost Butterfly almost destroyed this place for you. If you hadn't shown up, he would have launched a nuclear bomb." As she opened the big door, Esther said to Jack, "He saved you." Jack entered Nicole's office alone, and with just one glance, he saw the familiar, stunning Ghost Butterfly on the monitor. Singe finally saw the person he cared about most in the world, apart from his parents, through the video equipment. There are so many hackers in the world, and while Singe had seen many, none had ever given him such shock and longing like Jack did. Moreover, it was undeniable that Jack was a beauty, a standard beauty. Even her pale skin couldn't hide its delicacy and smoothness. Her golden hair was simply tied up, a hairstyle Singe loved because his mother always wore her hair that way. Whenever she did, Singe knew he could play with her all day instead of going to work. Singe also liked Jack's eyes. Their shape was beautiful, like the haziness of early morning awakening, like a bud waiting for your caress and kiss. Jack sat in front of the computer, trembling as she reached for Ghost Butterfly, as if everything was a dream, hoping that this butterfly could take her soaring through the sky. Finally, Singe's voice rang out. "Jack, I'm sorry for making you wait." You are." Jack seemed unable to believe what she was seeing, but she could feel Singe's presence, just like the hopeful messages and greetings during their previous connections. "I am Ghost Butterfly, someone who met you in your world and has since fallen into longing. You really are Ghost Butterfly." Jack's tears finally flowed uncontrollably as she hugged the monitor tightly, as if embracing Singe. She had lost count of how many days and nights she had imagined being able to embrace Ghost Butterfly like this, even if just once. This is the strength of a woman, something that is about to fade away from this world. If you can still find someone who, even surrounded by death, continues to protect you with her soul, what are you waiting for? Go for it without hesitation. But how many people can encounter this? Even when faced with the most difficult situations, one can still connect with others in moments of vulnerability. Singe closed his eyes, feeling Jack's pain and grievance. This might be the taste of heartache, or an emotional outburst. Regardless of what it was, Singe at least remembered that Jack was the woman who changed his life. Without Jack, Singe would never have opened the door to the hacker world. "Ghost Butterfly, can you tell me what's going on?" After wiping her tears, Jack wanted to know everything. Singe briefly explained how he saved her, then added, "Jack, we are far apart, and I can't protect you by your side. So, you need to join Campy." "Campy? Are you saying this is Campy?" "It is now. As for Campy, I think you understand it better than I do. Now I am considered one of its members." In the secret room, Singe glanced at another monitor and saw Nicole and Johnson outside the office door. He immediately opened a chat window and typed to Jack, "Jack, you are the only American I trust. So I want you to join Campy and keep an eye on their movements. Do you understand what I mean?" Jack looked at the office door and said, "You mean let me join Campy?" Although she said this, she typed, "I understand. I will do everything for you. And Jack is just my code name. My father is named Jack. My real name is Basha. That's a beautiful name. I'm Singe. That's a nice name. I really want to see your face, your eyes. There will be a chance. I will leave you a secret passage so you can connect anytime. Your skills have improved to such an extent that even Campy is not your opponent. There will always be strong opponents. We are all going through this process, aren't we? It seems I have more to learn. But right now, what you need to do is join Campy and gather more information on Nirvana." "Okay, I know what to do. All right, I have to disconnect now. Singe, what's wrong? Thank you, I love you. The connection was cut off. Singe stared blankly at the words filled with a woman's tenderness and emotion, feeling an unprecedented thrill. Singe knew what love was, but he had never experienced the taste of romance. Could this heartbeat feeling be love? Has he fallen for Basha? This might be a question that would never have an answer, as everyone, like Singe, knows about love but cannot truly experience it. Basha closed the chat window, using a few internal commands to erase all chat records. After memorizing the secret passage Singe left for her, she deleted everything. At that moment, Johnson and Nicole walked into the office, and Basha asked, "What do you want me to do?" Johnson replied, "Join KMP. There is a lot of work waiting for you here, but first, you'd better change your clothes." Basha responded, "But I need a computer and authorization for the Campy Network host." Johnson, who had reached the doorway, stopped and said, "You can ask Ghost Butterfly for these things. You must know that if Ghost Butterfly wanted to, he could destroy the entire region in just one day." Sang turned off the computer. He had no intention of doing anything that would lead to destruction, as the region was not his enemy. However, it was time to eliminate some foes. Chapter 281. Marriage. Singh's next plan was to eliminate CSD, the notorious department that needed to vanish from this world. Before that, he needed to thoroughly understand what box permissions were and how to crack them. He had already mastered 3 out of 10 codes, each corresponding to different fields. If the local area network was considered a field, it was likely that among the remaining codes, there was one that controlled the local area network. To find the code that controlled the local area network, he needed to understand what a local area network was. There was plenty of information online, but it was not comprehensive, and many core contents could not be found on the internet. The library was still the best place to find information, as every book contained detailed explanations, including the core components of local area networks, etc. As always, Singh needed time. Everyone needs time, right? But we also need to sleep, eat, relieve ourselves, and have intimate moments. These are all time-consuming activities. The remaining time must be spent on bathing, massages, singing, flirting, and finally working. Look at how busy we are each day. Singh now only had half a day to spend in the library, with the rest of his time at the company. He initially thought he could read while at the company, but during that time, he couldn't even spare a moment to use the restroom. The few people in the company couldn't help him complete even a single line of code. They all seemed busy, but nothing they did was serious. Fang Kailuan spent all day following Yu Jiao around. Xiao Jia was always running after Meng Ro. And Siyu only had one goal each day, to find ways to sleep with Singh. Singh was truly speechless about this. He initially thought it was a good combination, but now it seemed they were just playing around. Singh simply closed the office door, preferring not to see them. He picked up his cup, wanting a drink. But there was nothing. He had to open the door and ask those outside to pour him some water. After asking several times without anyone responding, even Siyu was busy in front of the computer. It was unbearable. Singh threw the cup heavily to the ground, and with a loud crash, everyone immediately fell silent. Xiao Jia asked, "What are you doing?" "Breaking the cup. Since there's no water to drink, what's the point of having a cup?" "You all continue, don't mind me." Realizing Singh was angry, Xiao Jia felt a bit guilty and immediately said, "Singh, we also don't know what to do, and you won't let us do anything." Singh snorted coldly and said, "Do you have any idea how big the project in front of our department is? Since you don't understand programming, I want to make it difficult for you. But you can't just sit here all day and talk about love, right? Is this a park? Do I need to get you some drinks, like red wine or something?" Yu Jia immediately stood up and said, "Sorry, Mr. Sun. I'll go get you some water right away." Siyu glanced at Sun Gu and quickly bought a cup in the mall. The most upset was Meng Ro, who knew Sun Gu was angry but couldn't comfort him, so she just lowered her head and remained silent. Fang Kailuan said, "Sun Gu, look. You're the boss, you should tell us what to do." Sun Gu helplessly sat down in a chair, his mouth dry as a desert. If he had to direct them to do something, he didn't even know what to suggest. At that moment, Liao Ximin and Ku Yi appeared with a dozen beautiful women. Sun Gu saw the mischievous smile on Liao Ximin's face and knew she was up to something. "Gezi, did you see that? From today on, these girls are yours, all employees of Sun Wang. What do you think?" Ku Yi also walked up to Sun Gu and whispered, "Sun Gu, you should express your opinion." Sun Gu was already in a bad mood, and he thought these beauties were more suited to be models than office workers. "Can anyone answer me a question? What is a program?" "A program is the foundation of the system. It is the basis for providing us with system services." Sun Gu didn't expect these beautiful women to respond so fluently, which surprised him a bit. Not only Sun Gu was surprised, but Siyu, Yu Jia, and Meng Ro also felt unexpected. The appearance of these beauties was simply too good. If they were around Sun Gu, they would probably do nothing but stare at him all day. Sun Gu continued to ask, "Who knows how to program?" All the girls raised their hands. Sun Gu nodded and said, "Good. Each of you write a data framework for me, and give it to me in an hour." One of the beauties asked, "Where do we sit?" Ku Yi replied, "You can sit wherever you like for now. Once it's confirmed that you can stay at Sun Wang, we'll arrange your positions." As they arranged their seating, Liao Ximin turned to Sun Gu and said, Gezi, what do you think? These girls are pretty good, right? I feel like you're running a brothel. He replied, I'm not interested in that. I prefer to have fun. Let me have a little fun. With that, Liao Ximin tried to playfully tease Sun Gu, causing him to cover himself with both hands and quickly say, Liao, I misspoke. You're not running a brothel. That's more like it. The main thing is that you're too tired working alone in the company, so I found you some beautiful engineers. Don't let their model-like looks fool you. They're all skilled and much better than the few you've hired. Look at them. Doing nothing all day is headache-inducing. If you hadn't insisted on keeping them, I would have let them go long ago. Sun Gu sighed and said, everyone has their own value and significance, just like programs in a system. They may seem unnecessary, but if you delete them, the system will be ruined. Liao Ximin said, this is your department, but remember, this is a national project, and there must be no ambiguity. You have a business trip to a certain country tomorrow, so you should head home early today to prepare. Seng asked, I won't be going alone, right? Liao Ximin replied, of course not. Tianwu and Qi will be going with you. Qi is going too? Yes, she needs to keep an eye on you. That country is not like ours, and you're still a novice. Qi isn't married yet, so as your future father-in-law, I have to look out for you. Seng looked at Liao Ximin in disbelief and said, Director Liao, have you been drinking? What marriage? You and Qi? Listen, only Kai can be your wife. Chapter 282. Isidore is an agent. Seng is set to go abroad, and the others couldn't sit still. First was Siyu, who prepared everything needed for the trip. She was determined to go to that country with Gengyu. Otherwise, she would cry. You should ask Director Liao about this. I don't have the final say. The spots for going abroad were limited, and Seng couldn't decide on his own. So he left this tricky issue for Liao Ximin to resolve. While talking, these beautiful engineers handed over the software architecture they had developed to Seng. Upon reviewing their work, Seng was pleasantly surprised. The software programs were creative and well thought out. From his perspective, these individuals were quite skilled. He went through each program carefully, much like appreciating each beauty, and ultimately decided that they could stay. As soon as the equipment was purchased, they could immediately get to work. Siyu's request was still vetoed by Liao Ximin. Seng is on a business trip, not for leisure. What do you want to tag along for? Why can Kui go, but I can't? Because Kai is my daughter and Seng's secretary. Do you think she can go? Qin Nin had already prepared everything Seng needed, thoroughly and neatly. When he opened the suitcase, he could smell the fragrance on the clothes. There were several outfits he hadn't seen before. Qin Nin informed Seng that the temperature in that country was quite high, and the clothes she bought for him were meant for him to wear there. Who says having women around is a bad thing? Seng now felt that having women around was a wonderful thing. After dinner, Seng went to a secure room to open his computer, and Basha was already online waiting for him. Seeing the screen full of kisses made Seng's face a bit flushed. How's the FBA? Everything is normal, but it's hard to see Johnson's presence. FBA is just one of his office locations. The Campy headquarters is somewhere else, but I still don't know exactly where. Basha, do you understand box permissions? You mean the CSD box permissions, right? How do you know about it? A few years ago, I managed to breach the server of CSD, but ultimately, I was halted at the access permissions level. I had also looked for information on this matter. To crack it, one must find the core protocol of the permissions, but all of this is under the control of the upper management of CSD, which cannot be accessed through hacking methods. I will be on a business trip to a certain country tomorrow, and we will connect via wireless network. I will send you my wireless channel code. All right, be careful. I love you, Sung. Sung wanted to reply with I love you too, but in the end, he lacked the courage to type those few characters. Courage is a strange sentiment. ISNT it? When you want it to appear in your feelings, it vanishes without a trace. The next morning, Singh received an international package sent to him. He opened it with suspicion and found it filled with photos, all of which were of Esther, in various settings and poses. In the photos, Esther's gaze was dreamy, and even her smiles were so provocative. It was as if this kind of life was the one she desired, and her world should be like this. Without a doubt, these photos were sent to him by CSD, and the timestamps on the photos were only a few years old. Among these photos, there was also a dossier on Esther. When Singh opened it, he was so enraged that he slammed the document down on the table. Esther was not an orphan. She was a spy, and CSD had known this information all along, but pretended to be unaware in order to use her. They even wrote a file number on the back of the document, which was Esther's agent profile in the agency. Sung returned to the secure room and immediately connected with Basha, asking her to use her identity to check the dossier. Basha quickly began her work. In the meantime, Sung found Long Tianwu and urged him to locate Esther at all costs. An hour later, Basha provided Seng with all the information on Esther from the agency. It was pointed out that Esther was originally an intelligence agent for them and had joined a program called Dark Veil a few years ago, which was designed to investigate the agency's infiltration by CSD. However, later on, Esther was turned by CSD and became a double agent. The agency had attempted to send assassins to kill her multiple times, but each attempt had failed. As Sung reviewed Esther's other information, he discovered that her parents were alive, and she had an older sister who worked at a weapons development company in a certain country. After going through this information, Singh suddenly recalled the device he had found on his rooftop back then, which was likely placed there by Esther. Long Tianwu soon located Esther. Due to the restrictions in the divine realm, she couldn't go anywhere and could only remain in the capital, spending her time in different bars every day. When Long Tianwu sat in front of her, Esther was not nervous at all. Instead, she raised her glass and said, "So, do you want to have a drink with me? This might be your last drink. Finish it and come with me." Half an hour later, in Long Tianwu's villa, Seng met Act and threw all the documents in front of her. Act remained silent, simply staring at the photos on the ground. As the door to her memories opened, it felt as if everything rushed into her mind in an instant. She had nothing left to say, and Seng, not wanting to waste words, asked, "First question, who do you work for now?" "Nirvana." Long Tianwu glanced at Seng and then looked out the window. "Did you place the device on my roof?" "Yes." "What is it?" "It's a wireless signal interception device. Nirvana will see all data transmitted wirelessly. I never want to see you again in my life." Seng turned and left, and Act's tears finally streamed down her face. She had never truly gained anything, nor had she ever lost anything. This was her fate. Long Tianwu nodded to another person, who then put a hood over Act's head. After Liao Ximin reviewed all the documents, she looked up at Long Tianwu and said, "Nirvana is finally getting restless, but we can't do anything right now." "What does Nirvana want?" "Only they know." "What do we know?" "Everything is proceeding according to plan." "Yes." After Long Tianwu left, Liao Ximin sighed deeply, closed her eyes, and murmured, "Old Song, you shouldn't have done this." Chapter 283. The encounter. The moment Seng stepped into the capital of the Foggy Nation, he felt nothing but a sense of blur. Now he understood why this city was called the Fog City. It was only 4 in the afternoon. Yet a layer of gray mist enveloped the sky, giving it an otherworldly feel. He had never imagined that one day he would leave his homeland and set foot on foreign soil. The term abroad had become a concept. Many believed it was a wonderful place with a high standard of living, but in reality, everyone was struggling to make a living. On the way to the hotel, Ku-yi introduced several famous buildings to Seng, explaining that their fame was not due to their unique designs, but because each building had a story that influenced the course of the world. Undeniably, this country had changed in era, and even today, many nations are still under its influence, providing them with the cheapest resources. Years ago, they had mastered technologies that allowed them to surpass the world, such as the advent of the internet, which was their achievement. However, not everyone would take pride in these long-gone accomplishments, as Seng could still see the backwardness and ugliness on the streets. For instance, the rows of streetwalkers did not care about the impressions of those who visited their country. What mattered to them was whether there would be customers today, enabling them to meet their dinner and other needs. Similarly, the street artists did not care about the opinions of people like Seng. They sang and danced freely, using their talents to earn the sympathy of some. In the city, one can still see teenagers full of trendy vibes, cursing at each other on the streets, smoking, or boys kissing girls as they slip into corners hidden from view. This is the Foggy City, where everyone seems to be pleading with passers-by for just a little more. But what can they offer besides indifference? Witnessing all this, Seng's initially excited mood turned somewhat melancholic. If you only see this city on television or in movies, you might find it beautiful and romantic. But when you see it with your own eyes, it feels like a noble girl willing to sell her body to maintain her lofty status. Upon entering the hotel, everything seemed to be isolated. Each person had their own room. Before entering, Ku-yi said to Sung, "See you in the restaurant in half an hour." She appeared quite excited, like a girl on a date, having clung to Seng's arm since they entered the hotel. It was clear that Ku-yi knew the Foggy City well, but Seng felt as if she wanted his protection. Women, at any time, always seem to need a man by their side, don't they? Seng was no stranger to Western cuisine, but the restaurant staff wasn't particularly friendly towards people from the Dragon Country. In their eyes, those who asked for receipts, even for soup, never understood the concept of tipping. Long Tianwu, when it came to Western food, was like a monkey trying to eat with chopsticks, utterly clueless. Sung said to him, "You can learn from me. Look how deftly I handle this knife." Long Tianwu glanced at Seng's knife, sighed, and replied, "I think I'll just stick to soup." Ku-yi raised her glass and looked into Seng's eyes, saying, "Let's toast." Seng nodded and gently clinked his glass with hers. The sound was crisp, almost magical, urging them to down all the red wine in one go. Ku-yi enjoyed looking into Seng's eyes and appreciated his demeanor. The soft music in the restaurant was like the red wine in their glasses, or another form of romance that appeared in Ku-yi's eyes at that moment. Regardless, they were on a business trip, not a vacation. And they had a meeting scheduled with company representatives tomorrow, so it was better to get some rest early. Long Tianwu meticulously checked Seng's room. Such a level of protection was comparable to that of important leaders. When Sung was finally alone in the room, He knew he needed to turn on his computer. The room had a fixed internet line, but Sung preferred to use a wireless connection. Once the wireless network was activated, all the signals and data around the hotel appeared on the screen. Under normal circumstances, Sung would never invade someone else's privacy. He merely wanted to chat with Basha. At that moment, Basha was in a meeting with Nicole and Johnson, with Iman Shah sitting beside her. When Sung's chat window popped up, Basha quickly typed an A. Sinj took one look at the A and immediately knew that the head of FAB was holding a meeting with them. He was also quite interested in the content of their meeting, so he asked Basha to open the audio controls. At that moment, Johnson was saying, in some ways, "It's really hard for us to trust you all in FBA, simply because your technology cannot cope with the current wave of hackers. So most of you will have to leave here." His words drew a lot of objections, and one person even pointed at Johnson and shouted, "When did FBA let you? A black guy call the shots?" Johnson chuckled and replied, "You're absolutely right. I am indeed a black guy, and my opinion does count. My department only needs people with real technical skills. Many of you just look at documents every day, so I still suggest you check out other departments. Or they might have a desk for you." Sinj couldn't help but laugh. The Campy department was the most mysterious department in that region. Yet their leader was being insulted as a black guy. At that moment, Basha typed a message in the window. "Dear, have you arrived in the Fog City? I miss you." Sinj joked, "I still feel like you're the Jack I remember. When you call me dear, it gives me a feeling of something more intimate." Basha covered her mouth, almost laughing out loud, while the nearby Imantha glanced at Basha's chat window and quickly accessed Basha's system using internal network permissions. It was quite simple since they were both using the FBA network. As long as there were permissions, they could access each other's systems locally. However, this little action was noticed by Basha, and she soon realized that her companion Imantha was intruding into her system. In Chapter 284, IDAT, Basha realized Imantha was intruding into her system and knew she must have seen her private conversation with Sinj. She quickly turned and whispered, "Hey, what are you doing?" Imantha, with a mischievous smile, replied, "I know, it's Ghost Butterfly, right?" Before Basha could explain anything, Imantha typed a string of characters in the window. "Hey, jerk. I still have the shovel and flashlight prepared for you." Sinj was taken aback. From the tone, he could tell this wasn't Basha. In the entire FBA, only one person had always wanted to use those two weapons against him, Imantha. So Sinj chuckled and said, "As a woman, can't you be a little less violent?" Imantha retorted, "Now you know I'm a woman? When you attacked me back then, why didn't you think I was a woman? You see, between men and women, we shouldn't use aggressive terms. It can easily lead to misunderstandings. Just think about the gestures I want to make towards you. Are you so interested in a man's backside? I'm even more interested in you. If one day you appear by my side, I will pluck all your leg hair clean. Can we leave a few strands in important areas? That way, I'll still have a bit of manliness. Are you trying to be mischievous? Just teasing you." Basha felt uneasy watching them chat happily and immediately used a code to avoid cutting off their data connection. "Hey, can't you let me scold him a bit more?" Basha inexplicably said, "Why do you want to scold him? Hasn't he done anything to you? Do you know that for you? He has developed a habit of regularly attacking our servers, making us lose face in the hacker community, and you still want to protect him? You said it was for me, and I appreciate what he has done for me. You better not scold him in the future, or I want to be polite to you." I'm inside and said, "Basha, you're still young, and there are many things you don't see clearly. Go die isn't as good as you think. Even if you join Campy, he's basically still a hacker. I'm also a hacker. Can you judge a person's entire life or character just because they are a hacker?" Their argument grew louder, causing Johnson to pause the meeting until they finished. Meanwhile, Singu was sleeping soundly and didn't care who was arguing for him. The next morning, in the hotel conference room, they met on time with the head of IDAT, a network development and application technology company from the Mist country. According to QES information, this company has collaborated on network technology with multiple countries around the world. The series of devices they developed is considered the best in the world for network applications. IDAT's slogan is Safe and Mature Applications. They emphasize this point in their cooperation documents, as their devices have been highly regarded in many countries' military applications. The head of IDAT, Donnie, in his 40s, had been responsible for project marketing for many years. In his eyes, there was no one he couldn't conquer, and even many national leaders would give him a bit of respect. However, he was somewhat surprised that the Dragon country sent two such young people to negotiate business with them, which led him to somewhat look down on Sengu and Kui. Sengu could see this in Donnie's eyes, and while Sengu was reviewing the equipment documents, Donnie was joking with the people behind him, clearly not taking this collaboration seriously or regarding Sengu and Kui as worthy of his attention. This wasn't entirely Donnie's fault, as IDAT typically collaborated with government entities or large commercial organizations, so facing two young individuals naturally didn't feel like a serious collaboration to him. Of course, Donnie was a gentleman, which is a characteristic of the Mist country men, even though he looked down on Sengu and Kui. His disdain was expressed in a very particular way, constantly using his gaze to mock them, as if to say, "Did you bring your toys?" Singe glanced at Kui, gently set down the materials, and spoke. "Mr. Donnie, I have carefully reviewed your information, and I have some opinions regarding the system security you mentioned. May I share them with you?" "Of course," Donnie replied. "After all, this is still a business discussion, isn't it?" Singe chuckled. "I don't believe this is a business discussion because the equipment you want to sell us relies on multi-layer encryption as its core feature, and it allows for the switching of permission settings between the main and backup hosts at any time. Is that correct?" "Yes, that is indeed a feature of our equipment. The multi-layer encryption can effectively withstand attacks. Even if it is compromised, the system can immediately transfer permissions, and a new encryption core will appear, along with a change in code. If it is cracked again, permissions will still be transferred. This is our proud invention." He spoke with great enthusiasm. But Singe simply smiled and said, "It was already compromised 2 years ago. I don't know if you have better equipment now. But if you're trying to sell me something that was compromised 2 years ago at such a high price, do you really think this is a discussion?" Donnie was clearly taken aback. He assumed the other party was unaware and thought he could sell them this outdated equipment, maybe just upgrading the software a bit. He didn't expect this young man to know so much about their equipment. That was the most surprising part, wasn't it? A young man like Singe knew so much? "Well, our equipment relies on software support," Donnie started to explain. Singe interrupted with a smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Donnie, but your software is basically useless to me. The only thing I'm interested in regarding your equipment is the encryption core, but it seems you can't provide what I need. I think this meeting can come to an end." Donnie could no longer sit still. He knew this was a significant deal, and their company's upper management was very concerned. He provided Singe with this information simply to make a bit more profit, but if this collaboration failed, how could he face the higher-ups? "Mr. Singe, I think there might have been a mistake with the information I gave you. This is the correct material I wanted to present to you. Could you please take another look?" Chapter 285. Arrogant. Singe hadn't planned on leaving. Seeing Donnie's sincere expression, he felt almost compelled to kneel and apologize. He sat down again and reviewed the new materials. He expected this new information would surely satisfy Singe, but Singe shook his head in disappointment and said, "Mr. Donnie, the equipment mentioned in this information still emphasizes the security of the main host. The host code recognition feature you mentioned is of no use at all. Mr. Singe, this is our latest equipment. The host code recognition feature allows the main host to recognize only one code. This is an irreversible core technology that can effectively protect data and system security when the host is under attack." Singe chuckled and said, "As network technology has developed to this point, it seems that preventing attacks has become a prerequisite for the development of all devices, which in turn neglects the actual usefulness of these devices. Take your devices, for example. The core function is merely to recognize your code. Doesn't that mean if your company encounters security issues, all devices will be affected as well? And the most critical point is that this function serves no real purpose. We have tested many things, but I haven't conducted any tests myself. This data is of no use to me. If you are so confident in your company's devices, why don't we conduct a practical test?" Donnie nodded and said, "All right, Mr. Singe, we are more than happy to do that. In that case, let's visit your company." An hour later, Singe, Kui, and Long Tianwu, under Donnie's guidance, arrived at the headquarters of IDAT, a company with a strong conceptual design and an office building with more than 10 floors. As one of the most powerful server hosting and network technology development companies in Europe, their corporate culture has been built over decades. IDAT employs thousands of people, with the research and development department housing thousands of cutting-edge talents from around the world. It is this vast technical foundation that has led to their remarkable achievements today. Upon entering the company, they were greeted by a line of several attractive women who smiled and welcomed Singe. This is one of the hallmarks of large companies in the region. They always manage to present a stiff corporate environment in a rather appealing manner. The lobby, spanning over 1,000 square meters, featured a reception desk engraved with the IDAT logo and a large screen over 10 meters long, showcasing the myths created by IDAT. In addition, colorful lights adorned the lobby, transforming it into a stage where countless people acted out their lives. As the attractive women walked ahead, Singe turned to Kui and said, "Look at their corporate culture. When we get back, we should have our beauties do the same." Kui replied, "Sure, I'll follow your lead, hee hee." They entered the elevator and went directly to the 17th floor, which housed IDAT's RD department. No one noticed Singe's arrival. They were all focused on their work. For them, visitors come through every day, and all they need to do is continue their tasks. The head of the RD department emerged from the office, accompanied by a dozen senior engineers and attractive women, and approached Singe with a serious expression. Singe was curious. This is a network company, so why are there so many attractive women around? Apart from making some people look good, Singe didn't see what role they could possibly play. Perhaps it was a display of strength, as if to say to outsiders, "Look at how many attractive women I can afford. You know I must be powerful, so you can't compete with me. Donnie introduced, Mr. Singe. This is our RD department head, Bruce. He is the head of the RD department, but Singh doesn't believe it. If he said he was a plumber, Singh would believe it. This guy really knows how to act, just like a pipe. And his appearance is a typical fog country face. What does a fog country face mean? It means his facial features look like they've been mashed together, except for that nose. Singh really wants to ask him if his nose can poke through when he kisses a girl. However, Bruce isn't very accommodating to Sung, mainly because of his age. In Singh's impression, a young man his age should be out on the streets, being a rogue and lifting skirts, not standing in front of him discussing so-called internet technology. Moreover, this is the RD department of IDAT. He doesn't need to be as polite as the people in the marketing department. Mr. Sung, my time is very valuable. I can only have my assistant take you to test the equipment you want. Singh chuckled. Of course, my time is also very valuable. So it won't take me a few minutes to finish the test. Upon hearing this, Bruce shook his head helplessly and said, even if you enter the system, it will take a minute. I really don't know what you can test in just a few minutes. At this moment, Donnie hurriedly whispered a few words in Bruce's ear. Bruce looked at Donnie in surprise and said, that's impossible. This equipment took the entire RD department a year to complete, and no one capable of overcoming it has been born yet. Although he was speaking to Donnie, Sung could clearly hear that this was directed at him. In fact, Sung didn't blame them. As one of the top internet companies in Europe, a little pride is acceptable. Not everyone can work in such a luxurious and powerful company. These people are top talents from all over the world, and in their eyes, besides those wearing super short skirts, there's no one else. Singh came to test the equipment, not to argue with them, so he smiled and said, Mr. Bruce, can I start now? Bruce replied, if that's the case. Can you tell me what you want to test? If I'm not mistaken, IDAT is using your latest IDAT host equipment in your own developed operating system, right? Of course, there's nothing more secure than our IDAT system. If I can't crack it within 5 minutes, it must be the best, otherwise. I'm afraid your equipment and software aren't as good as Mr. Donnie says. Bruce didn't speak, but smiled. When Sung saw this, he really wished he would stop smiling. He was losing the mood to test. Mr. Sung, once you finish your test, you'll know just how arrogant you are. Chapter 286. Overcoming. Singh noticed that Bruce seemed particularly excited, as if Sung had come to their RD department to make trouble. He personally led Singh to the testing center. For the tests, this place was connected to an external network, and the company aimed to establish their security slogan by never preparing test servers. All tests could be conducted directly on the company's hosts. Mr. Sung, you can begin now. Let's see what you can do. Singh remained silent as he took the computer from Long Tianwu, powered it on, and connected to the company's network. Before even meeting Donnie, Singh had thoroughly researched the information on the company's system. The most notable feature of this system was its core's irreversible identification of a code. Irreversible meant that no matter what method was used, the core could not recognize it. This code was solely in the hands of the company's personnel and was mainly used for server upgrades and security scans. Once connected to the company's network, Sung initiated the fusion code and began simulating the core code. This process took about a minute, which wasn't too long for Sung, but for Bruce. He could hardly wait for that minute to pass, eager to see Singh's expression when he failed. As Sung appeared so relaxed, Ki's tense mood gradually eased, and an unprecedented sense of security emerged in her mind. This is what a man should be like, right? With just a few seconds left, Ki placed her hand on Singh's shoulder and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, is there a problem? So close to Singh's face. He could have turned slightly and touched hers. Ki's fragrant breath lingered on his face, sending a shiver through him. After a minute, the fusion code simulated the company's core identification code. Sung quickly cracked the host's firewall and accessed the core settings area. At this point, someone began continuously reporting to Bruce that the host's firewall had been breached, the password input module had been deleted, and they were attempting to modify the core settings. Bruce remained calm. He didn't care about the firewall or passwords as long as the core of the host wasn't compromised. Then he would win. Singh used the simulated code to enter, but the core program rejected it. Singh was taken aback, wondering if he had missed something. The fusion code was supposed to simulate all codes. Why was it rejected by the company? Could it really be, as they said, that the core was irreversible? That was impossible. Every system in the world has flaws, and no system is absolutely perfect, including this one. Singh glanced at Bruce, who was struggling to suppress his smile. With less than 2 minutes remaining and several seconds having passed, Sung Henti even touched the computer. This irreversibility, in a sense, could also be understood as a device lock. One key for one lock, and some high-end programs work the same way. It's like a person locking themselves in a room. Those outside cannot enter, and he doesn't come out, yet he can control everything outside from within. But what if he can't control it anymore? Wouldn't he have to open the door? At this thought, Sing's eyes flashed, and his fingers quickly typed a string of code on the keyboard. The core did not recognize his code, but the basic system was already under Sing's control. What he needed to do now was to make the core open the door by itself. He opened the system's code and, with the help of search software, quickly found the file connected to the core. Upon opening this file with programming software, he saw encrypted data characters inside. For others, it would be like reading a foreign language, but Singh only needed a glance to understand what these characters meant. All he had to do was insert a termination command code at a critical point. It sounded simple, but for others, it would be nearly impossible because the IDAT host system used a unique encoding developed by its own programming software, which mainstream programming software could not recognize. Singh first downloaded the programming software from the IDAT website, then used Fusion code to integrate it, allowing for unified operations. With 30 seconds remaining, Singh re-added the modified file to the system. Under the command of this code, an error message immediately appeared. Once the error message appeared, the host core could no longer connect with the system and had to attempt to self-repair. This was what Singh was waiting for. As soon as a minute code data appeared, he swiftly pulled the suddenly appearing file into the Fusion code. With the help of the IDAT programming software, Singh completed the code simulation in less than 5 seconds. He then backed up the connection file, overwriting it, and after starting the file, it reconnected with the core. While the code file he simulated successfully entered the core. With 10 seconds left, Singh decisively deleted all the codes and finally restarted the IDAT host with a reboot command. All attacks and breaches ended there, in less than 5 minutes. The entire company of IDAT, with thousands of computers, simultaneously encountered system errors and became inoperable. After the host rebooted and all computers automatically restarted, the operating system had completely vanished. Bruce sat in his chair, dazed and sweating profusely, staring at Singh without blinking. Who exactly is this person? How extraordinary are his skills? Amid the astonishment of everyone at IDAT, Singh slowly shut down his computer and stood up to say to Koi, still a gentleman, not even offering a glass of water. Koi had been watching Singh's operations from behind. Although he didn't know much about networks, watching Singh operate was like witnessing a battle. And Singh was the strongest warrior in this world, fearless and undaunted. The destruction of the IDAT server completely alarmed all the senior executives at IDAT, prompting President Tulls to personally visit the RD department to find out what had happened. Upon arriving at the RD department, the first thing you notice is that all the engineers are gathered around the testing center, pushing and shoving, eager to see what's happening. What are you all doing? You ask. Seeing TURs, a technician, replies seriously, President, our system during testing has been compromised. That individual from the Dragon Nation took less than 5 minutes to take down the main server, and he did it thoroughly. There's not even a trace left. TURs walks into the room and immediately asks, Bruce, the main server has been breached? Bruce turns around and says, yes, it's been compromised. Chapter 287. Breach. The most frightening aspect of hackers isn't their technology, but their destructive power, which cannot just be measured by degree, but by scope. It's like a bomb being detonated. The destruction it causes and the subsequent butterfly effects are incalculable. The breach of IDAT not only exposed its shortcomings and weaknesses, but also inflicted significant damage. Once this news spreads, IDAT could very well disappear from this world overnight. All the employees in the company have rushed to the courtyard. They can no longer work, at least not at this moment. And they are eager to know what exactly has gone wrong with the company's system. Bruce's answer is simple and direct. Our main server failed the test. It has been hacked. This main server system had brought Bruce all his honors, but after years of development and refinement, Sung had destroyed it all in just 5 minutes. He had planned to take his wife and children on vacation, but now it seems he might be heading straight for retirement. TURs looks at the smiling Sung, not believing this young man could crack their system, just as he never believed his model wife would run off with a man less than a meter tall. Everyone must go through some humiliations, right? But each humiliation TURs faced was enough to break him. In Sing's eyes, TURs was like all the men from the neighboring region. With a hooked nose, perhaps only those with such noses could be gentlemen. As a gentleman, what he needs to do now is to maintain the dignity of IDAT and everything he sees before him. He asks everyone to leave the room, leaving only him and Sang. How did you do it? Sang, sitting in the chair, smiles and says, there is no perfect system in this world. You don't need to know how I did it. You only need to see the result, right? What do you want? Isn't that human nature? Always pursuing something. Always thinking about what to gain. Some people gain, some lose, and some are still in pursuit. Provide me these servers for free, and I will give you an unbreakable code. TURs had no surprises. Compared to the code, no machine mattered. He understood the value of this, which was one of the reasons he became the president of the company. He made everyone feel valued and made them believe they could get everything they wanted here, even if they were always giving something in return. Can we get our system up and running first? He loses a lot every second. It's time to end this. Of course, after all, this is just a test, isn't it? Singh used backup code to restore the core settings of the machine, and all computers immediately re-entered the system. Department heads began to get their employees back to work. They didn't know what had happened, but they would tell everyone. All right. Everyone, the server power supply has been upgraded. We can continue working. It was a lie no one could resist, wasn't it? They always blamed everything on the power supply, even if you bought fake toilet paper. They would say it was due to the power supply upgrade that caused the toilet paper issues. They would even recommend a better toilet paper, assuring you that it would never be subpar again. To avoid any shortcomings, TURs readily agreed to Sung's request. He could provide Sung with all the machines and server equipment for free, but he wanted the core code they had developed. However, Sung gave TURs this code file in less than 10 seconds. He didn't need to do much, as long as the core file was disconnected from the system. It would actively reconnect, changing the system from being active to the core being active, but the core would not perform any settings if the system code was not recognized. Thus, any attempts to corrupt the core code would forever be shut out. So simple, yet so effective. Sung left, and TURs remained quietly in the room. Was the system really secure? It appeared so, but control no longer rested in the hands of IDAT. He understood better than anyone the importance of system control, as it was the key to maintaining their ongoing profits, or the core interests present in all business structures. It was like buying something with your hard-earned money, but it was never really yours. You only purchased the right to use it, and you would never truly possess anything. But who cared? As long as we could use it, that was enough. So, we had always been making money for others, yet you could do nothing because you represented an individual, not a group. Who would care about your thoughts? Sung didn't want to be the boss. He just didn't want others controlling his things. Most importantly, he obtained equipment worth hundreds of thousands of euros without spending a dime. Upon hearing this news, his partner hugged Sung and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Long Tianwu turned around helplessly. He had to ensure Sung's safety, but that didn't mean he had to watch someone else kiss Sung while being affectionate with others, fearing it might cost him his life. Their work was done, and for the remaining time, they could enjoy a vacation in the foggy city. This was a reward from Liao Simin for Sung. He had saved so much money for the divine realm, and he deserved it. Like every traveler, Sung still planned to buy gifts for everyone he knew. Qi reminded him to do so, showing her meticulous nature. There was a moment when Sung felt genuinely happy being together with her. Sung even bought Long Tianwu a new suit. Long Tianwu asked Sung, "What's the difference between this and what I wear? The collar is a bit shorter than yours." A few days quickly passed, and upon returning, the crowds were still overwhelming. But this was the essence of the homeland, wasn't it? Sung first dropped Qi off at her home, where Liao Simin had been waiting at the door. As soon as they entered, Liao Simin eagerly asked, "Gezi, tell me quickly, did you and Qi do anything beyond work? Are you her father?" Sung turned to leave. Just then, Qi rushed out from the house, saying, "Your underwear is in my bag. I almost forgot." Liao Simin's mouth broke into a grin, and Sung quickly shoved the underwear into his pocket, saying, "I'm heading back now." Chapter 288. Killing intent. Sung thought that one piece of underwear didn't matter. But in Liao Simin's eyes, if the underwear was in the same place, or if they did something in the same room, it was very likely. So when Sung tried to leave, Liao Simin insisted, "Gezi, I have to treat you to something. Your mom has already cooked chicken in the house. Eat before you go." "Since when did I get another mom?" "Liao, can't we act like a normal superior and subordinate? Qi's mom is your mom, right? You'll have to call her eventually. So why not get used to it now?" Sung wanted to refuse, but Qi chimed in, saying, "Since we're home, let's eat before you go back." Since that was the case, Sung stayed. Liao Simin conveyed the higher-ups' approval of Sung's trip to the foggy country, but then she also mentioned Campi. Sung had no words for the speed at which the divine realm grasped intelligence. There was nothing in this world they didn't know. However, Liao Simin said, "You don't need to overthink it. I fully support your joining Campi." Seeing the smile on her face, Sung felt that Liao Simin must have some ulterior motive. When someone has a lewd grin, the first thing to do is to protect oneself and never let them behind you. "So Liao, my joining Campi is entirely because of the Nirvana organization, and I want to share any technology or even intelligence with them. I'm not interested in any of that. You just need to be able to mess around with them regularly." Sung suddenly wondered if, in the eyes of a rogue, everyone looked like a rogue. Liao Simin understands what Sung Gu means. To let him act recklessly is to let him use his skills to completely conquer Campi. There is no trust to speak of between him and Campi, and Sung Gu knows this very well. "All right, I'll do as you say. Whenever I have the chance, I'll definitely go to Campi's headquarters and make a mess in their office." Liao Simin laughed and said, "If you don't marry my daughter, you'll be wasting the attributes of being a rogue." After leaving Liao Simin's home, Sung Gu really wanted to unleash his frustrations on their whole family. Every time he spoke with Liao Simin, he felt a sense of being mistreated. When he got home, Qi Nin had already prepared a feast for him. He hadn't eaten much at Liao Simin's, so he had a simple meal. Sung Gu truly wanted to enjoy the food, which particularly pleased Qi Nin. It's said that women are fond of Sung Gu because he respects every woman. This is something all men should learn, as most men, after dining with their mistresses. Return home to see the meals their wives have prepared and might say something poetic like, "Thank you for your hard work, dear, but I've eaten out." The average man might say, "I'm not hungry now. I'll eat later." And some might even ask, "Why aren't you wearing a short skirt while cooking? What are you trying to do? Don't hit me, damn it." Sung-gu would never end up in trouble, while there might be some hiccups in his emotional journey. He would never completely crash. He took out the gift he bought for Chin Nan. It was a bottle of perfume, which looked quite expensive. "Thank you. I really like it." Before she could finish her sentence, the doorbell rang. It was Siyu, Yujia, Xiaojia, and others who knew Sung-gu was back today and had come to invite him out for dinner. But upon seeing the table full of food, Xiaojia didn't hold back and started eating right away. Siyu, even more direct, hugged Sung-gu and tried to kiss him. But he pushed her away with a grin. "Since everyone is here, I bought gifts for you all. Let us see if you like them." Everyone opened the gifts to find perfume, and more perfume. Siyu snorted and said, "Do you think you don't smell good enough already? You could have at least bought shampoo." Sung-gu wore a troubled expression, not knowing what to say. All these gifts were chosen with the help of Ku-e, and he had no idea what they were at the time of purchase. Why was it all perfume? Well, you see, everyone has a different personality, and different scents suit different people. I picked these perfumes specifically for you. The women opened the bottles and smelled them. Indeed, each had a unique fragrance. Sung-gu decided to head upstairs, feeling a headache coming on from the gifts. Siyu looked around and said to Chin Nan, "Hey, Big Bunny, how long are you planning to stay here?" I'm going to say this again, I'm not some kind of big rabbit. I have a name, and it's Chin Nan. Don't you have any respect for people at all? After saying this, Chin Nan turned to leave, but Siyu quickly grabbed her arm and said, "Hey, wait." Chin Nan whipped around. Her eyes suddenly filled with a fierce glare, but then she noticed Meng Ro behind Siyu, and the hostility vanished without a trace. "Let go of me, what do you want?" Siyu could sense the hostility, and eventually, she slowly released her grip. Chin Nan glanced at Meng Ro, snorted coldly, and went back to her room. Xiaojia, who was eating, caught a glimpse and noticed Meng Ro's hand twitch slightly, as a dagger returned to her sleeve. Meng Ro walked closer to Siyu and whispered, "Junior sister, you're too impulsive. You're not her match, and I can say with certainty that this woman has killed before." The energy of a person's body can change in certain environments. Just like a knife used for chopping vegetables compared to one used for slaughtering animals, the latter instills a far greater sense of fear. Some might say that this knife has a heavy aura of blood. When this aura is present in a person, it manifests as killing intent. Thus, when Chin Nan's killing intent emerged, Meng Ro immediately prepared to act, but Chin Nan ultimately chose not to attack. Back in her room, Chin Nan opened the cabinet and gently pushed aside a partition, revealing two glinting daggers. However, she merely glanced at them before closing the cabinet door. The daggers exuded a heavy killing intent, and Chin Nan didn't want to touch them, at least not for now. Senj took a shower. Still somewhat immersed in the time difference of the fog country, but he knew he was a hacker once again. Chapter 289. Sarah. This was what caught Senj's attention. Many forum enthusiasts know that if a topic hasn't had any responses for a long time, even the person who started it loses interest in clicking on it again. At most, they might glance at the supportive or opposing replies out of boredom. Therefore, it's rare to find someone who consistently checks their topic for over 6 months, which indicates that the poster is always wondering if Gue Dai will miraculously appear in their thread. Senj indeed showed up, and connected to the computer associated with the IP address. It was an ordinary system, just like any other personal computer, containing photos, documents, and all the owner's data. After compiling this information, Senj concluded that this was a very typical family from the fog country. The computer's owner was likely the lady of the house. From some of her correspondence, he learned that she was currently looking for a job and had already gone through a divorce. She also had a 7-year-old daughter who was very cute and adorable. The woman's name was Sarah, and her previous occupation was a practical nurse at a hospital. Sarah's pointed chin and slender cheeks made Senj feel that she was a woman deserving of a man's sympathy. Senj hesitated for a moment. He was unsure whether he should enter the life of this ordinary person, as it could very likely change her life forever. Chapter 290. P&K Company. Faced with Sarah's inexplicable request, Senj could only respond helplessly. "First of all, I'm just one person. Secondly, I'm just a hacker. I don't have the ability to change someone's life. I'm afraid I can't help you with anything." When hope is shattered, only despair remains. Sarah's despair turned into tears, which streamed down her face, the glistening droplets mixing with her eyeshadow and leaving deep marks on her sunken cheeks. A woman's tears can evoke many emotions in a man. It is a complex feeling, sometimes pain, sometimes helplessness, or perhaps profound loss and numb silence. Each of these feelings is something men are often reluctant to express. Therefore, it's not that men do not understand a woman's tears. Rather, when they see a woman crying, their hearts are also weeping. However, this feeling is limited to lovers. Senj certainly wouldn't be shedding tears for Sarah, At most, it could be seen as sympathy. But even that was just sympathy. As Singe didn't he know how he could help her? Sarah choked back her words, saying, "My daughter is sick, but I can do nothing. When I see her crying in pain, as a mother, I feel so helpless. I sympathize with you and your daughter, but I believe that if someone is sick, they should see a doctor, not seek out a hacker. Do you think I can install antivirus software in her body? I'm not asking you to save my daughter. I want you to help all mothers like me to destroy that evil company." Singe didn't he understand her meaning and asked, "I can give you a few more minutes. Could you tell me more details?" In a certain city, there is a company that specializes in producing soap for girls, called P&K. Recently, a batch of soap they sold caused varying degrees of allergic reactions in all the girls who used it. Initially, there was skin redness and swelling. But after using some medication, they surprisingly began to develop ulcers all over their bodies. Sarah searched online for related information and found that there were dozens of cases like her daughter's in the same region. After contacting them, she confirmed that they had all used P&K's soap. They specifically had someone test the ingredients of the soap and discovered that it contained a harmful chemical. While this ingredient could effectively remove surface dirt from the skin, it could also be quickly absorbed by the body, damaging skin tissue cells. However, P&K denied that there was anything wrong with their soap and removed all the soap sold in stores. Consequently, they formed a protest organization, going to the health department and P&K's headquarters every day to denounce them. They also posted the used soap and test results online. But within an hour of their release, all the information was deleted. For half a month, despite the outcry, not a single official from the health department dared to show their face. A senior member of P&K openly told them, "Your actions will only lead to greater losses." These unfortunate parents, fighting for their children and to expose the true nature of P&K to more people, had no choice but to seek help from hackers. In their impression, hackers were all righteous and unrestricted. However, not a single hacker was willing to assist them. While hackers may stand for justice, they are not naive. If it were just the health department in a certain country, it might be manageable, but P&K is one of the largest chemical companies in that country. They may not have hackers, but they have money and can hire more formidable hackers to retaliate. Eventually, a hacker informed Sarah about a forum and suggested they seek out a hacker named Ghost Butterfly, who was said to be the only one capable of helping them. Sarah posted a topic on the forum, but received no replies, as everyone thought she was just dreaming. Many wanted to connect with Ghost Butterfly, but why would she believe that Ghost Butterfly would want to know her? However, Ghost Butterfly did appear, and Sarah finally saw a glimmer of hope. At Ghost Butterfly's request, Sarah sent all the information she had. When Ghost Butterfly saw the shocking images and the tears of children in pain, as well as the despair in the eyes of parents holding their children, Ghost Butterfly declared, "I will make P&K pay the price." Sarah covered her mouth again, unsure how to express her gratitude to Ghost Butterfly. She wouldn't even entertain the thought that Ghost Butterfly might just be speaking casually, as she firmly believed that there were still just people and brave fighters in this world, and that was Ghost Butterfly. "You don't need to thank me, as this conversation never happened, and you never knew Ghost Butterfly. For your safety, I will delete all your information from the forum. You can continue your outcry, but make it seem like your protests drew my attention. Understand? I understand. I will do as you say. Thank you, Ghost Butterfly. Really, thank you. You're welcome." What a manly phrase. So, when helping a certain woman, one should respond with a casual "you're welcome," even when facing the risk of getting hurt while rescuing a beauty from a group of thugs. Even if it means biting down and shedding tears, one should still say it, waiting until the woman's silhouette has completely disappeared before rolling on the ground in pain. That way, it will make your resilience seem even stronger. Therefore, for the sake of everyone's well-being, think carefully before confronting thugs who specifically like to attack. Don't be like that one person who disregards P&K. To him, P&K is merely a system that needs to be destroyed. In under a minute, he gathered all available information about P&K, including their founders and everything that was publicly accessible. As for the undisclosed information, he would need to access their servers to investigate further. Entering the official website of P&K, Sang clicked on the section for ghostly secrets and directly accessed the backend of the site. Initially, he thought that P&K's website was integrated with the server host, but he was surprised to find that it actually used a hosted server. A hosted server means that they pay for a server and simply need to upload the materials they want to publish, while the management of the website's programs is left to the hosting company. Sang then clicked on the founder of P&K, whose name was Pierce, a 45-year-old man with a typical gentlemanly appearance. With a confident smile, he seemed amiable, and his eyes were full of sincerity and determination. However, Sang merely smiled slightly and then saw all of Pierce's information in the search bar of Ghostly Secrets. Chapter 291. The assassin Sang knew that everyone has secrets. Just like Pierce, whose daily motto was that the only thing P&K forgot was itself. Yet everything he did was for himself. The data in P&K's servers included their financial status and various soap research reports. They never developed anything else, focusing solely on soap. However, in a research report numbered PNK 57, it was clearly stated that a chemical component in a soap called fragrance petals could cause allergic reactions in certain special skin types, leading to redness and even ulceration. Nevertheless, the report's final conclusion was to approve production. Document PNK 58 was the inspection approval from the health department of the region. Singh then accessed the main server system of the health department and found all documents related to PNK. These documents were added to the health department's system by a person named Simon. Simon, aged 51, was the deputy minister of the health department, overseeing inspections in the chemical sector with the fragrance petals soap under his department's scrutiny. The documents were very detailed, including information on the inspectors, inspection equipment, and various standard values. However, Singh noticed that the standard parameters from the health department differed from PNK's development parameters, while the testing parameters used by Serum matched PNK's development parameters. This raised the question, what were the health department's inspection standards? According to PNK's research report, without the addition of this chemical component, fragrance petals could not meet the health department's standard parameters, which determined whether the soap effectively removed dirt and eliminated bacteria. Clearly, using this chemical component made the production cost of the soap cheaper, leading to greater market profits. Therefore, the health department could not fail to detect this component, and they must have known it was harmful to humans, yet they approved it. Singh further investigated everything about Simon and found in his personal financial system that certain securities he had purchased were transferred into his financial system by a personal transfer, with Pierce being the owner. Even more incredible is that Simon didn't take a single penny for these securities. However, all the funds from the sale of the securities have entered his financial system, totaling over hundreds of thousands. At EHD, each inspection device has specific usage records. Other details are unclear, but Sung could not find any usage records for inspecting the PNK fragrance petals. The secrets seemed to multiply as Sung also discovered in some private letters of Pierce that he was actually a personal aide to the prime minister of a certain country. However, there is no evidence to show that Pierce is a cross-dresser who often dresses as a woman to attend drag clubs. Watching those videos of Pierce at the drag club made Singh almost vomit. With such a love for women's clothing, he might as well change gender. When a person starts to doubt their own gender, one has to wonder if there is anything left in this world that they believe in. Pierce's wife is one of the main researchers for the fragrance petals, yet he often engages in affairs with another expert who is also a researcher in the office and lab. Sung actually sympathizes with Pierce's wife because Pierce clearly shows a preference for women's clothing over women themselves. If you wish for time to pass quickly, every second seems to drag on, and when you think you have plenty of time, you realize that time slips away unexpectedly. This day is not only a beautiful holiday, but also has good weather. However, Sung can only lie in bed, sleeping until noon, waking up with drool in his mouth. The people from last night are still here. Long Tianwu and Ku Yi have come, but Qin Nan is nowhere to be seen. They all look at him as if he were a stranger, and sometimes, a person's gaze can create a long distance between them. Sung doesn't ask what's wrong, as Long Tianwu has already placed a document in front of him. Opening the document, the first thing he sees is a photo of Qin Nan. Sing glances at Long Tianwu and then back at the document. The Qin Nan in the photo is completely different from the one Sing remembers. The Qin Nan in life is graceful and gentle, while the one in the photo has a piercing gaze that exudes a chilling aura, as if she could hold your life in her hands at any moment. When Qin Nan was 4 years old, her parents passed away, and she was later adopted by a foreign couple. At 5, she moved to a certain country with her parents, and at 14, she went to a different country. It is worth noting that her adoptive parents, who appeared to be business people, were actually core members of a killer organization called Shadow Moon. Qin Nan not only received the best education and an excellent life, but her parents also trained her to be an assassin. By the time Qin Nan returned to her home country at 18, to conceal her identity, she joined a library and became a librarian. Singh gently closed the document, his gaze deepening. What was once a beautiful day turned gloomy at that moment, and soon it began to rain. The term killer always seemed distant to him, yet surprisingly, the person he would least suspect beside him was indeed a killer. Everyone has secrets, just as everyone has different identities. A person may have only one face. But how many roles must they play? Long Tianwu said softly, "We cannot confirm her intentions for being near you right now. For your safety, we might have to take her down." Singh remained silent, feeling there was nothing to say. What could they possibly take from him now? Qin Nan meant no harm to her. Otherwise, could he still be sitting here? Ku Yi sat next to Singh, very close to him, which made Singh feel that his personal space was shrinking further. Singh, your identity is special. The organization does not want you to be in any danger, and we respect your thoughts. If you agree, we will make Qin Nan disappear from your side. In that case, you can treat Qin Nan as the same Qin Nan as before, and this information can be considered as if it never existed. The information was pushed directly in front of Long Tianwu by Singh. Whether a killer or an ordinary person, she would always be the Qin Nan in his memory. Chapter 292. Hacker Invasion. Seng's thoughts were resolute. Regardless of Qin Nan's identity, in Seng's eyes, she would always be the Qin Nan he remembered. Just then, Qin Nan walked in from the door with several bags of food, drenched from the rain. Everyone's gaze turned to her. If they still felt nothing under these circumstances, she would not be a killer. Especially the clenched fist of Siyu, the hidden dagger in Mengru's hand, Long Tianwu's stare, and Ku Yi's indifference made Qin Nan immediately realize that her identity had likely been exposed. Yet, she also noticed the warmth in Seng's gaze, devoid of any suspicion or reproach, which mattered most to her, as her stay in the country was entirely because of the man she loved deeply. Seng, I bought your favorite fish. I'll cook it for you later. Okay, but don't add too many chilies. I've been feeling a bit hot these past few days. Qin Nan's calmness surprised everyone. She was a killer, and the exposure of her identity meant something significant. She understood this better than anyone. However, her face showed no signs of panic, as if she had known all along that Seng would never harm her. Ku Yi looked at Qin Nan busy cooking and asked Seng again, have you really made your decision? Yes, this is my choice. I hope you can respect me. If you disagree, I want to be your puppet. I trust you understand my meaning. I want to keep you for dinner today. Seng turned and went upstairs. The others exchanged glances and silently left. Seng had not stated it so definitively, but everyone knew what he meant. If he didn't even have the authority to issue such an order, then the so-called engineer and commander were nothing but pawns using him. After everyone left, Qin Nan entered Seng's room. Seng stood by the window, gazing at the light rain outside, his eyes deep and seemingly trying to see through the rain to the clear sky beyond. You know everything, don't you? Qin Nan sat on the edge of the bed, watching Seng's back. No matter how powerful a woman is, she always feels small in front of a man, and no matter how weak a man is, he always appears tall in front of a woman. Nothing has changed. You are still Qin Nan, and I am still Seng. The rain blurred Seng's vision, while tears clouded Qin Nan's eyes. Aren't you afraid that one day I might kill you? Seng turned around and smiled. Then give me a reason. If you don't marry me, I'll kill you. Go ahead, you bastard. Qin Nan threw herself into Seng's arms. How could she ever kill him? Even if she could never be Seng's bride, she would stay by his side and cook for him for a lifetime. This is a woman's steadfastness, an unwavering initial love and surrender. Seng, thank you for your trust. I would do anything for you. How about I give you a child first? Seng gently patted her back and said, let's talk about that after you grow up. Qin Nan looked up to kiss Seng, but he pushed her away and said, recently, novels don't allow such scenes. Let's do something else, like go fishing. In front of the EDH of the Fog Country, Sarah gathered with the parents of all the children affected by the flower petals. Everyone was particularly agitated, and not just them. All the volunteers aware of the situation and those sympathetic to them joined the protest. In the office, Simon snorted coldly at a female secretary behind him. These commoners. Do they really think their shouts can reach far? The secretary replied, Minister, there are quite a few protesters this time. Should we do something? No need to do anything. The best way to strike them is to ignore them. Once they fully understand that their shouts are just noise, they will naturally leave. Some people at the back of the crowd were eager to draw attention to them, but were stopped by individuals in black suits. Sarah glanced at her portable device and nodded to a man beside her. He immediately took off his clothes, set them on fire with a lighter, and threw them at the EDH's entrance. Security personnel with riot shields rushed out of the building, forming a human wall to prevent the protesters from approaching the EDH doors. However, more people began to clash with the security, leading to physical confrontations as they started attacking them with shields. Sarah immediately raised her portable device and recorded all the conflicts. At that moment, all the large screens in the bustling areas of the Fog City, including those at the palace and the Parliament building, began to sync with Sarah's portable device. Everyone who passed by stopped in disbelief, staring at the big screen showing everything that was happening. Those attacked with shields lay in pools of blood, and some parents immediately covered their children's eyes. The cybersecurity department of the Fog Nation, YNT, discovered that the public systems of the capital were hacked, and all external big screens were under control. The head of YNT, a nearly 40-year-old named Hanton, immediately ordered the activation of firewalls and antivirus software to cut off all connections between the big screens and the systems. However, after a while, the engineer stood up in despair, walked over to Hanton, and said, Director. Hanton showed no concern, thinking it was just a hacker's act of vandalism. He was currently watching the conflict at the EDH entrance with other colleagues. The engineer looked around, wiped the sweat from his face, and continued, Director. Hanton glanced at him before turning his attention back to the big screen, saying, the firewall is activated, right? Clean the system of viruses with antivirus software and reset the system parameters. Director, you better take a look at this. Not now. Look, the armed forces are deployed. I bet 10 pounds they will open fire. Director. The engineer, fed up, shouted, get your butt off that damn chair immediately. Everyone turned to look at the expert. The director had never seen him so furious, and seeing his cold sweat and fear, he followed him to the computer. However, when Hanton saw the eerie blue ghost butterfly, his legs went weak with fright. Chapter 293. Dawn. When Hanton saw the ghost butterfly, his first reaction was that the Fog Nation was about to face a terrorist attack. He couldn't find words to describe his fear. His soul felt as if it had been drained by the eerie blue. Immediately contact the Prime Minister. Raise the cybersecurity level to the highest. The secretary quickly reached out to the Prime Minister's office. However, the current Prime Minister was in no mood to discuss anything about hacker defenses. The bloody conflict at the EDH entrance had already spread across the networks of the Fog Nation, and now the entire nation was aware of the events occurring at the EDH entrance. He urgently summoned Hank, the Minister of EDH, and Simon, the Deputy Minister. The two had not yet realized how severe the conflict would become before stepping out of the EDH doors, but the moment they pushed the door open, they were met with angry citizens. They shouted slogans calling for sanctions against EDH and PNK, continuously charging at the armed forces' defenses. Many citizens were injured and fell to the ground, covered in blood, while soldiers tried to drag them away, but more citizens surged forward, continuing to clash with them. Hank felt cold sweat break out on his forehead, as if the wrinkles were deepening. Simon was trembling in fear. He never dreamed that this situation would spiral out of control to such an extent. A large number of reporters surged into the crowd, heavily surrounding Hank and Simon. Various questions hit them like heavy punches, leaving them no chance to fight back. Their absence had only further enraged the citizens, who disregarded everything to break through the armed forces' line of defense, preparing to attack Simon. The soldiers could only fire into the sky to calm the people down. The situation in front was already impassable, as more and more citizens gathered, filling the entire street and shouting slogans, with numbers reaching tens of thousands. Hank and Simon could only leave by helicopter, watching the dense crowd below and the tear gas canisters exploding among the bloodied citizens. Simon could only close his eyes. He didn't want to look because he lacked the courage to face it. In front of the large screens in the bustling areas, many people had gathered. The content playing on the screens was all about the chemical components contained in PNK's products, as well as the insider trading involving Deputy Minister Simon and EDH. Along with Pierce's personal privacy, this annual gentleman of the Fog City turned out to be a cross-dresser. Hank could see it all clearly through the helicopter window. No wonder so many citizens were angrily attacking EDH. The main reason was that Simon had sold out his integrity and the entire EDH. If Simon were just an ordinary person, no one would care about his past actions. But now, he was a government official, one whose role was closely related to the safety of people's lives. They were merely officials because no one had ever been able to attract their attention. As long as there were no large-scale casualties, they could remain in their positions indefinitely. Even the Prime Minister might forget that there was a health department in their country. This was the department that should never have problems, right? Yet this time, it had plunged the entire Fog City into a state of emergency. What they could see were the behind-the-scenes transactions, but how many more transactions remained unseen? It seemed that reporters from around the world had arrived in the Fog City, gathering beneath every large screen, at the entrances of every department, and even outside the Prime Minister's office, the Queen's Palace, and the Parliament building. When Hank and Simon appeared at the Parliament building, they were met with a barrage of flashing lights, cameras, and questions. One of the most frequently asked questions was, Deputy Minister Simon, you have been exposed for having behind-the-scenes dealings with PNK. In the chemical field you oversee, do you have transactions with every factory? How much have you received, Minister Simon? Has the Prime Minister also been involved in your transactions? According to the leaked documents, PNK is the Prime Minister's private aide. Do you both attend cross-dressing clubs and attack each other? At that moment, Yenties Hamilton also appeared at the Parliament building. The situation outside had completely spiraled out of control, and the Prime Minister seemed to have no idea what had caused it. The reporters had endless questions for everyone. Upon seeing Mr. Hamilton, one of them loudly asked, Mr. Hamilton, has our data network been attacked by hackers? Are our other networks under attack as well? You previously raised the cybersecurity level to the highest. Is this a terrorist attack? Hamilton didn't even glance at them and quickly entered the Parliament building under the protection of armed forces. In the capital, Gung Yu took a sip of water and gently placed the cup on the side of the table. The situation outside was explosive, yet this secret chamber remained eerily quiet. Over the past 2 hours, experts from ENT had made countless ineffective defenses, even cutting network cables and shutting down the power to the main server. But under the dual code attack of Infinity and Key, these efforts were completely futile. So far, Singh had shown no interest in other departments. He simply wanted all civilians to know this inside story, prompting the authorities to take it seriously. Moreover, it wasn't enough to just take it seriously. Sarah and the parents of other infected children deserved the assistance they needed. Of course, Singh never believed that in such a large nation, there wouldn't be a network expert to stop his attack. He had been waiting for this expert to appear. In the Prime Minister's office, A dozen members of parliament and senior officials were present. They no longer wanted to hear any explanations from Simon. Bringing him to parliament was merely to silence everyone at the upcoming press conference. What everyone wanted to hear now was Hamilton's words. As he had mentioned a name that shocked everyone, Ghost Butterfly. The Prime Minister's lips trembled slightly, a habit he had when anxious. As the Prime Minister of the nation, nearly 50 years old, Don looked particularly pale. He was the most powerful person under the Queen, but his authority could not surpass that of Parliament. He did not fear whether the nation's network would be attacked. Rather, he feared what Ghost Butterfly intended to take from him. Hamilton responded, Prime Minister. What Ghost Butterfly wants is exactly what those outside want. Of course, if you don't want to give it to him, you can authorize me to initiate the counterattack plan. Don was extremely cautious with every decision he had to make, as so far, the data servers of other core government departments were functioning normally. Currently, Ghost Butterfly had only taken control of the ENT data server, thereby controlling all the big screens in bustling areas. Some suggested immediately shutting down these big screens, but the Prime Minister refused, stating that people had the right to know the truth. If the screens were turned off, public anger would escalate even further. The authorization for the counterattack plan proposed by Hamilton was something the Prime Minister had to consider seriously, as once this plan was initiated, the entire nation would be turned upside down. Government departments would lose more than half of their operational coordination capability. The national finances would immediately decrease by 50%, and all cities would enter a state of emergency until the cyber war was over. The Prime Minister raised his head and said, I want the damage assessment report from the Phantom Butterfly, and then I will consider whether to initiate a counterattack plan. Hamilton nodded and immediately contacted the experts at ENT to have them prepare the assessment report right away. Meanwhile, the other main character in this incident, Mr. Pierce, had already dismissed all the workers. The board members who had been discussing how to expand the market just yesterday were now hastily leaving the company with their belongings. But where could they go? The entire factory was surrounded by the military, and no one was allowed to leave. A man in his 50s, dressed in a black wool coat and wearing dark sunglasses, descended from a helicopter and went straight to Pierce's office. When he took off his sunglasses, Pierce first noticed his eyes were devoid of pupils. Pierce, I want all the RD materials for the fragrance petals. Furthermore, you and everyone involved in the research and sales, I'm afraid some of your powers will be taken away starting today. Faced with this man's command, Pierce simply smiled and said, you can take everything, but my workers are innocent. You should let them go. No one would have expected that this incident would attract the attention of the super hacker Phantom Butterfly. Until we satisfy him, I believe we have no power to choose. Do we? The one-eyed man put his sunglasses back on, looking much more agreeable. He appeared here just to say these two sentences. But his authority was comparable to that of a high-ranking official from a certain country. He was Quake, the senior director of the most mysterious intelligence agency in the region, EIA, known as the Godfather. As a senior intelligence officer, he normally wouldn't be involved in such matters, but because of the appearance of Phantom Butterfly, he had to personally intervene, solely to determine whether Phantom Butterfly intended to launch an attack. The subsequent press conference was held on time at the Parliament building. Sarah and the other parents were invited to the venue, along with their children who had been affected. Seeing the pain on their faces moved everyone present. Simon, Hank, Pierce, and others were investigated. P&K was permanently closed, and all its assets were given to the affected children. When a reporter interviewed Sarah, she tearfully said, I just want to thank one person. I just want to say thank you to you. We will never forget the help you gave us. Thank you. Senj, watching this, chuckled and said, you're welcome. He then cut off the network connection with Yenti. For him, it was just a matter of moving a few fingers. But for the entire region, it was almost a complete upheaval. Countless people would be excited and unable to sleep tonight. But for Senj, who was accustomed to solitude and silence, it remained a one-man show. After the curtain fell, he grasped the dim beauty and the fatigue of decline. Standing in the crowd, Quake quietly watched Sarah, waiting until the press conference ended before walking over to her and whispering, Is Phantom Butterfly satisfied now? Who are you? Sarah carefully held the child in her arms, watching Quake with great vigilance. Who I am isn't important. I just want you to tell Ghost Butterfly that this is our country, and we don't like others meddling in our affairs. Take your child to find a good doctor. You already have everything you need, don't you? I don't know what you're talking about. Now please step aside. We need to leave. Quake did not stop them, stepping aside gracefully and gesturing for them to go ahead. As Sarah took a step forward, Quake continued, I hope by the next time I see you, your child will be healed. I think we will never meet again. That is not certain. Sarah left without looking back. Quake turned to another man in black and said, Keep an eye on her. I want to know her every move. Senj was lying in bed when his portable computer emitted a request for a connection. Once connected, Basra's familiar smile appeared before him. Darling, it should be bedtime over there, right? Senj wondered if his feelings for Basra were akin to an online romance. Perhaps he was someone who demanded perfection, always hoping his partner would be equally flawless, and Basra certainly gave him that impression. Yeah, do you want to sleep together? Basra teased. Let me see your surroundings. I need to make sure you're alone. Singe chuckled. You should look into my heart. Isn't there just one person there? Basra smiled, her gaze captivating. Darling, I want to watch you sleep, and when you wake up, you'll see me watching you. Singe nodded. All right, you work, I'll sleep. See you soon. However, just as his eyes began to close, Johnson's voice interrupted. Singe, you almost ruined the entire fog country before. Why did you do that? Because if I don't do it, no one else will. But they don't need you. You can't use your abilities to interfere in someone else's life or a country's internal affairs. You're not a creator. Singe shrugged, but I'm a hacker. I have to do something. And don't use that tone with me, especially when I'm about to sleep. Your voice suddenly makes me want to pee. Johnson replied. Haven't you already done that in Fog City? And I must remind you, Fog Country's intelligence agency is the most mysterious and powerful in the world. They had agents long before the other country even existed. So, if you want to relieve yourself in Fog Country again, it's best not to do it over their parliament building, understood? Chapter 295, Provocation. When we were still vague about the internet, there was a person who really wanted to manipulate a generator, and someone told him not to be foolish and to try manipulating a nuclear weapon instead. In the end, this person married and had a happy family. After the internet emerged, there was another person who wanted to manipulate a generator, and someone suggested, why not search for it online? Surprisingly, more than 1,000 people who wanted to operate a generator were found, along with various groups and forums. In the end, this person was sent to the hospital. While the internet provides convenience, it also invades human thought. You might go a week without food, but you definitely can't go a week without the internet. Everyone is searching for their own paradise online, but how many truly find it? Even Singh thought he had opened the door to a new world, yet he did not find anything that belonged to him in this world. If he wanted, he could have everything, but he didn't want it, because none of it was his. However, he was creating one myth after another. If you're unsure how to define a legend, then Singh is one. At least on major hacker forums, the ghost butterfly is regarded as a legend. Singh never considered himself a legend. He still had to go to the library, to the Sun Network, and build a brand new online world according to others' demands. This is an unchangeable life, isn't it? Or perhaps one always needs to add some habits, like waking up every day to the smile of a certain person, or seeing the infatuation of colleagues at work. He never imagined his world would include all this, yet it all became a habit. Upon entering the Sun Network company, Ku-e was always the first to appear before him, presenting a well-organized work plan in a particularly gentle voice. But today, she told Sung that someone wanted to meet him. Walking into the meeting room, Sung smiled, because the jerk in front of him was Deng Nan, the CEO of Deepwater Company. Upon seeing Sung, Deng Nan said, Don't think I'll shake your hand just because you're the president of Sun Network and surrounded by beautiful women. And don't think my secretary, who looks like a menopausal shrew, makes you feel superior. I, Deng Nan, CEO of Deepwater Company, known for being a rogue, I speak plainly. I'm here to ask about the firewall software. Then let us keep it simple. It's not like we're facing a calamity here. Singh didn't dislike this person because there was always a certain drive in him, as if he was perpetually excited. The firewall software developed for Deepwater Company was only 50% complete due to various reasons, but this made Deng Nan unable to stop smiling. How could he not smile? The framework Sun created was something even foreign experts couldn't crack. The codes were clearly interconnected, yet there was no symbol or program linking them. This is the characteristic of integrated code. Only within Singh's ghostly analysis or key code programs could one see the integrated code. When Sunwon Company emerged, Deng Nan thought it was just an ordinary internet company. However, a simple investigation revealed that the company's background was linked to the military and that it was undergoing a nationwide network upgrade. Deng Nan couldn't sit still. He wanted to know who the CEO of Sunwon Company was. Upon discovering it was Singgu, Deng Nan was so excited that he briefly lost his memory, forgetting where the door was. After confirming the firewall software, Deng Nan said, Singgu, I have one more thing to ask of you. And you must promise me no matter what. Besides developing software, you can discuss other matters, but my time is limited, so make it concise. Singgu was curious about what this person was up to and wanted to hear what he had to say. I want to collaborate with you on network development. My company is about to go public, and if we can reach a cooperation agreement, the market value of Shinshui could multiply several times. I can offer you 40 of Shinshui's shares. What do you think? Singgu chuckled. I'm afraid I can't agree. You should know that I'm just an engineer at Sunwon, not the president. I don't have the authority to decide on cooperation. After thinking for a moment, Deng Nan extended his hand. 45. Even if you offer me 95, I still don't have the authority to agree to this. Authority, you understand? The most critical thing. I lack it. How can you expect me to do this? Deng Nan looked quite dejected, his aura disordered. A 15 stake, after going public, would be worth hundreds of millions. No one could resist that. Yet Singgu didn't care at all. What did he really want? Even Sengu himself didn't know what he wanted, but he was still unsatisfied, like someone who remains thirsty no matter how much water they drink. In the end, Deng Nen had to leave empty-handed. Sengu sat alone in the reception room, pondering what he truly desired. Money? If he wanted it, he could instantly become a billionaire. Women? There were plenty to choose from. Power? As the chief engineer of Sunwon Company, he controlled national network privileges. Some people spend their whole lives striving for these things. But none of this piqued Sung Ji's interest. Perhaps he craved some excitement. For an extraordinary person, living an ordinary life can be stifling. Men are like that. They always seek some thrill, whether it's a physical rush, a wild adventure, or a full-body challenge like a fight, seeking out someone they can take down. Or arguing with someone just to have a good row. Sengu felt the urge to do just that. He opened his laptop, connected to CSD, disregarding any box permissions, and unleashed infinite code through CSD's wireless network, bombarding it with various attacks. No matter what files or portable devices, anything that could be deleted was deleted, and anything that could be destroyed was destroyed. An hour later, Sang saw a message specifically left for him on a wireless device within the CSD range. What the hell do you want? Are you trying to start a war, hacker? Chapter 296, Soul Hunter. Sang's reply was simply, F you. After venting, Sang finally felt much better. Everyone needs to let off steam, right? Even animals do. But they lack the ability to communicate with humans. When they are killed, they don't even have time to utter a curse before it's over. It had been a long time since he visited a food stall, so he contacted Qin Nan. To others, Qin Nan was a mysterious assassin, but to Sang, he was family. The owner was still exceptionally warm to Sang, and the dishes were as delicious as ever. Qin Nan sat close, wearing a unique fragrance that Sang had given him, a perfume from a select brand. No one else wore it, only Qin Nan, and the scent was intoxicating. Qin Nan took Sang's hand and said, Darling, why don't we have a drink? Sang replied, I'm afraid if I drink too much, I might lose myself. The old curator is still waiting for my urine to ward off evil, so let's just have a simple meal and go home. It had been a long time since he watched a movie, so he suggested, how about we go see a film after dinner? Sure, I want to relax too. Watching a movie alone is enjoyable, but watching it with a woman can be torturous. If surrounded by couples, it feels like an adult film. Throughout the movie, Qin Nan leaned against Sang, and behind them, a couple was engaged in who knows what, with the woman occasionally letting out soft moans. Sang turned around and thought, wow, the woman is sitting on the guy's lap. Why not just go to a hotel? The couple to the left was even more shameless, apparently having a good time while watching the movie, and Sang caught a glimpse of them excitedly sharing a few cents, as if they were celebrating. Sang wished he could install antivirus software in their heads to clear their minds. Finally, the movie came to an end, and Qin Nan had fallen asleep in Sang's arms. Sang had a habit of never leaving when the lights came on, as it made him feel lonely, akin to waking up from a beautiful dream. The starry sky was vast, and Sang took a deep breath of fresh air. Was it really becoming a luxury just to enjoy a movie? Qin Nan wrapped his arm around Sang, looking blissful. In her mind, they were not just family but also lovers. Such a beautiful night was meant for lovers. Wasn't he it? However, as they walked, Qin Nan suddenly pulled on Sang's arm and said with a smile, Darling, listen to me. We are being followed. Don't look back. Just act as if you haven't noticed anything. Sang instantly tensed up, unsure if Long Tianwu was nearby. Who could be following him? Could it still be that mysterious person, who was likely connected to an organization? How far away were they now? Qin Nan whispered, It's about 50 meters away. This distance is very safe. If he wanted to attack us, he wouldn't maintain this distance. Soon, they entered the park, and Qin Nan said, Darling, keep walking straight ahead. What about you, Qin Nan? In just a moment, Qin Nan had vanished. Sengu didn't look back and continued walking. The mysterious figure noticed one person was missing and seemed a bit hesitant, stopping in their tracks. Just then, a whoosh was heard near their ear. The mysterious figure quickly turned to look and was surprised to find it was Qin Nan, her whip-like leg already striking in front of him. Such speed. The mysterious figure was startled and quickly dodged back, Qin Nan's foot almost grazing his neck as it passed by. Before he could regain his balance, he caught a glimmer of cold light in front of him. Qin Nan's dagger was already thrusting towards him. Gritting his teeth, the mysterious figure could only fall to the ground, the only way to avoid Qin Nan's dagger. Qin Nan, being an assassin, aimed to kill with every move, and her dagger was elusive. The mysterious figure rolled and dodged on the ground, but even so, he was still scratched several times. He knew he was no match for Qin Nan. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a handful of lime and threw it at her. Qin Nan had already prepared for this, performing several backflips without getting a speck of lime on her. But when she looked again, the mysterious figure had already vanished without a trace. Qin Nan glanced in the direction he had fled, snorted coldly, and the dagger in her hand seemed to vanish like magic. Sengu rushed over and asked, Qin Nan, are you okay? You're not hurt, right? Qin Nan suddenly turned to look at Sengu, startling him into taking a step back. Darling, from now on, if I tell you to leave, don't look back. Just keep walking, remember? Sungu swallowed hard and replied, I remember. This person is skilled. How can you tell? Only a handful of people can withstand 3 moves from me, and this guy managed to escape unharmed even after I hurt him. If I had my Soul Hunter Spike with me today, I could have killed him 10 times. Sungu scratched his head and asked, Soul Hunter Spike? What is that? Yes, the Soul Hunter Spike, my weapon. Starting tomorrow, I will carry it with me. In this world, whoever dares to have designs on you must die. Hearing the name of the weapon sent a chill through Sungu, but Qin Nan's words quickly made that chill disappear. Let us talk about it when we get back. All right, let us go. Qin Nan took Singji's hand and returned home. Darling, do you want to see my Soul Hunter Spike? Sungu hurriedly shook his head, saying, maybe not. As a woman, I think you shouldn't have such things, especially when you see the man you like with another woman. The first thing you need to forget is the Soul Hunter Spike. Qin Nan changed into slippers and placed Sungji's slippers at his feet, smiling mischievously as she said, Darling, do you think I'm sexy when I'm fighting? Actually, I bumped into a tree then and didn't see anything. Qin Nan said coquettishly, why are you so unromantic? Can't you make me a little happy? Sang thought for a moment and replied, well, it's very attractive, especially when you do a flip. It's so fast that I can't tell which end is which. Go to hell. Qin Nan playfully punched Sang and then snuggled into his arms. Darling, can I go to your room tonight? Sang, startled, quickly said, forget it. What is so good about my room? Why don't you sleep in my room instead? Chapter 297 Yoi Sang would never sleep with Qin Nan, and he also couldn't accept the term darling. There are many pet names, but there is no need to specifically call him darling. She could call him son or gu, which are perfectly fine. In the end, Sang chose to sleep alone. And even if Qin Nan had her special ability, there was nothing to discuss. Besides, it was working hours for Basha now, just like all the couples in online relationships. This kind of romance felt very vague. The moment the image of the other person appeared, it seemed as if the distance between them was still so far. Sang did not admit that this was an online romance, but he indeed had fallen for Basha, who could only appear on the computer. Online romance can make love feel very lonely, and yet, bound by distance, it becomes hard to let go. They always had endless topics to discuss. From meals to different cultural traditions, and even about certain world-renowned brands, they could talk for hours. However, they never mentioned meeting in person. Online romance is like that. Meeting is a kind of anticipation, but also a fear. While Sang was chatting with Basha, Johnson appeared next to Basha again. This was the only way he could find the ghost butterfly, which is why he had kept Basha in Campi. Son, I have some information here. You need to take a good look. After clicking to receive the file, he double-clicked to open it, and Sarah's photo immediately came into Sang's view. Sarah, originally named Imanis, had worked for the intelligence agency of a certain country before disappearing without a trace. According to reliable information, Sarah had joined a private organization, or rather, a terrorist group. This organization, named the European Eye, abbreviated as YOI, is a secret terrorist organization that has been active in various European countries for many years. The leader of this organization is named Sang. What sets this organization apart from other terrorist groups is their ability to overthrow governments or disrupt economies. They employ various means to gather funds, purchase weapons, and provide them to other terrorist organizations. Therefore, YOI is regarded as the most dangerous terrorist organization on European soil. Sarah joined YOI a few years ago, claiming to reshape the world order, and has been involved in overthrowing governments. In just 3 years, countries like Fog Nation, Wine Country, Fugwa, and Flower Country have suffered significant financial losses. At that moment, Johnson suddenly said, Son, you've been used by them. If it were just about money, everything would be easy. But this money has turned into weapons, leading to slaughter. Now, the authorities have unilaterally listed you as a terrorist. And even Campi is in a passive position. Sin just chuckled, looking quite helpless. He didn't care about any list. After all, the ghost butterfly had been on many lists before, so being labeled a terrorist didn't matter. However, it was wrong for the YOI to exploit him like this. It's worth noting that Sun had once been moved by them, but that feeling had been squandered. Johnson, where is Sarah now? He asked. She has vanished without a trace. I believe she is still in the region. After the EIA discovered her identity, she disappeared. There's no way she could have left through normal channels. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Go grab a hot dog and relax. Sun cut off the call. He was heading to the hidden room where his weapons were. If they wanted to use him, they would have to pay a price. Quake from the EIA liked to sit under the window in the afternoon and take a nap. His desk had nothing on it except for his legs, making it seem as if the office didn't belong to him. Apart from the desk and chair, you wouldn't find anything else, not even a light. He rarely took off his sunglasses, as he had grown accustomed to the dull colors of this world. He referred to this color as humanity, where there was never sunlight, only darkness. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Quake didn't move, only said, Come in. A female employee wearing a blue ID badge pushed the door open and said, "Sir, you'd better come take a look at this. Is the ghost butterfly back?" It seemed everything was as he expected, or rather, he had been waiting for the ghost butterfly's appearance. The female employee said, "He wants to see you." Quake said nothing more and entered a room with a large screen. The dialogue box for the ghost butterfly was already flashing on the screen. Sun had gathered all of Quake's information. He had previously been the commander of the anti-terror special forces in the region and had lost an eye in a battle against a terrorist organization. Due to his extensive experience in counterterrorism, the authorities appointed him as the head of the EIA's intelligence department. Under his leadership, the EIA became the most powerful department in the region within just a few years, all thanks to their efforts. What Sun didn't expect was that Quake would directly say, "Ghost Butterfly, I can provide you with limited information. You'll have to use your own skills to find Imanis." Quake was quite straightforward, knowing what Sun wanted. Being able to make the EIA the largest intelligence agency in the region was no simple feat, however. Sun replied, "What makes you think I would help you find Imanis?" Quake said, "You are not searching for us, but for yourself. As the world's most skilled hacker, we have no power to demand anything from you. However, I believe that when you find Imanis, you might be able to use our counterterrorism team. So, we are just collaborating, not exploiting each other. I want everything about Yoi. I've prepared it for you long ago. It's right on the system's desktop. Feel free to take it. No need to be polite." Singh took the data and then disconnected. When Quake turned around, he saw a dozen people standing outside the office door, all eager to see this ghost butterfly, but he had already vanished. When Quake stepped out, everyone immediately returned to their positions. He called over a female staff member and said, "Help me tell Johnson that I can only do so much." He opened the Yoi data, which was filled with every notorious thing they had done over the years. However, Sung was not interested in this. He was only looking for information about Imanis, and of course, their leader, Sane. Imanis was indeed a former agent from a certain country, who later joined Yoi and had been a wanderer, appearing in many countries. It was impossible to find Imanis through this data, but Singh had his own methods. Just as Quake said, he was the best hacker in the world. Chapter 298. Imani Singh's thought was that even if Imanis had really evaporated, he would still drag her soul out and whip it 100 times. He logged into a hacker forum and analyzed all the IP addresses that had ever connected to the Imanis topic. After filtering and analyzing, Singh suddenly discovered an encrypted IP address from a certain country. Without the data, this address would never have caught Singh's attention, as this hacker forum catered to hackers from all over the world. After analyzing the information about this IP address, a person named Nim gradually surfaced. This person was also a hacker, as his system was filled with programs used by hackers. Sung calmly reviewed all of his systems and began collecting information about Nim. Nim, 25 years old, worked as a network engineer for a network company in his country. He had no mother, only a father and an older sister. His sister's name was Imanis. Sung recalled that Sarah had once told him that it was a hacker who informed him about this forum, and it seemed that this person was indeed Nim. Singh opened an infinite code and took control of all of Nim's portable devices, but Nim remained completely unaware. This was all Sung could do for now. Apart from that, he needed to analyze Nim to determine whether he had the capability to plan this operation. However, the analysis results left Singh feeling particularly disappointed. This guy not only lacked planning ability, but could hardly even be considered a hacker. Due to the presence of other malware planted by hackers in his system so far, it's clear that Nim does not understand his own system, much like he likely does not understand himself. Many people lack self-awareness, don't they? They don't know their own personality, their aspirations, or even the purpose of their existence. Typically, only one type of person lacks this understanding: those living at the bottom of society, as they don't know how to change their situation, just like they don't know how to escape their current life. Nim is not considered to be among the lowest, so Singh's final conclusion is that this guy is just an idiot. Idiocy is often hereditary. From his alcoholic father to Imanis, they are all fools. Despite Imanis being an agent in a certain country, her actions in leveraging Sung highlight her as the biggest fool. She never considered that Sung could instantly take control of the network, overturning all established processes, and could just as easily use the network to eliminate her. Thus, she is a fool, especially since she even willingly connected to Nim's portable device. Sung couldn't help but laugh. He was being used by such an idiot. Who is the real fool here? He instantly took control of Imanis' portable device. She is still in her location. To avoid alerting anyone, Sung decided to inform Quake, prompting him to deploy special forces. In fact, Quake was quite shocked. Despite the efforts of their national agents, they had not located Imanis. While Ghost Butterfly managed to pinpoint her location in less than an hour, fully armed masked agents kicked down the door of a residence, startling the occupants into cowering on the floor. These people were not the target. Imanis was in the basement. The agents opened the hidden entrance to the basement and first deployed tear gas before entering. In less than a minute, Imani's and a few others emerged from the basement, covering their noses and crying from the tears. Quake stepped forward and said with a smile, "I told you we would meet again, and here we are." Singh watched the entire operation clearly through the video device and noticed that Imani's was particularly anxious, constantly looking around. Just as Sung found this strange, Imani's head suddenly exploded in a spray of blood. Under the attack of a long-range sniper rifle, her brain matter splattered all over Quake. At that moment, the agents guarding the door opened fire on the rooftop in the distance, the gunfire particularly piercing. Quake glanced at Imani's body and ordered, "Find that sniper. I want to deal with him personally." The remaining events seemed to have no relevance to Sung. He turned off the video device. As if closing a movie he had only watched halfway. At the moment Imani's was shot in the head, he saw it very clearly. Since he was not on the scene, it felt to Singh like watching a movie. Or rather, the death of a damned person did not instill any fear or guilt in him. Everyone did what they needed to do. Imani's was killed in front of Quake. And it was obvious that this was definitely a cleanup job by Yoi. However, there was still a question. Sung wanted to know, because Imani's was just a lackey. The real mastermind should be someone named Sane. Or perhaps the entire operation was planned by Sane. Singh had no interest in anyone else. He just wanted to eliminate Sane and make sure everyone knew that crossing the Phantom Butterfly meant death. He sent some information to a hacker group that specialized in posting news about the Phantom Butterfly on hacker forums. When the hacker group received this information, they were completely shocked. They believed their sincerity had touched the Phantom Butterfly, and finally, they could obtain real news materials instead of fabricated ones. Singh chose them because the hacker group not only had significant influence on hacker forums, but also held weight in many hacker circles. When the news titled "The Fury of the Phantom Butterfly" appeared on major hacker forums, it immediately caused an uproar in the global hacking community. All hackers focused on this topic, with one hacker commenting, "I hope this isn't the end of the world." Many were aware of Yoi's strength. It was a real terrorist organization capable of launching a terror attack or a war against a nation in an instant. The Phantom Butterfly had made it clear that its goal was to take down Yoi, one of the most powerful terrorist organizations, with the world's top hacker. They hoped this wasn't the end of the world. Chapter 299. The engineer. There will always be people who compete with the wealthy. For example, if you insult a rich person, they might retort, "How much money do you have?" The wealthy individual would respond, "I'm rich. Why don't you just die?" Yes. The rich can still revel in their wealth even when others are climbing over them. Of course, if you provoke them, they will retaliate, using their money to hire someone to take you out. Sane, the leader of Yoi, was that kind of person. When he saw the news that shocked the entire hacking community, he slammed the table and shouted, "Who can outdo us? It's just a little exploitation. Do you need to be this furious?" His temper was a frequent occurrence, and those around him had grown accustomed to it. It seemed as if he was born to be angry. He would rage at every little thing, even in intimate moments with his wife. And if her moans didn't reach the neighbors, he would angrily tear down the wall. His constant anger had rearranged his facial features in such a way that many believed his eyes were his mouth, and his nose was his eyes. There were even people who approached him to be a spokesperson for a breed of dog. He is a wealthy individual, and like all wealthy people, he enjoys having others agree with him. His subordinates are essentially people who can always echo his sentiments, which is why they are able to reach high positions in the organization. For instance, when Sane gets angry about which foot to step out with, his subordinates will chime in, saying things like, "Damn it, this is infuriating. Boss, you say we should cut off that foot first." Sane looks at him and thinks this person is quite good, and from then on, he becomes a trusted confidant. Then, when Sane gets angry again, his subordinates follow up with, "Damn it, you're right, boss. We should take him down first, burst his bubble, and then stuff his head where it belongs, kicking him to Mars to feed the monsters." Sane snorts in agreement. Exactly, let him feed the monsters, then turn into waste, getting trampled into mush. After coming out of the restroom, Sung feels particularly clear-headed. Why do people need to relieve themselves? This is an unanswerable question. Much like many aspects of life that remain unanswered, the answer is often right in front of us, yet people still feel the need to ask. Such individuals are everywhere. If you don't believe it, think about it. There are people who even ask how much toilet paper to use while doing their business. If I encounter such a person, my usual response would be, "Go to hell. Why don't you ask your wife whose kid she gave birth to?" Singh woke up later than usual today. Chin Nin had already gone to work, and the meals were on the table. If only Chin Nin weren't an assassin. Of course, even if she weren't, she couldn't become Singh's wife. Singh is currently lost in the throes of an online romance. A wretched online romance that has tormented generations since the late 70s. Upon arriving at the company, everyone stands to greet him with good morning. Is this honor or power? In any case, Singh always feels a disconnect. The absence of feeling is, in itself, a kind of feeling. Before he could sit down, Liao Simin burst in. Seeing his expression, Singh could only think of two possibilities. Either that old fool had collapsed, or some network was under attack. Grid, The helicopter is ready for you. Go to the securities company immediately. Why? A helicopter? Yes, a helicopter, not a generator. The securities company is under a hacker attack, and the market is crashing just like my current expression. There's only an hour left until the market opens. If you can't deal with these hackers, we might as well wear skirts and dance in the busiest part of town. Yu Jia, come with me. As Singh issued commands, he grabbed his portable computer and followed Liao Ximin out of the company. 15 minutes later, on the rooftop of the securities company, the helicopter slowly landed on the helipad. The company's president and several others had been waiting. Liao Ximin was the first to disembark, asking directly, "What is the situation?" The president replied, "All data has been locked by hackers, and the market has gone to zero. To prevent further losses, we've disconnected from the financial system. We have 1 hour until the market opens. Liao, you must help me no matter what." Liao Ximin said, "I can't help you. Only he can help you." Singh stepped down from the helicopter, adjusting the lapels of his suit. Siyu followed closely behind him, along with Yu Jia. Both beautiful women whose alluring legs and black stockings captured the attention of most people. The CEO grasped Singh's hand and said, "You must be Mr. Sung. We really need your help this time." Singh looked up and saw that this CEO was in his 50s, with a mix of black and gray hair, an urgent gaze, and a pale complexion. Despite this, he gave off the impression of being a steady person. As the saying goes, one can judge stability by the chin. This CEO had a thick chin, which contributed to his composed demeanor. Some people might say that those without a prominent chin are unstable, but that's not entirely true. Some individuals might have a good chin but choose to create a dimple, claiming it adds to their appeal, when in fact, it's just an invitation for trouble. "Don't worry, take me to the server room now." Upon entering the securities company's building, a dozen female secretaries and high-ranking officials welcomed them. Singh had little interest in observing each of them. As soon as they entered the server room, several network engineers approached. Singh noticed that these individuals had the typical appearance of network engineers. Even their looks aligned with the stereotype. Someone might ask, what do network engineers look like? You should have an impression of a computer's motherboard, and if you place that on a shoulder, it would resemble a network engineer's face. Their hair is always meticulously groomed. Even if you slap them, their hairstyle would likely remain intact. The securities company had two networks, one for internal data refresh, used for real-time updates, and another external network for capital aggregation and distribution, typically connected directly to the financial system. Given the financial system's significance, it served as one of the foundational data sources for stock and securities, making this a complex network structure. Singh entered a few simple commands into their mainframe, but there was no response. All data and operations were locked down. In complete silence, under everyone's watchful eyes, Singh opened his portable computer, connected the mouse and keyboard, and plugged in a USB drive. "I need an internal network interface." An engineer immediately pulled a network cable from the floor, specifically for connecting to the internal network, while the external network had been cut off, halting any data exchange. Yu Jia turned to a female secretary and asked, "Excuse me, where can I get some water?" As she spoke, she took Singh's cup from her backpack. The secretary replied, "Please, follow me." The CEO pulled Liao Ximin aside and whispered, "Liao, he looks so young. Can he be trusted?" Liao Ximin replied, "When I was his age, I wasn't a virgin anymore." "What were you doing at his age?" "I was just sneaking peeks at my senior taking a shower and accidentally fell out of the window. And then my senior became my wife." What a beautiful yet thrilling love story, right? However, this has nothing to do with the technology in question. Since I brought him here, you should understand his significance. I want to say more. I'm afraid if I do, your wife might end up in mourning. As soon as the network was connected, before any operations were carried out, the monitor displayed a series of scrolling garbled data, and the technician frowned. The other party was using an infectious virus that could affect any external devices, and this portable computer had also been locked down. However, it was merely a computer with a standard system, and even if it was locked, it wasn't a big deal. The technician rebooted the computer, entered the boot settings in F8 mode, and selected to boot from a USB drive. The engineers behind him exchanged looks, shaking their heads with expressions that suggested it was no big deal. One of the engineers said, "This virus has the capability to infect everything. If you choose to boot from the USB, it might infect that too." The technician remained silent, focusing on the computer, while CU behind him said, "Can you go do something else? Since you know so much, why are you still bothering us?" The two engineers glanced at each other, but said nothing further. At that moment, 5 or 6 people walked in from outside, led by a man in his 40s, dressed like an engineer, but his smile felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if he was saying, "Look, your savior has arrived." The manager approached him and said, "Engineer Han, you're here. I know the situation. I'm here to solve the problem. I've maintained this network all along, and no one knows it better than I do. The intrusion into this system can only be resolved by me." The technician didn't care who he was. After booting from the USB, He directly used analysis software to call up the execution code of the program. After analyzing the entire system, he had already located the virus. Just then, Engineer Han walked up behind him, patted the chair, and said, "You can get up. I'll take over from here." The technician turned around, thinking the monitor was coming alive, ready to hit him in the face. He quickly closed the portable computer, deciding it was better to let him have the position he seemed so fond of. The manager felt a bit embarrassed and explained to the technician, "Mr. Sun. He is our network engineer from the securities company. The entire system setup was designed by him. He used to be a network development engineer at a well-known company." The name sounded impressive, but the technician scratched his head and said, "That company? An engineer? I've heard their annual salary is in the millions. And now he is back here working for you. How much do you pay him a month?" The manager was at a loss for words. While he could say that to others, it was better not to say such useless things to a professional like the technician. Not wanting to continue the conversation, the technician said to Liao Ximin, "Can we leave now? It seems we're not needed here." Liao Ximin looked at Engineer Han with even more disdain, shrugging as if to say he could do something. She wanted to see what he was capable of. "You sit there and have some water. I'll see if this person can handle it." It's estimated to be impossible. The one who infiltrated the system is a skilled expert who used a transplanted virus technique. Not only did they evade the firewall scans, but they also created subprograms in critical locations of the system, overriding the entire system to the point where it became inoperable. If I'm not mistaken, this engineer will definitely suggest to the boss to replace the main system. Upon hearing this, the boss hurriedly said, "How can that be? Replacing the entire system will take at least a day, but we have less than an hour until the market opens. Do you know how much loss this will cause?" Singh chuckled and replied, "He will tell you that if the virus is not cleared, the losses will be even greater. Moreover, he will authoritatively inform you that this is the only way to solve the problem." At that moment, Yu Jia returned with water. Singh took a sip and sat aside, chatting with Siyu and a few others. Time passed second by second, and the engineer remained confidently operating for quite a while. Afterward, he stood up and said to the boss, "Boss, I have found the problem. The system is infected with a virus." The boss sighed and asked, "Is there a solution?" "Replace the main system." The boss shook his head helplessly and said, "Do you know that replacing the system will take at least a day? Do you know how much loss this will cause?" The engineer nodded and insisted, "Boss, I am absolutely authoritative. Replacing the system is the only method, otherwise the losses will be even greater. You can leave." "What?" The boss pointed to the door and said, "That direction, get out. I am the only engineer capable of solving this problem, and you want me to leave?" Liao Ximin interjected, "If not you, then who should leave? Look at your face. It's like someone staring at the moon, mistaking frost for it. If people like you were to disappear, the progress of human civilization could be accelerated by at least 5,000 years. Who are you? Go ask your mother. Now get out quickly. If you don't leave, just stand aside and watch how Singh handles this problem. You talk about being from IBM. Why not say you're from the FBI so your mouth can open even wider?" Singh, Siyu, and Yu Jia all bit their lips, trying not to laugh. Liao Ximin was too good at scolding. The boss walked over to Singh with an embarrassed smile and said, "Mr. Song, look, we have half an hour until the market opens, so I'm counting on you." But Singh shook his head and said, "I don't want to do it right now." Chapter 301. Mutation. In this world we live in, there are various statistics. But there has never been a statistic on what words are spoken the most. Of course, someone must have conducted this statistic. But the top phrase would certainly be something that some people find most difficult to say. However, it is undeniable that these are also the most frequently spoken words. Just like this engineer, he has already insulted Singh's entire family, Liao Ximin's entire family, the boss's entire family, and even the ancestors of the hacker who spread the virus. Why do people break down? It's because they are in too much pain. Have you ever heard of someone breaking down from happiness? I certainly haven't. Of course, it's not just him who wants to vent his frustrations. The CEO of the securities company is also feeling the heat. With only half an hour left before the market opens, the system that holds countless dreams is still down. The only person who could potentially revive it is now consumed by emotional pain and a loss of dignity, threatening to bury these dreams in this cursed virus. If that's truly the case, he might be misjudging the situation. Our protagonist doesn't want to offend anyone, nor does he intend to crush anyone's dreams. Rather, he has discovered that this virus is actually a mutated strain, which has begun spreading its characteristics widely after being activated by some fool. Therefore, merely resolving the host virus won't solve any problems, as even the large screen in the securities company's lobby has been compromised by the virus. So far, he hasn't figured out a way to deal with this widespread infection, leaving him feeling helpless. After listening to the explanation, the engineer chuckled and remarked, "In the end, doesn't this just mean we need to replace the entire host system? If anyone is anxious, it's him." Time seems to be slipping away, and in the blink of an eye, a minute has passed. While this engineer continues to make noise, he decides he won't let this jerk off easily. He gives a glance to a colleague, who nods in agreement and signals to two mysterious men behind them. Finally, he hears the guy scream, sounding like a man's reaction when attacked in a sensitive area. What? Never heard it? Just find a man and take a jab at each other, and you'll know. Don't say you wouldn't do something like that. Every man has thought about it, some have acted on it, and others are currently doing so. I encourage you to try it, because then someone might say, look, he read a novel and went for it, just to hear the scream. He doesn't have time to dwell on this. He knows that if the data on the large screen isn't visible after the market opens, it will be a terrifying scene. He stands up and asks, CEO, how do you store your data? The CEO replies, we first connect with major economic centers both internationally and domestically, allowing for real-time data exchange. Additionally, there's a local financial business registration system, which holds significant securities data on local servers. What data is displayed on that large screen outside? Domestic and local stock information, charts, and so forth. Is there anywhere else to view this? The online platform and special client room computers can also access it. Upon hearing this, he immediately grabs his notebook and says as he walks, take me to your special client room. Once in the client room, he first unplugs the network cable from one computer and then powers it on. Due to the fact that this computer was not turned on during the virus incident, it has not been infected. Although the security software cannot operate without a network, the data cached within the software can still be accessed. Boss, where is the dynamic data sourced from? The financial system, which is the foundation of all transactions, calculates everything and then converts it for display on the server. Is there an installation file for this software? You need to ask Engineer Han about that. Sung glanced at the boss, who was also looking at him. After several seconds, Sung finally couldn't help but say, go ask him. Oh, I'm on it. The boss wiped his sweat and rushed out. Gung Yu immediately began compressing the data using the key code. Liao Ximin quietly asked, Gezi, it's an emergency. The market opens in 15 minutes. Can we solve the problem? I'm trying to create a virtual server to bypass the securities company's host and directly exchange data. You can't understand what I'm saying. Just make sure to fix the problem. Singh suddenly stopped his actions and looked at Liao Ximin. What if I say I can't solve it? I will stuff something as big as a fire extinguisher into your rear. And you? I'll continue doing my job, since you've already been compromised. At your age? How can you be so shameless? Shamelessness knows no age. Just then, the boss ran back into the client room with a USB drive containing the installation files for the financial system. Outside the securities hall, many people were already waiting for the market to open, and the security guard holding the door key was checking the time. However, he was puzzled because the big screen should have started its pre-opening adjustments by now, but today there was no movement at all. Give me a new network cable. Sung remained calm as he set up the server. There were only 5 minutes left until the market opened. Yet Sung was still typing a series of characters and codes quickly and accurately on the keyboard. Without special compression technology, this idea could not be realized. The compressed codes under the key code can quickly decompose and decompress files, somewhat resembling nuclear fission. Ordinary compressed files, when faced with extremely large data, always have to start compressing from the beginning, which is particularly time-consuming. Even with high computer memory, it doesn't make much of a difference. Seng's compression technology can break large files into matrix-like files, allowing hundreds of thousands of compression programs to start simultaneously and then quickly merge. The concept is that 1 gigabyte of data can typically be completed in just 23 seconds. To speed up the software installation time, Seng nearly cleared all unnecessary programs, leaving only one operating system. At this point, Sung had already connected the network cable. Chapter 302. Stimulation. Seng's final task was to connect the data line from the big screen to this server, provided that the virus inside could be cleared. This hacker is quite interesting, leaving no device connected to the server via data cables untouched. All have been infected. What Seng is doing now is restoring the data display. Although it also involves hacking methods, it's better than having nothing at all. The entire client room is in chaos, with all employees helping Sung manage the data cables. Anyone else would be confused by these cables, as there are easily more than a dozen, each with a different routing. Even Seng is sweating profusely. There is no extra time for him to arrange the cables. Anything that obstructs his work must be pushed aside, no matter how hard Sung tries. He can't move a cabinet, but Liao Ximin just kicks it, knocking the door off. The boss can only shake his head helplessly, letting him dismantle whatever he wants, as long as the data flow is restored. After the last cable is connected, Sung checks the time. There are 5 minutes until the start. Where's my water? Here. Yu Jia hurriedly hands a full cup to Sung, who drinks it all in one go. He tosses the empty cup back to Yu Jia and demands, "Give me another one." Starting the computer, he makes the final data settings, ensuring there are no conflicts before entering the command for the network connection. As soon as the network is connected, it immediately begins downloading updated data. Boss, the big screen can be turned on now. The security guard at the door sees the data screen activate and checks the time before opening the door. For the stock investors, it's just another day. But for the boss and others, it's the most thrilling day. As market opening time arrives, the boss looks at Sung, hoping to see a confident expression on his face. However, Sung remains focused on the computer screen, showing no emotion. The staff looks at the data on the big screen and reports, "Boss, the data shows normal, the timeline is normal, and data interaction is normal." After hearing this, the boss feels weak in the legs, almost collapsing, as if his whole body is no longer his own. It's not just the boss who feels this way. Far away in the foggy region, the head of Yoi, Sane, is also feeling a sense of detachment. He believes that enjoying the chaos of the securities system in the capital while being with women is the greatest pleasure in life, bar none. He even had his subordinates place the broadcast TV in the middle of the room, ensuring that drinks were plentiful, along with his favorite Old Widow's cake from Kent Road. As for the women, Sane prefers black women because he finds their figures impressive, which enhances his sense of power during intimate moments. When everything is ready and the market opening time arrives, Sane exclaims, "Ladies, our show is about to begin." As he turns on the TV, he sees the investors in the capital leisurely watching the continuously rolling stock codes on the big screen, pondering which stock will perform strongly today. Yes, it's going to be strong, just like Sane at that moment. His smile disappears, the wine spills, the Old Widow's cake gets crushed, and the black woman is kicked out. A night that started off so beautifully has been ruined. Sane roars in anguish. Why? 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 I just wanted to watch you all in chaos while hooking up with a black girl. Why can't such a simple wish come true? You bunch of useless fools. The only value of your existence is to offer your assholes when some old pervert is horny. He thought it was all over, but for Sung, it was far from finished. Seng's habit was that whenever he encountered a hacker doing malicious deeds, he would absolutely take them down, no matter where they were in the world. Regardless of their skin color, gender, they would pay the price. He asked Siyu to hand him another computer. As soon as he opened it, a video call request from Basha was waiting for him to accept. Siyu, Yu Jia, and Liao Ximin were all standing behind him. How could he answer the call? But Siyu saw the flickering female icon, snorted, and clicked to connect. This damn internet. That was Seng's only thought at the moment. After the video connected, Basha first blew Sung a kiss, then stood up and asked him if her newly bought lingerie looked sexy. Sung forced a bitter smile and said, "How could it not be sexy? It's very stimulating, very fucking stimulating." If they weren't in a securities company, Sung would have definitely taken his time admiring Basha's black, lace lingerie, along with the faint illusions and excitement it evoked. But now, Basha was like she was performing in a play. After Siyu adjusted the distance of the video device, Basha could only see Sung, unaware that so many people were watching her performance. And not everyone was just watching. For example, Siyu's hand was on Seng's inner thigh, or to be precise, her fingers were poised to pinch. This spot is extremely sensitive for men. 9 out of 10 men have been pinched there. Sing now felt like a kidnapped hostage. One wrong move, and he could be in pain for days. So, to ensure his own safety and protect Basha's privacy, Seng said with a smile, "Basha, I'm in a meeting right now. Let us continue admiring your new lingerie later." "Okay, darling, I'll wait for you." The video call finally ended, and Sung breathed a sigh of relief. Liao Simi nodded and said, Not bad figure." Siyu said with a sarcastic smile, Well, Mr. Sung. You've even expanded overseas, and it's very stimulating. Believe me, I'll cut you off right now if you're not careful." Sing quickly looked around and said, "Keep your voice down. I'm running antivirus here." "What do you mean cut off? We'll talk about it when we get back later." Liao Ximin also chimed in, "Sung, you really shouldn't. I've set you up with so many beauties in the company, and even my daughter keeps your photo by her bed, needing to look at you to fall asleep every night. And yet you're flirting overseas." Sung said helplessly, "Do you want to discuss this? Or do you want me to recover the data here and take down that hacker?" Of course, they had to take down that hacker, because Sung was especially furious now and had no outlet for his anger except to vent it all on that damn hacker. The computer directly in Seng's hand was connected to the external network of the securities company, and the shield code immediately detected the virus, isolating all of them from the system. Moreover, Seng intended to throw all these viruses back, which is one of the characteristics of the shield code. Chapter 303. Justice and Evil. Seng was quite confident when dealing with hackers, not only because he held supercodes that could potentially overturn the world, but also due to his understanding of the hacking profession. Most hackers pursue the elevation of technology. In their eyes, there is no ultimate peak. So they are always in pursuit, always trying to surpass themselves. Of course, very few can truly surpass themselves. Most end up in hospitals for brain examinations. Another group of hackers engages in hacking purely for destruction, lacking any sense of morality. They derive pleasure from chaos and mischief, acting entirely based on their moods. If they wish, they might even inject a virus into a light bulb, causing it to explode when the light is turned on. This type of hacker often ends up getting beaten up or facing various attacks. Such individuals frequently appear around us. Some seem perpetually bruised, having been beaten by one person or another, as if they live in a martial arts world. The last category consists of hackers motivated by money. These hackers can almost sell anything, even their souls. The original Seven Sisters were a prime example. Since these hackers are not short on funds, their equipment is always top-notch. And they usually have their own teams with very solid technical skills. If the price is right, they could even instigate a war between two countries. The hackers Singh encountered today belonged to this category, and he also knew they were not fighting alone. There were a total of 10 external IPs connected to the securities company, interlinked and exchanging data. 10 data lines simultaneously launched attacks on the securities company's network. They accessed the mainframe of the securities company through 10 different backdoors, taking control and destroying all internal and external networks. One of the hosts directly accessed the server, madly deleting dynamic files and scrupulously modifying core data codes, and then recklessly planting a virus, launching a reckless challenge against Gui Dai. What could Singh say about such hackers? He never liked to curse, but Liao Ximin was different. Liao Ximin was much more skilled at cursing than he was at fighting. For instance, she was currently shouting, "These damn hackers, I really want to take them down by midnight." The boss, unable to take it anymore, complained, "Liao, could you please watch your image in front of so many kids? They are destroying our interests, and you want me to watch my image? Grid. Tell them for me. They'd better live like fucking rats for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, even if they flee to Mars, I'll hunt them down, beat the shit out of them, and smear it all over their damn faces." Singer doesn't believe in solving problems with words. He prefers to use his fingers. Every symbol he types is a deadly blow to these hackers. In a seemingly rundown villa in Fogland, a 10-member hacker hit squad is busy dealing with Ghost Butterfly S attacks. At some point, they discovered that all their viruses had reappeared on their own mainframes. They could clean them up, of course, but that wasn't what shocked them. The reason was, this particular virus had cost them a fortune. They bought it from a world-renowned expert in variant malware, who assured them that this virus was one of a kind. In fact, it was even framed as a test, meant to further refine the virus's effectiveness. So how the hell did Ghost Butterfly get his hands on it? Even the fucking source code was identical. Could the virus have been copied? Another hacker chimed in. "I'd also like to copy a certain body part of a certain group of people to keep my wife from going out drinking at certain clubs, but that's impossible." A hacker standing by the window said, "That's not the point. We all knew we were up against Ghost Butterfly. Anything can happen. If you want wealth, sometimes you have to take down a powerful opponent, right? Heck, come take a look at this." Everyone gathered behind him and stared at his monitor. On the screen were photos of all 10 of them, their locations, and Fogland Special Forces closing in on them. Shit. Fuck. No more words were needed. The 10 frantically destroyed all their computers. Aside from a few critical data USB drives, they abandoned everything else. What else could they take? What can a hacker truly leave behind? They split up and fled in 10 different directions using every means possible. They even caught glimpses of the approaching special forces, especially the terrifying weapons in their hands. Once they reached the city, all 10 of their portable devices almost simultaneously received a message, their locations, along with alerts that special forces were closing in. Fuck you. They smashed their devices to pieces on the ground and sprinted away in panic from their separate locations. But then, on mall display TVs, on every portable device of passers-by they brushed past, their pictures were everywhere. Their personal details, their everything, along with warnings about the approaching special forces. "Hey, stop right there." Some people recognized them immediately. Even more tried to block their escape. One hacker clutched his head as if the whole world were spinning. It felt like their shadows were in every corner, like invisible eyes were watching their every move, no matter where they went. My God, the special forces surrounded each and every one of them, with dozens of weapons aimed at them. They could only raise their hands and slowly kneel on the ground. Liao Ximin laughed and shouted, "Look at you, why don't you just die?" Haha. Everyone watched the scene clearly, focusing on how these hackers scrambled for safety, completely unaware of how Singh managed it. This is the final type of hacker, straddling the line between justice and evil. They represent justice while manipulating evil. They can be gods or demons. This is the most terrifying super hacker, or rather, the ruler of the cyber world. With the remaining viruses eliminated, Singh completed his task. "Gezi, are you going to Uncle Liao's house for dinner today? What do you want to eat? Let's do a chicken." "Stew a chicken? Remove the let's." Stew a chicken. Chapter 304. The attribute of cursing. Singh mentioned eating chicken, but his heart was still filled with anger, and even his body was enduring torment. Siyu insisted that Singh explain who this Basha was. If he didn't, he would get beaten. It was clear that Basha was a woman as attractive as Siyu, but the difference was that she was a foreign woman. From the perspective of tradition and lifestyle, there were indeed differences. Of course, in this world, who can say for sure? Some women from a certain country insist on dressing up like foreign women, believing it to be very sexy and enchanting. They have a standard, ideally. They want to scare old men or uncles who are returning home alone in the middle of the night. making them roll away in fright to consider it a success. Meanwhile, foreign women also like to dress up like women from that country, but they learn about clothing, instruments, or other aspects and would never crazily scare old men. Basha had been learning about these traditional customs and told Singh that she had started learning to cook traditional dishes, though she always struggled with the proportions of the various ingredients. Because of this, her Chinese chef often lamented in front of her that his two most painful choices in life were to become a chef or to teach Basha to be one. However, Siyu didn't want to hear this. She wanted to know why Basha showed him her lingerie, which was lace and black, and even Siyu wanted to ask what brand it was. To this, Singh responded, "I am a network engineer." Isn't that a profound answer? He is a network engineer, with his network spanning the globe. Yet this network can sometimes be quite dangerous. Even Singh, who is the best at protecting privacy, cannot cover others' eyes to prevent them from seeing. But if Singh wants to see something, he will see it. This recent attack on the securities company was entirely orchestrated by Yoi. Since they wanted war, then let them have it. Singh also understood that this was war, a completely new mode of warfare, without any weapons firing. Yet the destructive power was unmatched by any weapon. He also knows the value of Ghost Butterfly. He is not someone who can be dealt with by just any hacker with a bit of fame. This time, he is looking for someone in this field who can truly compete with Ghost Butterfly. Aside from work, Singh is focused on gathering information about Yoi, but the information provided by EIA and KMP is quite limited. This is actually quite normal. If they had enough intelligence, Yoi would have been destroyed long ago. For this reason, Singh thought of a place that holds valuable intelligence from around the world, and they can be purchased with money. This organization is CSD. Of course, the most troubling aspect for Sung regarding CSD is the box permissions. He can set up a local area network in a few minutes, but he cannot crack the damn box permissions. This also proves how powerful the enemies he will face in the future are. Without being able to crack the box permissions, he cannot access CSD's mainframe. Every time, Sung lingers outside the CSD data server for a long time, but he cannot find any way in. Clark and Esther have practically vanished without a trace. Even if they exist, they cannot help Sung crack the box permissions. So, he can only rely on himself. Of course, Singh also thought of the remaining 7 mysterious codes, and he is quite sure that among these codes, there must be a supercode that can crack the local area network. However, these codes are like riddles laid out before Sung. Figuring out their answers is not that easy. Take the 4th code, for example. Its structure and form are very similar to the infinite code, and initially, Sung regarded it as infinite code. But it is not infinite code, and Sung cannot find a network model that is the same as the wireless network. So he plans to skip this code and directly study the next one. He needs to quickly find a way to crack the box permissions. CSD must disappear from his sight, and then only Nirvana will remain. The big boss always appears at the end, right? However, this Nirvana boss seems to not wait for that moment. Not only has it jumped out early, but it also enjoys collecting followers everywhere. Therefore, Sung must hurry to master all the codes. Only in this way can he have enough combat power to battle Nirvana in the final showdown. However, with the 5th code, Singh has been looking for a long time but finds no clues. It's always like this. Before cracking a code, he must first decipher it. Each symbol of these super codes is so magical that you cannot find their existence online, yet they can be applied to the network. The most amazing thing is that each of these mysterious symbols holds great power, encompassing the entire network world. To decipher these codes, one must first know which fields these symbols can be applied to. That is the key to the problem, isn't it? However, Singh couldn't find a suitable network domain for the application of these symbols, including wired networks, wireless networks, firewalls, antivirus software, and so on. Moreover, the most significant feature of this 5th code is that each symbol represents an independent form. When he was unable to break through his thoughts, Sung felt particularly frustrated. He really wanted to ask the creators of these codes why they didn't leave him a manual. Undeniably, Sung did acquire a lot of knowledge beyond codes during the process of cracking them. When his headache became unbearable and he could no longer continue his research, Sung left the secret room and walked out of the villa, hoping to breathe in some fresh night air. However, he soon spotted a mysterious figure in black clothing under a tree not far away, staring eerily at him. This mysterious person had been following Sung for some time, which had made Sung somewhat numb to it. So he shouted loudly, "What the hell are you looking at? Is that all you can do?" Sung's voice echoed far away. And suddenly, all the lights in the villa where Long Tianwu lived went out. By the time Sung looked back, the mysterious figure had vanished. Qin Nin rushed out of the villa, asking, "What's going on? That bastard made me scare him away. Is your insulting skill that high? Of course. If I see him again, I'll give him a piece of my mind." Chapter 305. Nirvana Stronghold. Although Sung said this, he still wanted to figure out who that person was. From various deductions, it seemed he wasn't one of Nirvana's people. According to Johnson, those from Nirvana wanted to obtain the mysterious code from him, but this could not be achieved merely through stalking, at the very least. Some kind of force should have been applied, yet there was nothing now. He was even less likely to be from CSD. The CSD command would certainly not just send someone to follow him. They would have sent a hitman to deal with him. Long Tianwu was still at a loss. While it might be numbing for others, it was somewhat shameful for him that he couldn't catch anyone after several attempts. So he decided to head back to the villa without saying anything to Sung. In the following days, Sung did nothing but upgrade the networks of various departments and try every possible way to gather intelligence on Yoi. It wouldn't be accurate to say he had no gains at all. With Johnson's help, Sung managed to acquire some top-secret information about Yoi. For instance, he learned the location of their headquarters and their member distribution. Although he didn't have a specific list, Sung could at least keep track of their entire network activities. However, Sung wasn't the only one taking action. At that time, Sane had arrived at a contact point for the Nirvana organization in a certain country, which, on the surface, appeared to be a brothel. All shops around the world have their unique colors. For instance, those selling lingerie prefer white, while those selling men's clothing use black, etc. If you see a shop using various colors, don't bother looking further. It's definitely a brothel. Yes, brothels not only favor the color red. They use a variety of colors, much like the patrons who visit. People of all skin tones, including yellow, white, and brown. If you feel like there's someone lurking in some dark corner, you can bet there's a black guy there. I really don't want to spend too many words describing a brothel, because anyone who can understand this book probably already has a rough idea of what one is like. Your feelings upon seeing a brothel are probably just like Thane's. This place is so damn exciting. And it's not just the alcohol, the brothel's decor. The dancers on stage, the various servers carrying drinks, and the women you can freely embrace all add to the thrill. Thane walked into the brothel, looking around wildly, swaying back and forth as if he were picking out a mother. He kept shouting, "I like you. You. You." He liked every single one of them. Only at times like this does a man wish he had 6 balls. Thane wished he had 60, or better yet, that his head was just one big ball. At that moment, a large black man, whose hairstyle marked him as one of the bouncers, suddenly slapped Thane and yelled, "What the hell are you doing, wobbling around? Jumping and shouting like you haven't gotten laid in centuries? What the fuck do you want?" Thane looked the black man up and down and said, "Tonight, I'm going to fuck every prostitute in this place, and then I'll find 10 black guys like you to fuck your ass. And then I'll make you fuck those 10 black guys in pain." Black people can call each other the N-word. But if someone of another skin color calls them that, it's like screwing their wives and their mothers. They will absolutely kill you. Just like the black guy in front of Thane, who, in his rage, seemed almost transformed as he grabbed Thane by the collar and slapped him hard across the face. "Ow damn, you dare hit a terrorist? Do you believe I'll massacre this brothel today?" Thane wasn't foolish. He didn't know any combat skills. Facing a black man whose balls were bigger than his, the best solution was to use a gun. Once Thane pointed his gun at the black bouncer, the brothel could no longer remain calm. Even the music came to an abrupt halt. Several black men, just as muscular and similar in appearance, emerged from various corners of the brothel. And Thane certainly hadn't come to a place like this alone. His men quickly drew their guns, while the black bouncers, unarmed, could only stand still. It was time for Thane to show off again. Everyone has a few moments in their life when they show off, right? It's just that some people know how to do it, and others don't. Thane clearly belonged to the former, because he was very good at showing off, waving the weapon in his hand as if it were his head. "You dare hit me? Do you have any idea who I am? I've been hanging around brothels since I was 5 years old. How dare you act all tough with me like you're some black guy?" After saying this, he suddenly realized something was off. The person in front of him was indeed black, and he hadn't come here to pick a fight. Girls and the like can all be put aside for now. Thinking of this, Thane shot at the black man's foot. The moment the gunshot rang out, the entire hall of the brothel was empty except for them and the injured black man. "Damn it, all of you come out now. You bunch of shameless scoundrels and bastards who only know how to play with perfume and women. I'm going to kick each of your asses and then spit into your chrysanthemums." As soon as he finished speaking, Thane suddenly noticed a very eerie smile appear on the injured black man's face. At that moment, with a sudden commotion, all the customers and prostitutes in the brothel hall appeared fully armed around Thane. One of the prostitutes was even holding several grenades, ready to shove them into Thane's chrysanthemum at any moment. Thane's men were so terrified that they all dropped their guns, raised their hands, and looked at Thane as if to say, "If you want to shoot someone, just shoot that guy named Thane." The black man stood up from the ground. Playing dumb was something that could change the home court advantage at any time. Clearly, this brothel was still under their control, judging by the number of people and weapons. It was now over 50 against Thane alone. Thane tucked his gun into his coat, raised his hands, and laughed heartily. "So, this is a damn brothel, isn't it?" 5 minutes later, Thane was practically dragged by 2 black men into an office. Behind the desk sat a man in a suit, around 40 years old. The expression on his face always gave the impression that he didn't believe in anything. He didn't believe he was alive, didn't believe this was a brothel. And didn't he even believe he was a man? Suppressing his anger, Thane said to the man in the suit, "You'd better be the person I'm looking for. Otherwise, I'll make this damn brothel, where even the prostitutes are armed, disappear instantly." Chapter 306. The killer hacker. Thane was talking big, but deep down, he was more afraid than anyone. Any man would be scared in a brothel where even the prostitutes carried grenades. The man in the suit rested his chin on his hand, squinted his eyes, and looked at Thane. "Are you here to find a hacker or to tear down the brothel?" His voice was deep but conveyed a sense of steadiness, as if every word was particularly thought-provoking. The black enforcers around them turned and left. Their job was to keep watch and prevent bastards like Thane from trying to wreck the brothel at any moment. Clearly, Thane no longer wanted to cause trouble, so there was nothing left for them to do. "Are you the Williams they mentioned?" Thane was somewhat skeptical. His impression of hackers was that they were unkempt, always wearing inexplicably casual clothes. But the man before him was in a crisp suit, a neatly tied tie. And even the tie clip was exceptionally refined. So, Thane didn't think this man was a hacker. He seemed more like a damn pimp who would shove a stack of prostitute profiles at him and change off each prostitute's specialties when he wanted to find a woman to vent his frustrations. "I am Williams. Nobody needs to tell you that. But you need to tell me what you want from me. I want to kill Ghost Butterfly. I want him on his knees before me, watching up close how I deal with a black guy. Then I'll shoot him right in the face. For 100 million euros. I can make sure he never bothers you again." Sean nearly slipped off his chair. "What the hell, 100 million euros? Are you kidding me? Last time, hiring a few hackers only cost a few tens of thousands of euros. Do you even know what 100 million euros means? With that kind of money, I could sleep with 10 million prostitutes, 20 million black guys, 50 million Fusong actresses. He's worth that price. And 100 million euros is nothing to your organization, Yoi. But if you can't handle Ghost Butterfly, how much will you stand to lose?" Williams wasn't necessarily obliged to take on this job. It was entirely on orders from Nirvana. He was just following commands. Those who didn't know Sean thought he was just a foul-mouthed fool. But those who understood him knew this man was anything but simple. Otherwise, how could he have become the leader of the largest extremist organization on European soil? On the surface, he seemed to care deeply about the money, but in his mind, he had already calculated everything. He could accept this price. But there had to be additional conditions. "Our organization, Yoi, can join your group, Nirvana. We'll provide annual financial support, but in return, you'll give us software support. How about that? Let us finish this job first." Don't think Williams doesn't know what this guy is scheming. If he wants Nirvana to treat him as the boss, he'll have to prove he's worth it first. Singe had been preparing for a new attack from Yoi because he knew Yoi couldn't possibly be this weak, backing down after just one round. This time, they might have hired some hackers to fight back on their behalf. Who cared? Yoi clearly didn't lack money, so it was perfectly normal for them to seek help from Nirvana. Subsequent intelligence from Johnson confirmed this. Several assassin-level hackers from Nirvana had already headed to Dragon Country. While they claimed to be hired by Sean of Yoi, in reality, they were just using this opportunity to declare war on Singe. Even a comic book needs an arch-nemesis. Nirvana had been around for so long. If they weren't given something to do, this organization would definitely hack my computer and prevent me from updating my novel. You have to understand, they are Nirvana, a cyber organization made up of a bunch of rogue hackers. They do everything on the internet except chat on QQ. Why don't they use QQ? Because apparently, buying a membership is way too damn expensive. Within the Nirvana organization, there's a strict hierarchy, starting from the novice level. It goes up to warrior level, assassin level, king level, and finally, the Nirvana level. Ordinary hacking tasks are usually handled by novices or warrior-level hackers. Assassin-level hackers rarely make an appearance. This time, 10 were dispatched at once, something never seen before in Nirvana. These 10 operate as a single unit, never separating. Each is a notorious hacker, known for everything from neutering dogs to peeping on old widows bathing. In Nirvana, the reason these 10 reached assassin-level ISNT because of their skills, it's because they're just that wicked. They will go to any lengths to complete various tasks. Their belief is destruction, and their soul is annihilation. They have arrived in the Dragon Country and intend to play with the Ghost Butterfly, using various methods until the Ghost Butterfly collapses. Johnson has limited intelligence, and the rest relies on Singh himself. Fortunately, it has now been confirmed that all 10 of them have reached the capital, and all Singh can do now is wait for their move. Therefore, he has been at CNC these past few days because it allows him to monitor the entire data network of the capital. If they launch an attack, Singh can resolve them all directly at CNC. But everything is very quiet, just like before a major battle. Singh has connected all the network nodes to the shield code, with infinite code and key code constantly scanning. Any data that exceeds the normal access range will be known to Singh immediately. Never has Singh appeared so tense, causing Xiaolong to become anxious as well. CNC has cancelled all breaks, and all members are on standby 24/7. Siyu and Yujia have been by Seng's side for the past few days, and even Basha, who is in another region, along with Johnson and others, are closely monitoring this conflict. Liao Ximin has instructed Long Tianwu to respond to this attack using different means, with the best approach being to identify these hackers and then deal with them. The busiest person is Qin Nan, who is always delivering meals to Seng, either chicken or fish, prompting Siyu and Yujia to start cooking as well. As a result, after Seng took a bite of the chicken Siyu made, he asked, "Is this fish?" Then after tasting the fish Yujia cooked, he inquired, "Is this chicken?" Liao Ximin, who has also been living at CNC for the past few days, took a bite of the chicken and grimaced, saying, "This is so terrible. Did you throw in some chicken droppings too?" Siyu's face turned red, quickly covering the box. Feeling embarrassed, Yujia laughed and said, "Director Liao, how about trying the fish I made?" Liao Ximin took a bite and immediately spit it out, exclaiming, "Can someone check if what I spit out is fish or blood? Is it really that bad? This isn't just bad, it's inedible. How can you make fish taste like potatoes?" I'm impressed. At that moment, Seng suddenly noticed an anomaly in a data node. A young man, who seemed to be running late, took advantage of the situation and slipped into a patch of grass near the cable television management building in the capital. The PT on his arm immediately displayed the structure of the entire building, with special locations already marked. The place he was heading to was the room containing the cable television signal repeater. All cable television signals in the capital are relayed from here. After rummaging around in the grass for a while, PT detected the location of the underground optical cable. He took out a shovel from his backpack, and the optical cable was soon revealed. He then pulled out a laptop from his backpack, adjusting the screen brightness to the lowest level to avoid raising suspicion. A cable was then taken out and directly connected to the optical cable. The software on the computer started working, and after scanning, it immediately located the data module of the repeater. Once the module was disassembled, the repeater was completely under his control. "Come on, baby, come to daddy. Let me give you a good squeeze." The young man was thrilled because he could now control the entire city's television signals in this way. His plan was to first play some adult content, then let the Nirvana logo float across all the televisions, just like the way the ghost butterfly liked to scatter butterflies everywhere, and finally play a speech from a certain public figure. This was specifically requested by him, as he intended to launch a television terror attack in this manner. It was said that he had once again arranged a hotel room, with a few armed individuals accompanying some ladies, along with red wine and juniper cookies from a certain country. In addition, he had prepared several bottles of perfume, waiting for the moment when his audiovisual material appeared on the televisions in countless households in the capital, so he could spray the perfume, sip red wine, and engage with the armed individuals. It seemed everything was ready, just waiting for the young man to make his move. Even Seng was waiting for him to start. To satisfy everyone, the hacker began uploading the adult content. Once the 5-minute video was uploaded, without a second thought, he activated the repeater to start broadcasting. He was almost unable to contain his excitement and almost shouted out loud. However, at that moment, the screen on his computer switched and started playing the uploaded content. That didn't matter, but the volume was turned up to the maximum. Outside the bushes was a small path where many people were walking. When the sound erupted, everyone noticed something was off. Why was it so intense? The continuity of those sounds was quite remarkable, wasn't it? The hacker panicked and started smashing the computer, but it was already beyond his control. While he was downloading the repeater module, Sung had already made him download the virus along with the control program onto his computer. When he opened the software, Sung had modified the computer's permission codes and turned the volume up to the maximum. So, even though the computer was nearly smashed to pieces, the sound continued to play. Curious onlookers parted the bushes to see this guy smashing his computer with a pit on the ground and a shovel nearby. And looking at him, he didn't appear to be a decent person at all. Why do I say this? What kind of normal person has dead fish eyes? An elderly man shouted, "This is outrageous. Playing such things here and digging a pit. What are you trying to do?" The hacker kicked the computer in frustration, but the sound kept going. With the tension already high, the old man's shout attracted even more people to gather around. FUFUS. In the past, when this phrase was used, people from that region wouldn't understand it, but now, even a 90-year-old could comprehend it, especially the old man in front, who retorted, "Fuck you too. You damn foreigner, you're so outrageous." More and more people gathered, and the killer hacker no longer cared about the items on the ground. He rushed out of the grass and tried to run. The old man grabbed his clothes and shouted, "You've caused all this trouble, and now you think you can just leave?" The killer hacker didn't say much, after all. He couldn't understand, but he knew the old man was holding him and seemed ready for a fight. Without another word, he threw a punch. Despite his age, the old man was surprisingly agile. With a quick dodge, he not only avoided the attack, but also countered with a punch right to the hacker's nose. "I've had enough of your kung fu." The old man swept his leg, and the killer hacker, caught completely off guard, fell heavily to the ground. What did he say about kung fu? Someone nearby translated. He said he has had enough of your kung fu. No more needed to be said. Those who had just arrived thought the foreigner was trying to attack the elderly man from Longhua, so they immediately started punching and kicking him, beating him nearly unconscious. At that moment, Long Tianwu appeared with a few mysterious figures. Without a word, they lifted the hacker and carried him away. Others collected his computer and flat shovel, refilled the hole, and smoothed the ground. The old man and the others, seeing these sunglasses-wearing, suit-clad individuals, knew they were not to be trifled with. They fell silent and watched as the foreign troublemaker was dragged away. At CNC headquarters, Singe noticed Xiaojia acting unusually excited. Walking over, he saw that Xiaojia was playing an old version of StarCraft. He had killed all the Computer S units, destroyed every building except the base, and left the computer with just its base, waiting for it to develop. No matter what the computer tried to build, Xiaojia would destroy it halfway through. Eventually, the computer seemed to realize it was being toyed with and stopped building anything, focusing only on mining. Singe said helplessly, "Aren't you a bit old for this? What is the point? You won't even let the computer develop. Are you just looking for some cheap satisfaction?" Xiaoj laughed, "I'm just enjoying the process. Mind your own business." Singe glanced at him, then at the game, and added, "Steal its workers then. Doesn't everyone have a StarCraft dream? Think about how much joy this game brought us back in the day. It's like those killers from the Nirvana organization. They destroy all your buildings first. So how can you possibly develop?" Just as Xiaojia was tirelessly stealing the Computer S workers, the bruised and battered killer hacker was brought back to CNC. Liao Simin took the flat shovel from the soldier, pointed it at the hacker, and had Yu Jia translate. "Talk. Where are the other hackers? If you don't, I'll beat you with this shovel until you're like those workers in the game, mining even in your dreams." The hacker spat, "Fuck you." Liao Simin chuckled and told Yu Jia to translate. "You wanna fuck me? I'll fuck your ass first." Yu Jia looked at Liao Simin with an awkward expression. How was she supposed to translate that? Chapter 308. Cut off. Singe could not imagine what the next target of the attack by Nirvana would be. The style of these killer hackers was quite unconventional, making the game increasingly interesting. Of course, with so many data networks, Singe couldn't keep an eye on everything all the time. One has to sleep, right? Or rather, only Singe could prevent hacker attacks, while others could only discover them. This is a time lag. By the time you realize the problem, you have already been attacked. The second killer hacker's target was even more unconventional. Overnight, dozens of main network lines were cut off, leading to a large number of personal and commercial network users losing connectivity. By the time Xiao Jie discovered the issue, even the CNC was offline. He hurriedly woke Singe from his sleeping bag, as only Singe could solve these problems. This was the belief of everyone. When did it start? Singe took the towel from Yu Jia, quickly wiped his face, and tried to feel a little more awake. 5 minutes ago, this was a war without fireworks. Like a night sky without stars, where various problems could arise in an instant. After opening the recording software and replaying all the data, Singe said to the others, "It's not just us who are offline. A large number of main network lines in the capital have been interrupted." Liao Simin asked, "Can it be fixed?" This was not a cut made by hacking techniques, but a manual disconnection. "I have already identified dozens of cut locations. For now, we can only ask all the network workers in the capital to work overtime to manually repair these network lines." Liao Simin immediately began to make arrangements, instructing that regardless of the time, all personnel must be in position immediately and all network lines must be repaired within an hour. Singe quickly activated the unlimited code, found a usable channel to reconnect to the network, and Liao Simin was puzzled. The entire CNC was offline, so why was only Singe able to access the internet? This was a question he would never get an answer to, and Singe didn't have time to explain. He activated the Spectre and began testing all the network lines in the capital. Singe discovered that the cut locations were all key points of the network. The so-called key point is a conversion node between a main fiber optic line and the users. If this point is cut, all network users connected to it lose connectivity. Opening the city's network map, he marked all the network nodes and analyzed the cut locations. Soon, he was able to determine where the killer hacker would strike next. Singe was certain that this killer hacker also had a similar map and was cutting off networks based on the markings on it. Such maps are available in any network company, and with just a little money, one can purchase them. This should have been classified information. But no matter how confidential the data is, it ceases to be a secret once too many people know about it. At this point, Singe had already marked a location on the map with a red pen. Half an hour later, that killer hacker would appear in this area. The international definition of Nirvana refers to a terrorist organization, and everything they do in the capital city of the Dragon Country is a terrorist attack targeting the fourth domain. Liao Simin, the commander of the Anti-Terrorism Strategic Special Task Force, immediately ordered Long Tianwu and others to enter full combat mode and set off for the designated location. Long Tianwu and the others all changed into combat gear, with their clothing resembling tactical uniforms. Until this moment, Many people only realized that Long Tianwu and these mysterious individuals were all soldiers of a special forces unit, standing fully armed in front of everyone. Even the soldier Xiao Jie was somewhat surprised. CNC has special forces, but compared to Long Tianwu's unit, they lag significantly in both equipment and individual combat capabilities. Before departing, Liao Ximin called Long Tianwu aside and whispered, "This situation is a bit large. If you encounter resistance, you may open fire." Understood. Singa looked at them and could tell something from Liao Ximin's expression without asking. However, this belonged to the strategic group's affairs, and he had no authority to inquire about it. Besides, he didn't care much. The fewer of those from Nirvana, the better. Especially those few individuals who claimed to operate differently. It now seemed they were nothing but a bunch of thugs, while others fought in the arena with fists and feet. These rascals started throwing grenades before even stepping onto the stage. They truly deserve whatever comes to them. After Long Tianwu and the others left, a video request from Bersha came through. Singa knew that Bersha was not the one wanting to talk. Once connected, Johnson asked, "Sung, has the other side launched an attack yet?" Singa nodded and replied, "Twice already. But so far, they don't seem that formidable." Johnson said, "I'll upload some information to you later. It might be helpful." "Thank you. No need for thanks. When it comes to Nirvana, I want them dead even more than you do." After the video call ended, Singu received a document. Upon opening it, he found information about a person named Santos. 25 years old. Unlike other hackers, he has no knowledge of network technology but has a deep understanding of firearms and is extremely skilled in camouflage and assassination. Various departments have been tracking him for a long time but have been unable to eliminate him. In the past 2 years, this individual has assassinated at least 4 important officials, most of whom were former key members of KMP, all falling at his hands. Singa finally understood why Johnson was so agitated. It was very likely that his family had been killed by Santos. Nirvana possesses many weapons. They can attack whatever they wish, relying not just on hackers, but also employing assassins to engage in real combat. On the other hand, Sing Ji's capabilities are limited to network technology or a few lines of code. However, fate has been fair to him. At least he still has CNC, the Divine Domain, and their demon hunting special forces. Xiao Long said to Singu, "The demon hunting special forces are the most mysterious and powerful combat unit in our country. They either don't appear, or when they do, it signifies absolute warfare." Senj glanced at Liao Ximin, who was standing by the window smoking. No one knew what he was thinking. And even if you thought you understood him well, you would never truly grasp his thoughts. The hacker, the second assassin of Nirvana, arrived at the next node marked on the map, the outskirts of a certain district in the capital. Soon, he found the main network line, opened his electric dagger, and was about to make the cut. Chapter 309. Sniper. Just as the hacker assassin was about to sever the network line of a high-end community, several beams of flashlight suddenly illuminated his face. The electric dagger dropped to the ground, not out of panic, but because he was reaching for his weapon. A soldier shouted, "Don't move, or we'll shoot." The hacker assassin completely disregarded this warning and resolutely drew his weapon. Long Tianwu was quick and fired a shot at his arm. The bullet passed through the silencer with a dull sound, and as it penetrated the hacker's arm, it blossomed into a red spray of blood. The weapon fell to the ground, and in pain, the hacker collapsed, screaming as if he were a ghost in the night. But for these soldiers, no matter how tragic his cries were, he was merely a captive. One soldier struck his neck with a palm, putting the scoundrel to sleep for a while. An hour later, all the network lines were restored, and the bloodied hacker was taken to CNC. Singe quietly remarked, "Now they have 8 left. Let's see what tricks they want to play." In the early morning, rain began to fall from the sky, and the air felt particularly fresh. Liao Ximin ordered all the windows to be opened. Everyone wanted to breathe in some fresh air, didn't they? Qin Nin brought breakfast to Singe, while others had to go to the dining hall. The CNC dining hall had been open 24 hours a day for the past few days, offering anything one might want. But Singe preferred the meals prepared by Qin Nan. Never let a man become fond of a particular scent. It will make him unable to forget it for a lifetime. During breakfast, Singe asked Qin Nan to take a look at Santos's profile, since Qin Nan was also an assassin and should have some understanding of the world's famous killers. Right? Qin Nan glanced at it and said, "So it's this guy." Singe put down his spoon and asked, "Have you heard of him? Notorious for his deeds. This guy didn't kill for money or any belief or pursuit. He did it purely for the pleasure of killing. The more impossible the task, the more he wanted to accomplish it. How did you get this person's information?" "He wants to assassinate me." Qin Nan showed no excitement. Instead, she calmly nodded and said, "Actually, I can guess what this guy is up to, and he's extremely adept at disguise, resorting to any means necessary to complete his tasks. He is simply a disgrace in the world of assassins." Indeed, he was a disgrace, for everyone in Nirvana was a disgrace. Holding Seng's hand, Qin Nan smiled and said, "But you don't have to worry. From now on, I will stay by your side." Anyone who tries to harm you, I will make them pay. Leave Santos to me, and you can focus on what you need to do. Singh chuckled, feeling unexpectedly vulnerable as a man, needing a woman to protect him. However, Qin Nin responded, don't think of yourself that way. It's true that you are a man, but when facing a world-class assassin like Santos, even I can't be completely sure I can take him down. What if you can't? Singh asked, still concerned about Qin Nin. I just don't want you to be in danger because of me. Qin Nin reassured him, don't worry. Even if I can't kill him, he won't be able to kill me either. Besides, I have allies. You mean your assassin organization? But I doubt that they can join you in this. The reason the organization allowed Qin Nin to stay by Singh's side was for his safety. One thing was certain. Qin Nin liked Singh, and on that basis alone, she could protect him well. However, having the entire assassin organization protecting him would be another matter entirely. But Qin Nin continued, stop overthinking. Because I love you. My parents don't care about me anymore. The allies I mentioned are Meng Rou, Siyu, Long Tianwu, and of course, Sister Yuqing. Yuqing is also an assassin? Seng was a bit surprised. After all, Yuqing was over 30. To be precise, she is a very fierce sniper. I will have her return from abroad immediately. With her here, we will be completely safe. All right then, Singh nodded. This time, I'll go along with your plan. Who isn't afraid of death? Watch your language. I'll let the old curator know that I won't be going to work for the next few days. He will probably be angry again. Qin Nin suddenly looked into Singh's eyes and softly said, dear, you are so sharp in the online world, but in real life, you are adorably naive. Singh was a bit confused. What did Qin Nin mean by that? Dear, don't underestimate the people in the library. If I'm not mistaken, Sister Hua and the old curator are both experts, and top-tier ones at that. Her words completely stunned Singh. Qin Nin came from an assassin background, so she would never say anything without reason. She must have discovered something to think this way. Moreover, Singh himself had always pondered a question. He had a constant feeling that his life trajectory seemed to be predetermined, especially regarding the mysterious code. Why did it appear in the library? And why was it meant for him to discover? Many things were hard to understand. Everyone had secrets, and it seemed that everyone hid them deeply. One moment, they would be smiling at you, and the next, they could turn into a demon wanting to kill you. Everyone has such demons around them. Even if you yourself are a demon. But because you are not strong enough, you can only wait to be devoured. If you want to survive, you must become a stronger demon. Singe is not a demon. He is merely a librarian and a network engineer. He doesn't have many pursuits or desires. Just like when he initially wanted to become a hacker, and he achieved that wish. However, what does it mean to be a hacker? He faces various hackers, organizations, assassins, and even terrorist groups daily. This is not the world he imagined. If he must perceive the world this way, it might be better to live in his own world. Why change it? Therefore, regarding the library's issues, Singe doesn't think about them or want to. If this is a predetermined trajectory, he currently has no ability to alter it. At that moment, Singe's analysis software suddenly popped up a prompt window. The network data host in the capital city has been hacked, and the entire network is down. The concept of a total network outage means game interruptions, video streaming interruptions, chat interruptions, everything that relies on the internet is halted. The most affected are the gamers. The destructive nature of a network outage feels like someone has betrayed them. The most painful situation, however, is for those trying to watch videos. When everything is ready and the internet suddenly cuts out, you find yourself in a dilemma. Should you continue or not? Singe has never experienced that, so he can't fathom the intensity of such frustration. However, the fact that someone could breach the system, control, and sever all network connections intrigues him. If the wired network cannot connect to the data exchange nodes, then the wireless network cannot either. Singe can only use unlimited code from outside the capital to add channels and maintain network connectivity. Some might wonder how a Wi-Fi signal could cover such a vast area to reach the capital from another city. You are absolutely right. No wireless card can cover such distances. However, in this narrative, Singe's unlimited code is based on a wired network foundation. This means that once he finds a normal wireless signal, he can convert that signal through a wired network to his network module. Thus, Singe can go online. And you can continue reading. Yet, even though he can access the internet, Singe finds no signs of damage on any external network devices. All network exchange nodes are functioning normally. Without a doubt, the CNC network data host has been compromised using software. One must admit that this individual is indeed skilled, as he is the first hacker to break through the system so far. Does this mean that these 10 lines of code are not invincible and can also be cracked? This is not the issue to contemplate now. Even if you figure this out, more questions await him. This is a lie in itself, isn't it? Just like each of us lives in a lie. Even the urine we produce is false until we realize, at the moment of death, that we have been deceived by something called life all along. What needs to be considered now is how to find the program that is disrupting the network. This was not difficult for Seng. The core code for the CNC's network data exchange host was written by him, and as soon as he executed this code, he would regain control of the host. However, when he connected to the host, he suddenly discovered that there were no hacking software or programs running in the system. Yet the host's temperature was nearing explosion, and most of the cooling devices had completely stopped working. In addition, Sung scanned an external signal, which was not any hacking software or program, but rather an interference device affecting the normal operation of the hardware. Due to its impact, several cooling and data chips in the host server had completely stopped working, leading to a total disruption of data exchange within the server. Singh rushed to the machine room upstairs. The moment he opened the door, a wave of heat rushed out. Approaching one of the units, he found that a flashing interference device was indeed nailed to the chassis, causing a dent in the entire case. After much effort, he managed to pull it out. And finally, the cooling equipment of the chassis began to work again, with all network connection indicators showing normal. The network in the city was restored to normal less than 10 minutes after the interruption. Gaming, chatting, and flirting could continue. But those who had been indulging had given up, putting their things away. However, with the network restored, what to do? Forget it, no more indulgence. The room had no windows and no one else around. How was this interference device nailed to the chassis? Liao Simin picked up a 125mm caliber bullet from the ground and turned to the wall, and everyone understood immediately. This interference device had been shot into the chassis with a sniper rifle. The opponent first shot through the wall with a 125mm bullet, then nailed the interference device to the chassis. This might sound difficult, but for a sniper expert, it was a simple task. As long as one accurately knew the location of the CNC's machine room and the server units, it could be done. As for why not destroy the server directly with a bullet, that was simple. Despite the chassis appearing quite large, there wasn't much inside. It was like many food items we buy. They look abundant on the outside, but once opened, everyone would probably exclaim, "Wow, why not just pack nothing at all?" Therefore, for the sniper, this was also a frustrating phenomenon. He could easily hit a target from 15 kilometers away, but would miss the mouth. However, regarding packaging techniques, the sniper might think, "Let me have a smoke and calm down." After a long period of silence, he decided to use the interference device instead of a bullet. This was also a message to Sung, implying, "Look how accurate my shot is. You can't compete with me." Liao Simin approached Seng with the bullet and said, "Do you know what happens when such a large bullet hits someone's head?" Seng thought for a moment and replied, "It just causes bleeding." Wrong. It causes brain matter to splatter. The entire head would explode, and if close enough, blood could splatter everywhere. Do you yield? All right, I yield. So before his next bullet blows your head off, we need to blow his head off first. Thinking of this scene made Seng feel bloody. So he decided not to think about it anymore. He hadn't slept well last night, and before the opponent launched another attack, Seng wanted to catch a bit of sleep. If only the sofa in Xiaoji's office were a bit longer and the armrests a bit lower, but after all, it was just an office sofa, wasn't it? To help him sleep a little better, Siyu simply let Seng rest his head on her lap. Siyu was also very tired, but she felt for Seng. She maintained her position, not moving at all. This is a woman's persistence. They always express their concern for their loved ones through their physical actions. Listening to Seng's soft breathing, Siyu gently stroked his forehead. She didn't know when it started, but Seng had become an indelible mark in her heart. Even amidst the changes of time and the cycles of nature. In his dreams, Seng suddenly felt an itch on his face. When he opened his eyes, he realized it was Siyu's long hair cascading over his face, a gentle fragrance that touched the heart, a warmth that felt serene. Chapter 311. Character. A woman's hair is the most beautiful curtain in the world. It can block out all the darkness, fatigue, and loneliness, providing you with comfort, charm, and tenderness. However, this feeling is limited to women with black hair. If it's another color, don't think of charm and tenderness. She just wants to let you know she is planning to invest in her hair from your pocket. Siyu has black hair, which Seng likes. This is where all other women fall short compared to her. Moreover, Siyu's hair is particularly soft, and the feeling of it brushing against his face is exceptionally gentle. Like morning dew under sunlight, flowers beneath the evening sky, heartbeats in silence, and soft kisses in light rain. Siyu intentionally brushed her hair against Seng's cheek. And he didn't stop her. As a man, not everything needs to be resisted. We live tired lives, truly exhausted. Yet we can never find a leg to rest our heads on. Just like how few people can see our tears. Why do men choose to get drunk? It's because we want to forget the taste of heartbreak and pain. Even if just for a moment, Seng wanted to forget everything. Never had a battle made him feel so exhausted. Whenever an attack occurred, all eyes turned to him. But did they ever consider that he too had fears and panic? He just couldn't show it, keeping it buried deep inside, never retreating even if tears fell. Siyu whispered in Seng's ear, "I know you're tired. Sleep a little longer." There's no attack. Suddenly, Seng felt moisture at the corners of his eyes. That hint of melancholy pierced Siyu's heart like a needle. So, Seng tightly embraced Siyu. He didn't cry, but suddenly realized how close she was to his world. At lunch, Nin made Seng his favorite braised chicken. adding some herbs. When it was served, Liao Ximin followed the aroma and came over. I'll have a bowl. Liao Ximin was not shy at all. No way. This is for Seng. Qin Nan refused and pushed it behind him. Seng said he would never eat chicken again, but I want a bowl. Liao Ximin had no idea what a face was. Qin Nan, helpless, poured him a bowl, but Xiao Jie ran over as well. Qin Nan knew that Xiao Jie loved chicken even more than Seng, so he quickly picked up the pot and ran. Stop! Xiao Jie shouted, and Qin Nan immediately halted, looking at him warily. This is the CNC Special Forces. Put down the chicken stew in your hand now. Hey, you better stop. Just as he ran out of the dining hall, he saw Seng with Siyu, both of them looking a bit disheveled, and more importantly, their hands were still clasped together. Siyu found Qin Nan's expression even more amusing, clearly taunting him, as if to say, Big Bunny, you can't compete with me. Seng will always be by my side. Seng followed Qin Nan's gaze and saw he was holding Siyu's hand, quickly letting go. We were just holding hands for fun. Look at you too, disheveled. With tousled hair, looking all lovey-dovey, as if you just rolled off the sheets, and you tell me you were just holding hands for fun? Qin Nan's voice was particularly loud, and everyone in the dining hall heard it. We really didn't do anything. Seng quickly explained, hoping to clear up the misunderstanding. Didn't do anything? Who would believe you? Just look at her underwear, it's all askew. Siyu looked down, realizing that because she was wearing a black coat over a black tank top, her underwear was indeed crooked. It must have gotten misaligned when she hugged Seng, and she hadn't noticed at the time. So, she hurriedly hid behind Seng to fix it. By now, everyone in the dining hall had come out to watch the commotion. Seng sighed and said, I'm telling you again, we really didn't do anything, and I don't want to repeat myself. After saying that, Seng walked toward the dining hall. As he passed by Qin Nan, he sniffed the air and asked, Chicken stew? Let me have a few bites first. Seng reached out to grab the pot from Qin Nan's hands, but Qin Nan slammed the pot down on the ground, sending chicken soup and meat flying everywhere. Qin Nan looked at Seng with anger and grievance, breathing heavily, on the verge of tears. Seng just smiled and walked into the dining hall without saying anything. Everyone stood aside watching him, but he naturally went to get his food, sat down at the table, wiped his chopsticks, and started to eat. Liao Ximin cautiously approached Seng and asked, Gezi, what is 1 plus 1? Seng remained silent, just lowering his head to eat. At this moment, Siyu walked over to Qin Nan and whispered, This is why Seng doesn't like being with you. As they entered the dining hall, everyone's attention shifted back to Siyu. She calmly got her food and sat down next to Seng, even giving him her egg. Liao Ximin saw this and quietly asked, Siyu, what is 1 plus 1? Siyu continued eating and ignored him. Liao Ximin turned to look at Xiao Jie, who made a gesture of slicing his throat with a grin. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Nan also walked into the dining hall, got a meal, and sat on the other side of Seng, giving her egg to him as well. As Seng ate, he said, What a waste of that chicken. Look at me, working so hard just to earn a bit of money, and you say throw it away. Qin Nan replied, I use the restaurant's chicken. If that's the case, then throw it away. Liao Ximin walked up to Qin Nan and asked, Qin Nan, what is 1 plus 1? Are you getting senile? Asking this question all the time. Liao Ximin nodded and turned to the others, saying, Hurry up and eat. Aren't you all supposed to be working? You bunch of idiots. It seemed that only when Liao Ximin scolded them did they feel better, quickly eating and preparing to sleep. Speaking of which, was Seng really not angry? He truly wasn't. He had already thrown things, and being angry was pointless. Besides, he wasn't someone who liked to get angry. It was just his nature, and it took a lot to make him mad. Anger served no purpose, especially towards women. Some say that men who are angry at women are the least capable. However, this statement is debatable. If you go out to buy cigarettes and run into 7 men who have been with her, and you're not angry, are you even a man? So, don't always judge men. Aren't they just carrying their own burdens? If you don't agree, why not try it, ladies? Chapter 312. Relatives. The few assassin hackers from Nirvana seemed to have evaporated, with no action for several days. No one would think they had given up. Rather, they believed they were planning a more intense attack. What was troublesome was that each of these hacker assassins acted independently, ensuring that if one fell, the others could continue their attacks. Seng didn't want to wait, nor did he want to just stare at the monitor every day, looking at those hypnotic data symbols. He wanted to go out and breathe fresh air, to run naked under the sky, to sleep and swim without clothes. So he asked for a day off. But Liao Ximin refused to give him any leave, saying that no one could rest until those assassin hackers were dealt with. If you don't let me rest, I'll tell everyone about you watching videos in the office and post it online for others to share. No need to rush back, just relax, Liao Ximin said, gritting her teeth with a smile. Back home, after taking a shower and changing clothes, he went out. However, he stood at the door for a long time, not knowing where to go. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world consisted of just him. This feeling of loneliness was reminiscent of his childhood in the orphanage, where he would just look down at his toes whenever the sky was filled with brilliant sounds. Thinking of the orphanage, Seng realized he hadn't visited Uncle Juan in a long time. The old man was like family to him, and after so long, even his appearance had become vague in his memory. He bought a lot of toys and food. This was the only thing he could do for the orphanage. Just like how we, when we were young and didn't receive affection, wanted to give to our descendants. Singgu understood the feeling of children who had lost their parents, akin to someone losing hope. The children saw Singgu as incredibly kind, and a few orphans who had grown up with him returned to the orphanage today. No matter where they are in the world, this place will always be their home. Everyone has their own emotional support. Much like what you want to see in a novel can express everything you cannot have, but that doesn't mean the writer possesses it. I just want to convey a feeling to you, a feeling that everyone can experience, rather than an empty fantasy or construct. Today is Uncle Juan's 60th birthday, and Senggu remembered it every year, but this year he forgot. However, his presence made everyone think he still remembered. He just didn't have a gift for Uncle Juan in hand. Just like every parent, seeing them in front of him was the best gift for Uncle Juan. The old man was happy. The food in the frying pan was tossed high, and others laughed while decorating the familiar courtyard. But the children liked Singgu the most because the toys and food he brought were their favorites. A girl, about the same age as Singgu, asked him to hand her a red light bulb. She looked beautiful when she smiled, but Singgu couldn't remember her name. The only memory he had was that she once helped him deal with a big-headed boy who was moving a table when they were younger. Standing on a chair, he handed the light bulb to the girl and casually glanced outside, only to see a group of people in black clothes. Long Tianwu, Xiao Jia, Siyu, Qin Nan, Meng Rou, and even Yu Jiao were all dressed in black, sitting on a step. The beautiful legs and black stockings under their short skirts caused several passing men to bump into trees. When he saw Siyu, she, wearing sunglasses, even blew him a kiss from afar. Liao Simin, you old fool. Uncle Juan, just like when they were young, shouted from the kitchen door, dinner's ready. Everyone gathered around the table. The girl smilingly brought out the prepared cake along with the big-headed boy. They had to sing the birthday song, and the children sang along. Uncle Juan was very happy, blew out the candles, and cut a piece of cake for everyone, with Singgu getting a particularly large piece. The big-headed boy joked, Uncle Juan still cares for little Gu so much. When we were young, I got beaten up by everyone for hitting Singgu. I should be the one getting the biggest piece. Uncle Juan replied, who among you is as successful as little Gu? He has a big company now, with hundreds of employees, and apparently even support from the military. Just look at you all. Everyone turned to look at Singgu, hardly believing Uncle Juan was talking about him. The Singgu who had always been quiet since childhood, now with such a career? Sung Ji's face turned red, and he quietly asked, Uncle Juan, who did you hear that from? I haven't seen you for a while and thought about inviting you for a meal. The day before yesterday, I went to the library, and the old director told me about it. At first, I couldn't believe it. But I went to the address he mentioned, and, to my surprise, the staff there were all beautiful women, dozens of them. Unfortunately, you weren't there at that time. Your secretary told me that you were in a meeting, so I came back. With that said, the image of you changed in the eyes of those people. According to Uncle Juan, that shows how much power you have. Big Head immediately said, as long as you're in charge, we'll stick with you. Just give us a meal. You too? It was then that I noticed the girl's hand was still holding Big Head's hand. It turned out they were a couple. What a love story. Uncle Juan said, they're also getting married soon, but they have nothing right now. Xiaoga, I've watched you all grow up. You're no different from my own children. The bond we share from growing up together is irreplaceable. I'm getting older, and just seeing each of you succeed brings me joy. Xiaoga listened quietly as Uncle Juan spoke and suddenly noticed that the wrinkles on his face were increasing and deepening. Xiaoga had once asked Uncle Juan why he opened an orphanage and took in so many orphans. Uncle Juan replied that it was because he was also an orphan. But how much did Xiaoga remember? He couldn't even recall the names of the girl and Big Head, yet that feeling of familiarity never faded. I haven't had much time lately, but you can come to the company in a few days and tell me what you can do. I'll see if I can arrange a position for you. Big Head and the girl were clearly very happy, and Uncle Juan was also delighted. They were always family, weren't they? Just then, the orphanage's door was pushed open, and Qin Nan and Siyu walked in first. Their expressions were tense, dressed in black, startling Uncle Juan and the others. Qin Nan leaned close to Xiaoga's ear and said, Darling, there are snipers. We need to leave quickly. Chapter 313. Privacy. Xiaoga nodded and turned to Uncle Juan and the others, saying, Uncle Juan, I have a meeting at my company, so I need to head back. Happy birthday. After saying that, Xiaoga left the orphanage surrounded by Qin Nan and the others. Uncle Juan realized he wanted to say something more, but Xiaoga had already disappeared from sight. Big Head exclaimed, Wow, Xiaoga has so many bodyguards. He must have a lot of power now. Another person said, Didn't you hear Uncle Juan? There are over 100 staff members alone, not to mention the military backing. Do you think this is just a joke? In a few days, I'll go with you to his company and see if I can get a position too. However, Xiaoga hadn't gone far. He was waiting behind a wall. What he was waiting for, he didn't know, but Qin Nan and the others were waiting too. Passers-by looked at them in confusion, thinking they were filming a movie. After about 10 minutes, Xiaoga asked, "How much longer do we have to wait? And why are we waiting?" Qin Nan said, "Waiting a little longer won't kill you, but if you go out now, you will definitely die." "What exactly is going on?" Qin Nan continued. "On the roof of the 7-story building across from us, there's a reflection. If I'm not mistaken, it's the sight of a sniper rifle." Thinking of the scene Liao Ximin described, where a bullet enters the skull, Seng felt it was safer to wait a bit longer. Moreover, Long Tianwu mentioned that the demon hunting team had already set out and would arrive soon. Looking at the time, it was only noon. Could his vacation really be ruined because of a reflection? Or would he become a hacker and never see the sunlight again? But what he was doing was anti-hacking work, contributing to the country. Why were those damn assassins targeting him? At that moment, Long Tianwu's radio received a message. There was nothing on the roof of the opposite building. But there were indeed signs of a sniper rifle stock, which meant Qin Nan's judgment was not wrong. With the danger lifted, Seng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, "See, you followed up. Darling, we should really go back. It's not safe for you out here." Did Seng have a choice? He could only return to the villa, barely able to catch his breath. CNC sent a message that the management system of the hotel had been hacked, all the data leaked, and had been uploaded to a website called Sniffer. Xiao Jia helplessly said, "What use is it for them to invade this system?" As Seng opened his computer and logged onto the website, he found that all the guest information of the hotel had been leaked. What did this mean? It meant that all those reckless individuals might never be able to act carelessly again. With the cannons destroyed, the pits were gone. For example, if a certain woman saw a record of her husband with his secretary at a hotel on a certain day, she would grab a kitchen knife and shout, "You told me you were getting a shot that day. Turns out it was this kind of shot. You better stop right there." Various weapons appeared in the hands of countless men and women, leading to one-on-one fights and group brawls happening every minute. This was not panic, it was anger. In order to save more men from trouble, Seng accessed the backdoor of the website and, while shutting it down, quickly found the IP address that uploaded the data, which shockingly was using a wireless network. Did he think using a wireless network would hide his IP from Seng? What a joke. In less than an hour, at least thousands of men were in trouble, and countless women were being beaten. Did he still think he could hide his IP address? The demon hunting special forces quickly took action and soon surrounded a residence in the suburbs. However, when they kicked the door open and rushed in, it was already empty. At this point, Seng had returned to CNC after his vacation. Liao Ximin approached Seng with a blank expression and said, "The hospitals in the city are filled with men needing help. They played a good game this time, Seng. I want that bastard, no matter what method you use." Seng first opened the CNC server, blocking all the keywords. He was reluctant to do this, but sometimes it was indeed a necessary choice. For example, this time, he blocked those keywords just to prevent more men from being attacked. Moreover, Seng also knows that the plan of the organization is to use everyone's anger and fear to carry out their destruction. Their actions are unpredictable because the content covered by the online world is almost everything. Any disruption of a function could trigger a huge butterfly effect. This is the fourth domain, the online world we cannot live without. Suddenly, Seng's infinite code popped up a prompt window, and the previous IP address reappeared. Seng frowned and immediately accessed the other party system. It was a very clean system, seemingly knowing that Seng would look at it. Seng simply sent a chat request, and the other party quickly agreed. As the chat window opened, Seng immediately signaled Long Tianwu to check that place again. The other party first asked, "Are you the ghost butterfly?" Seng replied, "No need for small talk. We both know who the other is. You don't know who I am." "Yes, just like I don't know how long you can survive. That's your weakness, and in your region. There are many such weaknesses because you don't know how to protect your privacy, or even others' privacy. Matters of our region are decided by us. No need for you to interfere." Then who controls the online world? Ghost Butterfly? Or the organization? CNC, KMP, NGA, FBA, YINT, EIA, or your divine realm? It's certainly one TB your organization. We never thought about doing that. We just want to survive. But there are always people like you who want to eliminate the organization. We are merely defending ourselves. So, you let thousands of men be attacked. Do those men deserve it? Who would have thought the Ghost Butterfly could be so humorous? Do you know why I call myself Ghost Butterfly? Please tell. It's because once I'm angry, the gates of hell will be opened by me. Ghost Butterfly is the embodiment of death. Are you and your organization ready to bear my wrath? We are ready, but the one who is unprepared is you. You hold 10 of the most mysterious, powerful, and destructive codes in this world. How many have you cracked? When he said this, Seng was not surprised at all. The organization had already known he had the codes, and they had been wanting to obtain them all along, right? Chapter 314. Retaliation. Seng didn't he believe anything this guy said. So he continued, "Some questions you want to get answers to, but I know that your assassins and hackers are being taken down one by me. And I particularly enjoy this thrill. You don't understand us, but we understand you very well. Don't forget, hackers are devils living in the dark. One day, you will also become one of these devils. I already am. Then I should congratulate you. Thank you, and screw you. Why do you like to curse so much? Not at all like a hacker. Do you want to hear real curses? You can't hurt me. Sun Gu turned to Liao Ximin and said, Uncle Liao, say something fierce. Liao Ximin flicked her hair and replied, tell that jerk that I'll use the same flat shovel to first blow up his backside, then his mother's, and then his father's. After that, I'll ask them one by one if it hurts. Everyone has memories of getting others to help curse someone, right? Especially when online chatting first appeared in our lives. The biggest joys were two things: unscrupulously stealing QQ accounts and endlessly cursing someone in an internet cafe. Whenever some uncles reminisce about those good old days, there are endless topics to discuss, just like there are endless insults to hurl. Back then, the internet had nothing. The most it had was online dating, and even that was long distance, making it impossible to meet up. Just a few years have passed, and QQ and WeChat have significantly boosted the hotel industry. And the act of cursing has always existed online. Why? Because we just love to curse. Especially someone like this killer hacker who has ruined so many men's lives, yet still talks philosophy with Sun Gu, thinking he's a profound hacker? As Sun Gu would say, cursing him won't kill him, but it'll make him feel pain even when he goes to the bathroom. Otherwise, Sun Gu wouldn't have resorted to acupuncture or other venting methods. This guy's computer has nothing. He doesn't even have a video device. The only thing known is his IP address. It seems the so-called depth of this killer hacker was also destroyed in the insults, as he retorted. You can't blow up anyone's backside. You can only blow up your own. Under the leadership of Long Tianwu, the Demon Hunter team quickly surrounded the dark villa. With tactical flashlights attached to their guns, Long Tianwu kicked open the door, and beams of light swiftly scanned every corner of the room. Confirming that the first floor was clear, they rushed upstairs, only to find a computer and an external receiver in one room. On the monitor, the killer hacker said to Sun Gu, looks like your people made a wasted trip. Long Tianwu spoke into the radio, Demon King. There's nothing here except a computer and a receiver. Sun Gu smiled, not out of helplessness or anger, but purely out of appreciation. This killer hacker was indeed very thoughtful, using remote operation to input commands into the receiver, which then translated into commands for the computer. What was particularly impressive was that he managed to turn the receiver's driver into a graphics card driver, leaving Sun Gu completely unaware. In this round, the killer hacker won. Long Tianwu brought the computer and receiver back to CNC, feeling a bit down, as if they had been played. It wasn't Sun Ji's role to comfort them. He only examined the receiver but found nothing useful. Everyone in CNC remained silent, their gazes fixed on Sun Gu. If Sun Gu had lost, who could possibly defend against these hackers? Liao Ximin pulled Sun to the side and whispered, Gezi, you need to encourage these people. We can't let them panic. When did they become so fragile? Sing always thought he was fragile enough, but these people seemed even more so. He didn't want to endure any harm. Yet he wasn't afraid of it. This wasn't courage, but a lack of choice. Liao Ximin sighed and said, they have never been strong. Sing truly believed this statement. In fact, everyone was fragile. No matter who they were or how powerful they seemed, there would always be moments when they felt utterly powerless. Just like love, it was always so fragile, yet everyone pursued it, even knowing it could bring harm. But in a man's heart, he would never give up. Although Sung had never owned much, he would never give up, nor would he consider this attack a failure. But he also didn't know what to say to these people. After thinking for a moment, Sing said, Liao Zong said that everyone has been working hard lately, so he will treat you all to karaoke, until you can't get up anymore. Yes, what is fragility? What is low morale? In an instant, they forgot it all, and everyone was eager to jump up. Sing turned to Liao Ximin and said, Liao Shu, look, morale is so high. When did I say to treat them to karaoke? Didn't you ask me to encourage everyone? Look how pumped they are. Just then, Siyu ran over and asked, Liao Zong, when are we leaving? We are all ready. Liao Ximin replied helplessly. You all go to the restaurant first and bring the beer. The karaoke place charges too much. Sung said, I thought I was stingy, but you're even worse. Siyu and Yu Jia went to book a spot at the best music club in the capital. As soon as they entered, the waiter smiled and asked, hello. How many of you are there? 157. Do you have a bigger room? The waiter's smile faded as he said, Are you sure you're not here to cause trouble? Yu Jia replied, What are you talking about? We just want to sing. The waiter was completely flustered and had to go find the manager. Before long, a manager in her 40s, strutting as if she would hit the ceiling with her short skirt, approached Siyu with a broad smile and said, Good evening, ladies. How can I assist you? Just then, Sung and Xiao Jia walked in. As soon as Sung saw the female manager, he almost went up to slap her. Her big lips, painted blue, looked like she had two Smurfs hanging on her mouth. At that moment, Siyu said, We have more than 150 people and want to sing. Do you have a bigger room? Chapter 315. Sniper Assassin CU wanted a larger room, but the manager replied, if you tear down the walls between a few private rooms, you can play, but since you're here to sing and not to cause trouble, I suggest you split up. You can book a total of 5 private rooms. How does that sound? Singe said, sure, go ahead and arrange it for us right away. The manager left with a sway, and Xiao Jia looked at her and said, Gezi, do you believe that even if Long Tianwu came, she could still push him away with one move? The rooms were assigned, with Singe and his group in one room, and the others in different rooms. Singe couldn't sing, but he enjoyed listening to music, as it allowed him to see a lot of joy or sadness within. Siyu was the first to sing. She was eager for Singe to hear her voice. Her singing was beautiful, and she gazed at Singe with a dreamy look, making it clear that this song was meant for him alone. Singe listened quietly, understanding the love in Siyu's eyes, as rich as the red wine in a glass. When the song ended and the applause erupted, Singe felt a deep sense of loneliness. The music was like a blossoming firework, leaving behind splendid beauty, yet unaware of the loneliness and solitude in the world. Singe's loneliness wasn't about being alone. It was a kind of emptiness, a self without pursuit. Siyu naturally sat beside Singe, leaning into his embrace. Darling, did I sing well? Yes, very well, but you should sit normally, or someone might cause a scene. Singe could already feel Qin Nan's anger. Things had already gone awry. And now this room too? The next song was Yujia's, but everyone knew that this song also belonged to Singe. Yujia took off her jacket, wearing only a white shirt that highlighted her figure. Liao Ximin said to Xiao Long, if I were 40 years younger, I tell you, I'd win all these girls' hearts. At your age, how come you still have no luck? Just then, the door to the room opened, and Ku Yi, Karen, and Meng Ro walked in. Look, my girl is here. Old Xiao. I'm telling you, these others are all talk. Only our Ku Yi can touch Gezi's heart. Yujia was singing, and Singe was engrossed, not noticing them. Karen, seeing Yujia singing, stepped right between her and Singe. This positioning made it impossible for Yujia to continue singing. She stopped before finishing. On the other side, Xiao Jie saw Meng Ro and quickly fixed his hairstyle. This was important for his image. Ku Yi spotted Singe, but there were no seats left, so she directly pulled Singe aside. You've lost weight since I last saw you. Are you not eating on time? Singe replied somewhat shyly. How's everything at the company? The software upgrade framework is almost done, but the core isn't finalized yet, so progress is a bit slow. Once CNC wraps up, I'll send them the core data right away. That's not urgent. How's CNC going? Singe sighed and said, this time it's tough. I'm not very confident. I lost a game today. That's okay. In my heart, you will always be the strongest. Until this moment, Singh had only just realized that Kadi had been holding his hand all along. He quickly pulled it back. Fortunately, the lighting in the private room was dim, so the others did not see. However, Qin Nan noticed. In truth, Qin Nan was very tired. She didn't understand why so many women liked Singh. Each one more beautiful and alluring than the last. Compared to them, Qin Nan felt a lack of confidence, believing she could win Singh's love. But now, there was no turning back. Falling for Singh was like sinking into a sea of bitterness, a pain that was destined to be. Yet everyone was in pain. And everyone was also hopeful. In an abandoned half-finished building on the outskirts of the city, a man in his 30s gently struck a match. His scarred face looked terrifying in the brief glow of the flame. He lit a cigarette, but didn't take a puff. He preferred to inhale the acrid smoke in the darkness. The smell reminded him that he was still alive. Beside him lay a sniper rifle, quietly exuding its lethal aura in the dim light of the cigarette. This weapon had been with him for many years, yet it remained by his side. At that moment, he heard faint footsteps coming from the staircase, but he remained completely still. It wasn't until the footsteps stopped behind him that he felt the air had quieted down again. Orders had been given from headquarters. The scarred face interrupted him. No orders, only plans. The mysterious figure said, we will continue to attack the network of the city. You are free to go. The mysterious figure turned and left, and the cigarette, but in the scarred face's hand, was extinguished, plunging the surroundings back into a deathly darkness. At the headquarters, a certain agency was in a flurry. Johnson asked Basha, has Singh logged in yet? Basha shook her head helplessly. This was the 5th time Johnson had asked her this question within an hour. His urgency stemmed from a piece of confidential information that Singh needed to know, as it concerned Singh's life. At that moment, Singh, having had a glass of red wine, felt a bit disoriented and could barely stand. People in the private rooms were mingling. The singing continued, but to Singh, it all sounded like noise. Everyone was talking, laughing, and dancing. Karen and Xiao Jie kept drinking, bottles crashing to the floor without anyone paying attention. Qin Nan was drinking like it was water, one foot on the sofa and the other on the table. Singh wanted to catch his breath. He couldn't take it anymore, so he left the private room and stepped out of the club. Just then, a loud bang echoed in his mind. As the world spun around him, Singh thought he had drunk too much and intended to sit on the stairs for a moment. Suddenly, a bullet pierced his shoulder, shattering the glass door of the club. A sharp pain nearly made him faint. Blood gushed from his shoulder, and the roar in his mind grew louder, as if time had stopped at that moment. He could no longer distinguish between the screams and his own cries, and the sound faded into the distance, leaving only the rapid, clear beat of his heart. The sound suddenly surged into his ears, reminding him of the sniper and Liao Ximin's words about headshots. Without a second thought, he crouched behind a large tree, watching helplessly as a bullet struck the stairs. Chapter 316. The assassin Singe held his shoulder, blood still flowing. The pain had turned into numbness, and his entire body was immobilized. He was not an omnipotent deity. He was just a hacker, a boy, an orphan. He feared pain, and even more, he feared death. Yet every minute someone wanted his life. And it seemed that someone had succeeded. In a daze, everything began to blur again, and he vaguely heard someone calling his name. His only sensation told him that someone was helping him up, followed by a world engulfed in darkness, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, continuously descending, boundless. A sharp pain pierced through him, as if he had fallen to the ground, causing him to open his eyes. The world seemed to consist only of blinding lights. One light, two lights. Then he sank back into a deep sleep, or perhaps he saw another world, a swirling world filled with endless pain, longing, and struggles and cries. Outside the operating room, Liao Ximin stood silently, expressionless, radiating an aura of menace. He had once told Singe that in his domain, under his watchful eye, no one could harm him, yet he had failed. Long Tianwu parted the crowd and approached Liao Ximin, speaking softly, "Liao, it's not the same bullet." Liao Ximin looked at the bullet in Long Tianwu's hand and replied quietly, "A sniper can't use two types of bullets. This person is not Santos." At that moment, several high-ranking officials in military uniforms appeared before everyone. All stood immediately, with Liao Ximin and Xiao Long standing at attention. Without delving into details, one of the officers held the rank of general, while the two behind him were both major generals. And the general's position in the military was far superior to Liao Ximin's. Many describe an officer as having an aura of authority, but this concept is quite vague. What does it mean to be in a superior position? To be precise, it should refer to the strength of a person's presence. We don't need to define how high this officer's rank is. We only need to recognize that he is very angry. Even Liao Ximin felt a wave of fear, completely influenced by this aura. The officer appeared slightly older than Liao Ximin, likely around 60, but stood tall and straight like a pine tree. His expression was firm and authoritative, not to be looked down upon or disrespected. "Sir, stop wasting my time, Liao Ximin. Do you realize how important Singe is? Injured under your watch. Do you think you can keep your position?" Liao Ximin stood at attention, staring straight ahead, his eyes not moving. He had to endure, even if he were to be scolded or hit. "What is the current situation?" the officer asked, his tone softening slightly. "We are currently investigating the bullet and other evidence. We will soon find the assassin who injured Singe." "Who asked you that?" "I'm asking about Singe's condition." "Report, the operation is not yet over, and we still don't know." Just as they were speaking, the light above the operating room door went out, and when the doctor came out and saw the officer, he stood at attention and saluted. "This is a military district, and even the doctors hold the rank of colonel." "Report, there has been significant blood loss. The shoulder has been severely penetrated by bullets. But fortunately, it only injured the bone without affecting the tendons or sensitive tissues. After recovery, there will be no impact." After hearing the doctor's words, everyone felt a bit relieved. However, the officer snorted and said, "A good child has a scar left on his shoulder, and you say there's no impact." "Liao Ximin, listen to me. I want this sniper, and I don't care what methods you use." "Yes, sir, I guarantee to complete the task." The officer nodded slightly and pulled Liao Ximin aside, saying, "Don't forget we are soldiers. Those bastards are rampaging in our country. As the leader of the National Security Department, you must always remain highly vigilant." Fortunately, this time, Singh is not in serious trouble. Otherwise, the National Network Upgrade project would have been interrupted. "I don't want this to happen again. You should know what to do. I will explain to the higher-ups, and you need to step up. If there is another incident, you can go home and tend to your flowers." Liao Ximin hurriedly said, "Sir, please rest assured. There will absolutely not be another time." The officer nodded and turned to leave. Watching them leave, Liao Ximin sighed, not saying a word. Sang's injury was one aspect, and now the assassins and hackers from the Nirvana organization could attack at any moment. With Sang injured, who would fight those bastards? At that moment, Sang was pushed out of the operating room, and Siyu and others immediately surrounded him. Siyu's face was numb from crying. However, Sang remained unconscious, his face pale like a blank sheet of paper, his lips slightly moving as if narrating the depths of pain and loneliness, the struggle between waking and dreaming. But just as Singh arrived at the ward, the entire hospital suddenly went dark, and the emergency lighting turned on with a snap, rendering everyone's faces hazy and bewildered. Liao Ximin immediately asked the nurse what was happening. The nurse shook her head, saying she didn't know why the power went out suddenly. After all, this is a hospital. Liao Ximin said. No one said this is a hotel. It must be a hospital. Tianwu. Long Tianwu nodded and immediately left the ward. With Xiao Jie calling out, I'll go with you. Upon reaching the power supply room, several workers were checking, but there was no issue. Xiao Jie opened the window to look around, and everywhere outside the hospital had power. Thinking it was an external wiring issue, he took a flashlight and walked over to the transformer, finding no signs of disconnection. When they returned to the hospital, it was already in chaos. Xiao Jie asked the doctor what was going on. The doctor said several surgeries were interrupted due to the power outage, and they were now preparing to use the generator for power. After Liao Ximin listened to the report, she looked out the window and quietly said, let others go back first, and bring the demon hunter to me. See you, Yu Jia, and Qin Nin insisted on staying. While Ming Rou said she was there to take care of Siyu and wouldn't leave either. Kui also chose to stay. They wanted to remain. And Liao Ximin had no objections, allowing them to pull down the curtains and stay in the hospital room without going anywhere. Half an hour later, the demon hunting team surrounded the entire hospital, facing outward to protect the facility and Xingge. Snipers and observers rushed to the rooftop, quickly setting up their rifles. It wasn't because Xingge required high-level protection, but rather because the enemy's target was Xingge, and the assassin could be lurking in the hospital. Chapter 317. Poisoning at midnight. Xingge finally woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, unable to lift his hands. As he attempted to move his arms, the world spun around him. The room was pitch black, and he could barely make out Siyu lying beside him and Qin Nin on the other side. Xing Ji's moving fingers startled Siyu awake. When she saw the tears in her eyes, it felt as if he had awoken from 1,000 years of slumber. You're awake. Does it hurt? Siyu's tears flowed like rain, and her question made Xing Ji's nose tighten, a wave of dizziness crashing over him, almost causing him to faint again. Don't worry. I'm fine. Why is it so dark in here? Why isn't the light on? Xing Ji's weak voice managed to wake everyone up. Yu Jia quickly brought him water. But after just one night, his lips were cracked, and when the water touched them, Xingge shuddered in pain. What no one expected was that Yu Jia, without hesitation, held the water in her mouth and fed it to Xingge mouth to mouth. He managed to drink, but then Xingge fainted again. Liao Ximin turned to Yu Jia and said, what were you thinking? Can he even get angry now? Look at him. He is about to convulse. Before Siyu and the others could blame Yu Jia, they hurriedly called the on-duty doctor. After a simple examination, the doctor remarked puzzled, why is his nose still bleeding? Did he injure his head as well? Just then, Xingge suddenly woke up again, and the doctor quickly asked, how are you feeling now? I want another sip. Yu Jia was about to feed him again, but Siyu urgently stopped her. Shut up. Put down your cup. You can't be reckless. This time, I'll feed Xingge. Seeing Yu Jia's actions, the doctor finally understood the reason for Xing Ji's nosebleed and said, if you continue feeding him this way, he could have a brain hemorrhage. You can use a spoon. As Siyu searched for a spoon, Yu Jia leaned close to Xing Ji's ear and whispered, when they're not around, I'll feed you. She even kissed him on the forehead. However, at the doorway, Fang Kai Luan witnessed this scene, and it felt as if the whole world collapsed around him. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Now that Xingge was awake, everyone could return to rest. But someone had to stay by his side. Liao Ximin arranged for 2 people, 1 male and 1 female, to take turns caring for Xingge while the demon hunting team continued their surveillance. The next morning, Qin Nan personally made breakfast for Xingge at the villa and brought it to the hospital to feed him herself. Everyone is suffering, but only Qin Nan is the most affected. Since Xingge was injured, she has had only one thought, to personally kill Santos. Therefore, Qin Nan has kept the soul hunter dagger with her, as she knows Santos very well. If he doesn't kill Xingge, he will continue to act. Dear, I said, whoever harms you, I will kill them. I must personally kill that Santos. Xingge said, I think there will be actions from Liao as well. You don't need to take action. I don't want any of you to be in danger. Before he could finish speaking, Xingge suddenly felt a tearing pain in his abdomen, as if his stomach was on fire. He vomited the food he had just eaten and struggled to breathe. Xingge, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Xingge. Qin Nan's cries alerted Long Tianwu and Ming Rou outside the door. When they entered the room, they found Xingge had already fainted. The doctor rushed into the room, glanced at Xingge, then looked at the breakfast on the table, and quickly sniffed it. It's poisoned. Qin Nan was stunned. How could the breakfast she made be poisoned? But Long Tianwu had already moved, reaching for Qin Nan's neck. Long Tianwu was incredibly fast, but Qin Nan reacted even quicker. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. The breakfast was made by her and personally fed to Xingge. And now that Xingge was poisoned, if she allowed Long Tianwu to grab her, everyone would think she was responsible. Therefore, she could not be caught. She needed to find out who poisoned him. In a split second, Qin Nan leaned back and executed an elbow strike. Long Tianwu countered quickly, retracting his hand and following up with a kick. Qin Nan kicked out as well, and when their feet collided, she felt as if her heel had been torn apart. She retreated to the window, and Long Tianwu charged at her again. Qin Nan grabbed a nearby plate filled with medicine and smashed it toward Long Tianwu like a shower of flowers. He kicked the plate away, but it flew straight toward Seng Ge. Meng Rou, standing behind the doctor, wanted to intervene but was too late. Just then, the doctor turned his body and executed a swift kick, knocking the plate away from Seng Ge. In such a tight space, to use such a graceful move can only be described with two words: a master. Qin Nan glanced at Seng Ge, her eyes filled with pain and reluctance. At that moment, Meng Rou also made her move, shooting a dagger from her sleeve toward Qin Nan. Qin Nan dodged the dagger and took another look at Seng Ge before jumping out of the window. All of this happened in just a few seconds. The doctor didn't care about them. He immediately instructed the nurse to bring emergency equipment and began to rescue Seng Ge in the ward. Long Tianwu, who had already reached the window, jumped out without hesitation. Meng Rou wanted to follow but decided not to chase after seeing only Seng Ge in the ward, feeling uneasy. This was the 5th floor. Qin Nan moved exceptionally nimbly, jumping from window to window until she reached the ground. Ignoring the pain in her feet, she took off running. Long Tianwu jumped directly from the 4th floor to the ground, shouting into the radio while chasing, "Hold her down." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier suddenly charged out from the side. Qin Nan turned her head just in time to see the soldier's fist coming at her. She rolled forward to avoid it. But the soldier was incredibly fast, following up with a flurry of punches that left her dazzled. Qin Nan was surprised by his speed, and amidst the rapid punches, there were also kicks. Before she could react, she was kicked in the stomach, stumbling back several steps until she leaned against a tree to stop. Looking up, she saw the soldier's foot coming at her again. Qin Nan ducked just in time as the tree, as thick as a bowl, was kicked in half. At this point, Qin Nan had considered taking out her Soul Hunter spike several times, but ultimately held back, knowing that if she drew it, there would be no turning back. Just then, Long Tianwu caught up. Besides the Soul Hunter spike, she also had a dagger. Qin Nan pulled out the dagger and threw it directly at Long Tianwu. While the soldier turned to look at Long Tianwu, Qin Nan had already climbed over the hospital's wall, disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 318. Intelligent Singe was already unconscious, and the hospital had no power, so all the emergency equipment could only rely on a generator. The doctor looked at the situation and realized that by the time the generator was brought up, Singe would likely be dead. With no other choice, he pried open Singe's mouth and forcefully poured in gastric lavage fluid. "Vomit! Make him vomit!" The doctor shouted, but it depended on whether Singe could hear him. At that moment, Singe felt like a little bird soaring freely in the sky. What did he need to vomit for? The head nurse, while doing various checks on Singe, shouted loudly, "Blood pressure is abnormal, heartbeat is weak. Doctor, he's just one step away from death. What should we do?" When Meng Rou heard this, she grabbed Singe's hand and cried, "Singe, you can't die, you can't die." The doctor reassured her, "Don't worry, he won't die. If he dies, we won't be able to write this book. Just stay calm. As long as he can vomit out the poison before it's absorbed by his body, he'll be fine." Without any emergency equipment, saying more wouldn't help. The doctor was determined, pouring a whole barrel of liquid into Singe's stomach. Meanwhile, Singe was still enjoying the blue sky, when suddenly he felt someone pulling him, followed by a dizzying spin, and the blue sky was replaced by tense, sweaty faces. Although everything was a bit blurry, he could still remember who the doctor was, who Meng Rou was, and that head nurse. Then his stomach churned violently, and as he opened his mouth, he nearly vomited out his stomach. The sudden movement caused his wound to split open again, and in pain, Singe closed his eyes and soared back into the blue sky. Blood was drawn and various tests were continuously conducted. At the entrance, Liao Simin was on the verge of losing it, ready to scold Long Tianwu. "I just went home to take a piss, and Singe got poisoned. What the hell are you doing? You're supposed to be a special operations commander, and you can't even handle one girl? Go back and write me a 10 million word reflection." Long Tianwu didn't like to talk, nor did he want to, and he had nothing to say. Seng had been poisoned, and he was more anxious than anyone else. But there was nothing he could do now except wait. When the doctor told them that the poison in Seng's body had been cleared, it seemed he would have to stay in the hospital for a few more days due to the situation. "What is going on in your hospital?" "This is a military hospital, a key national unit, and you've been dealing with a power outage for so long without finding the cause. What are you doing?" Liao Simin was also in a bad mood and spoke somewhat harshly. He was the absolute superior of the doctor, who could only stand at attention and say, "Report, sir. We have been checking, but we just can't find the reason. The biggest reason is that you people are all fools, dressing like doctors all day. What useful things can you do?" The doctor didn't know how to respond. He was there to treat patients, not to be a repairman. So why was he being scolded? A commotion of footsteps sounded behind them. Turning around, They saw the disheveled Siyu and Yujia, who had intended to go back to shower and rest, but rushed to the hospital upon hearing the news. They felt relieved only after knowing that Sing was no longer in danger. This time, Siyu refused to leave and even scolded Mingru for what happened to Sing. Mingru's eyes were red, and she didn't know what to say. Xiaojia couldn't stand it any longer. Siyu, just a few words are enough. No one wants this to happen, right? Mingru, however, pushed through the crowd, crying as she left, and Xiaojia hurried after her. Siyu sighed, realizing that she had been a bit harsh. But everyone was very angry and needed to calm down. A private jet slowly landed, and two stunning blonde beauties wearing sunglasses quickly made their way to the exit, drawing everyone's attention. Nicole and Basha had arrived in Longhua after receiving information about Seng's injury and rushed over immediately. The news of Seng's injury had shaken the entire Campi department. Johnson had originally planned to come to Longhua himself, but recently, Nirvana was planning an attack on the financial industry of another country, and he needed to gather comprehensive intelligence. So he sent Nicole and Basha to visit Seng and bring him a top-secret piece of information. In the hospital's conference room, Nicole introduced herself first. Liao Ximin looked at them with a blank expression. He recognized one of them, Basha, who often appeared in Seng's videos. She looked good in the videos, and even better in person, but now was not the time to think about that. They were from a foreign intelligence agency, and who knows what kind of conspiracy they might have in mind while visiting Seng. Liao Ximin had never had a good impression of foreigners, especially foreign women. He thought they were all reckless, those who would jump into bed with anyone without even knowing their names. Liao Ximin seems to be a bit overbearing. This ethnicity enjoys expressing their emotions through repetitive actions. Even a certain leader occasionally likes to engage in such activities in various places like offices, restrooms, malls, and even the steps of important buildings. Can you really control the characteristics of an entire nation? Liao Ximin then said, if you are just here to visit Seng, welcome. But if you intend to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Nicole said, you must be Mr. Liao Ximin, right? I have some important information to deliver to Seng, but I think it's better to give it to you. After glancing at the information, Liao Ximin looked up and said, this information is no longer valuable. The assassin group has already targeted Seng and used poison. Basha immediately stood up and exclaimed, what did you say? They poisoned Seng? Is he in danger? No life-threatening situation. I need to see him. As Basha spoke, she started to head out of the conference room, but Long Tianwu at the door stopped her. Liao Ximin glanced at Basha and finally fixed his gaze on Nicole's face, saying, you can see Seng, but our people must always be by your side. We cannot allow Seng to be harmed in any way, so we don't trust anyone right now. Nicole, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement. As long as she could see Seng, it would be fine. In the hospital room, Siyu sat by Seng's bedside. He had finally woken up after sleeping for a day and night, but his head still ached terribly. When the door opened, Basha saw Seng and immediately burst into tears, overwhelmed with longing as she rushed to him, exclaiming, oh my God, oh my God. Chapter 319. The feeling of a man Seng was a bit stunned, wondering if this was a dream. Basha seemed to appear from a dream, yet it felt so real and surreal. Although it had been a long time since they last video chatted, the longer they communicated online, the deeper their longing became. Most people have had experiences meeting someone online, haven't they? This unwavering pursuit was merely to accumulate love through words and language. However, such love can quickly fade away, or even disappear, simply because they only saw the perfection on screen, not the pain and helplessness in another corner. Yet, meeting in person remained romantic. Seng and Basha were different from other online encounters. They were people living in the same world. Basha had led Seng into the world of hacking, and since then, Seng had seen a different life and a more magnificent online world. Therefore, Seng liked Basha because he always thought she had given him a new world. A world that only belonged to them. They embraced, forgetting everything, even the pain of their wounds. The gazes around them became transparent. Who cared about that? Aside from Long Tianwu, who didn't he want to know who this foreign woman was? Seng softly said, finally, I see you again, but this time, there's no need for a mouse and keyboard. Basha said, I love you, son, I love you, son. While she didn't understand the other words, everyone understood this statement clearly. Siyu pulled her away with a glare full of hostility and said, let him go. Can't you see he's hurt? Basha could sense the murderous intent in Siyu's eyes. Love is everything to women. They would go to great lengths to protect their love. So even though Basha couldn't understand Siyu's words, she grasped the meaning, yet she still didn't release her grip. Sun understood that Siyu's actions were somewhat unreasonable, but he couldn't ask anyone to leave the room. They had been there caring for him while he was injured, and now to drive them away for a woman? That wasn't right. So, Sun introduced Basha to everyone, but aside from Yujia's polite greeting, no one else spoke. Although he had many sweet words to say to Basha, it was clearly not the right moment. He had come to terms with such helplessness since he learned that Qin Nin intended to poison him. Nicole then approached Sen's bedside. gave him a gentle hug, and after a few comforting words, said, "Son, do you know who tried to kill you this time?" He knew a little, but he didn't believe she would actually do it. What you believe may not be true, and what you don't believe might indeed be true. We intended to give you this information, but we were too late. After saying this, Nicole placed the information in front of Senior. Siyu initially wanted to help Sun hold it, but Basha was quicker. Sun looked at Basha. Her "I love you" made him feel like the whole world was beautiful, which might be the taste of love. The best feeling a woman can give a man isn't just physical intimacy, but rather an emotional connection. Men are emotional beings. Even if they are jerks or fools, they will sacrifice everything for love. Those who constantly say men are worthless should reflect on themselves. Do you remember why the man beside you once liked you? Or do you still possess what men desire? Don't say men only play around until they've had enough. In the beginning, you were the ones calling out, and now you just say to men, "Hurry up. I can't stand it anymore." You are completely trampling on a man's dignity and feelings without hesitation, completely disregarding everything. Why should we men always treat you like we did at the start? Why should we forget the feelings we had for a woman? This is one of the main reasons men seek novelty, because we can find the feelings we once lost over and over again. Feelings that you women have long forgotten or no longer possess. Men feel deeply. Even a rogue has his feelings, let alone a normal man. What is the feeling that men truly desire? It's like the first time you're with a woman, her shyness, timidity, the soul-stirring moans, the breath and tenderness when embracing. Then, after a while, it's just legs apart. Let's go. Damn. So the reason Sinj is so excited is that every time he meets Basha, her "I love you" is always so gentle. Even the warmth and softness in her eyes when she says it never change. If it were any other woman, the first "I love you" would make her blush like a lady, making you unable to resist kissing her. But after a while, it becomes, "If I don't love you, who the hell else would I love?" Eventually, they say, "I love you? Screw that. If you want me to love you, go wash your socks in the bathroom." Sinj is happy now because he doesn't use his eggs to conquer women, but relies on his depth and soul to win them over. However, not every woman can be conquered this way, as the intelligence suggests. Qin Nan's adoptive parents have joined the Nirvana organization and have become leaders of the largest assassin group in Europe. Qin Nan's parents ordered her to synchronize her assassination plan with Santos, as Santos is now also part of their organization. It was initially uncertain whether Qin Nan would follow through, but now it's almost confirmed that she has indeed done it. Reading this, Nicole continued, "Son, KMP has received top-secret intelligence." At this point, she glanced around the room, seemingly hesitant to disclose the information in front of so many people. Sinj smiled and said, "They don't understand what we're saying. Go ahead and speak freely." After saying this, Sinj glanced at Yujia, who gave him a flirtatious look before turning her attention to Liao Simin. Liao Simin turned and walked to the window without saying a word. Nicole said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if they hear. According to the intelligence we've received, the Nirvana organization will soon launch an attack on the financial system of a certain country. Johnson's idea is for you to join us in attacking them." Chapter 320. The Vibe Sinj felt that Nirvana attacking that country was a good thing. As a citizen of his own nation, he had no reason to help another country build its defense line, especially one that claims to have the world's best, most comprehensive, and strongest defense system. Now they're looking for help to fight Nirvana? What a joke. If he weren't injured, he might even take a swing at that country himself. Besides, he never explicitly joined KMP. For Basha's sake, he only agreed to share intelligence. He never said that if KMP went to war with anyone, he'd grab a knife and charge into battle. Johnson is thinking too much. Nicole, look at me. I'm injured like this. I can't even hold a spoon to eat, let alone a keyboard or mouse. Let us talk about gang fights another time. Nicole felt a bit disappointed after the straightforward refusal. Unless absolutely necessary, KMP wouldn't let Sung appear. She had hoped to gain Seng's trust by exchanging information from the assassin organization, but they didn't expect the organization to act so quickly. The information was now useless. The only thing that could possibly sway Sung seemed to be Basha. However, Basha had never considered asking Sung to help KMP against the Nirvana organization. As an American, she understood all too well what Americans were like. When they needed you, they set everything up for you, but when they didn't, they hunt you down everywhere. Moreover, Basha had no intention of returning after coming to Long Country. This was her thought that she hadn't shared with anyone. She only wanted to stay by Seng's side for a lifetime. To avoid disturbing Sung's rest, Nicole stayed with Basha at the hotel closest to the hospital. Johnson also understood Seng's intentions. Giving up was not an option, and it was time for Basha to step forward. In a video call, Johnson said to Basha, "I know you don't like this country, and honestly, I dislike it even more than you do, but we must do something for it. Because wherever you go, people will see you as an American. If you can persuade Sung to take action this time, you can stay in Long Country forever." This was an enticing condition that resonated with Basha. It must be said that Johnson was particularly adept at reading others' thoughts. He could even tell how many times you had repeated certain actions just by your demeanor. Because of this, Basha never trusted Johnson's words. So her reply to him was, I will try my best to persuade Sung, but I can't guarantee that I can convince him. Surprise and disappointment are emotions that alternate in life, much like the changing of the moon phases or the blooming and withering of flowers. The clear skies of the day are replaced by rain at night, and the scent of rain fills the room, bringing an infinite sense of melancholy and drifting uncertainty. Siyu lit a candle and gently lay beside Song, thinking how wonderful it would be to gaze at someone forever. The flickering candlelight, the sound of rain falling, and the beauty beside him made Sung feel a warmth rising in his heart, but he was helpless against the pain that came and went. In simpler terms, Sung felt the urge to relieve himself but was too embarrassed to say it. He couldn't move and had to hold it in, but he was nearing his limit. Siyu, are there really no men outside? Don't you want to go to the bathroom? Siyu's understanding made Sung feel relieved, almost causing him to lose control. I can't even remember the last time I went. If I don't go soon, I might forget how to. So, can you please call a guy in? It would be easier. This night is mine, no one else is coming in. I can help you, and I can support anything. But I want tea whistle. As she spoke, she was about to help Song, but he stopped her, saying, I think I can hold it a bit longer. Let us wait until Xiao Jie arrives. Can you just listen to me for once? Your injuries haven't healed yet, and you're going to strain your bladder. Do you plan on never leaving the hospital in this lifetime? Besides, while you were unconscious, I was the one who changed your clothes and underwear. I've seen everything there is to see and touched everything there is to touch. What are you still embarrassed about? With a determined effort, Siyu helped Singe sit up, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. But what made Singe tremble even more was the realization that his body had been completely exposed. Who else had seen him? He needed to know. Had everyone seen him? Everyone had seen him. The nurses, the doctors, and even the grandmother who cleaned the restroom. Singe's nose twitched, and tears welled in his eyes. At that moment, he felt like an exhibitionist, desperately wanting to ask everyone about the size and shape of what was between his legs. Numbly, he let Siyu guide him to the restroom. With practiced ease, she placed one of his hands around her neck and reached her other hand toward him. A sudden buzz echoed in Singe's mind, and he urgently stopped her. Stop. Don't move. I'll do it myself. Turn your face away. No looking. Cover your ears. No listening. And your nose. No smelling. After all, a man only has so much privacy. What else did she want to know? The way a man urinates is like that of a virgin. Why? Because every man has his own unique style. Some like to jump while peeing, some enjoy making circles, others sway left and right or bounce up and down, and some even lift a leg or lie prone. It's like a virgin. Once seen, they're devalued. Of course, Singe didn't have any of these habits. He urinated normally, but psychologically, he couldn't handle the stimulation, especially while being held by a sexy beauty. Siyu obediently didn't look, listen, or smell, burying her face in Singe's neck. But even that was acceptable, so why did she have to keep licking his neck? The urine ended up spraying on the wall, and some even got on his hand. This whole urination ordeal was utterly humiliating. Siyu flushed the toilet, washed Singe's hands, and helped him back to bed. However, when they returned to the room, Siyu sensed something was off. The candlelight flickered uneasily. She lifted her nose and sniffed. There was a woman's scent lingering in the air. This scent, unique to women, their body odor, is something only women can detect. To men, women only have two smells, either fragrant or provocative. What? You ask if fragrance and provocation can mix? Of course, they can. Every unsatisfied woman carries that very scent. But who cares? There's always someone out there who can satisfy them. Chapter 321. Absolute defiance. The scent Siyu detected was unmistakably that of a woman. Though she didn't know who it was, she knew this person was right outside the window. She pulled out the self-defense dagger Mangru had given her from under Singe's pillow and exchanged a meaningful glance with him. He tensed up as well. These assassins were becoming increasingly brazen, targeting him again and again. Siyu tiptoed to the window, intending to pull back the curtains, when suddenly a shadow darted past the curtains, leaping over her head. A flash of cold light appeared as a dagger aimed straight at Singu. The speed was like lightning, and Siyu shouted, "How dare you!" As she threw the dagger, the shadow suddenly changed tactics, flipping in midair to evade the dagger. Siyu quickly picked up a chair beside her and swung it at the shadow, while simultaneously throwing a punch towards it. The shadow dodged the chair, falling back on one hand and executing a move that kicked Siyu's arm. Siyu gritted her teeth, feeling the strong impact. The kick made her arm tingle, and she stumbled back several steps, clearly at a disadvantage against the masked woman in black. The dagger lunged again at Singu, but just then, another shadow jumped in through the window, and Singu caught a glimpse of it. It was Qin Nan. Siyu reached out to grab Qin Nan, but suddenly a piercing shriek filled the room, a sound that pierced into everyone's ears like needles, causing both Siyu and Singu to cover their ears. The masked figure was momentarily stunned, and in that instant, A flash of cold light from Qin Nan's weapon shot towards the figure. The latter retreated at high speed, but Qin Nan was faster. As she backed against the wall, the shriek echoed again, followed by a wave of bloodiness that filled the air. Qin Nan's weapon had pinned the masked figure against the wall. Just then, Long Tianwu kicked open the door. He could have shot, but with Seng Gu right next to them, he feared hitting him and charged forward instead. The masked figure seized the opportunity, kicking Qin Nan away, leaping over Seng Ji's bed, and then jumping out of the window. Qin Nan wanted to chase after her, but Long Tianwu grabbed her shoulder and kicked out. As Qin Nan moved her hand, the shriek sounded again, sending tingles through Long Tianwu's body. Seizing the moment, Qin Nan kicked Long Tianwu's leg, causing him to step back. But before he could attack, she suddenly said, "Stop. I'm not your enemy. I didn't kill Seng Gu." See, you closed the window, drew the curtains again, and lit a candle. Qin Nan had already sat down beside Seng Gu's bed, and under Seng Ji's calm gaze, she was already in tears. In the candlelight, Qin Nan looked particularly exhausted. Rainwater mingled with her tears, slowly sliding down her cheeks. Even as the world around her blurred, Seng Gu remained clear in her eyes. Long Tianwu leaned against the window, glanced at Seng Gu, and then at the strange weapon Qin Nan had placed aside, which looked like a multi-legged scorpion with barbs on each leg, the Soul Hunter spike. Although he didn't understand the weapon's attack principle, he knew it was far more lethal and destructive than his handgun. Seng Gu had many doubts, especially regarding Qin Nan's intention to assassinate him. The terrifying Soul Hunter's spike exudes a chilling murderous aura wherever it is placed. Using this to kill him would be as easy as eating, and Qin Nan has plenty of opportunities to strike. However, she chooses not to. She will not kill Seng Gu now, nor will she ever. This is the vow she has made to Seng Gu, just like her love for him, which will never change. He reached out to wipe the tears from Qin Nan's face and said softly, Nan, I miss your stewed chicken. Can you make it for me tomorrow?" With that one sentence, Qin Nan broke down in tears, unable to contain herself. She collapsed on Seng Gu, sobbing uncontrollably. "Dear, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't protect you well, it's my fault." Seng Ji's wounds were painful, but he gritted his teeth and let Qin Nan cry in his embrace. Knowing how much she had suffered in the past few days, she had been protecting Seng Gu around the hospital, and tonight, when the assassin appeared, Qin Nan also showed up. If it weren't for Long Tianwu's arrival, she would have killed that person. Liao Ximin and Xiao Long rushed to the hospital overnight and met Qin Nan in the ward. Normally, she shouldn't be near Seng Gu, but he certainly wouldn't let her leave, as they believed Qin Nan intended to kill Seng Gu, and they could kill her at any moment. Therefore, Seng Gu asked Liao Ximin and the others to come directly to his ward and have Qin Nan provide them with some intelligence about the assassin organization. From that point on, Qin Nan would still be the same Qin Nan as before. In fact, the information Qin Nan had was limited. She only received orders from her adoptive parents after Seng Gu was poisoned. It was then she learned that her adoptive parents had joined a certain organization, becoming the leaders of the largest assassin group in Europe. However, Qin Nan directly defied their orders, declaring that anyone who harmed Seng Gu would meet their end at her hands. Her adoptive father simply told her one thing, Nan, we respect your choice. If you believe this is worth it, just know that if you choose to stand by Seng Gu, then you are no longer our daughter. Seng Gu must die, and you must die as well. Qin Nan just smiled and replied, your daughter is already dead. You are no longer my parents. Seng Gu is my only family. If you want to kill him, your people must live first. The one attempting to assassinate Seng Gu tonight is none other than Yu Qing, the maid. She was the one who used a sniper rifle outside the club and poisoned him last time. Qin Nan continued, she was injured by my Soul Hunter's spike and won't survive tonight, but they will send more assassins to kill Seng Gu. That Santos is still in the capital. He is the real devil of an assassin. Liao Ximin looked at Seng Gu, doubting Qin Nan's words. If it weren't for Seng Gu insisting that he stay calm, he would have torn Qin Nan apart by now. He said, Qin Nan, I will try to believe what you say, but you are still an assassin. We cannot be at ease with you around Seng Gu. You don't need to worry about your safety. You can go to a safe place, and we will have people protect you. Qin Nan could only look at Seng Gu. She didn't want to go to a safe place, as that would mean it would be unlikely for her to see Seng Gu again in the future. Afraid of Seng's impulsiveness, Xiao Jie said softly to Seng, Gezi, do you remember what I told you? Sometimes, all you need to do is follow orders. If I don't obey, what do you all plan to do? Chapter 322. Power Interruption. Seng did not believe that his obedience would keep Qin Nan by his side or ensure they would never meet again. Liao Ximin said, we are doing this for your own good. We trust Qin Nan, but we cannot know the next move of the assassin organization or ensure her safety in the divine realm. There was no need to state it too plainly. Seng was not foolish and could understand the implication. Liao Ximin simply meant that just because Qin Nan was not taking action now, it did not mean she would not in the future. Members of the assassin organization were devoid of humanity. They would not spare even a mouse for their own interests. no matter how justified their reasons were. Singh had never considered compromising on the issue of Qin Nan. If she stays by my side, we will both be safer. The assassin group is not targeting Qin Nan. You don't need to protect her. What's wrong with you? Have you lost your soul? We are doing this for your own good. Sung replied. Don't say it's for my good. I really don't trust you right now. When you promised to protect my safety, what happened? Snipers chasing after me. And poison being used. What have you done? And tonight, if it weren't for Siyu and Qin Nan being there, that woman's dagger would have pierced my neck. Then Tian Wu came in, kicked her away, and that was your protection? In fact, Liao Ximin felt quite helpless, her face shifting colors. Tian Wu beside her felt even worse. He thought Sing's words were a bit extreme. When he kicked Qin Nan, he hadn't thought much about it. Who knew Qin Nan was trying to save him? Sing didn't think his words were too harsh, and continued, from now on. Qin Nan will be my hired bodyguard, specifically responsible for my safety. That should be acceptable, right? Liao Ximin sighed, and said, since that's the case, from now on, Tian Wu will also be your personal bodyguard. He is responsible for your safety and keeping an eye on Qin Nan. This decision made Liao Ximin feel exceptionally oppressive. He had never compromised with anyone before, but this time he accepted it. Long Tian Wu glanced at Liao Ximin, but did not think he had compromised. As they left the hospital room, Liao Ximin quietly said to Long Tian Wu, you need to have someone keep an eye on Qin Nan. If the assassin organization wants to kill Sung, they will definitely target her first as bait to draw those beasts out. Leave no one unaccounted for. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. And those 2K whatever people from that certain country, you need to restrict their activities in the capital. It's best if they don't see Sing again. They don't seem to pose any harm to Sung, right? Long Tian Wu was a bit skeptical. While it was understandable to restrict them in other ways, preventing them from seeing Sung, what was that for? Did he not trust these two, or did he not trust Sing? If they could cause harm, that would be better. There were too many girls around Sung. If this continued, what chance would they have? It's not embarrassing to lose to girls from your own country, but losing to foreign people makes me, as a father, feel frustrated. In any case, you need to break them up. Long Tianwu looked at the night sky beyond the rain curtain, and then at Liao Ximin's figure. Behind every daughter, there is such a crazy father, isn't there? Thinking about Liao Ximin, she is actually not bad, much better than many fathers who would say, my daughter is precious. If you want to marry her, prove your love by taking on the leader of a certain country. These fathers don't think. If you have the courage to take on the leader, can't you also take on me? What is the big deal about having a father-in-law? Just deal with him too. If you're about to meet your future in-laws, do as I say. First, give your father-in-law a good beating. If that is not enough, take on your mother-in-law as well. Use whatever you can find as a weapon, washboard, plunger, spatula, whatever comes to hand. Then you'll become famous. At least you can be an internet celebrity or something. By then, there will be plenty of women. It's just that this one is impossible to be with. Who cares? Be brave and go for it. Be the first one to beat up your in-laws during a blind date. Qin Nan was sitting by the bedside. And time passed quickly. It was already midnight. The rain had stopped at some point, and the night sky was quiet and deep. Qin Nan had fallen asleep on the sofa in the hospital room, while Siyu and Sung Gu were still awake. Sung Gu had already slept enough. He was just gazing out at the starry sky, quietly feeling the warmth and tenderness of the candlelight. Siyu lay beside him, and he had become accustomed to her presence. Her hand was warm. Even her feet had a comforting heat. She gave Sung Gu warmth, but it also made him feel uneasy. In his world with Siyu, he did not feel worthy of love. What could he give her? Yet Siyu continued to love and care for him, even knowing that many women had feelings for him. Men in relationships are often selfish. They only see what they want. They use many so-called reasons to comfort and encourage themselves to continue playing with feelings, leading women to say that men are jerks. But we haven't done anything. We just think of other women while being with you. For example, Sing Gu lies next to Siyu but is still thinking about another woman. This is a hard-to-let-go relationship because that woman opened Sing Ji's heart, and the memories of those days would never be forgotten. Can we define Sung Gu as a selfish person? Or is it that he simply doesn't know who truly cares for him in this world? Yet the most unbelievable thing is that every woman is good to him. Silence can easily lead to fatigue and sleep. Just as Sung Gu was dozing off, Long Tianwu approached the bedside and said softly, Sung Gu, wake up. Our network is under attack. Sung Gu suddenly opened his eyes. What is under attack? There was a large-scale power outage in the city. With disheveled hair, Siyu helped Sing up, but feeling too tired, she ended up falling asleep again on Gingyu's stomach. Tianwu, help me to the hospital room with a computer. Is there power at the hospital now? Can the computer be used? It will have power soon. Long Tianwu immediately went to make arrangements. Liao Ximin had already arrived at CNC, where experts analyzed that the power grid was not connected to the outside, and it was highly likely that the damage was occurring internally. Liao Ximin immediately ordered the soldiers to enter the power field and conduct a thorough search. Chapter 323. Want to play again? After giving her orders, Liao Ximin looked at Xiao Long, who also wore a helpless expression. With Singh injured in the hospital, they could only rely on themselves if anyone launched an attack at this time. At the hospital, Singh searched for his USB drive for a long time, but found it hanging around Siyu's neck. Just as he reached to grab it, Siyu suddenly woke up and grabbed Singh's hand. "Don't squeeze so hard, it's me." Siyu's grip was particularly strong, causing Singh to grimace in pain. "You scared me. I thought someone was trying to snatch your USB. Wearing a USB as a necklace makes you look especially cute." "Really? Then I'll wear my USB from now on." Singh was surprised at how effective his words were, leading to a change in a girl's aesthetic. The people in the hospital were unsure of what Singh wanted to do. They just needed to provide him with a computer. Long Tianwu had the on-duty doctor prepare a generator specifically to power this computer. They were very supportive of Singh's work and directly led him to the hospital director's office to use his computer. Once the generator was connected and the computer started, Singh found it completely impossible to operate. He had injured his right shoulder, and his entire arm was bandaged, making even slight movements painful. Singh's physical condition was not great, and with his injury, he was already sweating profusely after just a few steps. Fortunately, Siyu was there to help him operate a series of programs, and Singh felt at ease. Now, there was nothing Singh could hide from Siyu. He plugged in the USB drive and directed Siyu to carry out a series of operations. But some key symbols still required Singh's input, as Siyu had no idea how to type them. In today's world, everyone might have their own computer. Even if you've used it for 10 years, you might still not know what some symbols on the keyboard are for. It's like knowing a woman for 10 years without knowing her cup size. You just touch, but never explore. Since it's not needed, why study it? What we see often doesn't warrant investigation, while what we don't see is even less cared for. Unless you're a professional programmer, even they don't know every symbol clearly. What Singh needed to do first was find the hospital's power supply node. In fact, he had long suspected that someone tampered with the hospital's power equipment. But due to his injury, he had not taken action. Moreover, he enjoyed the hazy feeling in the candlelight, as if everything was so quiet and gentle. The power supply area map of the hospital quickly appeared on the monitor. Singh carefully examined it for a while and found the key node. This area map had been stored on the hospital's server and had been forgotten until now, when it finally served its purpose. Singh pointed to a location on the map and said to Long Tianwu, "Tianwu, go here and see if there's anything unusual." A few minutes later, Long Tianwu indeed discovered a hidden jammer in the cables inside the ceiling. This jammer could instantly cut off and shield all electromagnetic devices or prevent the flow of electricity. It was placed in a particularly concealed manner, and the workers had not noticed it during their inspections. If it weren't for Singh's reminder, it would have been difficult for Long Tianwu to find it even with careful searching. Once the jammer was removed, the electricity was immediately restored, and all the lights and equipment in the hospital were activated simultaneously. Besides the buzzing of various machines, one could even hear the cheers of people. Electricity is everything. If the world were to lose this element, at least more than half of the population would perish. However, Singh found the lights a bit blinding and took a good 10 seconds to adapt. The special forces entered the electric field for a thorough search, but found nothing suspicious, and all power supply devices were functioning normally. Xiao Jie said to Liao Ximin, "Liao?" Tianwu reported that Singh has resolved the power issue at the hospital and is preparing to address problems elsewhere. He may need to use his computer, and Tianwu asked us to send it over. I'll arrange a helicopter for you to go to the hospital immediately. 10 minutes later, while Sung was contemplating whether to use this computer to access the network, the roar of the helicopter suddenly echoed. It wasn't long before Xiao Jie placed Geng Yu's laptop in front of him. "Whatever you want, just let me know. Can I get some soup?" Sung said while opening the computer, entering the password module, and logging into the system. "You want soup? Why didn't you say so? I'll have the cafeteria prepare it for you." After saying that, Xiao Jie went to arrange it. With the helicopter available, he figured that they could manage anything, even a stir-fry with rice. Singh opened the network access of the system and instantly covered the entire area. Looking at the incomprehensible text on the screen, Siyu asked in surprise, "Darling, what is all this? I can't even understand a single symbol." Not understanding is just right. If you could understand it, the world would be doomed. Singh connected to the network in the power outage area to check whether the power supply equipment in those areas was damaged. To his surprise, all the devices were functioning normally. How were they managing this? Not being able to find the problem meant there couldn't be a solution, which was a headache for network engineers. All data and hardware were normal, yet the network connection was absent. How bizarre was that? If there were no hardware issues, then it must be a software problem. Thinking of this, Sung immediately entered the server of the power supply system. As his data entered the main server, a virus alert window for the shield code popped up. Singe was not in a hurry to eliminate the virus. The opponent was a top-tier hacker from a notorious organization, and their virus was certainly not ordinary. He had Siyu extract a piece of the virus code, analyzing its structure and destructive capabilities as if testing a real virus. The most critical factors were whether it was capable of spreading and its infectivity. Siyu had no idea what Singe meant by asking her to do this. But she was eager to comply, finding it romantic and thrilling, much like a couple of assassins. The analysis of the code quickly yielded results. The virus was not infectious, but rather controllable, meaning the hacker was managing the virus or the server. They continued to monitor all the IP addresses accessing the power supply system network, which was rarely logged into, leading to a swift discovery of an IP address involved in data packet uploads and downloads. Singe chuckled, thinking, so you want to play this game with me again? This time, I'll show you what playing really means. In Chapter 324, titled Robot, Singe was uncertain whether the person sabotaging the power supply system was the same hacker who had disappeared right under his nose twice and had argued with him. However, both IPs originated from the same location, a villa in the suburbs, and Singe was sure that not a single soul would be there. He had Siyu drag that IP address into a command prompt, and with a single finger, Singe entered a few symbols. Various data strings began to scroll up rapidly across the screen, almost entirely filling it. Siyu looked at the complex data, muttering to herself, "Am I a hacker now?" Singe ignored her, focused on the screen. Suddenly, he pressed the spacebar, and after a few more data lines rolled up, he instructed Siyu to extract the IP address from a particular data string. Siyu looked at Singe in disbelief, feeling suddenly that he was a bit frightening. Or perhaps his abilities were just too extraordinary to accept. The speed at which the data was scrolling could reach dozens of lines per second, while for an average person, even one line would take ages to comprehend. Yet Singe was able to pinpoint the problematic data at such speed. "Singe, dear, are you a robot? Or do you have a chip in your brain or something?" Singe merely stared at the monitor and replied, "My mind only has room for you. Is that enough?" "Oh, my goodness, dear, you finally miss me. Oh my." Singe, Long Tianwu, and the doctors and nurses watched as Siyu exclaimed wildly, wondering what was going on with her. As one doctor put it, "Our hospital also has some research on brain disorders." At that moment, the data analysis was complete, and the most genuine IP address finally appeared before Singe after peeling away its disguises. This individual was surprisingly using IP anti-tracking jump technology, or rather a software program designed to prevent hackers from being traced to their real IP addresses while they were being mischievous. He can perform specified or random jumps, connecting immediately as long as there is data available with an IP address. Last time, Singh thought about the technique used by that hacker, as this program can simulate data uploads. Therefore, Singh believed he was in the villa while he was actually operating from another location. The signal receiver was, in fact, a data collection device that could upload all the data connected to that computer to a designated computer. Afterwards, Singh searched for information on jumping techniques. It is a software that is very expensive, written by a hacker from a certain organization. Many hackers are willing to spend a lot of money on this software, as it is considered a lifesaver for them, allowing them to engage in illicit activities without being detected. However, Singh quickly cracked it. All software is written in a specific programming language, and the reason this software is so powerful is mainly due to its core utilizing a special data framework, which can simulate the authorization codes for network access, allowing for widespread jumping. What Singh needed to do was use the software to perform a reverse targeting on the encrypted IP address. That is, when the other party's software detects his IP address and jumps the next second, Singh's data would continuously lock onto that IP address, causing a data conflict with the jumping software and forcing it to loop jump. This process would generate a large number of IP addresses and strings, but they would be fundamentally the same. In the end, Singh's software would calculate the starting position of the other party's jump, which would reveal the real IP address. No matter what software you use, you must connect to the network with an IP address, and what Singh wanted was this IP address. After obtaining the IP address, he immediately analyzed its location on the city map. Singh instructed Siyu to quickly write it down on a piece of paper and hand it to Long Tianwu. "Tianwu, I want to see this person." Tianwu glanced at the coordinates, nodded to Singh, and turned to leave. "Siyu, go get me a glass of water." Singh felt a bit of a headache and kept rubbing his forehead. The doctor and nurse hurriedly checked on Singh. He needed to rest, or he might collapse from exhaustion and faint. Singh wanted to rest, but the virus in the power supply system had not been cleared yet. Without taking down that hacker, these viruses could not be touched for now, or it would alert the enemy. Siyu fed Singh water, noticing his pale face, feeling quite distressed. She supported Singh, letting him lean against her chest, and gently massaged his head. Although the doctor and nurse did not know what Singh was doing, they were well aware of the orders from their superiors. Therefore, as long as Singh did not leave, they had no choice but to stand by his side and monitor his physical condition. Liao Simin received the address and immediately shouted, "Get me the city map." Based on the coordinates provided by Singh, it was a warehouse in the suburbs of the city. To save every second, Liao Simin ordered all armed helicopters to take off immediately. 5 minutes later, a spotlight suddenly shone through the window of the cargo hold, illuminating a man. The man panicked, smashed his computer, and pulled out a handgun, firing several shots at the helicopter before turning to run. More spotlights fell on him, and one soldier shouted, "We are the armed forces of a certain country. Drop your weapon." The voice pierced the night sky, deafening. The man kicked open a wooden door and dashed outside, only to be shot by a soldier, who knocked him unconscious. The helicopter activated its detection equipment, scanning the entire cargo hold to confirm there were no other people. The soldier picked up the man's computer and quickly boarded the helicopter. Long Tianwu entered the room and whispered to Sung-gu, "This hacker is already in the CNC." Sung-gu nodded and said, "He can't outplay me. See you. Initiate the antivirus command." With just a click of the mouse, but Sung-gu truly lacked the strength to even lift his arm. In less than a few seconds, the shield code cleared all viruses, and the power supply was restored in the blackout area. After shutting down the computer, a few people helped Sung-gu back to the infirmary, where the doctor hurriedly handed him a pill to take. At that moment, Qin Nan entered the ward with the soup she had prepared at home. Sung-gu realized why he hadn't seen Qin Nan for so long. She had gone home to make soup for him. The doctor recognized Qin Nan. She had poisoned him last time, and now she brought soup. What was her intention? Long Tianwu and Siyu both looked at the soup in Qin Nan's hands, while she merely held it close, looking at Sung-gu with a sense of grievance. "Quick, pour me a bowl, I'm starving." Chapter 325. The feeling of soup. Sung-gu thought that anyone around him could potentially kill him, except for Qin Nan, because he could see through her heart and feel the mutual attachment and care between them. "If it were you, would you drink this bowl of soup?" As for me, I definitely wouldn't. Even if there were no poison, it would surely contain laxatives or aphrodisiacs. Most women wouldn't casually make soup for a man. Once you drink it, you'll realize how much you owe for that bowl of soup. On a positive note, if she really made you a bowl of soup with nothing in it, you should still be cautious about drinking it, or else you might develop a fear of soup. Because in a woman's mind, there are only a few metrics. For example, the thickness of your wallet, the length of an egg, the height of her cup size, and the sexiness of her legs. Beyond that, she has no concept. Who the hell cares how much salt to put in a bowl of soup? Just dump half a bag in, and you'll find that what she made isn't soup at all. It's seawater. If she has never cooked before and suddenly can one day, don't be surprised. Just hide your wallet before drinking the soup. Of course, you might get beaten up for it, but as a man, what could be more important than your wallet, right? If you get a beating, so be it. As long as your eggs are intact, everything else will be fine. A woman like Qin Nan, who not only cooks well, but also never focuses on money, is rare. However, it's certain that we won't encounter such women, as they have already become someone else's wives. But that's not a problem. I believe in your abilities. Go ahead and pursue her without hesitation, and sooner or later, you'll get to enjoy that bowl of soup that belongs to you. In front of everyone, Sang finished the soup in his bowl in one gulp. A warm sensation immediately filled his stomach, and a layer of perspiration appeared on his skin. What a wonderful feeling. How comforting, how warm, and how delicious. The aroma even permeated the room. Men, like women, respond to food. Even a hint of fragrance can stir their desires. For instance, after confirming that Sang had no issues with the soup, the doctor turned around to find a cup and took a sip himself. Sang noticed the cup in his hand and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The doctor finished the entire cup. "What kind of soup is this? It has a strange taste." Siyu said in disbelief and difficulty. That's the cup Sang used for his urine test. The doctor looked at Siyu, then at the cup in his hand, and slowly turned to the nurse, saying, "Do you think washing your mouth with soap or something could cause poisoning?" After a night of light rain, dawn broke. Qin Nan returned to the villa early to prepare other food for Sang. Siyu rubbed her neck. She had been the most exhausted person these past few days, struggling to sleep all night, and dark circles had appeared under her eyes. Seeing her in pain, Sang asked her to go back and rest, but Siyu insisted on staying. She couldn't leave Sang alone, especially since he was currently unable to move easily and needed help going to the restroom. She didn't want anyone else, especially other women, to assist him. Around noon, Basha came to the hospital alone. Long Tianwu had no reason to deny her visit with Sang, even though Liao Ximin had given him orders. Long Tianwu wouldn't interfere in others' romantic affairs. Siyu brought back hot water for Sang, helped him take his medicine, and then took a bag of cookies to stand by the window and eat. Basha remarked, "Your secretary is really attentive. It seems she takes good care of you." "Yes, I should thank her." Basha made a non-committal expression and continued, saying, "I want to stay in the Dragon Country, by your side. But Johnson's condition is that you must agree to join forces to defend against Nirvana." Sang felt a bit troubled. After all, he currently didn't have the energy to help Campi. The hackers from Nirvana were right in the capital, ready to carry out various forms of destruction at any time. Moreover, Sang didn't want the Nirvana organization to think he intended to assist Campi against them. The Dragon Country is different from another nation. In terms of network applications, defense, or anti-hacking technology, it is still not very mature. While there are many patriotic hackers in the Dragon Country, No one can truly disregard the technical prowess of a professional hacking organization like Nirvana. Even Singh himself wasn't sure if he could withstand the next attack from Nirvana. Therefore, Singh's plan was to first sort out his own affairs before dealing with outsiders, ensuring that the Dragon Country's defense system could withstand their attacks. Basha, you can apply to stay in the Dragon Country through other means, and I can help you. But I think I still need to consider the matter of cooperating with Kampi carefully. Basha was not surprised by this response. She just wanted to know whether Singh wanted her to stay in the Dragon Country or not. Singh said, "Of course I hope you can stay by my side. But you need to understand that I am not just the identity of Gue Dai. I am also an employee of the network department in the Dragon Country. I still have my supervisor and leaders above me, and I cannot casually agree to cooperate on technical matters with another country. I don't have that authority." When Basha wanted to say something else, a nurse came to change Singh's dressing, so she could only stand aside and wait. However, changing the dressing required assistance. And while Basha could have reached out to help, she did not move. Siyu put down her food and immediately ran over to help Singh take off his shirt and unwrap the bandages. Singh glanced at Basha, but said nothing. In her country, family members would never assist with such tasks. That was their social tradition, and Singh did not mind her not helping. But when Basha saw Singh's wound, she gasped and turned her head away in shock. The expression Singh saw at that moment was not the sadness and concern on Siyu's face, but rather fear, disbelief, and even a hint of disgust. Singh still said nothing. After all, who could be indifferent like Siyu when faced with such a wound? After the dressing was changed, the nurse asked Basha to help pass the gauze from the head of the bed, but Basha just tossed the gauze onto the bed. The nurse looked at Basha, then at Singh, and quietly remarked, "Women from that country are really of no help at all." Siyu, however, said, "Stop it, wrap that area a few more times." He likes to sleep with his head tilted, and he always ends up pulling the bandage loose. Singh looked at Siyu's serious expression and suddenly understood something. Or rather, he thought of a question. What do men truly want? What do they really like? But why is it that men often fail to realize that the person who cares for them the most has always been right beside them? Chapter 326. Ruining the hospital. Singh suddenly thought of his father and mother. Every day, when his father came home from work, his mother would always have the meals ready for him. His father's clothes were always washed so clean and pressed so neatly. Once again, he heard a line from a TV drama, love. He asked his father what love was, and the answer he received was that love means to be together forever, to always keep each other in one's heart. "Dad, do you love Mom?" His father smiled and said, "Out of all the women in the world, I only love her. Why? Because she gave me a home and a world." "Son, you must remember what your father said. When you grow up, you must find a woman like your mother. No matter how great the temptations of this world are, and no matter how many women you meet, the one who truly loves you, and the one you love, is actually the one who has always been by your side." Siyu had always been by Sung Ji's side, never considering leaving or giving up. Even as one woman after another appeared around him, she hid her tears and pain deep inside, believing that one day Singgu would love her. And she was even more convinced that she could step into his world and do everything right. Until this moment, Sunggu finally realized that Siyu had always been in his heart, or perhaps had already entered his world. He gently took Siyu's hand, and this sudden gesture made her tremble. Sunggu had held her hand before, but never with such tenderness. Their fingers intertwined, and his gaze was even softer, filled with admiration, gratitude, and deep affection. However, Siyu blinked and unexpectedly asked, "Dear, do you need to go to the restroom?" Once the nurse finishes bandaging, "I'll help you there. Just hold on for a moment." Long Tianwu could tell what Sung Ji's gaze meant, yet Siyu, who always professed her love for him, failed to see it, mistakenly thinking he was desperate to relieve himself. Seeing Sung Ji's innocent, almost tearful expression, Long Tianwu couldn't help but laugh. Finally, after the bandaging was done and the nurse left, Ba Sha wanted to speak, but Siyu helped Singgu to the restroom. In just a moment, Singgu realized that he and Ba Sha were from completely different worlds. They could only place their feelings in the online realm, but as the haze cleared, they were left with uncertainty. As the blossoms fell, only helplessness remained. Entering the restroom, Siyu closed the door behind her, and as Singgu turned his head, Siyu's warm lips, like fire, covered his. Her fingers tangled in his hair, caressing and lingering. Singgu regarded it as his first kiss because he had never been so invested or loved so deeply before, as if his very soul was rejoicing. The outburst of emotions surged like a wild wave, shocking like lightning splitting the night sky, reminiscent of the distant, meaningful sunset sky. Tears streamed down Siyu's cheeks, falling onto their lips, blurring with love, yet clearly reflecting Sung Ji's caresses and emotions. Even though she could hardly breathe, she was unwilling to give up this long-awaited warmth and sweetness. Singgu, gasping for air, almost fainted in a daze, while Siyu held him tightly, as if he would vanish if she let go. Siyu had once embraced Singgu like this, but never had it felt so sensual and soft. "All right, Singu really needed to relieve himself. If I keep writing, it won't be appropriate. To create a civilized online novel environment. Let Singu catch his breath and stop the kissing. Besides, if it continued, he would suffocate, and then others would wonder how he fainted from needing to relieve himself. However, Siyu refused to let go of Sungu, which was quite normal. She had waited for this moment for so long. When Sungu held her hand, she had wanted this, but before taking action, Siyu carefully considered the environment. After a series of tactical analyses, she ultimately decided that the restroom was the safest place for this. Women in love are sweet and beautiful. Even dark circles from lack of sleep seem sexy at this moment. As for men in love, it's hard to describe. They often feel restless, wanting to kick open the bathroom door and rush out to make a bold move. They might imagine lifting a doctor upside down and smashing a fire extinguisher between his legs. If that doesn't adequately express their excitement, they might think about taking it a step further, like causing chaos in the hospital. In short, a man in love could wreak havoc. Senj walked out of the restroom, holding the blissful Shiyu, and Long Tianwu approached, softly asking, "How do you feel?" Senj nodded seriously and replied, "I think I can be discharged tomorrow." Is this the power of love? No, it's the power of kisses and hugs. As if an explosive program has been installed in his body. Senj felt genuinely happy, as though his world finally had sunshine and warmth. Why not choose someone you truly care about? He always defined his feelings for Shiyu as ordinary. But when he realized he couldn't use that definition to describe his sudden emotions, he understood that this is love. Basha, unsure of what they were discussing, said to Senj, "I really wish to stay by your side." Before Senj could respond, Shiyu interjected in perfect English, "There's no place for you in his world anymore. Leave Senj. Leave this place, and find a love that truly belongs to you." Long Tianwu chimed in with equal clarity, "Miss Basha, I think I have to ask you to leave." Senj didn't want to hurt Basha's feelings. It wasn't about love. He wasn't the type to recklessly trample on someone's feelings, especially a woman's. Although he was uncertain about his feelings for Basha, at least she had opened the door to a vast online world for him, allowing him to experience longing and deep affection. Online, they could connect their emotions across the ocean, but in close proximity, they felt distant. Tears welled up in Basha's eyes, the black eyeshadow smudged by her tears, giving her a look of desperation and heartbreak. "Senj, don't leave me. I can't lose you. Have you never loved me?" Chapter 327. Sleep. Senj couldn't answer that question. He had truly loved her. But that love felt out of reach. "Basha, maybe we both need to think carefully about our future and whether we are suited to live together. You can stay here. I will still help you. You can even stay by my side. But let us not talk about love." "Oh my God." Basha covered her mouth, her black eyeshadow leaving deep marks on her face, as if a merciless knife had carved all her pain into her features. When a woman cries, her tears can be so heart-wrenching, simply because they are women who, throughout life, often have to enact this painful love drama. The song in this drama always laments sorrowful whispers and heartbroken sighs, filled with melancholy. She rushed out of the room, but she cannot escape this world, just as she cannot forget or erase the painful scars. Singu had Long Tianwu follow her until he was sure she returned to the hotel safely before he left. Then, Xiao Jia ran into the hospital room. The educational system's server has been hacked, and all the data is being deleted. Singu snorted coldly and said, "These damn fools, they don't even give me time to have a relationship. Bring me my computer." As he logged into the system, the shield code issued a warning that there was a virus invading the system. To Singu, all of this seemed quite normal. How could there be an invasion without a virus? But just as he was about to eliminate the virus, the shield code suddenly disappeared. Singu took a glance, and a loud ringing echoed in his mind. This virus actually managed to uninstall the shield code? Singu seized the computer, enduring the pain in his shoulder to operate it himself. He refused to believe that the nearly invincible shield code could be uninstalled. No one could do that except for the code's creator. Upon entering the core components of the system, Singu discovered that the shield code had not vanished. All the connected data and symbol arrays, including the structural modules of the code, were still there. However, there was one odd symbol that had appeared within his module. This symbol was unfamiliar to Singu, and it was written at the front of the shield code's symbol array. Under the influence of this symbol, the shield code had entered a sleep state. "Give me a glass of water." This was the first time Singu felt the need for water due to nervousness. And it was also the first time he felt fear, even a sense of powerlessness. He had always said that no program in this world is in an invincible state. They always have vulnerabilities that can be attacked. He never expected that the perfect shield code would have such a weakness. After drinking a glass of water, Singu calmed himself down and temporarily named this symbol the sleep code. However, its function was far more than just putting the code to sleep. It even modified the system controls, making the operating system treat this symbol as a system file, which could not be deleted. To prevent data loss, the educational system had resorted to the most desperate method, cutting off the power supply. This actually bought Sing-gu some time. He could focus on the sleep code before worrying about the server's data. Sing-gu began analyzing all the infection directories of the code. Fortunately, it only targeted the shield code, and the infinite code and key code were unaffected. However, the impact on the shield code led the entire system to be attacked by the virus, rendering it nearly inoperable. He tried to recombine the shield code array, but the sleep code was everywhere, just like the 11th symbol of the shield code, except this symbol was not for defense, but for destruction. The analysis software is unable to interpret this symbol, and Sung is well aware of this, as all similar symbols cannot be analyzed in this manner. What Sung can do now is to think carefully and calmly seek solutions in his mind. The sleep code also falls within the realm of mysterious codes, and its known function is that it can put the shield code to sleep. This is the key issue. The functions of the shield code are intact, but it is in a dormant state. However, no matter how long it sleeps, it will eventually awaken. This is not death or deletion, nor a permanent disappearance. It does not delete the shield code, and Sung considers only one reason for this. The sleep code simply cannot delete the powerful shield code. So far, Sing has only understood a few of the powerful functions of the shield code. To put it simply, it is the best antivirus software, and while it eliminates viruses, it also protects itself well. After all, according to the typical hacking strategy, the first step is to destroy the firewall, right? Therefore, Sing is convinced that the sleep code can only temporarily put the shield code to sleep, but cannot delete it. Thinking of this, Sung asks Siyu and Xiaojie to help him to a room with a computer, but for some reason, the hospital's network has been completely cut off. This minor issue is usually not a problem, but this time, Sung hesitates a bit. First, he cannot use the key code's ghost domain function on the hospital's computer. And second, he does not want the hospital's system to be infected. If the network connection were intact, Sing might have been able to view the sleep code through other means, but now, simply repairing the network connection would cause the entire digital network of the hospital to crash. The killer hacker is just waiting for Sung to do this. But Sung will not proceed. Instead, he turns to Xiaojie and Siyu and says, I want to go back to the company. Arrange it immediately. Because Sing's company has many employees who are network experts, these experts can help Sung defend under certain circumstances. Additionally, the company's network, designed by him, can efficiently and quickly perform network exchanges. Although the company appears to be just a business, only Sing knows that it is actually the best defense or attack base. This request cannot be decided by Xiaojie alone, so he immediately consults Liao Ximin. Liao Ximin's response is to have the doctors and nurses prepare all medical equipment and accompany Sung back to the company by helicopter. They will arrive immediately. Sing is heading back to the company, and this is definitely not an ordinary attack. Liao Ximin also immediately returns to the company. At the hospital, preparations begin immediately. Siyu helps Sung get dressed, and the doctor, along with several nurses carrying multiple boxes of equipment, boards the helicopter. Upon returning to the company, Yu Jia and Ku Yi are already prepared. The doctor says that Sing's current physical condition may lead to him fainting at any moment, and this is akin to risking his life. Chapter 328. Fusion symbol for our generation. The last thing we fear is risking our lives. We even dare to play with ghosts, so what's life to us? Especially for those of us who write online novels. What is there that we can't play with? Humans play with relationships. Hell plays with demons. Heaven plays with immortals. The universe plays with planets. There's all sorts of play. If you can think of it, we can play it. Sun-gu can't play with so much. He values his life more, but now he has no choice but to risk it. If the data in the education system is destroyed, the scores of countless examinees will disappear. Sun-gu is not a savior, but he might be the only one who can stop this killer hacker. Upon arriving at the company, Sun-gu immediately turned on the computer, entered the startup password, and accessed the system. The office was filled with people, looking at Sun-gu like sailors looking at their captain. Surely they needed some orders, right? You all immediately cut off the network connections of all computers and switched to local area network mode. As soon as the words left his mouth, these people sprang into action like soldiers receiving a command, entering battle mode right away. All networks were disconnected, and they switched to local area network sharing mode. As the shield code was activated, Sun-gu pondered whether to connect to the system server or how to solve the issue of the shield code being dormant. He certainly didn't believe that changing a computer would make that symbol's function disappear. All computers logged into the system server should have been infected by that symbol by now. The shield code could not let any virus or destructive program slip by. If this symbol earned its trust, it could even merge with it. This meant that the shield code itself accepted this symbol. Otherwise, no symbol could merge with the shield except for the 10 lines of code. Recalling the 10 lines of code, Sun-gu suddenly wondered if this symbol was one of the 7 remaining codes. He stared at the computer screen, carefully reviewing all symbols, and found that the last symbol of the 10th line was identical to this one. Realizing this, Sun-gu quickly picked up a pencil and began to draw on paper. Focused, he forgot the pain from his wounds and soon sketched all 10 symbols of the 10 lines of code. Everything should have been unknown. But at least now he knew that the last symbol could merge and make the shield code dormant. What about the other symbols? Were they part of a complete code? Or like the shield code, was each symbol an independent code? The killer hacker directly used this symbol to launch an attack, under the premise that he shouldn't know how many codes Sun Gu had mastered. In other words, could this symbol merge with everything? Everyone, activate the firewall and use core encryption, quickly. Sun Gu commanded, and everyone immediately began typing on their keyboards. This core encryption was a program personally written by Sun Gu, with only a 1 in a billion chance of being cracked. Yu Jia shouted loudly from the office area, "Encryption complete. Disconnect local area network sharing." Sun Gu also shouted loudly, but perhaps he exerted too much force, causing him to feel dizzy. The doctor rushed over, but Sun Gu quickly raised his hand to stop him. "It's fine, leave Siyu here, and you all go out." The doctor glanced at Liao Ximin, who turned to leave. It wasn't the right time to talk, and every second was crucial. If Seng was still conscious, then it was time to take the opportunity to eliminate that killer hacker. Seng asked Siyu to pour him a glass of water, then combined 10 symbols and placed them into a simulated virus to attempt a firewall breach, but the firewall blocked him. When placed in a normal file, the firewall didn't recognize it, but it had no destructive effect. The educational system was still experiencing a power outage, and the higher-ups had inquired many times. Liao Ximin had only one answer: "We are cleaning the virus." What he could do now was buy time for Seng. Seng tried various methods in succession, but none were effective. He opened his laptop, and the shield code was still dormant. That symbol was embedded in the shield code data and could not be removed no matter what. How did he manage to do that? Sweat dripped from Seng's forehead. And as Siyu opened the window, she thought about pulling the curtain but hesitated, fearing a sniper. She carefully recalled that after logging into the system server, that symbol had instantly entered his system, causing the shield code to fall into slumber. Suddenly, Seng seemed to have an epiphany and immediately uploaded the last symbol to the server, then used a computer with the shield code to brute force log into the server. The symbol quickly entered the shield code program group, and the shield fell asleep. Haha, I finally figured it out. This symbol has a passive attack attribute, to be precise. It acts like a bomb that can merge all attack programs. Most importantly, it can integrate 10 lines of code. Once this symbol merges with all the code symbols, it will immediately put the programs under those codes into a sleep state. If this symbol is set to trigger alongside a virus, once your code is merged, the virus will also activate simultaneously, putting your firewall to sleep while infecting your system files, thereby destroying the entire system. Following this thought, Seng wrote this symbol into the virus file and uploaded it to the server. He walked to the office area, randomly found a computer, and accessed the server through hacking, finally connecting to it. All the firewall systems of the computers in the office area merged simultaneously, and the virus file activated, infecting all connected devices systems. This included all systems, even portable devices under the wireless network. Any device connected to this computer was infected. When Liao Ximin saw this, she frowned and said, "What happened? The educational system isn't fixed yet. How come ours got hit too?" Seng heard nothing, as he was in shock. Just one symbol, uploaded with a virus file. And he hadn't done anything, yet it caused such massive destruction. Seeing Seng standing there motionless, Liao Ximin approached him and whispered, "What on earth is going on? I still have many useful files on my device." Looking at the device in Liao Ximin's hand, "You have nothing here except for the clip." "Who said that?" "I also have a photo with Kai's mother at the zoo with the monkeys." Seng said, "No wonder your speed is so fast." Chapter 329. Code Mutation. Seng didn't have time to waste on these useless comments. Back at the office, he took out the remaining 9 symbols. Even with a supercode, there shouldn't be any flaw. This is just like a person's life. No matter how perfect the appearance, there are still moments of vulnerability. If the last symbol is fusion and possesses passive attack and rapid infectiousness, what code could possibly clear these? Unless the 10th code has a cyclic nature. Cyclic nature, to put it simply, is like when you're trying to watch a video, but your player doesn't support the format. You need to convert it, but after conversion, you find the video still isn't supported. So, you decide to download a new player, but upon installation, you discover a better video, which the new player also doesn't support, while the old one does. So, you uninstall and reinstall the old player, only to find the video format is now corrupted. In this case, the paper in your hand is saved. This symbol is similar. It can fuse with all codes, and there are other symbols that can fuse with it. From a cyclic perspective, the first symbol of the 10th code is the most likely to fuse with this symbol. So, Seng copied the first symbol into the directory folder of the shield code, but as usual, it had no effect. He copied all the symbols again, yet there was still no response. The shield code was unresponsive. What the hell is going on? Any symbol he copied in could be deleted, except for that one symbol, which could not be removed. Seng suddenly thought of a question. He looked at the number of files in the folder and found dozens of extra files. The shield code folder should not allow any files to be installed. This is a self-setting of the shield code. Therefore, these dozens of files could only mean one thing. The symbol entered the shield code and installed itself. Thinking of this, Singh rushed back to the office area and opened the firewall folder on one of the computers, which also had dozens of extra files. Using analysis software, he quickly found the 57 files appearing in front of him. They had no extensions, no file attributes, and even their size was unknown. Moreover, no programming software could open these mysterious files. Singh was sure they were not virus files because he knew his own viruses well. Those viruses would automatically delete themselves upon restarting the computer. These 57 files were brought in by the symbol and installed automatically after entering the system. Could it be that the symbol itself carried an executable program? He rushed back to the office and used the key code's analysis symbol to analyze all the symbols of the 10th code. The key code is called a key because it unlocks things that cannot be opened without it. In less than a few seconds, all the symbols were analyzed, and each symbol came with 57 identical files. This indicates that the 10 symbols are not connected. Each symbol possesses its own characteristics and functions. However, an unexpected scene unfolded for Singh. After analyzing all the symbols, the first symbol automatically integrated into the key code. Originally, there were 10 pieces of data, but it transformed into 11, and the basic structure of the key code changed completely after the integration. The so-called basic structure, such as the ghost domain, used to allow access to all files covered within it, firewalls, backdoors, windows, etc. However, now, after being merged with the first symbol, the ghost domain surprisingly converted all the connected wires into distinct modules, resembling buildings in a city, completely transparent. Yet, everything related to electricity within the framework was displayed. Filled with excitement, Singh clicked on one of the modules. The module instantly magnified, and Singh could see clearly that it was a room where all electrically powered objects were displayed, including a computer, a television, and a peculiar device. How did that end up there? Simply being able to see it was not very meaningful, so Singh tried clicking on the television, which turned on, and then the computer, which also booted up. When he clicked on the peculiar device, it sprang to life as well. Since the computer had audio equipment, the sounds of voices in the room could be heard, and they sounded terrifying, with anguished cries of "There are ghosts! There are ghosts!" Singh exited the room he had just thoroughly disrupted, and he was now certain that this was a new ghost domain, a new key code. The first symbol had integrated with the key code, so would the second symbol be able to merge with the shield? However, this time, Singh would not directly copy the symbol into the shield code's directory. Instead, he would use the installation executable from the key code to directly install it into the shield code's directory. When the installation window appeared, Singh was overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. The installation speed was not very fast, but each progress update thrilled him anew. Seeing him so joyful reassured Siyu, who hurried to wipe his sweat. Singh was so excited that he felt as if he had drifted at sea for countless years and suddenly spotted an island filled with women, all beautiful and incredibly attractive, with no men in sight. When he inquired, he learned it was a land of women. Overjoyed, Singh grasped Siyu's hand and kissed her passionately. This scene was clearly visible to those outside, and the shock they felt was even stronger than witnessing a virus outbreak. Yu Jiakui and Meng Ro were all astonished, covering their mouths in disbelief. It felt as if a needle had pierced their hearts. Singe had never kissed a girl in front of anyone, but he kissed Siyu, finally allowing her to enter his world. He also gave Siyu his love, a love that many women envied. Yu Jia held back tears, but the more she tried to suppress them, the more painful it became. Feeling as if her heart was being torn apart, making life unbearable. Yet she didn't cry, as she wanted to face everything with strength. Singe had never said he liked her, and even the slightest accidental touch would make him flinch. Nevertheless, Yu Jia chose not to think much about it. She just needed to wait. But as the saying goes, a woman's wait only brings heartache. Chapter 330. Against all odds, Singe and Siyu didn't notice the expressions of the people outside. Once the installation was complete, Singe, filled with excitement, clicked confirm. In that moment, the shield code awakened like a giant, suddenly coming to life. Its basic structure changed, and to Singe's surprise, the core file of the shield code replaced the system's core file, along with all permissions, all replaced by the shield code. This confirmed Singe's frequent assertion that the core of the system should be solidified, not the firewall. Firewalls can always be breached. Attacks on firewalls are ultimately aimed at the core of the system. The shield code became the core of the system, with all encrypted files protected under it. Every system file, every program, all beneath the core data of the shield code. The symbol that had kept it dormant had long since vanished. Data conversion completed. The shield code indicated that the system was normal. There was no time for excitement, nor to explore other functions. Singe immediately connected to the server. As soon as the connection was established, the shield code warned that the target server or program was in danger, asking if he wanted to clear it. Singe smiled at the prompt. The shield code could previously only defend its own system, but now it could also protect the system it was accessing. Virus removal completed. The shield code displayed an incredible function, indicating that the backup files on the server did not match the existing files, and asked if you wanted to restore the data. Huh, restore data? Oh my, can you get any more incredible? You couldn't understand anything, as all the data on Singe's computer consisted of mysterious symbols. Even the pop-up prompts were symbols. She didn't know why Singe was so happy, talking nonstop to the monitor. Was he so exhausted that he had collapsed? Singe, look at me. Singe turned to Siyu and, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? Who am I? Siyu asked seriously, leaving Singe speechless. Did I forget you were Siyu? Or because I collapsed I don't recognize you anymore? We can skip this romance? You dare. I'll bite you to death. Siyu confirmed that Singe had collapsed. However, what puzzled her was how Singe could possibly understand those symbols. Of course, she didn't ask him, knowing that even if he told her, she wouldn't understand. Actually, there's nothing mysterious about it. Singe doesn't possess any extraordinary skills. The symbols of the shield code are simply system error messages or problem codes. It's like when you're watching something and about to reach for the tissue. When suddenly your screen pops up with an error message saying the program cannot be executed due to an issue like aux 470. You don't understand it at all. And you don't know what it means, you just know one thing. You've saved some tissue. However, those who understand such prompts immediately know what's going on. They can fix it with a few clicks, and then continue on. Therefore, when Singe sees these error messages, he knows exactly what they mean without needing explicit explanations. Once the Singe network system recovery is complete, all portable devices restart, the virus disappears completely, and normal usage is restored. Next, it's the education system server. The shield code can now eliminate the viruses hidden in the access targets, so Singe can directly perform this task on CNC. Liao Simin instructed to restart the education system server, and Singe immediately connected to the network. The shield code promptly indicated that there was a virus in the access target and asked if it should be removed. Of course, it should be cleared. Why leave it there? As the virus is being cleaned, Singe opened the ghost domain to analyze all the IP addresses that entered the system server. Singe wanted to take down that bastard. This guy was not only despicable, but also arrogant, waiting online for the server to restart. What Singe found hard to believe was that this guy didn't even use IP jumping technology. The ghost domain module quickly displayed everything around him, including his computer. Now it was Singe's turn to play. He started by turning on all the electrical appliances around him. Some might say this is a hacker theme or something. Isn't this technology amazing? In fact, this technology has existed for many years, but no one has used it for hacking. Nowadays, many devices have computer chips. Even if you download an app on a portable device, you can control all the electrical switches. The ghost domain code we envisioned can access the other party's computer through network cables or wireless devices and can fully achieve the effects I mentioned. It's just that I modularized them. Furthermore, this killer hacker had been tortured to the brink of collapse, especially with the television. Every time he turned it off, it turned back on. In the end, he smashed it. He was in a hotel, and just think of the rage behind smashing someone's TV. Not only that, but the lights started flickering uncontrollably. The hotel staff wondered what was happening, thinking, what on earth are these foreigners doing? Are they trying to demolish the hotel? As a result, this killer hacker kicked down the room door. One staff member quickly dodged, and then executed a swift kick. Oh no. The killer hacker was completely unprepared, and that kick sent him flipping over, ending up sprawled on the floor like a man who had lost his way in life, tears in his eyes. At that moment, several mysterious men entered the room and took everything away, including the killer hacker. Long Tianwu cut off the radio and nodded to Liao Simin. At that time, a pale-faced Singe was helped out of the office by Siyu. I need to go to CNC to meet this hacker. Singe had no interest in other hackers, but he was determined to meet this one, precisely because of that symbol. What you need now is rest. We can handle this killer hacker. No, he's different from the others. I need to see him. A doctor approached and said, your arm is about to break. This is a gunshot wound. Why don't you cherish your life at all? Singe shook his head and said, let me meet him, and then I'll rest. Otherwise, I'll just run around. Liao Simin sighed and said, you should return to the hospital. We will take him to you. An hour later, after receiving some medication in the hospital, Singe finally looked a bit better. In the conference room, Singe met the killer hacker. Chapter 331. The assault team. Singe saw no trace of fear on his face. Instead, there was some smugness. He found it strange that as a defeated hacker, what was there to be proud of? With a smirk, he even asked for a cola. If it weren't for Long Tianwu holding him back, Xiao Jie would have slapped him and said, you want cola? I'll give you something to drink. Singe spoke up. You're finished. If you're willing to talk about that symbol, I might let you live a few more days. The killer hacker replied, actually, you know that symbol. You should be asking yourself this question. Where did you learn about it? That's the key. Singe did not believe that anyone in the world knew these 10 codes. We know everything, Ghost Butterfly. You understand the power of this supercode. We thought you would never use it against us. Now that you have, soon the world will know who destroyed it. You can give up on that hope. Even if destruction comes, you won't see it. However, now you have what I want. You can set a price, or I can give you everything. The killer hacker laughed indifferently, likely a frequent smiler, with crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. Everything is too much for me. I only want one thing. Sang gestured for him to continue, and the killer hacker added, if you're willing to stand on the side of Nirvana, I will tell you the origin of the symbol. Sang took a sip of water and said helplessly, in that case, I think our conversation can end here. As he reached the door, Sang turned and said, by the way, I forgot to remind you that in a few days, I plan to launch a comprehensive attack on your Nirvana operation. Everything you can imagine, I will use. The killer hacker merely made a helpless gesture and said, you don't need to tell me. I probably won't be able to do this job. Back in the hospital room, Sang pondered many questions. He was absolutely certain he could not assist KMP against Nirvana's attacks, but he planned to take the initiative against these killer hackers. He couldn't just passively wait for them to strike. The information that Sang currently possesses is simply too limited. They don't even know what their next target will be. Bazaar came to see him again, but this time, there seemed to be a great distance between them. Bazaar was very sad and didn't understand why. Sang's answer was simple. He was used to eating with chopsticks, and even if the Western food was good, he couldn't get used to using a knife and fork. In the end, she decided to return to her homeland. Her dream began in the Dragon Country and ended there, leaving behind an indelible memory. Before leaving, Sang also met with Nicole. If it weren't for the intelligence, he wouldn't have endured the pain to go out for a meal with them. Nicole conveyed Johnson's message that if Sang was willing to stand with KMP, they could share intelligence. Otherwise, they would be powerless. Sang would no longer consider this issue, and he had never been so resolute. Although Nicole felt regret, she ultimately had to leave the Dragon Country with that regret. Sang went to see them off. Not just out of courtesy, but also because he and Bazaar had once loved each other in a surreal digital world. It was a bit sorrowful. As Bazaar tightly embraced Sang, Nicole and Siyu could only look elsewhere. Just as Sang was generous with that embrace, Siyu understood that Bazaar needed it. One must be strong and learn to forget, for the sun sets and rises again, and flowers fall only to bloom anew. Sang didn't want to go to the hospital anymore. He insisted on returning home. If he stayed any longer, he felt he would lose all his sense of taste. However, more destruction was on the horizon. Just when Qin Nan prepared a table full of Sang's favorite lunch and hadn't even picked up his chopsticks, a new attack occurred, causing significant damage and leaving everyone speechless. Almost all portable devices belonging to people over 60 received a message stating that the city government, in response to the call to respect the elderly, would allow seniors to collect 10 kilograms of eggs for free at major shopping malls with their senior citizen cards. Consequently, these elderly individuals, like a strike team, gathered at the mall entrances, waiting to collect their eggs. Government officials had already stated that this was a rumor and that no eggs would be distributed. They believed it and intended to leave, only to receive another message saying that due to limited supplies, only a portion would receive eggs. Thus, this elderly strike team was determined, no eggs, no leaving. Liao Simin said to Sang, even if you dug through chicken butts, it wouldn't be enough to give these elderly ladies their eggs. Clearly, someone hacked into the communication base station to spread this annoying rumor. Sang immediately activated the Infinite module to trace the source of the message, but found nothing. In fact, tracking was useless at this point. The other party only released a message and then immediately cut off the signal. Even if Sang had extraordinary abilities, it would be pointless. Liao Simin walked into Sang's office and said, the mall can't close now. They won't leave without their eggs. Sang replied, why not let them come back tomorrow to collect them? Then, everyone at CNC would do nothing tonight, but stay put and lay eggs, right? Sun Gus said, if I'm not mistaken, this bastard will definitely release news as soon as he connects to the base station. I can take him down. Just do as you said, and let those ladies from the task force retreat first. They have retreated, but the killer hacker has yet to show up. After integrating the symbol of the 10th code, Sun Gu's Infinite Code can now modularize all wireless transmission devices in the world. And it has added a feature that allows for keyword searches of instant communication content on all portable devices. In the face of the Infinite Code, it seems that there is no privacy left. However, what confuses Sun Gu is that the content after the keyword search cannot be classified. This means that to specifically control the content in the modules, some auxiliary devices are needed. This device is a signal collection device, which allows for distinguishing and accurately controlling all device content. Whenever Sun Gu immerses himself in the online world, time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, it's deep into the night. The Infinite Code is functioning normally, and Sun Gu wants to take a breath by the window. Long Tianwu suddenly pushed open the door, and in Sun Gu's shocked expression, he stepped up to the window and pulled the curtains shut. I just wanted to get some fresh air. Sun Gu complained. This is CNC. Can that Santos really snipe him here? But Long Tianwu said, Santos is nearby. Don't go near the window. Chapter 332. Imitation Code. Sin Ge felt a bit tense. A person who has never been shot can never know the pain. At this moment, Qi Nin also walked into the office and glanced at Long Tianwu, who said, our sniper has spotted him and is currently in pursuit. Sun Ge asked, since he has been spotted, why not take him down? Long Tianwu replied, his speed is very fast. Our sniper hasn't had a chance to shoot. At this time, the data of the infinite code fluctuated, and Sun Ge opened one of the channels. It turned out that this killer hacker was using a wireless transmitter to send mass messages, but his program was particularly strange, or rather eerie. All the recipients of the messages were over 60 years old. This is a huge amount of data. How did he analyze that? Clicking on his wireless transmitter, he quickly entered his system. Under the key code analysis function, he soon found the program he was using. This guy might have anticipated that someone would crack his system, so he added a protective cover to this program. Initially thinking that the key code could easily break through this shell, it turned out to be incredibly hard and impenetrable. This made Sun Ge a bit of a headache. Without seeing the core of the software, he couldn't analyze its functions. These are all secondary. The main issue is that Sun Ge realized he could not break through this layer of protection. It was as if this shell was specifically prepared for him. In fact, Sun Ge knew very well that every attack from these killer hackers was aimed at him. The bizarre methods of attack were just patterns. He couldn't figure out what language this program was written in, and helplessly, he could only attack his system to render it inoperable. However, what he didn't expect was that the core permissions of the system were also protected. Even more surprising was that the chat window had opened, and a message appeared. Is that all you can do? As Singh pondered this, he replied, no need to insult. We are gentlemen. I am a warrior. Release my people, or I will send everyone to the market to collect eggs. Don't try to disrupt my system. You can't do it. Can you change the eggs to bottled water? 1 bottle per person. Singh could see his system, but he couldn't control any programs because he couldn't access the core permissions. My system is right here. If you can crack my program, the eggs are on me. Singh felt that this person seemed a bit insane. Who cares about those eggs? But facing such provocation, Singh had no choice but to fight to the end. As always, no program is perfect, and there are always flaws. Sometimes, to crack a program, you first need to understand a person's character. This killer hacker was so deranged that even the elderly were targeted, which only indicated that this guy had a dark mind. The more twisted a person is, the better they can perfect something. Look at those perverts. They meticulously plan to steal women's underwear and stockings. Why is that? Because they are perverts, not only in their behavior, but also in their way of thinking and completeness. This killer hacker is indeed a pervert, otherwise, he wouldn't have protected his system so well. Even the mouse pointer was wrapped in a layer of protection. Singh thought about where this protection came from. If it were a program, it would need to be activated to work, right? The killer hacker had hidden it within the system, making it impossible for Singh to control it or ever find the program's location. But why should Singh waste time looking for it? If he couldn't control the computer, couldn't he still add programs to the system? This was why Singh wanted to talk to him, as the chat program was the only one that could receive Singh's data. In a matter of seconds, Singh wrote a program to restart the computer and enter safe mode, disguising it within the chat data packet. What if I crack your computer? The data was successfully received by the other party's system because his computer would only accept chat data packets, not any external programs. However, the data packet had to go through a firewall scan before entering the chat program. Through the firewall scan, the data packet entered the chat program and would be protected by the system, but it required confirmation from the killer hacker to execute it. The confirmation method was simple. Just type in the chat window. If the data packet was too large, the killer hacker would definitely notice. So Singh could only use a shutdown command, which was equivalent to just a few letters. The killer hacker said, if you crack my computer, I'll go to CNC and let you have your way. The confirmation key was pressed, the chat message was sent, and suddenly the screen turned blue, rebooting the system. You can take this time to relax. No way shit. The hacker slammed his hands on the keyboard, but still couldn't stop the computer from restarting. Just like he couldn't stop his wife from falling for someone else. Singh's other analyses and virus programs were already waiting at the network ports. After the system entered safe mode, the hacker hadn't even managed to start the shell program before Sung took control of the system's permissions. Now it was he who couldn't operate the computer, not even the caps lock key worked. He could only watch helplessly as his software was opened and analyzed. In frustration, the hacker yanked out the power cord and smashed the computer into pieces. You won't get anything. Just as he finished speaking, the television behind him suddenly turned on, and a ghostly blue butterfly appeared, with eerie words slowly coming into view. I have obtained everything. Damn. The hacker grabbed a chair and smashed the TV again. The lights in the room began to flicker rapidly, making it impossible for him to see anything clearly. So he burst out of the room, running recklessly forward, constantly telling himself that the ghostly butterfly was human, not a devil, and that it couldn't control everything. After analyzing the hacker's software, Singh found the shell program's architecture particularly strange. Many code combinations resembled shield code, but the symbols were not. The other program was much simpler. It could send messages to people over 60 because it had hacked the communication server, downloaded all the data, and then simply searched to determine all information related to individuals over 60. Singh was still very interested in this shell program. It was almost a high-quality imitation of shield code, but functionally inferior. Most importantly, they probably didn't know the symbols of the shield code. So how was the framework of this software created? At that moment, Long Tianwu suddenly said, "Santos is missing. Gezi, you need to wear a bulletproof vest." Chapter 333. Full attack. Singh put on the bulletproof vest, pondering one question. What if the opponent aimed for the head? Even if it was shot at the vest? Based on the information he had gathered over the past few days, bulletproof vests couldn't stop armor-piercing rounds. Who could guarantee that Santos wasn't using armor-piercing rounds? He really wanted to ask Long Tianwu if Santos had reached some kind of level. So many people had tried to kill him repeatedly, yet he remained unscathed. Were they using water guns? Xin Nin said to Song, "If you can avoid going out, stay in the room as much as possible. Don't even face the window when you need to pee." Singh was speechless. Who would pee out of a window? Even if Santos didn't harm you, those below would definitely come up to finish you off. Thankfully, with so many people protecting him, Singh wasn't worried about Santos. Instead, it was the remaining hackers he needed to pay attention to. Liao Ximin also thought of this. Simply put, he intended to deal with those hackers he had managed to bring back over the past few days. Raise the temperature in the room above 35 degrees Celsius and don't give them a single drop of water to drink. Some said, if it really comes to it, they could drink urine. And indeed, they did, even drinking each other's. But eventually, even urine ran out. Liao Ximin walked back and forth in front of them holding a bottle of mineral water, asking only one question. Where are the other hackers? Speak up. And not only would they get water to drink, but they could also shower, swim, and pick up girls. At first, no one said a word. Later, when they could no longer endure it, they even told Liao Ximin at what age they lost their virginity. The moment the information was obtained, a team was immediately organized to go after them. However, not only were none of the hackers found, but the remaining hackers simultaneously launched cyber attacks on the capital. It was like an all-out battle, except their target wasn't government networks. It was entirely civilian networks. The first wave began with a virus infection. This virus, capable of destroying computer hardware, spread across the internet at lightning speed. Once a computer was infected, both the motherboard and hard drive would be burned out simultaneously. The virus spread in a very unique way, targeting only computers and propagating through wired networks. The networks we use, the operating systems we rely on, and the so-called free antivirus software are, in the eyes of truly skilled individuals, actually quite fragile. Don't assume that just because you're an ordinary internet user, no one would attack you. To a virus, you are still a target for infection. Do you believe firewalls can block all viruses? Or maybe you trust that they can. But did you know that over 50 of so-called viruses are labeled as such simply because they refuse to acknowledge certain entities as the authority? And when a real virus one day appears on your computer, you'll realize that their so-called perfection is nothing but a lie. When no virus is attacking you, you might think your computer is clean, but in reality, it may already be compromised. Almost every piece of software you commonly use, browsers, music players, input methods, antivirus programs, even down to the damn weather forecast, carries their branding. Eventually, you'll inexplicably find that even your portable devices have been taken over by them. Icons and applications are everywhere. In the lower right corner of your monitor, the lower left corner, on your portable devices, ubiquitous, as if your entire world has been surrounded. Who knows? One day, one of these applications might just hit you with a brick. They're free, aren't they? Many people think that's great. The money saved on buying software could be spent on other things. But I have to ask, are free things really that good? Don't ask me if paid software is any better. I'll just tell you, paid software is even worse than free ones. This is the internet, a world ruled by scoundrels. If you have the guts, stop using the internet, smash your computer, and throw away your portable devices. But I doubt that is possible. So, these so-called civilian antivirus programs are only useful for opening the door to real viruses. Beyond that, they serve no purpose. Like the virus created by a certain hacker, it almost completely ignores all civilian firewalls and antivirus software. In just 1 hour, thousands of computers were destroyed. The method of propagation is exceptionally simple, simulating a pop-up window in the lower right corner of a certain software. Many people know the feeling of wanting to use a power drill on such a malicious window when it appears. No matter what you are doing, playing games, watching videos, chatting, it pops up unexpectedly. As long as you click it like usual, your computer could be rendered useless. Now even computers connected to civilian networks have been affected, causing several to be destroyed. Restarting does not help. That pop-up window keeps appearing, and the title is quite well crafted. Click the close button, and you're doomed. Singe immediately began writing an antivirus program because the spread of this virus was too extensive. However, it's still propagated through network data. Singe's program aims to enter the network data and start a large-scale cleanup. This program will access every network port, and if it detects a virus, it will eliminate it immediately. At the same time, Singe is also looking for the port that released the virus. He wants to find this hacker. Just then, CU rushed into the office and said, "Mr. Singe, the fire protection systems of all hotels in the city have been activated, and everywhere is spraying water." Yu Jia followed closely, nervously adding, "The network data of all malls in the city has been compromised. Shopping is now free." CU turned her head sharply, incredulously saying, "Really? I've been eyeing a pair of shoes. I should have gone to get them." Before Singe could respond, Ki entered and said, "Singe, the radar in the suburbs has been hacked. We can't see anything." Singe slowly stood up, like a soldier preparing for battle. This is not something a single hacker could accomplish, yet he has to face all the hackers alone. "Where is Mr. Liao?" Ki replied, "He's dealing with a hacker." 5 minutes later, Liao Ximin, while fixing her hair, asked Singe, "Gezi, I don't care what method you use, find those people. I want to deal with them one by one." "Mr. Liao, it's not just one hacker attacking. I need you to authorize me to activate the divine domain system." Liao Ximin paused for a moment, then said seriously, "That's classified. How do you know about it?" "In my eyes, there are no secrets. It depends on whether I think it's worth protecting." Liao Ximin remained silent for a few seconds, then said, "I can't make that decision. I need to apply to my superiors. Please wait." Chapter 334, Tang Yongxian. The divine domain system, also known as the ultimate data system, requires all civilian, commercial, and military network data to undergo data conversion through the divine domain system, which can also directly control the data. This system was designed for data security during wartime and is an absolute confidential system of the country. Singe was already aware of this system when he was upgrading the network. At that time, he was not surprised because every country has such an ultimate system. It is considered confidential because all network data must be scanned and approved by it to enable data exchange. If a network is prohibited, it cannot be accessed. Many people might wonder, if these hackers are so skilled, couldn't they just attack this system to paralyze a city or even a country? You're absolutely right. But before an attack, you first need to locate this system, and it doesn't actually exist on the network. It has no ports, no IP addresses, no domain names. And you can't even see its server directory. It consolidates all data nodes using software systems in one place, like a ball of yarn made up of many threads. And you'll never know which thread is the key one. Sengu discovered its existence quite by chance. At that time, he was upgrading the network of a certain domain and noticed abnormal delays in the installation of the upgrade files. Initially, Sengu suspected there was a virus in the servers, so he connected his portable computer to the server and launched a shield code for virus scanning. He found no virus, but instead discovered a vast data system, with countless data traversing through the software. The amount of computation was beyond Sun Ji's imagination. He could hardly believe that such advanced network technology existed in Longhua. Sengu tried dragging a piece of network data, which was a chat log from a civilian network. All data interacting with this piece had to pass through the software, and Sengu immediately understood that this was the ultimate data system of Longhua. Not knowing its name, he could only refer to it as the domain system. Liao Ximin directly applied to his superior. He seemed hesitant, and after a few seconds of silence, his superior said, "Only a few of us know about Sun Ji's background, but now is not the time for him to know." Liao Ximin replied, "Chief, if Sun Gu were to gain authorization, I can't guarantee what he might see. A secret only counts as a secret when it can be seen by others. Giving him everything he wants is just like what happened with Sun Yu back in the day. I believe Sun Gu can withstand the test." "Yes, Chief." 5 minutes later, Liao Ximin took Sun Gu and Long Tianwu onto a helicopter. Sun Gu asked, "Director Liao, where are we going?" "You'll know when we arrive." Half an hour later, the helicopter slowly landed in a highly classified military restricted area. Sun Gu looked around. It resembled a military airport with radar and fighter jets. Following Liao Ximin, they entered a 5-story building, which appeared to be a radar command center. However, instead of going upstairs, they headed underground. Fully armed soldiers carefully checked everything about them. And after confirming there were no issues, they saluted Liao Ximin and activated a massive electronic door. As the door opened, it revealed a passageway extending downward. The group walked down the passage for about 100 meters, and it began to level out. Sengu then saw another large door 50 meters ahead. This time, there was no inspection. The door was opened directly. Inside was an elevator, and as they stepped in, the elevator began to descend. Liao Ximin said, "Senj, what you are about to see is our country's top secret. I hope you understand and do not betray the trust that your country has placed in you. Otherwise, I will personally take your life." Upon hearing this, Senj immediately responded, "Then let's go up. I really didn't realize this trust would carry such weight." He originally just wanted to be a hacker, enjoying the freedom of the online world, but every second spent was for the country. Now, with Liao Ximin saying such things, Did she really think Singe had no temper? He already had gunshot wounds. What was there to be afraid of now? Liao Ximin coldly snorted and said, "Go up? You won't be able to go up for the rest of your life unless you deal with those hackers. From now on, see, your villa, stewed chicken, stewed fish. And everything else will be far away from you." Just as Singe was about to speak, the elevator suddenly stopped. When the doors opened, they were greeted by a smiling old man in his 60s, wearing a white lab coat and slippers, clearly someone who was unkempt and lived freely. Liao Ximin saw the old man and showed great respect. "Professor Tang, why did you come to greet us in person?" Professor Tang looked at Singe and said, "This child is Singe, right?" As the old man spoke, there were even tears welling up in his eyes, as if he had seen a long-lost relative. Singe felt a bit confused. He had never seen this old man before, so why was he so emotional? Liao Ximin quickly introduced them. It turned out that this old man was Tang Yongxian, one of the developers of the Divine Domain system, and he had been working here for decades. Tang Yongxian held Singe's hand and said as they walked, "Singe, I've heard your name even down here. I didn't expect you to be so young. The younger generation is formidable. Grandpa Tang, you flatter me." Singe looked around. They were in a vast underground data center, with dozens of 1-meter-wide optical cables extending from above into various data units. Numerous staff members, who had been busy with their work, nodded at Singe as if they had known him for a long time. Singe felt as if he had traveled through time. They soon arrived in front of a room, and Tang Yongxian entered a series of characters on the electronic door's keypad. Once the door opened, they entered a circular room of over 100 square meters, where a circle of data units surrounded a black computer. Tang Yongxian said, "Singe, this is the ultimate system. This is what you..." Before he could finish, Liao Ximin quickly interrupted. "This is the weapon you will use to take down those hackers." Singe didn't take it to heart. It all felt quite normal. After all, it was just a computer, and even if its software was excellent, it was still written by humans. Chapter 335, Doing It Yourself to Start the System. Singe first needed a DNA password. Tang Yongxian took out a box from his pocket, inside which was a single hair. He placed it on the scanning plate, and the first password was unlocked. DNA encoding is a cutting-edge encryption technology. During the rampant hacking of the 1990s, hackers destroyed and stole everything, even the blueprints of sewers. To meet the confidentiality needs of some large companies, a DNA-activated encryption program was designed. Even today, many supercomputers of large corporations still use this method. However, this approach has faced criticism. What if a person has no hair at all? Would they need to cut themselves to start the system? Despite the opposition, the advancement of humanity cannot be stopped. This DNA scanning program is extremely complex, using a million-fold magnification system to scan hair or other DNA samples, which must match the set code to activate the system. The second layer of the password is even more complicated, in addition to a dynamic password. It requires geometric calculations based on prompts to unlock. Even a skilled operator like Tang Yongxian takes at least a minute to start the system. However, after the system is activated, Singe does not move at all. He is contemplating what he is doing at this moment. What if a hacker is deliberately making him do this? What if the hacker's target is the ultimate system? He uses the ultimate system to search for attack data. Although he can resolve the battle quickly, this ultimate system could be discovered by the opponent. If they attack it, the entire nation's network could collapse. Liao Ximin approached Singe and said, "What are you hesitating about? If it's not absolutely necessary to use this system, I'll try other methods first. This is top secret, and everything here feels so distant to me. I support your idea. When you are ready, we will come back." Liao Ximin hoped that Singe would leave immediately. He didn't want to test everything about Singe or see if he could follow the trajectory of his life after knowing the secret. He wanted to see this seemingly alive system and know who had created this miracle, but now was not the time. With Tang Yongxian's regret, he left the base and boarded a helicopter. It wasn't until the helicopter slowly became a black dot and finally disappeared that Tang Yongxian sighed and said, "This is your system. You will return soon. This is your home." Back at CNC, Singe's ghost domain code covered the entire city, tracking and analyzing data for all attack departmental systems. Meanwhile, Singe downloaded a virus sample with a complex structure that could modify the current values of the main computer. Every electrical device contains a transformer to control the current within an acceptable range. If modified or damaged, you would need to buy a new one. This virus can destroy the main computer's resistance. When activated, the voltage will surge to the maximum, causing the main computer to burn, along with everything visible inside the chassis. Antivirus solutions are quite straightforward. The challenge lies in not being able to disclose the existence of this virus, as it could likely cause panic. Even if one can eliminate the virus, the general public may not believe that it can be completely eradicated. Therefore, what Singe needs to do is to create a program that will hunt down this virus across the entire network. The CNC network nodes cover all networks in the capital, and once this program is properly developed and uploaded to the CNC server, it will be set. However, creating this program requires time, and according to Sing's calculations, he cannot complete such a massive workload alone. Liao Ximin reported Sing's ideas to her superiors, who agreed to support him fully. All employees at Sing Network and CNC had their holidays canceled, and all personal activities such as leaving work, dating, watching movies, or even using the restroom were put on hold. Sung provided everyone with a framework for the program, instructing them to complete the code as quickly as possible according to his specifications. Many tech companies discovered the virus, and numerous individuals were researching solutions. Deng Nan from Deepwater Company was the first to seek a meeting with Sung, knowing that Sung was likely working on the antivirus program, which could present an opportunity for Deepwater Company. If they could get their name associated with this antivirus program, it would be a significant gain. Not finding Sung at Sung Network, Deng Nan took a risk and went directly to CNC. While others were busy coding, only Liao Ximin and Xiao Long were relatively free. A soldier informed them that someone wanted to see Sing. Liao Ximin replied, "It's like his ancestor has crawled out of the grave. Sing can't meet him. Just spit on him and tell him to scram." Right. The soldier turned to leave, but Xiao Long, feeling helpless, said, "Fine, I'll go check it out." If it were just a virus, Sung would handle it himself. But now the hotel's fire protection systems and the commercial systems in the mall were under attack. Sing needed to analyze these viruses, so he had to enlist others to help. Xiao Long, dressed casually, stood in front of Deng Nan, who looked him up and down and said, "I want to see Sung, not this uncle. What do you want?" Xiao Long, being an imposing figure, made Deng Nan pause. "I'm his boss. You should let me speak with him. The viruses outside are about to destroy this city, and only Sung can eliminate them. He is the best antivirus software." After saying this, Deng Nan tried to step inside. However, Xiao Long blocked his way, saying, "If you want to see Sung, you can wait here." He then signaled to the soldier and turned to leave. "Hey, old man, how long am I supposed to wait?" Deng Nan asked. The soldier chuckled. "Last time, he made someone wait here, and that person ended up in the hospital." "Why?" Deng Nan inquired. "Stood here without food or drink for a week and finally broke down." Deng Nan thought for a moment and decided, since he is so busy, I'll come back to see him in a few days. Just as he turned to leave, the soldier said, "You're supposed to wait here. Where do you think you're going?" "No moving, just wait." "Come on, are you guys playing around?" "We weren't playing until you showed up. Now you've given us something to talk about. So, when did you start having wet dreams?" 15 minutes later, after completing the framework, Seng used the integration code to merge them into a single program and immediately uploaded it to the CNC network. However, the result was ineffective. It couldn't eliminate any viruses. Chapter 336. Attack Seng uploaded the antivirus software, but it had no effect on virus removal. He quickly analyzed the software and found multiple errors, all related to language symbols and code usage mistakes. These were basic programming errors that, although understandable due to stress and various factors, were indeed wasting Seng's time. With no other choice, Seng had to personally correct these errors. Liao Ximin glanced at the time and said to Seng, "All the shopping malls have suspended operations now. How much longer will it take us to resolve this before it causes greater losses? I want to know how long too. Look, they can't even handle such a simple task, and these basic errors keep appearing. Don't they know what they're doing out there? Is this the best you can give me in terms of staff?" His tone was harsh, but Liao Ximin didn't blame him and replied helplessly, "Gezi, calm down. I believe you can handle this." Seng had no time to talk. After fixing the program and ensuring it was error-free, he immediately uploaded it to the network. This time, it finally worked. Once the program entered the network, it began searching for virus software across the internet in data form, identifying and eliminating threats. However, in some areas, the internet speed was slow, so complete removal would take time. Fortunately, there were few users online at this time. This virus attack had caused significant losses for many specialized business institutions. If a virus successfully spread without any means to stop it, it would be catastrophic. For example, if you were at an internet cafe playing a game and at a critical moment, the computer suddenly exploded. Or if you were singing at a karaoke venue, and the computer exploded just as you hit a high note. Or, if you were getting married and video calling your parents abroad, waiting for a red envelope, and the computer exploded. Imagine if this virus spread to everyone's computer. What a scene that would be. Meanwhile, Deng Nan, who was waiting for Seng, was bored and played rock, paper, scissors with a soldier, ending up doing over 400 push-ups, and was completely exhausted. Seng also uploaded the antivirus program to all major antivirus software companies, urging them to distribute it among their user bases to minimize damage. The hotel's fire protection system and the shopping mall's systems were easily resolved after being hacked. By noon, Seng found that the virus had nearly been eradicated. Liao Ximin said, "If they can create one virus, they can create more. What will we do then?" Seng replied with a cold laugh, "I'm just waiting for them to try." In an unremarkable residential building in the capital, a black man gently placed his wine glass on the table. His long fingers caressed the glass as if he were stroking the face of a lover. At that moment, a hacker spoke from behind him. "Banu, our virus has been completely cleared. Banu is the leader of this hacking team. Although he is only in his 20s, he looks like he is in his 50s, with a head full of white hair that proves his premature aging. No one knows why he is like this, just as no one has ever seen his eyes. He always wears sunglasses, day or night, even while sleeping. He always smiles, as if he sees through something. What exactly has he seen? Or is he still lost in confusion? I never thought they could be left behind. Activate the second plan. I need to know where it is. The hacker unplugged the network cable and plugged it into another device, the IP address immediately showing the capital of a certain country. The other two hackers started their computers and began cracking a firewall. Banu curled up on the sofa and through the window. He could see a girl on the opposite windowsill, gazing into the distance. He once wanted to know what the distant world looked like, but to this day, he had never taken a good look at it. They want to live in their own way, but why do they always hide everything in darkness? Forgetting their names, dreams, and souls? This is a hacker destined to live in darkness, struggling fearlessly, sinking throughout life. Sang also stood by the window. Even though death might appear outside at any moment, he needed to breathe, to see this world, to know if he was still a hacker. A hacker must continue once they start something. However, once you become a guardian, you cannot change that. A former director once said that the hacker's world is an extreme yet ambiguous one, with no good or bad, no right or wrong, only destruction and protection. Some like to destroy, but they must also defend against others' destruction. This is the hacker's rule. Since the attack initiated by Nirvana, Singh has been on the defense. But this time, he no longer wants to defend. He wants to take the initiative to attack. If they are going to play, then they will play to the end. Without fear, C stood behind Singh and softly asked, "What are you thinking?" "About myself." Singh turned around and added, "I almost forgot that I am still a hacker." His gaze was firm and confident. This moment of Singh was what C admired the most. "Go ahead, do whatever you want." Singh wanted to say something else when Liao Simin barged in, grinning and acting wildly. "Gezi, they have hacked the government portal and are changing the website's data. I want to tear them apart myself." Modifying portal data is something only a novice hacker would do. How could a hacker capable of creating such a powerful virus engage in such elementary actions? It was simply ridiculous. Singh sneered and said, "Director Liao, I would like to request permission from the higher-ups for access to the website." Liao Simin blinked and replied, "Is that something you even need to request? Don't think I don't know your tactics. If you wanted to, you could easily access the privileges of the president's private life. What I mean is, I might also need to modify some data on the website, so you should apply for it." After Liao Simin left, Singh immediately logged into the data server of the website, and much of the data had already been altered. Singh quickly backed up the data and overwrote it. Then, instead of taking any defensive measures, he opened the portal website of the capital city on another computer, mirroring whatever the hacker was doing. Singh's task was simple, to connect his data to the government website of the capital city. The hacker was using a local IP address. Otherwise, Singh wouldn't be able to play this game. After all, they are all from the same region. What could be worse than ruining oneself? On one hand, no matter how Sung tried to uncover the shell, the IP address always showed as local. This technology was achieved by hardware redirection, and unless one could find a hardware converter, any attack would be ineffective. Therefore, Sung wanted the locals to take action, and he wouldn't ask for help from anyone else. Right now, the Campi personnel were so furious they could bite him. They wouldn't help him, and it would be good enough if they didn't turn against him. As long as Campi found this IP address and cut it off, Sung would be able to scan the hacker's location in the capital city immediately. Campi did take action. This time, even the president was in a panic. Modifying the website was acceptable, but defiling the president's image? What were they thinking? Johnson quickly located the IP address and, using terminal protocols, cut off its network connection. Sang's data simultaneously displayed a redirect address, which upon searching revealed it to be a residential area in the capital city. The Divine Domain team immediately sprang into action, and armed agents also moved in. The hacker's network was severed, but they found nothing because Sung had already connected to external data, ensuring their network remained operational to prevent them from realizing they were offline. However, Banu noticed an issue from the portal website. Their modifications had no effect, not even a change in color. They immediately instructed a test to check if the network data was still connected. A hacker executed an analysis software and found they were now connected to the capital city's network. "Take all the computers away quickly," Banu commanded and walked to the window, cautiously looking outside. The normally bustling neighborhood was deserted, but suddenly a glaring reflection appeared from the rooftop across the street. He hurriedly ducked behind the wall. It was a sniper from the Divine Domain team. They were surrounded. Just as they were thinking about how to escape, the security door was smashed open, followed by a flashbang. Oh fuck. The flashbang not only blinded them, but also rendered them unable to hear anything due to its explosive sound feature. Long Tianwu was the first to rush into the room, shouting, "Don't move." Banu immediately raised his hands and slowly knelt down. Long Tianwu was not polite at all. He went up and pinned him down beneath his knees. When hackers encounter attacks from special forces, they basically have no room for resistance. Their fingers can create anything in the digital world, but in real life, some of them don't even have the strength to lift a spoon to eat. Over on that side, actions were also underway. After kicking open the door, they were met with a 400-pound black woman who grabbed an agent and slammed him headfirst into the floor like planting a tree. An agent who jumped in through the window found that besides this woman, there was no one else in the room, and there were no computers to be seen. He ordered her to stop immediately, but her big slap had already landed on one agent's face, and she was continuously smashing him against the wall. Did your mother not teach you that you can't barge into a lady's house with a gun? In the end, a few agents managed to restrain her, some hugging their arms and others their legs, until she finally stopped. Johnson asked the commander of the agents what they had discovered, and the latter, rubbing his sore groin, painfully replied, "There's nothing here except for a woman who can throw punches. No hacking equipment found. Only her skin is black." Johnson looked at the data on the computer and whispered, "Ghost Butterfly, you played well this time." At CNC, 9 hackers were all gathered together, just missing the assassin Santos. Liao Simin said, "But he will soon be sitting with you. Playing him is as easy as playing you." Singu had been watching Banu, who was wearing sunglasses and smiling. Did he think that coming to CNC was like being treated to a meal? Liao Simin also noticed his glasses and yanked them off. Everyone looked at his face and broke into a cold sweat. One of Banu's eyes had no iris, just the white of the eye. He picked up the glasses and put them back on, smiling as he said, "I think it's better to wear them." Liao Simin followed up, "We all think so. If he weren't black, or if his eyes weren't so frightening, it would be different. It's just that because of his skin color, the color of his eyes stood out, resembling ghostly eyes." Singu instructed Long Tianwu to take Banu to another room, while everyone else was left for Liao Simin to handle. In Sung Ji's eyes, everyone but Banu had no value. Banu maintained his smile, while looking at Singu, waiting for him to speak first. "In the end, you all lost. All to me alone." Singu wanted to vent his frustrations, and Banu's smile made him particularly impatient. In the digital world, there are no wins or losses. It only matters how much you can create. You are Ghost Butterfly. Besides a few successful attacks, what have you created? So, what have you and Nirvana created? Don't tell me that destruction, attack, and theft count. Nirvana has changed an era of the internet, creating a new domain that humanity has never reached before. Its value far exceeds that of your supercode. Sang blinked and continued, saying, "Every extremist organization uses people's initial dreams as weapons to launch their attacks. Your internet age is merely a step towards your desire to control the entire world, and yet you speak so grandly about it. You're right about that. But the only mistake is that Nirvana doesn't want to control the world. It wants to control the internet, and it has already started doing so. Just look around us. We are everywhere under the control of the internet. If it were said that Nirvana attacked you, it would be more accurate to say that we utilized the internet to attack you." Sang didn't have time to listen to her preach, and continued, "In the end, you lost, just like a program that has been terminated. Your only value now is to tell me about the permissions of the boxes you developed and programs from other fields. Of course, you can choose not to speak if you never want to leave." Chapter 338. War breaks out. Sang didn't expect Banu to tell him everything about Nirvana. If he could control someone's thoughts like he controlled the internet, there would be no need for such effort. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Banu couldn't tell him anything. Hackers' bodies may be fragile, but their willpower is strong. Now, there was only one target left, Santos. This person seemed invisible, but everyone knew he was always watching Sang, ready to strike if given the chance. Sang spent a day writing an encryption core program that was applicable to all civilian and commercial network servers. When such an attack occurred, this program would automatically connect to the Divine Domain server and activate the shield code for defense. Without the fusion code, these ideas couldn't be realized, but now it was easy to integrate all the codes together, allowing them to connect. If any point encountered an issue, the shield code would be activated immediately. Sang often thought about Banu's words. As a hacker or a guardian of the internet, isn't it necessary to create something valuable? Sang wanted to create many things and didn't care whether they fell under the category of creation. Before even having dinner, the hacker website released news that Nirvana had launched its first attack on the financial system of a certain country 30 minutes ago. Now, all stock trading systems in that country had collapsed, and the head of its FBI, Nicole, had publicly confirmed that the attack was indeed from Nirvana. This news could not be announced to the world, so it could only be understood through special channels. Soon, Sang passed the information to Liao Simin. They really did it. Grid, is there any technology that can let me see everything they're doing? Liao Simin was very excited. Sang replied, "Are you just here to watch the show? Otherwise, for what reason? This is a real blockbuster from that country. No need to buy a ticket to watch." Senj actually doesn't need to do anything. He just sent a message to a few maniacs in the hacker community, asking them to keep an eye on the progress of the Nirvana attack. The hacker community updates Singe every 5 minutes with the latest developments. Now, the local authorities have begun a cyber counterattack, and the Secretary of State is preparing to speak at the coalition's counterterrorism department, calling for a global simultaneous attack on Nirvana. No one has taken on this task. They are using cyber attacks, and there is currently no clear international definition that categorizes cyber attacks as acts of terrorism, so no one is responding to them. At the same time, Nirvana has released messages to hacker websites and private forums worldwide, stating that besides the typical sanctions, they are preparing to maximize the scope of this attack. After seeing this message, Singe had to consider a question when they refer to maximizing. Is it the scope of technology or the scope of the attack? If it's the former, they might target systems other than the financial system. If it's the latter, they could attack other countries. This could very likely trigger a war. Singe had originally planned to go home and sleep, but now he and CU are all at CNC, closely monitoring the progress of the attack. If an ordinary person hears that a certain country has been hacked, they might say that attacks happen every second, yet they remain unfazed, suggesting they should talk about something else. It's understandable. After all, they don't realize how much damage a hacker can inflict on the world. They are also unaware that every second, there are individuals quietly working, fighting, and even sacrificing to ensure that they can enjoy their online lives normally. The hacker community not only provided Singe with textual information, but also other data. Currently, in the capital and economic center, soldiers are everywhere. And there are large groups of protesters in front of the parliament, chanting slogans demanding the president to bomb that damned island and telling Nirvana to go to hell, among other things. However, there are also many opponents, chanting that the president can do nothing but count the hair of his young wife in bed every day. As a result, a large-scale conflict erupted between supporters and opponents, leading to hundreds of injuries. At 10 a.m. local time, the president delivered a speech, urging all citizens to remain calm and trust that the government will be able to stop and eliminate the Nirvana terrorist organization. Just as the president was speaking, multiple city systems across the country came under attack, causing complete paralysis. After finishing his speech, the president had to add that the country has entered a state of emergency. Singe took a sip of hot soup, feeling warm all over. CU watched Chin Min busy preparing food for Singe, vowing to learn how to cook. If Singe kept eating like this, the love she had worked so hard to gain would be consumed. At that moment, a forum notification alerted Singe of new information. He refreshed the page to find that the military was using tear gas against the protesting crowd, and many people were looting, with occasional gunshots heard in the background. CU said, "Oh my god, just a cyber attack. How could it be like a war?" Sang replied, "This is a war between humanity and the internet." That person was right. Whoever can control the internet can control the world. Its destruction knows no bounds. At that moment, the news refreshed again, and a young man with blonde hair appeared in the center of the screen. "Hey, Ghost Butterfly, I'm one of your admirers. My name is Nick. You see this military base behind me? It's a strategic missile base from a certain country, and according to reliable sources, Nirvana has already started attacking here." Just as he was speaking, several soldiers rushed over and clashed with Nick, causing the screen to go blank. What does Nirvana want? Do they want nuclear weapons too? Just as everyone was focused on the monitor, the doors suddenly swung open, and Liao Ximin barged in, startling Singh so much that he spilled his soup. "At your age, can't you make some noise before entering someone else's room?" Singh helplessly wiped his clothes. Liao Ximin always did this. If he were doing something else, and Ximin suddenly barged in, it would scare the life out of him. "My breathing is my noise." The higher-ups have issued orders for comprehensive defense in the fourth domain. Nirvana has lost its humanity, and we absolutely cannot let them cause any destruction to our country. Singh said, "Defense is fine, but look, I've only had one sip of this soup." "What soup? Get me a bowl." Chapter 339. Intelligent Singh certainly hoped that Nirvana wouldn't target them, as he wasn't ready to deal with this organization. Not just them, but countries around the world were watching closely, all prepared for whatever might come. The certain country also had its own countermeasures. They activated a defense plan codenamed Final Line and comprehensively recruited hackers with a sense of justice from both within the country and around the world to fight alongside them against Nirvana. Over 95% of the hackers responded to the recruitment with, "You'll get nothing but spit." Johnson had been trying to connect with Singh, but there was no response. Singh could help them, but first, they needed to understand how he could assist. Basha returned to her country heartbroken, unable to understand why Singh rejected her love. No one expected to find miracles in Basha anymore. Just as the commander of the Final Line, Clark, said, "What Ghost Butterfly wants is something we cannot provide." Likewise, they also did not expect Ghost Butterfly to give them any hope. Nirvana was too powerful. The council decided to carry out airstrikes on the island where Nirvana was located. Even if it triggered a full-scale war, it was deemed worth the risk. Singh felt a bit tired and was hazily wanting to sleep. This war seemed distant to him, and he felt powerless to stop anything. The commander of a certain country's aircraft carrier received the attack order, and various fighter jets and bombers roared into the sky. Strategic satellites around the world were watching this strike. Missiles on the attack ships were aimed at the island and began to launch, regardless of whether they were targeting civilian or military buildings. It was just a bombardment without restraint. Singe, as an observer, entered a national system while hiding his IP address. It looked like he had stepped into a city being plundered by a group of thieves, a sight that was utterly unbearable. He locked onto a data stream that was recklessly uploading a virus. Upon analysis, he realized that he was not on the island under missile attack, but was conducting the attack from the homeland. Using infinite code, he searched for all wireless channels on that island, but all data connections were severed, with no wired or wireless network data appearing. This led to the conclusion that Nirvana was not on the island. Singe utilized the symbols in the key code and data tracking technology to analyze all networks connected to the national system. Finding data related to Nirvana among countless data points was not easy. It took him half an hour to discover traces of the other party from data that was cracking through the firewall of a certain department. He opened a map and input the coordinates derived from the data, locating it in the waters near the homeland. Connecting to strategic satellites from a certain region, he observed that it was a massive ship, appearing to be a container cargo vessel. When he activated thermal imaging, it revealed that at least thousands of computers were working inside. Liao Ximin remarked, right under their noses, "Those Nirvana people are really something. Don't you think the locals have noticed?" Singe replied, "While under attack, they have been misled. They still think Nirvana is on that island." Siyu asked, "What about the civilians on the island?" Singe sighed, "They never care about civilians." Liao Ximin inquired, "Gezi, if it were you, do you think you could defend against Nirvana?" Singe responded, "I can't guarantee to defend against them, but I can guarantee to eliminate them. A real attack is indefensible. Their fourth domain defense is at the top level worldwide, but when actually attacked, they are as fragile as a president's egg. Even a slight disturbance can break them. Even Sin's shield code has been compromised, so the best defense is offense." At 5 in the morning, Long Tianwu entered the room and whispered a few words in Liao Ximin's ear, after which the two of them left together. Singe covered the curled-up Qin Nan on the sofa with his clothes. Siyu, somewhat displeased, said, "You didn't even ask if I was tired?" Covering her with your clothes. Everyone was tired, but I only had one piece of clothing to take off. If you want it too, I'll take it off. Siyu chuckled, "I was thinking the same thing. Hurry up and take it off, I'll help you." Singe quickly stopped her. "Why don't you go get me some water instead?" Looking at Siyu's back, he helplessly muttered, "What have I really fallen for?" In the CNC reception room, Liao Ximin looked expressionlessly at the black man in front of her. The translator had finished the introduction. His name was Johnson. Indeed, Johnson had personally come to ask for Singe's help and had brought greetings from the president for him. At this moment, Johnson said, "The goal of Nirvana is not just your country. Their killer hacker group has already targeted you, hasn't it? Since your country has become a battlefield, why not let Sung solve them here?" Liao Ximin replied, "Sung is not an individual. He is now a technician in our country. We have always taken a wait-and-see approach regarding the attacks on your country. As for the attacks from Nirvana, we have resolved all of them so far. We are never afraid of any attacks from anyone. We have the capability to handle everything." Johnson continued, "I believe you are Seng's superior, and you should be aware of the mystery surrounding his background, Nirvana and his father." Before he could finish, Liao Ximin interjected, "I don't know where you got your information, but I hope you will think carefully about whether to disclose this. We will also consider whether to allow you to meet Sung. Do you understand what I mean? Of course, otherwise Sung would have known everything by now. So, I am here to provide Seng with another piece of information. I still hope you can arrange for us to meet." Liao Ximin thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay, but don't expect Sung to help you with anything. As far as I know, he looks down on your people, especially those from your background. I believe Sung has no racial discrimination. Please arrange for us to meet." Johnson was reminded, "Lastly, it's best not to mention any uncertain information to Sung." Johnson had no choice but to nod in agreement. This piece of information was something he had only recently obtained from CSD, personally handed to him by CSD's president, Alan, through an agent. Chapter 340. The creator Singh was surprised to hear that Johnson was currently at CNC, but he still came to the reception room. His first impression was that Johnson was even darker than in the video. He really wanted to ask if he had used any beautifying software. Johnson didn't want to waste time and spoke up. "Hello, Singh. I have a piece of information that can help you easily destroy Nirvana in the future. My condition is your assistance. It always has to come with conditions, doesn't it?" Singh had become accustomed to this. In the online world, simulated emotions don't matter. Just focus on whether you are still alive. The information Campy can obtain, I can also obtain. Is this a rejection? Even Sung himself didn't know, after all. The enemy was Nirvana, and the local mom squad was still thinking about going to the mall to collect eggs. You cannot imagine how much KMP has paid for this information. It can completely explain why your country has fallen. Sung was very interested in seeing it, but he needed to determine whether it was worth it. Once he got involved in this cyber war and failed to destroy Nirvana, their next target would be his country. I am very interested in this information, but I am even less willing to bring the flames of war to my country. So I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Don't be in such a hurry to respond. This information is authorized by the president himself, and you should understand its value. Once the conflict escalates, there will be no quiet place in this world. The organization aims to control this world. They don't care who you are. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed the hacker group to attack your nation. They want you to know that they are not afraid of your strength. Sang said with a smile, your trick won't work. And you should also be clear that I have the capability to destroy the organization. I just don't want to help you. That's a significant difference. Consider it helping me. You know, I have been fighting against the organization my whole life. I can't stand by and watch them destroy my country. That's out of the question. Just then, Siyu walked in and whispered in Sang's ear, the strategic missiles from a certain country have already hit the homeland of another nation. The missiles were successfully intercepted. But this shocked the entire world. If the organization could strike that nation, they could strike any country. Now, the country manually shut down all missile launchers. But the launch system had completely lost control, resulting in losses amounting to tens of billions. At the same time, Johnson received the news. Before he could speak, Singh said, let me see your information first. The information was simple. Besides a brief introduction to the organization, it mentioned several important data points. The organization developed a super software called Creator, which can integrate and control all computer programs in the world through its code. It operates on a supercomputer. Based on network data, Singh looked at Johnson with confusion. Is that all? The rest is in my mind. If you're willing to help us destroy the organization, I will immediately share all the information with you. When did you people become so clever? Now is not the time for racial remarks, and I've always been smart. So, do you want to help us or not? Singh smiled and said, I know where their supercomputer is located. Of course. I'm not sure if what I saw is indeed their supercomputer, because they are the organization, right? This software was written by the organization's leader, whose name is Clark, aged 55, with the nickname and online alias Creator. The software is based on your supercode, and the supercode you have can completely destroy this software. Singh's smile gradually faded. He thought only a few people in the world knew 10 lines of code, but now even Johnson knew about it. It was unimaginable how many others were aware. Johnson seemed to see through Singh's thoughts and continued, before this, apart from Clark and his confidants, no one knew about the supercode you have. I have only just obtained this intelligence, and you don't need to worry, there are only fewer than 10 people in the world who know. And even Clark doesn't know the specific content of your code. But you said earlier that Clark wrote the software based on the supercode. If he doesn't know, how could he refer to it? Singh looked into Johnson's eyes, knowing that any flicker of emotion wouldn't escape him. Why don't you consider that if he has the supercode, why does he still need to write the Creator code? Why does he go to such lengths to snatch this code from you? The reason I say he refers to it is that the software structure of the Creator is similar to the supercode in certain aspects. Johnson doesn't even know what he is talking about. He really wants to tell Sung about how this code relates to his background and his parents, but outside, Liao Simin is always watching him, and every time he almost lets it slip, there's a murderous look in Liao Simin's eyes. However, Sung is not so easily fooled. This vague answer is pure nonsense, and Sung believes that Johnson is not unaware of the insider information, but is just unable to speak due to certain restrictions. So, are you saying that Clark is unaware of the content of the supercode? To be precise, he doesn't know at all, just a few symbols. Where did he learn about these symbols? Johnson took off his coat, drenched in sweat. He had never felt this exhausted even during the Battle of Nirvana. He truly had no way to answer Sung's question and could only reluctantly say, Sung, believe me, one day you will know everything, but for now, I hope you can tell me the coordinates you discovered. Sung stood up and said, Mr. Johnson, I'm afraid this question will have to be answered by my superior. I don't have the authority to do so. He didn't want to continue the conversation. Johnson hadn't said anything at all, but he had revealed an important detail to Sung. The creator of the supercode knew Clark, but who exactly was this person? Johnson knew. And even Liao Simin outside knew. The whole world knew, except for him. Suddenly, Sung felt quite disheartened, as if a wall had suddenly appeared between him and the world. It blocked a lot and prevented him from seeing the world beyond the wall, leaving only speculation and loneliness, doubt and solitude. After leaving the reception room, he looked at Liao Simin, feeling he should ask something, but in the end, he held back. Perhaps Johnson was right. He could always see this world. Chapter 341. Chi Nan is injured. Sung did not provide the coordinates because he had received nothing, but half an hour later, the hacker domain refreshed a message for Sung. The commander of the defense plan suddenly discovered one of the transit points of Nirvana and launched a devastating strike against it. This strike restored the power supply system. And at that moment, everything was bright, as if it gave everyone hope. However, attacks on other domains continued unabated. Nick from the hacker domain told Singh that all devices capable of connecting to the network in that region had been shut down, even cutting off data connections with countries around the world. This didn't require any action from that region. All countries had already severed their data connections, except for satellite communications, which remained normal while everything else was in a shutdown state. Nick said, Nirvana has destroyed that region. Someone assessed that this attack set back its economy by 50 years. Singe logged into the Observer Space Telescope of the Fog Nation and saw that warships surrounded the waters nearby. The ship Nirvana had already been engulfed in flames, and a large number of Marines were preparing to board. A beam of sunlight streamed through the curtain into the room. Singe opened the window, intending to take a breath of fresh air, when a reflection from a rooftop less than 500 meters away suddenly pierced his eyes. As he wondered what was so blinding, Chi Nan, who had just woken up, suddenly pushed him. At that moment, a splash of red blood erupted on Chi Nan's neck, followed by a muffled gunshot. Singe, sitting on the ground, watched as Chi Nan slowly fell, like a wilting flower, but amidst the glaring crimson, there floated an eerie, deathly aura and the scent of blood. He saw the look in Chi Nan's eyes, that reluctant gaze, the shattered concern, the deep love sinking like a needle into Singe's heart. Nan. He pressed his hand against Chi Nan's neck, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. Chi Nan grasped Singe's hand and whispered, lie down, lie down. Tears dripped from Singe onto Chi Nan's face, as if everything shattered like tears in that moment. I love it when you call me Nan. I want to hear it for a lifetime. Singe, I love you. This life is unfinished. Let us continue in the next. Chi Nan's hand slipped from his fingertips, and he could grasp nothing. He held Chi Nan tightly in his arms, wanting to shout, but his heart had already vanished, unheard and unseen. Shiyu, Xiaojia shouted as he rushed in, dragging Singe, who was completely unresponsive, all sensations and spirit having disappeared. He simply held Chi Nan tightly, knowing that Chi Nan liked his embrace, so he wanted to hold on forever. Santos put away his sniper rifle, lit a cigarette, and turned around, only to see a shadow flash before him, followed by a sharp pain in his nose and a flurry of snowflakes. Long Tianwu threw a punch, but that wasn't enough. He grabbed Santos by the hair and punched him again, then delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Santos's nose and mouth bled profusely as he fell hard. Long Tianwu kicked away his weapon and approached to hit him again, but other soldiers intervened, pulling him back. Tianwu, you'll kill him, stop. Don't hold me back. Long Tianwu broke free from the soldier's grasp and landed several more kicks on Santos, who was already spitting blood. Several soldiers managed to drag Long Tianwu away. 15 minutes later, a helicopter landed on the hospital rooftop, and the doctors who had been waiting rushed forward to begin emergency treatment on Chi Nan. The doctor, who was also the one operating on Singe, ordered blood transfusions while asking the bloodied Singe and Xiaojia, are you injured? Xiaojia replied, no. Then get the hell away from me. You, prepare for surgery immediately. Speed. I need speed. Singe sat outside the operating room, and Shiyu held his hand, saying, don't worry, Chi Nan will be fine. At that moment, Xiaojia quietly said to him, Santos has been taken down by Tianwu, right at CNC. Singe stood up to leave. Chi Nan is in surgery. What are you doing? Shiyu pulled Singe back, not letting him go. Everyone knew what he intended to do, but they couldn't let Singe go. However, Singe stretched out his blood-stained hands and said word by word, this is all Nan's blood, shed for me. He still left, and no one could stop him. Xiaojia had never seen Singe like this from the moment he met him until now. His eyes were filled with nothing but murderous intent. 15 minutes later, Singe walked into CNC. Yu Jia hurriedly tried to stop him, saying, Singe, what are you doing? Where is Santos? Yu Jia remained silent, and Singe screamed hysterically, where is Santos? In Director Liao's office. Singe bit his lip and whispered, thank you. Before entering, Singe first went to the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife. Pushing open the office door, Santos, bruised and battered, looked at Singe. Liao Simin, seeing the kitchen knife in Singe's hand, urgently called out to the soldiers nearby, stop him. All of you, get out of my way. Singe brandished the kitchen knife, his only thought being to kill Santos, that beast. A soldier whispered, Singe, don't do this. Put the knife down. You don't need to kill him. This beast is already doomed. But Singe had already charged forward, raising the knife to strike. Santos, tied to a chair, couldn't move an inch. Liao Simin vaulted over the desk, grabbed Singe's arm, and wrested the kitchen knife from his hand. Bringing a kitchen knife? Was there no other knife in the kitchen? And you can't kill him now. Singe yanked his arm free. If you want to let me kill him, I'll leave Xinyu, leave Sun Wang. Singe. Liao Simin raised his voice slightly and continued, don't forget your identity. My identity doesn't need your reminder. If you want to let me kill him, I'm leaving. Singe turned to leave. Everything around him was unbearable, and he didn't want to stay a second longer. Others couldn't enter his world, and he couldn't enter theirs. Stop. Liao Simin simply shoved the kitchen knife back into his hand. Go on, kill him. Swing hard, chop his head off, or at least smash his brains out. Kill. He pushed Singe toward Santos, urging him to kill. Singe raised the knife, but hesitated for a long time without bringing it down. Everyone has thoughts of killing. But how many actually act on them? Singe was just a hacker, not an assassin. Liao Simin snorted coldly and said, "Is this all you're capable of? You're only good with a keyboard. With a kitchen knife, you'll need a few more years of practice." However, to Liao Simin's surprise, Singe's knife suddenly came down on Santos's face. Chapter 342. Counterattack. Singe's knife struck Santos's face, startling even Liao Simin, who thought to himself, "Does Singe really have the courage to do it?" But upon closer look, the knife hadn't cut. It had slapped Santos's face, smashing his nose and causing blood to spurt out. The pain made Santos bounce in his chair. Fuck you." As he cursed, Singe raised the knife again. Liao Simin hurriedly intervened. "Enough? He already fucked, and you vented your anger. Give me the knife and hurry to the hospital." Singe threw the knife to the ground and said to Santos, "You fucking watch me. Watch how I destroy your organization." Santos gritted his teeth and said, "I will kill you." Liao Simin replied, "I don't think you'll get the chance." Seng turned around and walked away without saying a word to Liao Simin. Yu Jiao wanted to say something to him, but Seng left without looking back. 5 hours later, the surgery room lights finally went off, and the doctor, sweating profusely, walked out. Seng hurried over. The doctor spoke bluntly. She didn't die, but the bullet hit her cervical spine, and she might not be able to walk again. Seng didn't respond. All he could think about was that he would take care of Qin Nan for the rest of his life. The doctor continued, "But you don't need to worry. There's a medical institution in a certain country that specializes in her condition. We can send them her information, and maybe their technology can help Qin Nan stand up again." Medical institution? A certain country? Seng felt a surge of excitement, his voice almost breaking. "Yes. I will show you their information. Qin Nan has already been sent to the ward, and she is still under the effects of the medication. She won't wake up until tomorrow morning. I suggest you go back and change your clothes. You're covered in blood. It's frightening." In the ward, Qin Nan was on a respirator, her neck wrapped in bandages, her face devoid of color. Seng, heartbroken, wished he could hold her right away. Siyu said, "Let us go back, take a shower, change clothes, and come back to see her tomorrow morning." After returning to the villa, taking a shower, and changing clothes, Seng dove into the secret room. He started the computer, refreshing the hacker community news, but found nothing. The certain country had completely cut off its internet connection with the outside world. Even a genius couldn't access their network. Seng typed in a few codes, and soon the screen displayed the hotel where Johnson was staying. Half an hour later, Johnson opened the door. Seng asked, "What is happening now?" "Worse than you can imagine. 10 times worse. Their programs have covered all terminals and semi-terminals in that country, and all motherships cannot be activated. The attack codes for several Air Force bases have been modified, and all fighter jets cannot take off. The only forces still operational are the ground troops. But they need to stop the irrational citizens from making more insane moves. That country is on the verge of collapse. I can help you restore everything. But the condition is that a certain medical institution in your country belongs to me from now on. I'll give you the capital city if you want it. Besides that, provide me with a dedicated line and command authority over the entire Campi personnel. I want them to do everything for me. I'm right by your side. I'll immediately give you authorization from the president and parliament of that country." Seng stood up and said, "We begin the counterattack tomorrow at noon." "Thank you, Seng." "Don't thank me. Thank those beasts in Nirvana." Seng was ready to counterattack, and this time, he was fighting for Qin Nan. In the morning, the sky was foggy with light rain. Seng made breakfast, packed it in the lunchbox that Qin Nan had always used to bring him meals, and headed to the hospital. Qin Nan was awake, and the moment she saw Seng, tears streamed down her face. She thought she was dead, that she would never see Seng again. But now Seng was still standing in front of her. However, she was too weak to hold Seng's hand, yet her hand was already resting in his palm. She had never felt Seng's hand so warm before. Her vocal cords were injured, and she couldn't speak, but they didn't need any words between them. She traced with her finger in Seng's palm. "Don't be sad. I'm willing to do anything for you." Seng looked out the window. The rain in the sky was like his tears. He didn't want Qin Nan to see his sorrow, and he didn't want her to see his tears. A man's tears can sometimes carry a deep sorrow, and despite the accumulation of countless years, they will still be etched in every man's heart. We once thought we would forget, that we were strong, but in reality, we were already broken, even through reincarnation. Seng softly said, "Nan Nan, I will forever hold your hand in my palm, no matter how the world changes, whether flowers bloom or wither. Seng, I love you. This feeling will never change." Outside the hospital room, Siyu closed her tearful eyes, her heart engulfed in darkness. Hearing footsteps outside the room, Seng hurried out, only to see Siyu's lost figure walking into the rain. "Siyu." His voice couldn't stop her steps. He could only rush into the rain and grab her hand. Siyu cried like a child. Sing, it hurts so much. Sung embraced Siyu tightly. Siyu, if you were in the room, you would be like Qin Nan. I will take care of Qin Nan for a lifetime. I had no choice. But she will always be my sister. And I can't let her live in a lie with a love that doesn't exist. That wouldn't be fair to her, or to you. Siyu, my heart only has you. Don't hurt. If you hurt, I hurt even more. Sung kissed her lips, tasting the salt of tears and the bitterness of rain. But that was the flavor of love. The doctor stood by the window and softly said to the nurses beside him, "You know, I'm not worse than Sung. Why can't I attract beautiful women?" The head nurse replied, "Is there anything wrong with our nurses?" The doctor spat water all over his clothes, saying, "Do you know why those male patients don't want to be hospitalized? They say seeing the nurses is more painful than getting a shot." Sing couldn't say too much to Qin Nan for the time being and left Siyu to take care of her while he returned to the villa before noon. Johnson was already online, saying, "Everything you wanted is ready. Now you just need to connect this IP with your data, and you can connect to the dedicated line." Sing asked, "What is going on now? Everything is paralyzed. The president wants my IP. Who cares what their president says?" What Sung wanted was not this. This time he was going to fight against the entire Nirvana with the strength of one person, and thus began his war with Nirvana. Chapter 343. Teaming up hackers sometimes have to do what hackers should do, like attacking, stealing, destroying, etc., rather than doing things unrelated to hacking every day. He wanted to launch a devastating strike against Nirvana and all those who attempted to disrupt his life and harm his loved ones. He didn't know if he could do it. For example, regarding Nirvana, Singh has no confidence in being able to eliminate them. Out of 10 codes, he has only mastered 4. With no choice left, he must act, because they have harmed Qin Nan, someone they should never have touched. Connections to the network with certain regions have led to the emergence of various viruses, appearing in overwhelming numbers. Such an attack scale is beyond the capability of a single individual. It resembles a war, with the opposing side launching attacks using various forces, soldiers everywhere, and scenes of slaughter and bloodshed. If it were just a few viruses, it would be manageable, but with thousands appearing simultaneously, even Singh feels fear. These viruses target various operating systems, host servers, and firewalls, written in different programming languages. Some are designed to disrupt data transmission, others to modify network permissions, and one virus is specifically for sending various emojis. Singh directly cut off the network connection. Johnson asked, "Why cut off the network? If I don't cut it off now, the computer will explode. I don't even know how many types of viruses there are right now. The entire region is a world of viruses. I believe you can handle these viruses. This workload is beyond my capacity. Everyone at Campy is waiting for your orders. What do you want them to do? Your people are not enough. I need my own team. Use your influence. I want hacker profiles from around the world." The hackers who have lost their humanity are mostly with Nirvana, while those with a sense of justice are merely waiting for an opportunity. Singh will provide them with everything, asking only that they join the organization fighting against Nirvana. This is Singh's plan, called Demon Slaying. The Shield has completed the collection and analysis of all viruses, and by entering the sandbox, one can see the details of these viruses. A significant portion of them are world-renowned viruses, and there are also some particularly unique ones. For instance, one can reverse network data. It can restore all data stored on a server at a scheduled time and allow for reverse access to network data. If you log into a website or software with the correct username and password and receive a prompt that the username or password is incorrect, you might suspect that your credentials have been leaked. You would contact customer service, and they would tell you in a rather alluring voice that your user status is normal and suggest you try changing your password. So you modify it. But when you log in again, you still get the same error. You reach out to customer service again, and they will tell you everything is fine, advising you to change your password once more, but the result is the same. You still cannot log in. Customer service will no longer be polite. They might say, "Why don't you just go away? Are you sick? Do you need me to come to your house to help you input it? You can't even remember your username and password. Do you think there is any hope for your life?" This is the virus's greatest function. It will make you feel insulted and even question your life and soul. In fact, it's quite simple. Just input the username and password in reverse. The reverse virus does exist, but it rarely appears on personal computers because doing so could easily lead someone to self-harm. Most of the time, it shows up on certain websites or forums. You might just finish registering, and the next second, it tells you that your username or password is incorrect. Many of the viruses collected by Shield are quite unconventional. The first question to define them is whether these programs are actually viruses. Currently, the whole region resembles a computer covered in viruses, with some programs damaged and others replaced. Moreover, it was found that not all permissions were granted to him, such as military network data, which has always been kept closed. They are thinking that once they learn his antivirus methods, they can handle it themselves, and he is well aware of this. Johnson leveraged his influence to communicate with intelligence agencies from many countries, quickly selecting 10 world-class hackers for him. When he received the information, he was at the hospital visiting Qin Nan. The library staff were also there, seemingly having not seen them for a long time. Everyone was chatting, expressing concern for him and Qin Nan, and this long-lost warmth made him feel as if he had returned to his days as a manager. Back then, he had nothing, but he had his beliefs and hopes. Now, he still has nothing, but it seems that his beliefs and hopes have all changed. Everyone has their own desires. Even when we get something, we still want more. It's not that we can never be satisfied, but rather that we feel we have never truly had anything, even if we possess everything. Qin Nan is very strong. She still smiles in front of everyone. The old librarian said, "You've been promoted. From today on, you can make notes on books in the library." "Promotion? And a raise?" Qin Nan asked. "There's a monthly meal allowance of 1.7. Hua Jie pulled him aside and said quietly, "You're busy with work, so I'll help take care of Nan Nan." "Don't worry. Thank you, Hua Jie. I really need this. With you around, I feel at ease." Everyone bought gifts for Qin Nan, and in return, he invited everyone to dinner at a restaurant. Everyone's mood wasn't great, and the old librarian took a sip of wine and said, "Gezi, do you think Nan Nan will be able to stand up again? I've already spoken to a medical institution specializing in this kind of injury over there, and I believe Nan Nan will definitely stand up." Old Lian said, "Gezi, if there are any problems, just tell us. The library will always be your home, and we are all your elders." The old librarian added, "Old Lian, with Gezi's current strength, he could buy the entire city and turn it into the largest library in the world. By then, I would still be the librarian, and you would be mopping the floors every day." Gezi loved this feeling the most, being with them, able to speak freely or just listen. However, he felt compelled to say, "Uncle, make sure to go out and walk more when you have free time. It can effectively prevent dementia and madness." Chapter 344. World Hacker Senkei now gives others the impression of being particularly powerful, but only he knows that he actually has nothing. Not even the power or money that many people think he possesses. This meal, for instance, nearly drained all his funds. Many might have had similar experiences. It's about face, keeping up appearances even when pockets are empty. Senkei is not someone who cares about face. He simply likes to express his gratitude to certain individuals without reservation. In fact, we are all like this. While enjoying the so-called honor of face, we are merely seeking happiness through our hard-earned efforts. What should we truly care about? It's not just about face. It's about what we've never truly attained. It's like fleeting pleasure. In that moment, everything else fades away. But what remains after the clarity returns? Senkei has never believed he should be seen as wealthy in the eyes of others. He also needs to earn his income through work, despite how others often refer to him in various flattering ways. His monthly salary is hardly more than a tenth above that of a librarian. Moreover, he has yet to receive his pay from the online company he works for. The compensation from his part-time job has almost all gone into the secret room of his villa, and the remaining pay cannot be given to him until they receive the software. In the past, Senkei never thought about these issues, but now he has to contemplate whether, as a network engineer or a hacker providing technical support to others, he should be compensated. Patriotism is an emotion everyone feels. Senkei won't leverage this sentiment for more pay, but the situation is different for him. He has no reason to provide them services for free just for revenge. He might as well launch a direct attack instead. The rights Johnson spoke of are of no practical use, merely looking good on the surface. After reviewing the profiles of 10 hackers, one can sum up the impression they leave on Senkei in one phrase: lawless and unrestrained. One of them, an Italian named Eglis, hacked into the country's medical server at the age of 15 for a simple reason. He wanted to know the details of a nurse because he had fallen in love with her. For love, he was willing to bring down an entire nation. However, he discovered that the nurse was already married. In a fit of rage, he destroyed the entire hospital's server, altering all the data. Some might say, what can a hospital server do? Isn't it just employee information and drug data? When a patient finishes their treatment, their diagnostic data is uploaded to the server, along with the usage ratios of various medications. When a nurse administers injections, she relies on this data to determine the dosage. Originally, a regular medication would be administered, but after the server data was altered, the nurse, seeing the new information, immediately switched to a large syringe capable of holding a pound of solution, unhesitatingly injecting it into someone else's backside. Is this a veterinary hospital, or what? Consequently, chaos ensued, and the hospital was utterly ruined. There is a hacker from a certain country who specializes in data hijacking, which is quite similar to the functionality of network data analysis related to key codes. Although the transmitted network data can be encrypted, it can still be intercepted and cracked during transmission. While there are many hackers skilled in this area, this particular hacker prefers to hijack data related to the wives of officials from his country rather than merely targeting civilian data. For instance, There was an incident where the wife of an official met a man for over 5 hours in a hotel, and this data was subsequently uploaded to various websites. For a while, whenever the name Albin was mentioned, many officials would comment that he should take those women who favor certain individuals to hell. Albin, however, would never do that, and his actions received support from many, including the vice president of his country, who stated it was time for those officials to realize how despicable their wives were, as they had placed the country's beliefs between the legs of certain individuals. Less than half an hour after this statement, Albin uploaded information about the vice president's wife being with a chef to a website. Someone commented that what these women worshipped was not only certain individuals, but also knives and spoons. After reading this, Singh felt surprisingly good. He liked these people and connected with Johnson, saying, "Give me 100 million, and also arrange for those individuals in the data to gather in your capital." "I will come to your capital." Johnson hesitated and replied, 100 million in your currency? You are overestimating. It's probably 100 million in euros. The president of a certain country, after reviewing the information, told Johnson, "Give him everything." Singh asked for leave from Liao Simin without providing any reason, simply stating, "I want to take leave to go to war with Nirvana." Liao Simin didn't even look at Singh and simply replied, "No." Singh stood up and said, "I can do nothing and just leave. Either you kill me or approve my leave." Liao Simin replied, "On this matter, you can consider me as your father. No father would allow his son to do something he shouldn't. I don't let you go for your own good. Even you may not be sure you can win this war." Singh slowly said, "Uncle Liao, I know you mean well. The war with Nirvana has already begun for me. The injuries on me and Qin Nan, weren't they inflicted by Nirvana? If I don't attack them today, they will still wage war. This country is a battlefield and an opportunity, and I won't fight them alone. I will form my own team. Just some hackers, right? Grid. Can't you listen to me just this once? Everyone around you doesn't want you to do anything related to hacking. If your parents were here, do you think they would let you do this?" Sung replied, "I am a hacker too. If my parents saw me hurt, they would fight alongside me. But I have no parents. No matter where they are, they will always support me." Liao Simin was at a loss for words. He had done so much for his parents. They didn't want Singh to become a hacker, but they also didn't want him to get hurt. He couldn't decide on Singh's request, but after reporting to his superiors, he received approval and support. Nirvana would definitely not only target one country. They believed Singh had the ability to take down Nirvana, and everyone supported him. Chapter 345. Becoming a hacker again, Singh decided to treat this country as the battlefield against the Nirvana organization, gaining the support of everyone around him. He made arrangements for Qin Nan, and the next evening, he set off with Siyu, Long Tianwu, and Johnson to the capital of this country. Upon arrival, several high-ranking officials came to welcome Singh. They had never welcomed a hacker like this before, and of course, they didn't know that Singh was the infamous ghost butterfly. The saying that secrets are held by a few couldn't be more accurate. Singh planned to stay in this country for only half a month, during which he would truly act as a hacker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come at all. Kern was the commander of the final defense plan, a soldier in his 40s with several scars on his face. Singh didn't have a good impression of the soldiers here, compared to the soldiers from his homeland, who stood like pines and sat like bells. The soldiers here always wanted others to know they were military personnel, in terms of both appearance and behavior, even their voices. "Mr. Singh, welcome to this country. You look much younger than I imagined, which surprises me. You must have even more incredible qualities. But you'll have to discover those for yourself." Kern, a major general, was followed by several officers, all of whom were taken aback by Singh's straightforwardness. Kern didn't say anything further, glanced at Johnson, and left with the officers. Singh then spotted Bersha at the back of the crowd. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he noticed a glimmer of tears in her eyes. It's hard for a woman to forget a man she has deeply loved, even as time passes and circumstances change. Beside Bersha stood a beautiful woman whom Singh recognized as Iman Shah, the head of the NGA Anti-Hacker Alliance. Finally seeing her in person, Iman Shah stepped forward and said, "We've prepared the bedroom for you, you bastard, along with a shovel and ropes. If you try anything funny, I'll make sure your joints hurt. You couldn't kill me before, and you won't be able to now. Besides, you'd better show some respect to a man who has aged at least 10 years in just a year. Otherwise, he'll make you feel even worse." They arrived at a very secret location that Johnson had arranged for Singh. The room was well decorated, reportedly all thanks to Bersha's efforts, as Nicole had informed Singh. They had always hoped to see the most perfect love between Singh and Bersha. "Worldwide, besides you few, only Nirvana knows my identity. I don't want anyone else to know, so this time, I will attack in the identity of a hacker. Remember, I have never been to this country, and my homeland will deny my actions this time." Johnson said, "Of course, everyone is in denial. Our country is doing the best in this regard," while urinating on others' faces and saying, "That's not me, it's my egg." Nicole said, "Sung, can you tell me your plan?" "Clear the virus. and then let you all get poisoned. Johnson and a few others exchanged glances, unsure of what Sung was planning. Sung said, before I start, I need your net permissions and scanning access from level 1 to level 5. Johnson replied, that's impossible. Even the president doesn't have that power. But I'm not your president. I'm your savior. Without the permissions, I can't do anything. The demands are indeed difficult to meet. The net system is a global independent system that covers all network addresses worldwide. The level 5 directory contains the access points for each country's economy, military, and so on. Although the headquarters of the net system is in a certain country, they only provided access to the secondary directory for that country. This time, the Nirvana attack targeted the entire area, but they didn't touch the net system at all, because they are also part of it. If they are cut off from the net system, even the most skilled hackers would be of no use. Sung, believe me, if I had the final say, I would definitely meet your demands. But to gain scanning access, you need the password, which is held by the engineers of the 4th Domain Association of the Allied Nations. Without the password, scanning is impossible. When the area was under attack, they didn't say a word. Do you think they would give us the password? If that's the case, then take me to the headquarters. I can arrange that for you. I'll get it done as soon as possible. 5 hours later, Sung, who had yet to adjust to the time difference, was awakened by CU. Johnson had arrived with the people he needed. Sung hadn't even washed his face. He thought it made him look more like a hacker. Someone said, do hackers not wash their faces? Even when the president of that country was using the restroom. He was chatting with a widowed man. Singh had carefully reviewed everyone's profiles and remembered their appearances clearly. He could name all 10 of them. Of course, these 10 people didn't know who he was. They had been forcibly brought here by a group of agents. Any self-respecting hacker would not show Sung any goodwill. Just like experts in other technical fields, hackers are inherently proud. They see themselves as having a cheat code in life and don't regard anyone else highly. Moreover, none of them had met each other before entering this room. Singh said, you don't need to know each other. Just know that we are all hackers. I called you here to deal with Nirvana. Before he finished speaking, Eglis said incredulously, what did you say? You brought us to this ridiculous country just to recklessly fight those scumbags from Nirvana? To be precise, we'll do it together. Singh poured himself a glass of water and leisurely took a sip. Eglis said, why would I fight alongside you against a bunch of inhumane bastards? What can you offer me? Singe gently placed the cup on the table and said, I can't give you anything. I just know that you all once rejected the invitation from Nirvana, and after that, Nirvana struck each of you in different ways. You survived, and you seek revenge. That's the only reason. Albin replied, I never provide services for free. You've already taken enough. I don't want to waste time convincing you. If you plan to team up to fight monsters, stay. If not, you can leave anytime. Nems from the Fog Nation asked, what do you want to do? Singe stood up and declared, eliminate Nirvana. Chapter 346. The mother body. Singe knew they wouldn't leave. These hackers might not fight for honor or souls, but they would definitely fight out of hatred. There was no one in the world more suited to make Nirvana disappear than them. Since the organization was formed, it needed a name. Singe thought for a moment and said, let's call our team Demon Slayers. Eglis responded, I like this name. It fills me with strength and makes it easy for me to handle 10 girls in one night. Singe replied, you can't handle even one girl because the first thing we need to do is eliminate the virus infecting the networks and restore their connectivity. Nems added, I once tried to capture a virus and eliminate it individually, but it was useless. They don't produce any effects. We need to find the mother body of the virus. Singe looked at Nems and nodded with satisfaction. Nems was the most normal one in the team besides Singe. He was a young black man from the Fog Nation, in his 20s, and was best at data analysis. Don't think that data analysis is a profession unrelated to hacking. In the hacker realm, it serves as the caregiver of the team. Although it lacks offensive or defensive capabilities, once teamed up with others, it can unleash devastating power. His most famous assist was in cracking the firewall of the Fog Nation's financial system. No one would have thought that the firewall was breached by a few novice hackers. But the data they controlled shook even the Fog Nation's intelligence system. Fortunately, these hackers were of average skill. If a super hacker had obtained that data, the economy of the Fog Nation would have collapsed entirely. Singe said, Nems is right. What we need to find now is the mother body of the virus. Considering the entire network is infected, please use my firewall software. This wasn't the Shield firewall. It was a program Singe had written before coming to this region, incorporating a symbol from Shield and a unique encryption program that only Singe could crack, making it safe to give to these hackers. Everyone installed the firewall on their portable computers, each trying to crack it as Singe anticipated. Singe said, you can try to crack it, but don't waste too much time because you won't succeed. Naeem slowly raised his head in surprise and said, son, who exactly are you? Why do we have no information on you in this firewall encryption program? I've never seen such a code structure. Singe replied, who I am isn't important. What matters is that I'm a hacker just like you, and the more skilled a hacker is at attacking, the better they need to be at defense. We've already wasted a lot of time. Now, Everyone needs to start from their respective fields and search for the mother virus. Everyone immediately entered work mode. The sound of keyboards clicking echoed in the room. Singe's domain couldn't find this mother virus, nor could it form modules. The network was filled with viruses, and after merging, the key codes couldn't be modularized under the protection of the shield code. As Naeem said, individual viruses posed no threat once they combined with other viruses. They could cause massive destruction and infection. The shield code couldn't recognize these viruses, so the only option was to manually search for the mother virus. Naeem simultaneously collected and analyzed billions of data points, but all the data was chaotically abnormal, making it impossible to identify any issues. Singe's analysis software searched for the transmission pathways of each virus it collected. Time passed minute by minute, and during this period, Johnson brought everyone dinner, breakfast, and lunch. Yet they still couldn't find any trace of the mother virus. These hackers shared one major commonality. Sitting in front of their computers, they felt no fatigue. Each person was energized. The more excited they became, the more agitated they were, resembling a team in a game battling a boss, with data continuously switching. However, some were genuinely angry. One stood up and exclaimed, "Why not just blow this country up with nuclear weapons? Damn Nirvana." The one cursing was the hacker from the wine country, Tinian. Known for his volatile temper among the group of 10, his network ID was Bomb. No one would have guessed that beneath such a docile exterior, there was a fiercely explosive soul. Singe thought for a moment and said, "Nirvana's attack this time isn't solely their own doing. They must be teaming up just like us. They can't control the hackers, so they aim to control the viruses, which is how the mother virus emerges." "Tinian, it's time to use your bomb," Naeem said. "How did I not think of that?" "Sin is right. We can use our virus and add a tracking program to find the mother virus." Singe smiled and replied, "It's not as easy as you think. First, we need to identify the recognition code of the mother virus. Now I want your analysis data. I'll find the recognition code." All the data was promptly transferred to Singe's computer, and everyone gathered around him, eager to see how he would locate the recognition code among billions of files. In full-screen mode, Singe typed a string of code, and all the files began to scroll rapidly. Aglas asked, "Are you watching how long it will take for these files to finish scrolling?" Singe remained silent, occasionally pausing the scrolling, leaving everyone in the dark about what he was doing, which only fueled their curiosity and anxiety, making their faces flush with urgency. Half an hour later, the scrolling finally stopped, and after exiting full screen, a file appeared on the screen. Upon opening it, Singe found a selection of differently structured code among billions of lines, which he copied entirely. Turnian exclaimed, "Wow, how did you do that?" "Very simple," Singe replied. "I looked at the strings, copied everything that exceeded a certain size, and deleted all that fell below the set size. However, the copied file still contained tens of thousands of entries." Gung Yu briefly glanced at it and asked everyone to report the number of viruses they had analyzed, which totaled 25 virus files. Singe restarted the analysis software, set some values, and specified the start and end points of the code. After the analysis, exactly 25 codes appeared. "Look, these are the parent files. Add them to the bomb, and you can start launching." In Chapter 347, titled Virus, Singe instructed Turnian to add the code to his bomb and upload it to the network. This code was indeed effective during the upload process. The parent program did not launch any attacks against it. The bomb first had to go through the parent program's recognition to confirm it was an aggressive program, and it immediately began the setup. However, at that moment, the bomb exploded. Its explosion was like severing a pillar. The massive object above lost all support and began to fall and shatter uncontrollably. The basic destruction rules of the bomb caused the viruses to lose their logical application, like soldiers devoid of humanity, starting to attack and harm each other. Some virus programs transformed directly into antivirus programs, but ultimately, they would be eliminated as well. Singe kept a close eye on the network data. The network's basic settings had been completely altered, yet the parent virus was still able to upload and download normally. This indicated that the parent virus was likely controlled by Clark's creator program. Nim remarked to Singe, "It seems they are repairing this parent virus. Those individual viruses appear much calmer now." Singe did not respond. He was deeply engrossed in contemplating one question. The parent virus had to be uploaded to a server that could control the entire network to manage all offensive viruses. So where was this server? He integrated the fusion code with the analysis program and added the parent code to begin analyzing the parent virus. Once the data was connected, the shield code was ready to activate, but Singe hurriedly stopped the antivirus program. "Not now. If we kill it, I won't be able to understand the composition of the parent virus." In reality, a virus's emergence hinges on 2 points: design and coding. As the saying goes, the bigger the dream, the bigger the bowl, and the same applies to viruses. Generally, hackers skilled in designing and coding viruses are often extremely twisted individuals. Viruses are different from Trojans. They exist solely for destruction. They are like demons wandering in the digital world, ready to attack at any moment with their tools. Just like the mother virus, within 5 minutes, millions of files filled with various viruses can emerge, leading Singe to conclude that the mother is composed of viruses. It is a poison that kills everything within a system. The saying holds true: there is no perfect program. Any combination of systems or code will inevitably have unknown bugs. The mother itself is made up of viruses, and its biggest flaw is its inability to erase access traces from the server. Every individual's computer has access traces. One should not be easily swayed by claims that all traces can be erased. Some browsers offer this feature merely to hide it from you, but your access records, IP address, and even personal data within your system, as well as the content you accessed, will all be recorded by the server of the websites you visit. If you search for something on a certain search engine, from that point on, regardless of what sites you visit, your previous searches will appear in various forms. For instance, if you search for something inappropriate, later, you may find related content popping up. This insidious aspect is something even the mother virus cannot destroy. Singe quickly deduces from the access records that this server belongs to a certain national communication company. People in that region are always eager to listen to what others say, and their network reflects this behavior. Next, it was time for Johnson to step in. He even had the authority to peek into the women's restroom. Upon reaching the communication company, he ordered his subordinates to cut all the wires and take the server units outside. With a grenade, he caused chaos, feeling unsatisfied. He even stomped on a few things. The mother suddenly vanished, rendering all viruses ineffective. Singe thought the problem was solved, but within a minute, the residual viruses reassembled at another network node, forming a new mother that began to control the network. This time, the mother also gained the ability to replicate, continuously generating various viruses. Aglas remarked, "I want to strip and deal with this mother." Albin replied, "You can't deal with anyone. Instead, we are about to be dealt with." Just as these words fell, Singe had already unplugged the network cable, cutting off the internet for everyone. He had to do this because the entire mother began attacking their data network, indicating that they had been detected. Nemu stated, "This place is no longer safe. We need to relocate immediately." Everyone understood what this meant without needing further explanation, as there are many computer-controlled weapons in that region capable of easily destroying any location. Even a doghouse, with pinpoint accuracy. Johnson had already prepared a helicopter to take them to the next network node. Singe felt somewhat helpless. They had lost this round, and it was a complete defeat. The location for this network connection is a villa by the seaside, which used to be an office for a certain organization and also the home of a person named Johnson. After his family was tragically killed, he rarely returned. The house is covered in thick dust, and the photos on the walls still show the happiness of Johnson's family at that time. This is a community with a significant population of African descent, and even without cyber attacks, it was chaotic enough. Now it looks even more disordered, with gunshots occasionally heard from outside. Johnson reassured everyone, saying, "There's no need to worry. The entire community is under our control, and this house is protected by special forces. So it's very safe." Meanwhile, another individual named Eaglers was attempting to set up the network and start the computer, but Sung immediately interrupted. "Hold on. Everyone needs to reset the system and add hidden IP functionality, and we need to reauthorize core data access." Nim asked, "Are you saying they will assess us based on our system?" Sung replied, "We currently have no information, so we're proceeding with the safest approach. It's normal for them not to trust a hacker, but they absolutely trust Sung's authority. They may not know who Sung really is, but they can guess that once this person's identity is revealed, it will definitely shake the entire cyber world." As they worked on the system, Nim first remarked, "You're all world-class hackers, but I'm curious why Ghost Butterfly hasn't shown up. He wouldn't side with the enemy. So why isn't he fighting alongside us?" Eaglers replied, "Ghost Butterfly? Don't joke around. If he were here, he could do whatever he wanted with me." Chapter 348. Downsung had faced many setbacks since the day his parents suddenly disappeared. Everything changed, and he gradually neglected his dreams and became numb to his pursuits. Life felt like a fleeting illusion, always trying to grasp a moment of brilliance, or what he thought he had, only for it to vanish without a trace in an instant. The power of the core virus exceeded his imagination, as if all the technology in his mind had been emptied out, like a malfunctioning system that needed to be reloaded. While the computer system can be reinstalled, the structure's lost in his mind, and the disrupted modules cannot be restored. What he found hardest to accept was his own vulnerability. He connected to the network again and encountered the core virus once more, but he had no clue how to kill or control it. He was Ghost Butterfly, a name that could never be spoken, a concept in every hacker's mind. They believed Ghost Butterfly was everything. Yet they didn't know that Ghost Butterfly could not eradicate all viruses either. Before the core, he could only rack his brain for ways to crack it. The core virus was like an unbeatable monster that you couldn't provoke, or else it would turn around and bite you. Eaglers simply lay down on the floor to sleep, while Johnson managed to get some beer, which was now quite precious as the entire region was nearly running out of it. First, he gave Sung a drink, which was just a waste for Sung. It served no other purpose than to make him pass out. Neem sat at Sing's feet and asked why Sung didn't take a sip. Sing shook his head, saying that alcohol would only make him more confused. Neem replied, "It makes me feel aroused and clearer in my mind. I think all men get aroused by alcohol. Men need that too. Don't think too seriously about a problem. You can't resist it, just enjoy it." Sung countered, "I find enjoyment to be more painful. It's better to resist." He opened a beer and took a sip, wondering if this beer was made from urine. Johnson remarked, "The first sip always tastes like urine. After a few more sips, it starts to taste like beer." Sing suddenly froze. Fusion. How could he have forgotten this? The base was this beer. The more he thought it tasted bad, the more it felt like urine. If he integrated it and considered it beer, it would taste much better. His fusion code could integrate all programs in this world, including viruses, thus controlling them. With this thought, Sung quickly opened his computer, accidentally spilling some beer on Neem's head. Sung didn't care at all. He shut down the shield code, and instantly dozens of viruses entered the system. He immediately activated the ghost domain, encircling these viruses, starting to analyze the code and the files of the viruses. After decomposition, he added a symbol from the fusion code, which had the capability to integrate all programs. Once the integration was complete, he uploaded it to the network, and these dozen virus files merged back into the base virus. Sing's ghost domain could always receive data from these viruses. Excited, Sung slammed the table, and Johnson quickly asked, "What did you find?" Sing motioned for him to be quiet and had Neem connect to his data, asking him to find all the IP addresses from the data. He also instructed the others not to be idle, asking Downs to turn the network data of the room into a local area network and create their own data server. Downs was the oldest among them, and Sung initially didn't think this hacker from the country of alcohol could be of much use. According to records, 35-year-old Downs was a local area network cracking expert. No one could imagine that before becoming a LAN expert, Downs was just a low-level employee in a company's mailroom, delivering countless documents to every office in the company. It was a tough job with little pay, and when the company laid off employees, his name was the first on the list. Downs approached his manager, pleading to keep his job, but the manager told him that all document delivery work would now be done by the company's computers, and they wouldn't have to pay for this ridiculous task at all. Downs wanted to know why his hard work and dedication ultimately lost out to a machine. He was single and spent every day in the library, learning a lot from many experts in this field. He just wanted to prove that humanity is something that no computer can surpass, as they have flaws that anyone can find. 6 months later, Downs destroyed the company's local area network and became a hacker. Being a hacker is like being addicted to drugs. Each time you compromise a system, you crave to compromise more. Within 6 months, Downs successfully destroyed the local area networks of more than a dozen companies using bugs and backdoors. When someone asked him why he did it, Downs replied, "Because I hate local area networks." Singe wanted him to join in order to find an opportunity to study box permissions with him, and unexpectedly, it really came in handy now. Setting up a local area network by oneself is very time-consuming, but fortunately, everyone in this team understood local area networks. With teamwork, they quickly finished laying out the cables. However, after looking at Singe's data requirements, Downs said, "We need a crew to withstand the data impact." Johnson replied, "It can be delivered within half an hour." Neem provided the analyzed data to Singe, revealing over 1,000 IP nodes, each uploading viruses. These IP addresses were distributed all over the world, even reaching the Arctic. Singe noted, "It seems like they have occupied the entire world. They are everywhere, but I suspect only one is real." "You're mistaken. All these IP addresses are real, and they are interconnected, with a data terminal facilitating data conversion and uploads. This data terminal is the creator program." "How did you figure that out?" Everyone looked at Singe, who was always so mysterious despite being a hacker. Moreover, his understanding of networks was almost supernatural. He could think of many things that others couldn't and apply them. For instance, regarding the data terminal, Singe told them, "It's simple. If the network is completely disconnected in a certain country, no other country can connect. If someone wants to enter that country's network, they must create their own channels, and then hackers distributed around the world can transmit data to the terminal, which is then uploaded to various servers in that country." Chapter 349. Riot. After Singe finished speaking, Neem slapped his forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of that?" Eggless commented, "Your skin is pale, so you could be smarter, but my egg is longer than yours." Seconds later, laughter filled the room. Eggless shook his head helplessly. In this round, Neem had won. The black individuals living near Johnson were contemplating where to rob some valuable items when their portable devices suddenly received a message urging them to attack Johnson's house. With promises of substantial rewards for everyone, money was of no use to them at the moment. They preferred weapons, beer, and rap music. They got their satisfaction. But the crew that Singe wanted had not yet arrived. while a helicopter had already airdropped the weapons that the black individuals desired. The special forces instructed everyone to look out the window, where a group of individuals were taking weapons from wooden boxes, everything from AK-47s to rocket launchers and mortars. One person oddly pulled out a corn on the cob from the box. Johnson ordered everyone to stay inside and immediately sent a request for support to the commander of the Final Defense Plan. However, their communication suddenly got jammed, and nothing could be sent out. As Sung saw the guns, his shoulder wound throbbed slightly. The armed individuals acted as if they had conquered the world, firing into the sky and yelling, forming groups as they began to approach the building. Johnson stepped inside, stating, "Communications are down. We can only rely on ourselves now." He then began kicking a wall. Eaglers remarked, "Are you planning to tear down this damned house, hoping that those crazed individuals outside will abandon their attack on us?" A large hole was kicked into the wall, and as they pried it open, they discovered it was filled with weapons and ammunition. "Take your pick if you can shoot. If you can't, grab one anyway," said Name. "Can I take that rocket launcher? I think it's more intimidating than a handgun." Johnson handed a pistol to Singh, saying, "I'm really sorry you came here, and now there's no way back. Let's take those bastards on together." Singh quickly waved his hands, saying, I think I'll pass. I have a better way to deal with them without necessarily shooting." Eaglers said, "Compared to typing, I prefer pulling the trigger." "Sung, you don't know how to shoot? Just hide behind me. I'll show you a real-life Terminator." Sung replied, "You can do whatever you want. Just don't drag me into it. When you're playing Terminator, forget there's someone named Sung in this world." Johnson asked, "Sung, what is your plan?" "Communications are down, but the internet isn't. We can request support online. After all, we're hackers. Shooting people isn't what hackers do." The situation was urgent, with more individuals outside gathering weapons. The special forces turned everything movable into cover. One soldier shouted, "Fall back immediately. If you come any closer, we'll shoot." A leader among the armed group responded, "Go ahead and shoot, you bastard. We have hundreds, and you only have 10. Once you run out of bullets, do you plan to just spin around and throw eggs at us?" Johnson supported Singh's idea, which was quite simple for Singh. He embedded the fusion code and virus recognition code into the data, ensuring the mainframe wouldn't corrupt the data. He also realized that the computers at the Final Defense Command were likely powered down, so he included a startup code. 5 seconds later, one of the computers at the Final Defense Command suddenly powered on, but it didn't enter the operating system. After Johnson's request for support finished scrolling, the computer shut down again. The commander looked at the engineer in disbelief and said, "How did they do it?" "We have no idea." After the data was sent out, the crew arrived at the same time, but those outside simply wouldn't allow the helicopter to land. Some even fired at the helicopter. As soon as the gunfire erupted, the Special Forces soldiers returned fire. They were well-trained soldiers, and their opponents were merely a group of ordinary people armed with guns. In a matter of moments, they had taken down several. The other assailants immediately scattered, and the soldiers pursued for a few meters before entering a sniping stance. "They really shot," exclaimed Aglas. Not only Aglas, but even Sung felt an inexplicable fear rise in his heart. However, there was no time to be afraid. The assailants regrouped and began firing at the house from behind distant cover. The windows shattered, and even the unfinished beers spilled. Albin quickly grabbed one and took a swig. The others lay flat on the ground, as bullets ricocheted off the items inside the house, creating a cacophony. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, "Watch out, rocket!" 100 meters away, one of the assailants fired a rocket at the house. The flaming projectile trailed a long plume of smoke and, in the blink of an eye, struck the wall with a tremendous explosion. Singh felt as if the entire world had shaken, as if time had frozen at that moment. All sounds abruptly ceased. The only thing still moving were the cracks in front and the overwhelming cloud of smoke and dust from the explosion. The entire wall of the house was obliterated, and debris flew everywhere like petals scattered by the wind. The soldiers on the ground tightly covered their heads. Even war couldn't be more intense than this. But what is war? What could they gain or lose in such chaos? This was a question that could never be clearly explained. For those who had lost their humanity could no longer contemplate the value and meaning of life. Some could die, but some must survive. In Johnson's eyes, Singh had to survive. Ignoring the danger, he pulled Sung along, crawling toward another room amidst the gunfire. The others followed them in. "I'm just a hacker, not a soldier. Why is there a gunfight? My God, let me get out of this damned place." As soon as he finished speaking, the room shook again with a sudden explosion. The shock rattled their teeth, and all the framed pictures on the wall fell at Johnson's feet, their smiles still sweet. Then came another explosion. Nem peeked out the window and exclaimed, "My God, there's a tank. I see a tank." Chapter 350. The traitor. When we observe an object we don't need, we never find it beautiful. In fact, it can be quite bothersome. But when we truly need it, we realize how beautiful it is. Tanks are like women. You often feel they are quite expensive. But when you find yourself in a tight spot, they will, without you realizing it, take every last bit from you with their most enchanting voice. Even when you come to your senses, you can't help but exclaim in disbelief. The assailants vanished without a trace under the overwhelming assault of the tanks. However, the villa was no longer safe. They needed to relocate to another place under the cover of the tanks, reportedly to a secret military base. Sung would absolutely refuse to go. This war was not only between him and Nirvana, but also against a certain powerful nation. Don't think Sung is unaware of what this nation is thinking. The least trustworthy people in the world are from there. They will stop at nothing to pry into your secrets, only to deny everything afterward. The nation's network may have been destroyed, but its technology remained intact. It was just the nature of the cyber attack that caused them to completely lose control of the fourth domain. Even though there were assailants everywhere, the nation still stood. With its departments, military, weapons, and intelligence organizations intact, Johnson had no choice but to accept Sung's request. This wasn't a compromise. Johnson respected Sung greatly and felt he should side with him rather than the government of that powerful nation. On the way to the base, Johnson led everyone away from the group to a more secretive location. They entered through a back door of a building, which turned out to be a bar. There was no one else inside except for a black bartender who didn't even glance at them. Aglas remarked, "Why is there still a black person here?" Johnson pushed open a hidden door in the stairwell, revealing a staircase leading down to the basement. "This is a secret office of our campy, and it's also my private space," he said, glancing at the bartender, then added, "including this bar." When Sung entered the basement, his first impression was that it was spacious yet chaotic, much like Johnson's home, as if no one had been there for a long time. Neem didn't understand why they hadn't come here earlier instead of going to Johnson's home. Sung merely glanced at Johnson without explaining, knowing it wasn't necessary. One thing was certain now. There was an insider among them. Johnson had brought them to his home to see if there was an insider, and he had guessed correctly. Now everyone had their own tasks. There were equipment, network cables, and computers. Most importantly, there was a signal jammer capable of blocking all signals sent through portable devices. Regarding the network, it was even less likely to be compromised. Singh instructed Downs to immediately set up a local area network. With the access granted, every action was under Sung's watchful eye. Johnson's task was to identify and eliminate the insider. The local area network server was quickly established, and Downs granted network access to Sung. All core codes were replaced, and 10 individuals logged into the server using the usernames provided by Sung. After connecting the network cable to the last piece of equipment, Downs said, "Sung, the capacity isn't very large. I suggest limiting the download speed. What Sung needs to do is download the entire main body to the server, modify their permissions using integration codes, and then upload them back to the network. This way, as soon as a new main body is formed, it will be immediately integrated. The prerequisite is to ensure that all virus files enter the server. Only then can the permissions be integrated. It's like downloading a super file. Ordinary virus files don't take much space, but some malicious bombs can instantly overload the server. Sung cannot handle these malicious bombs all at once, but among them, there are experts in malicious bombs. One of them is a hacker named Straben from a certain country. At 20 years old, he is introverted and has blonde hair. His biggest characteristic is that he never looks at others unless someone speaks to him. Otherwise, he will keep his head down. He is timid in this world, but even Sung has to take his bombs seriously. When Straben was 14, his parents divorced, and he was raised by his grandmother. This is one of the main reasons for his introverted personality. Besides his grandmother, the only companion he had was a computer. The computer provided him with a worldview he had never experienced before. He could do anything he wanted on it, and when faced with obstacles, he would destroy everything. The most severe destruction was of his father's company, which vanished in an instant due to his bombs. Don't doubt that Straben didn't use real bombs to blow them up. His father ran a courier company, a business entirely reliant on the internet. When the network was paralyzed, they could not conduct any operations, facing continuous attacks. From then on, Straben became notorious, gaining a reputation in the hacker world both in his country and globally. What can he offer Sung? Quite simply, he can crack the basic composition patterns of the bombs, thus disassembling them. No hacker understands bombs better than Straben. Of course, his intense hatred for a certain entity stems mainly from the fact that they used his bomb codes everywhere and even used his bombs to attack him. Any self-respecting hacker would not accept such an insult. His personality is introverted, but he is also someone with a temper. Everyone has a temper, right? Just try kicking a scavenger and see if they don't hit you back. 10 pieces of data entered the local area network, and Johnson handed Sung a can of beer, which Sung merely nodded at. Johnson wanted to know who the mole was, and Sung was even more eager to find out. Among the 9 hackers besides him, any one of them could be the mole. Now, Sung needs to analyze every piece of data they sent to the network, all of which is done under the module of the ghost domain. Sung began downloading the main body virus, and the hardware of the unit buzzed. Downs kept an eye on the data of each unit. There are 10 servers in total, and within less than 5 seconds of starting the download, one of the servers was already full. This data volume was entirely within Seng's expectations, and Naeem's fingers quickly typed a series of characters on the keyboard. Seng, the capacity has reached 25%. At this moment, Seng suddenly realized that the virus entering the main body was replicating violently, with its capacity instantly reaching 70%. Chapter 351, Rant. Hackers sometimes resemble snipers. They always need a target and a process to strike. When exposed, the best course of action is to leave quickly. Straben dismantled all the bomb programs, and each hacker was doing their utmost in their respective fields to prevent the virus from spreading within the server. Once the capacity exceeded 100%, the value of this place would be lost, necessitating a restart elsewhere. Seng remained calm. The main body itself possessed replication capabilities, designed to spread the virus to every corner of the network. Seng suddenly discovered that while downloading the main body virus, someone was controlling it. This is the advantage of a local area network. Within its own rules, every action is visible. Seng analyzed the data and found that the control of this main body virus was located in 10 different places around the world. It must be said that this is the brilliance of Nirvana. The whole world serves as their nodes. What can be done against them? If you dare, launch missiles. Worst case, it leads to a world war. Who is afraid of whom? Moreover, the main attacking nodes are in countries that are hostile to them, including those currently at war or those that have never developed diplomatic relations with them. Striking against them is completely impossible. Attacking from the network is even more unfeasible. Once their virus is uploaded to the network, it will be absorbed by the main body, leaving Seng to rely solely on himself. Seng initially intended to merge with this main body, but in the face of infinite replication, even a merger would result in infinite merging, ultimately causing the server to explode and the plan to fail. In international waters, on a luxurious giant ship, a grand banquet was underway, attended by high-ranking officials of Nirvana. At this moment, a middle-aged man raised his glass and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, so far, 90% of the funds from the United States have entered Nirvana. We have succeeded." Hundreds of people applauded simultaneously, the atmosphere extremely lively. The middle-aged man continued, "With this funding, our hacker empire will emerge before everyone at lightning speed. Soon, the entire world will be ours." The greatest gain from this conflict with the United States is that the world now understands that the real weapons are not missiles or armies, but the network. We are the masters of the network, and we possess the most powerful weapon, the Creator program. I propose a toast to our leader, the Creator. To the Creator. Everyone echoed in unison. As the speech concluded, the middle-aged man appeared quite excited, his dark face slightly flushed from the alcohol. Several stunning women proactively clinked glasses with him, their fiery gazes prompting him to loosen his tie. It was truly laughable. A group of the most barbaric rascals had the audacity to dress so civilized. This is the structure of society. Much like the people on this ship, more than half of whom are not hackers, and some have never even touched a computer. They are here solely because of the funding and intelligence they provide to the organization. Just like Alan, who is in a wheelchair. This attack on a certain country has earned him a fortune. Yet, his mind is always occupied with one person. Indeed, it's Ghost Butterfly. So far, there hasn't been any news of Ghost Butterfly making a move, which is unusual. If anyone can end this war, it would be Sung. Even his creator is on guard against Ghost Butterfly. Alan glanced at the middle-aged man, one of the closest figures to the creator, Rant, a money-driven scoundrel. This time, the creator's program is merely a test using that country, and even the creator himself has stated that the software has many bugs, meaning the creator's program could be cracked at any moment. The creator is also eager to establish his hacker empire, not just a conceptual empire, but a tangible one. He plans to use the funds gained from this attack to purchase a developing country and create a hacker empire, thereby altering the course of human development. However, can he succeed? Alan does not doubt the creator's technology, but he does not understand the extraordinary nature of Ghost Butterfly. At this moment, Ramp needed a break and returned to the cabin, where hundreds of hackers were connecting with their counterparts around the world, including 10 hackers controlling the mother virus. Ramp spoke to one of the bearded hackers, who was almost as old as his father. "What is the situation now?" The bearded man replied. "Some hackers previously attempted to crack the mother virus, but everything is under control now." "Good, maintain that control. That country won't hold out for many days. When it completely collapses, that will be your time to become wealthy. I can't wait to see the legs and butts of bikini beauties on the beaches of another country." One hacker behind Ramp muttered, "This guy is such a loser." At that moment, on the large screen in the control center, a man dressed like a monk was kneeling in a massive church, praying. He was aware of his own evil, so he gave himself a reason. He merely wanted to create a more perfect world. His soul was in torment, yearning for liberation. Yet he was sinking deeper. He was astonished by everything before him, letting out a fearful yet bewildered sigh, as if countless blood-soaked hands were reaching out from beneath him. tearing at his flesh and soul. Ramp quietly said in front of the large screen, "Creator, we can proceed with the hacker empire plan now." The church bells began to toll, as if signaling a beginning or an end. The creator slowly stood up, his back bearing the weight of the world. Hands tucked into his sleeves, and quietly said, "It's not time yet." Yes, creator. This is a church, but behind him is the world's largest hacker control center, where hundreds of hackers control all the hacker data that has joined the organization. Singe stared intently at the monitor without blinking, as Neem's voice echoed, "Singe. It's already 97%. Everyone, shut down your computers and leave here." Singe's voice was low but firm. Johnson asked in confusion, "Singe, what are you planning to do?" Singe remained silent, unsure of how to answer or explain his intentions. Once everyone had left, he immediately activated the shield code. This was his weapon, capable of eliminating all evil without fear. Chapter 352. Highest Authority. Singe initiated the shield code to eliminate viruses, firmly believing that it could eradicate them. Since the heavens had bestowed this code upon him, he felt compelled to take action rather than simply waiting to be attacked. The moment the shield code was activated, the entire system roared violently, countless virus data were deleted, and the server's capacity began to expand rapidly. Singe was not idle either. The core files had already been placed in a sandbox, and now he needed to merge and attack. The 10 hackers were located around the world, making it impossible for the authorities to target them effectively. However, if their homeland were attacked, would they remain so calm? For instance, launching a missile or some other form of attack. After all, he was currently in a position where all attacks could be attributed to them. Wasn't this the perfect time for some action? The core virus had been perfectly merged, first halting its replication function and modifying the return data files, setting the